Chapter 1. The Same Face. In March 2207, in the building of the Biological Research Institute in City A, Ranran stood by the window on the third floor, looking at the hazy sky. Through the glass, she could hardly remember how long it had been since she last saw a blue sky. A fine haze always lingered in the air, completely obscuring the blue above. Even though she wore a protective mask every day, her lungs still felt murky. She vaguely recalled a childhood text called "Spring has come. Looking forward to it, the east wind has arrived, and the footsteps of spring are near. Everything seems to have just awakened, joyfully opening its eyes." Now it seemed that plants were not awakening at all. Aside from the extremely resilient grass that had pushed through, everything else looked as if it were still in hibernation. Ranran even thought that in a few years, they might vanish and disappear from this earth. She was lost in thought. A woman's voice sounded from behind her. There was another earthquake in Nanshan, the third one this week. "Ranran, don't you think the earthquakes have been too frequent lately?" Turning around, she saw a round-faced girl with short hair. This was Ranran, responsible for logistics in the office, a girl who was obedient and almost dull. "Not just lately." Ranran gazed at the hazy sky. "There are wildfires in South America, land subsidence in northeast China, and the temperature in Xishuangbanna has been 42 degrees for a whole month. This is no longer the best of times." Ranran said softly, "It will get better." "Will it?" Ranran smiled to herself. She wasn't a pessimist, but given the current state of the earth, the crust was already active in many places, and such activity might be the beginning of decline. "Ranran, it's already off work. Aren't you going back?" "I want to wait a bit longer. Professor Chung and the senior brother are still in the lab." Ranran smiled at her. "You can go first." After Ranran left, Ranran waited for another hour. As it was getting darker, they still hadn't come out, probably engaged in some complex experiment. She casually packed her things in her backpack, swiped her card to leave, and just as she entered the elevator, she saw a security guard rushing over. Ranran stopped him. "Are you in a hurry to go down?" "Yes, something happened downstairs." "Something happened?" Ranran frowned. "Is it the family members from the hospital causing trouble again?" "No, they said two strange people came downstairs and are trying to break in." When the elevator reached the first floor, the guard dashed to the entrance like an arrow, where a tense situation had already unfolded, with more than 10 people surrounding the main door tightly. And among them were the two people the guard had mentioned. They were a young man and woman, looking no more than in their early 30s, dressed in rags, their faces pale like wandering souls standing outside the door. The woman had her head drooped, looking listless, while the man grabbed a security guard's hand, pointing at his head and explaining vigorously, "We came from there." The group of security guards burst into laughter. "Came from the sky? Are you kidding?" The man's neck muscles bulged with excitement. "We're not lying. We want to see Director Zhang." "There's no Director Zhang here." The man was stunned. How could there not be? He was transferred from the capital to oversee the Research Institute's project. "You're sounding more ridiculous. Just leave. These two don't even have chips." The guard grew impatient and took out a stun baton to push them away. Who would have thought that the pair would act like fools, showing no intention to evade when they saw the light from the baton? It wasn't until the electric arc swept over them that they screamed and fell back. The woman, who had originally seemed weak and lethargic, suddenly shouted, "His name is Zhang Yucai. His name is Zhang Yucai." Her shout startled everyone, not because of the name she mentioned, but because she had an identical face to Ranran. From the shape of her face to her eyes and nose, the resemblance was about 90%, the remaining 10% difference due to their ages. Ranran was in her early 20s. While this madwoman looked to be nearly 30, the scene of the two staring at each other was extremely eerie, as if from a past life to the present. "Miss Gu, is this your relative?" The security guard was also taken aback. Ranran stepped closer to the woman, who also took 2 steps back in shock. Just as they were staring at each other, the man who had been shouting to get in suddenly dashed towards the Research Institute. The security guards rushed up, and the once noisy entrance was now left with only Ranran and the madwoman. The madwoman reached out, trying to touch Ranran's face. Upon contact, she recoiled as if electrocuted. In the brief seconds of their locked gazes, Ranran felt something strange in her heart, a surge of sadness that was clearly brought on by the woman across from her. Could it be that their emotions were somehow connected? Ranran found it strange and quietly asked, "Who are you?" "I'm looking for Zhang. Zhang Yucai. I'm looking for Zhang Yucai." The woman kept murmuring the name. After the name registered in her ears again, Gu Ranran suddenly remembered something. It seemed she had seen this name somewhere before. Perhaps in a book or in someone else's conversation. Before she could think it through, she heard the security guards' voices behind her. Hurry, grab her, don't let this madwoman escape. He isn't even afraid of the stun baton. Send this person to a mental hospital. And that woman at the door. The woman showed no reaction to these voices. She stared blankly into Gu Ranran's eyes, her cracked lips moving. Zhang Yucai. Gu Ranran felt an inexplicable sharp pain in her heart. As if a steel needle had pierced it, she sensed that their identical appearance was no coincidence, and that there must be some connection. So she quickly grasped the woman's hand. Come with me. It'll take you to find Zhang Yucai. The Ranran ran forward, and after a few seconds of hesitation, the woman also started to run after her. Gu Ranran pulled her hand, rushing all the way to the parking area, where she checked that no one was around and quickly shoved the woman into the back seat before starting the solar-powered car. The woman curled up in the back seat, trembling, still murmuring that name. Gu Ranran looked at her in the rearview mirror. What's your name? The woman showed no reaction, not even lifting her eyelids. Gu Ranran asked again, Are you from City A? Still no response. Her body shook like a sieve, as if she were completely enclosed in a shell. Gu Ranran shook her head. Let's go back to my house first. The Biological Research Institute was a confidential unit, and accordingly, surveillance devices were installed in the employees' dormitories, so Gu Ranran chose to go to the old, deserted house on the outskirts of the city. Chapter 2. Do I have a twin sister? The old house of the Gu family was inherited from her grandfather, a country villa over 100 years old, with very few households within a 10-mile radius. Transportation was inconvenient, but it suited her grandfather's work needs. He was an old-fashioned writer, unlike the imaginative young people today, still insisting on the themes and ideas of the past. It was easy to imagine that he was quickly eliminated by reality after he turned 40. He hadn't signed a single book. Thus, he fell into a cycle of despair, regret, trying to pick himself up, and then falling back into despair. In Gu Ranran's memory, he always appeared to be drunk and mentally unclear, with rough hands that would slap down on his head like a heavy bare paw, making it seem like he could strike at any moment, causing people to instinctively flinch. Every time this happened, her grandfather would cast a look of disdain at her, and then let out a deep sigh. Gu Ranran guessed it was probably because she wasn't a boy, leading to the Gu family dying out. This feeling always arises when returning home during festivals and holidays. It wasn't until she turned 10 that her grandfather suddenly passed away. When Gu Ranran returned home with her parents for the funeral, amidst her sadness, she also breathed a sigh of relief. Her old-fashioned and pedantic grandfather would no longer dislike her. She thought about this as she drove quickly, occasionally glancing at the woman curled up in the back seat, offering a few words of comfort. My family's old house may be desolate, but it's safe. You, with no chip, have no choice. The chip serves as an ID card in this era, implanted in your arm using a type of nanotechnology right from birth. Besides identity verification, it also serves for file extraction, itinerary mapping, communication networks, and more. Of course, one can choose to hide some functions. Everyone in this era has a chip, except for fugitives and those without registered identities. Gu Ranran guessed which category the woman in the back seat belonged to. She drove at breakneck speed, pressing the fastest button. The car used smart navigation to find the most suitable route, cleverly avoiding all congested areas. By the time she rushed into the abandoned villa, the woman had already slumped in the back seat, either unconscious or asleep. Ranran dragged her into the living room on the first floor, tossing her onto the dusty sofa, then looking down at her. The woman frowned slightly, causing faint crow's feet to appear at her forehead and the corners of her eyes, prompting Gu Ranran to unconsciously touch her own forehead, wondering if she would have such wrinkles in 10 years. Ranran carefully observed her. Beneath slightly thick brows were a pair of tightly shut eyes. Ranran knew that when they opened, they would be gentle and bright. They were the most beautiful part of her face. Below that, she appeared ordinary, with a slightly flattened nose and thin lips. But because of those eyes, the whole person became radiant. It felt like a pair of eyes could save a face. The two truly looked identical, especially the small dark red mole on the right side of her neck. Gu Ranran touched the same spot on her neck, feeling it was incredible. Gu Ranran had a strange illusion of looking in a mirror. She knew that in biological inheritance, there are some inexplicable coincidences, but such coincidences couldn't extend to moles and birthmarks. She was certain that the two must have some blood relation. Driven by this thought, Ranran went to the adjacent room, put on AR glasses, and dialed her parents' home. Both of her parents were freelancers, spending most of their time at home, so after 2 rings, the call was answered. Her father, in his study, looked at her with surprise. "Ranran, where are you? Why is it so dark behind you?" "Dad, I'm not at home." Ranran got straight to the point. "Did you and Mom have any other children before me? Or do I have a twin sister?" Her father looked puzzled. "What are you talking about?" "Of course not. We only have you as our daughter. Really not?" Ranran stared into her father's eyes on the screen, searching for a flicker of hesitation or unease. But her father's expression was very firm, showing no signs of lying. "Of course not." "Ranran, why are you asking this?" Ranran was silent for a moment, considering whether to tell them about this. But a few seconds later, she decided to conceal it. "Dad, it's nothing. I just saw someone on the road today who looks a lot like me, so I couldn't help but ask." After exchanging a few pleasantries, they hung up. After taking off the AR glasses, Ranran let out a small sigh, suddenly realizing that she still didn't fully believe her father's words. That day, Ranran stayed in the old house for quite a while, but the woman remained asleep, deeply unconscious. She didn't know how long she would sleep. The news she received from a colleague was that the man who broke into the research institute had been sent to the hospital as a mental patient. In the evening, she put on the AR glasses again and searched for caregivers online, using keywords like strong and agile. Ranran was also worried that this woman might run out and cause trouble. After all, her background was unclear. The caregivers that met the criteria were extremely expensive. Labor was the most costly in this era. Ranran thought about her meager wallet balance and searched for a long time. Finally, she found a discounted AI nanny from an artificial intelligence company. This AI nanny was indeed much cheaper, but its appearance was rough. It was a large, ugly, muscular man. Ranran hoped it wouldn't scare the woman as she placed the order. The AI nanny arrived at the house an hour after the order was placed, and the artificial intelligence company had already set up the program according to her requirements. Its job was threefold: to take care of the woman, provide basic medical treatment, and prevent her from escaping. After seeing it start working, Ranran turned and left the house. She sat in her car, staring at the direction of the door, lost in thought for a long time before starting the engine and leaving in the following 2 days. Ranran always found time to check on the old house in her spare time from work. The old house had no surveillance cameras, so what she saw was the AI nanny's perspective on the first day. The AI nanny was very diligent, cleaning out an empty room on the 2nd floor and moving the woman up there, treating her external wounds, and even managing to get a set of clothes for her to change into from somewhere. AS for food. It was liquid food ordered by Ranran from the city, fed to her 3 times a day by the AI nanny to support her necessary bodily functions. The next morning, when Ranran checked again, she found that the woman had woken up. She stared fearfully at the AI robot, her eyes full of terror, repeatedly backing away in an attempt to escape. The robot was also very dutiful. Every time she reached the door or window, it would decisively pull her back. From the looks of her, she seemed very afraid of the AI. Perhaps the robot's appearance frightened her, but what could be done? This was the only discounted model available, and there was no room for picky choices. So Ranran didn't pay much attention to her. After washing up, she went to the research institute, where she was scheduled to assist Professor Chung with several pathological tests, expecting another busy day. What she couldn't have imagined was that just 3 short hours later, the scene that appeared on the surveillance footage left her dumbfounded. In the footage, the AI's arm was empty, with everything below the elbow missing. Chapter 3: The Violent Woman. Ranran was shocked. How could such a strong AI robot get injured? What had that woman done to it? She watched the footage for a long time, finally seeing the woman holding a sharp knife, curled up in a corner, vigilantly staring this way. Ranran panicked. Although the rental fee for the discounted AI was relatively low, the compensation for damages would be extremely high. She feared that even her monthly allowance wouldn't cover it. With no other choice, Ranran immediately took leave, hurriedly driving back to the old house. On the way, she glanced at the footage again, using her voice to warn the crazy woman to stop immediately, or it wouldn't just be a matter of compensation. Ranran gritted her teeth, pressed the acceleration button, and sped down the road, repeatedly thinking about the woman's violence. She even attacked a robot. Decades ago, when AI robots first emerged, there had been cases of violent and perverse customers harming robots. At first, society didn't take it seriously. Most people thought that since they were robots, they weren't alive. But as the incidents increased, a strong protest arose from an organization called the AI Protection Organization. They believed that although AIs were created by humans, they were also implanted with human-like thoughts and actions, thus deserving to be considered half-human and entitled to human rights protection, instead of being subjected to the horrifying desires of perverse individuals and becoming tragic victims. This issue escalated significantly, and at its worst, even the internet was nearly paralyzed. Perpetrators were doxxed across the web, and there were even fatal incidents. The abusers were hanged on iconic buildings in the city, with piles of dismembered AI robot limbs beneath them, creating a scene that was truly horrifying. Later, the AI protection law was finally enacted in response to strong public demand. All clients renting robots from AI companies must sign a protection agreement, promising to return them in full. So, Ranran felt anxious and scared. The little money left in her bank account was nowhere near enough to cover the high compensation. Moreover, this incident could very likely land her in jail. When Ranran arrived at the old house, she heard a violent commotion inside. An unknown dark figure flew towards the window, and with a bang, the glass shattered into pieces. Then, the front door was shaken and banged loudly, as if someone inside was desperately trying to pull it open. Ranran frowned and went to unlock the fingerprint lock. This lock was old and slow to respond, taking a full 10 seconds to recognize her fingerprint. During those 10 seconds, there were 2 loud crashing sounds from inside. Finally, she opened the door and was stunned by the scene inside. A strange woman was standing at the top of the stairs, holding a chair defensively, while the poor AI strongman, dragging a broken leg and a mangled arm, expressionless and instinctively trying to pull her back. There was no way around it. The AI's programming was to take care of her, to treat illnesses, and to prevent her from escaping. So it would never resist and would simply execute its tasks as long as the motherboard existed. Ranran was worried the woman would escape, so after entering, she slammed the door shut. She coldly looked at the strange woman and said, "Try smashing again." The woman either didn't understand or wasn't afraid. She stared at Ranran with blood-red eyes and, just a few seconds later, swung the chair towards the AI strongman. The wooden chair shattered upon hitting the AI strongman's head, splintering into pieces all over the floor. But the strongman remained expressionless and reached out as if to grab her. The woman, frightened, turned and ran into the kitchen. When she came out, she was holding a rusty axe, transformed into a bloodthirsty demon, stepping forward slowly. Ranran's heart raced with only one thought. If she smashed again and caused more damage, she would definitely go bankrupt. Even if she managed to pay, the loss of reputation would make her life extremely inconvenient. So, she quietly picked up a broken chair leg and crept up behind the woman. At the moment the woman raised the axe, Ranran struck her neck with a bang. The woman seemed stunned, standing there blankly while still holding the axe. Moments later, the axe fell to the ground with a thud, and she crumpled down. Ranran quickly walked over to check on her. Fortunately, there were no visible injuries, just a simple faint. The AI strongman, following its programming, stepped forward and picked up the woman, carrying her upstairs. Ranran followed and watched as the AI strongman covered her with a blanket, then took a wet towel to wipe her face and began feeding her liquid food. Ranran felt uneasy and found a rope to tie the woman up. Then she thought about calling the police, but at the moment she was about to connect, she suddenly changed her mind. She bent down and stared at the woman for several seconds, whispering, "I'm letting you go this time purely because of your face. What if you're my relative?" Now, she faced 2 difficult problems. One was to find a way to deal with the AI's injuries, and the other was to investigate the woman's identity. Between the 2, the former was more urgent. Since she was financially strapped and had only rented the AI for a week, with only 2 days left until it needed to be returned, what would she do about the broken arm? Ranran felt a headache coming on, racking her brain for someone with experience in AI repair. Fortunately, her clever mind came up with one option. That was a high school classmate of her best friend Qiuyu. Qiuyu was her childhood friend. They lived in the same neighborhood when they were young, but later Qiuyu's father went bankrupt in business and moved to another city. This naturally affected her studies. Despite being an excellent student, Xiaoyu only attended a university focused on social welfare. After graduation, she worked at a library. Xiaoyu had once mentioned that their high school deskmate, Liu, was very skilled with his hands and opened an AI repair shop after growing up, which was doing very well. This remark came to Ranran's mind, and her eyes lit up. She quickly contacted Xiaoyu to discuss the situation. Xiaoyu immediately agreed and said she would have Liu contact her shortly. Meanwhile, she questioned Ranran's location. "Where are you? Why is the room so dark?" Ranran was about to explain when she suddenly heard a noise from upstairs. She hurriedly said, "I'll explain when I get back. I have to go. Don't forget to help me get in touch." This time it was just a false alarm. It was merely the AI strongman's arm being damaged that caused the cup to break. Nothing serious. Ranran looked at its miserable state, clasped her hands, and quietly said, "Sorry." But the AI strongman just replied mechanically, "What are your instructions?" Ranran laughed self-deprecatingly. If only humans could be as uncomplaining as AI robots, then all contradictions would cease to exist. That night, Xiaoyu's classmate drove over. He was a dark-skinned, honest-looking young man. Upon seeing the robot paused after Ranran pressed the stop button, he was somewhat surprised and asked, "Did you do this?" Chapter 4. No effort wasted. Ranran shook her head reflexively, then realized she couldn't expose that woman. "I rented her to clean this house. But there's a lawnmower in the backyard, and she accidentally." This excuse seemed reasonable enough, so his expression remained normal. "You're too careless. Let me see if there's a way. By the way, I'm Liu Hao." Ranran smiled slightly, thinking the name had a style from a few centuries ago, thick with virtue, and virtue carries all. It seemed like a name her grandfather would have liked. She gently said, "Hello, I'm Ranran. Let me get you a glass of water." When she returned after pouring the water, Liu Hao had already examined things thoroughly. He said solemnly, "Fortunately, the wound is clean and not in a vital area. As long as we connect the sensor lines and reattach the limb, it shouldn't be a problem." "Can it be seen on the surface?" Ranran asked. Will the company check? If your credit is good and nothing is visibly wrong, they shouldn't check that thoroughly. Besides, I'll handle it with repair paint," Liu Hao reassured her. "You can rest easy." At this moment, Ranran finally felt relieved. She stood by and watched him work on the repairs, occasionally handing him tools. They worked for 2 hours until the robot was restored to its original state. Ranran was very pleased and said she wanted to treat him to a meal, but Liu Hao declined. "Not today, I have to rush back to the repair shop. I just got a message from a customer. There's an urgent job." Ranran saw him off, watching as the car gradually disappeared into the darkness. A gust of night wind blew, carrying fine dust that brushed against Ranran's face. In a moment of nostalgia, she suddenly remembered her childhood. At that time, the plants in the yard were hard to grow, but her old-fashioned grandfather was stubborn. He repeatedly made compost and nurtured the soil, trying various seeds to create a sparse little garden. When a night wind blew, the air was always filled with the sour smell of fertilizer and the scent of plants. Back then, Ranran was still young and particularly hated that smell, but now she found herself missing it. After all, it was a vibrant scent, unlike now, where only dry, rough grains of sand filled her lungs with desolation. Ranran stood in the yard for a while before returning to the second floor. The woman was still unconscious. Ranran looked down at her, just in time to see her lips moving as she murmured, "Zhang Yucai, Zhang Yucai." Her voice was very clear in the silent room, like tiny needles pricking at Ranran's scalp. Suddenly, Ranran recalled something. This name sounded familiar, as if she had seen it somewhere in the research institute. In her mind, it seemed she was standing in the archives, talking to someone, having heard this name, but she couldn't recall the scene no matter how hard she tried. After pondering without result, Ranran decided to check it out at the research institute tomorrow. That night, Ranran was worried that the woman would have a stress reaction upon waking, so she programmed the strong man to charge. She dragged a lounge chair beside her, covering herself with a thin blanket and dozing off. That night, the woman was very quiet, with only occasional murmurs and slight snoring. Half awake, Ranran turned to look at her. In the darkness, her outline was very blurry, exuding a sense of danger that warned others not to approach. Just before dawn, the woman suddenly opened her eyes, her terrified gaze darting around before she struggled to get up. Of course, she couldn't get up. Ranran had already tied her up with ropes. The more she struggled, the more painful it became, but she held back, not daring to make a sound. Probably afraid of attracting the strong man. Ranran stood in the corner and quietly said, "Stop struggling. This is what you brought upon yourself." The woman could only hear the voice coming from behind her head, but couldn't see where it was coming from. However, she felt this voice was very familiar, so she instantly quieted down. Ranran approached and stood at the foot of the bed. "Listen carefully, I don't care whether you understand or not. That robot is rented to take care of you. If you cause any trouble, it will be the end for you. Also, regarding Zhang Yucai, I will find a way to locate him for you." Upon hearing the name Zhang Yucai, the woman made a sound in her throat, finally closing her eyes quietly with a soft sound. Ranran felt relieved. She knew that the woman had likely understood what she said, so she went downstairs, restarted the strong man's program, and then left. When she arrived at the Research Institute's office, Ranran suddenly stood up from behind her desk. "Ranran, you're finally here. Professor Chung wants you to go to his office after you arrive." "What's it about?" "I don't know. It might be about your sudden leave yesterday." Ranran said softly, using lip movements to say, "Good luck." Professor Chung was a good-natured man who didn't pay much attention to the trivialities of life. He had worked at the Research Institute for over 40 years and still lived in a 2-bedroom apartment assigned by the unit, which didn't match his current status at all. He usually didn't care about his appearance, always wearing a worn-out work uniform that was unrecognizable in color, with his hair always messy like straw. The eyes behind his glasses were often bloodshot, but they would emit a fiery passion during intense discussions. He was so obsessed with academic research that it became an obsession. It was normal for his team members to work overtime, and spending days and nights in the laboratory was routine. However, despite his usually good temper, he often argued passionately over academic issues, managing interns and researchers with strictness, making everyone respect and fear him. Even so, Ranran felt the same way. She knew she was at fault for not completing her work yesterday, so she lowered her head and hurried into the office, planning to offer a sincere apology first. "Teacher," before she could finish, Professor Chung interrupted her. "Xiaoge, I called you here today for an important matter." "What is it?" Ranran felt very anxious. "Go to the archives and collect the blood data of skeletal disease patients from the pathology department over the past 5 years. Compare the changes in various indicators and send them to me before the end of the day." Ranran's eyes brightened, and she nodded vigorously. "Xiaoge, this data is very important. You need to keep a close eye on it." "Don't worry, teacher. I will complete it on time," Ranran assured him. She was overjoyed, searching for him in dreams 1,000 times. No effort was wasted. Professor Chung didn't blame her and even gave her the opportunity to enter the archives. What a stroke of good luck. Chapter 5. Dead for 200 years for the next day, she immersed herself in the archives collecting data. The current data management was very advanced, and it was convenient to categorize and extract patient information. However, most of the indicators Professor Chung provided hadn't been tested in the past 5 years, so she had to run back and forth to obtain the original samples and compare them with the test results. This work was tedious and busy. Ranran didn't even have time for lunch. By 4 in the afternoon, she finally completed the task. She looked up at the archives manager, Sister Luo, hesitating on how to speak. "Xiaoge, have you finished organizing the data?" Sister Luo yawned and casually said, "You should be getting off work, right? Young people should go out more, date a few boyfriends, and not just immerse themselves in work all day. Otherwise, you'll end up like my husband, always arguing with me." Speaking of arguments, Ranran suddenly remembered that on her first day reporting to the Research Institute, she seemed to have encountered Sister Luo arguing with a stranger at the entrance of the archives, and that name was mentioned. Time had passed, and she couldn't recall clearly. "Sister Luo, I remember on my first day reporting, you had a quarrel with a strange man?" Ranran probed. "Haha, that person is not my husband." Sister Luo laughed and said, "That boy was only in his 20s, came to check his grandfather's historical archives. I was busy and delayed him for a while, so he argued with me for a bit." Ranran's heart skipped a beat, right? It seemed that the person being investigated was someone with the surname Zhang. Yes, The person he wanted to check was Zhang Yucai, the former director of our research institute. Sister Luo had a good memory. Speaking of which, it's quite troublesome to work as a civil servant now, as they need to investigate the familial situation within 5 generations. Ranran's heart raced. Does our research institute really have such a director? I've never heard of him before. I only found out after checking. He was the first director after the institute was established and has been dead for 200 years. Ranran nervously asked, I'm a bit curious. Can I know what he looked like? Sister Luo had no defenses against her and casually offered her the file to look at. Ranran stared at the unfamiliar and aged photo on the file. Puzzled, it showed that Zhang Yucai was diagnosed with cancer 6 months after starting work at the institute. And shortly after, he passed away. These discoveries left her both excited and bewildered. There really was a person named Zhang Yucai, but he has been dead for 200 years. What does this have to do with that mysterious madwoman? Finally, when Sister Luo went to get water, Ranran quietly took a photo of Zhang Yucai's information with her watch. Then she left the archive room. When she returned to her grandfather's house that night, Ranran suddenly felt something was off. In the dim light, it seemed like someone was watching her from the shadows, which was chilling. She looked up and suddenly found that the mysterious woman was standing in front of the second-floor window. The moment their eyes met, the woman quickly drew the curtains. Ranran shook her head and entered the house, heading straight to the second floor, where the woman sat at the bedside, seemingly indifferent to the earlier peeping. Ranran took out her watch and displayed the photo she had taken. Is this the person you're looking for? The woman stared at the floating image of the photo, surprised, and moved forward to grab it, but then quickly recoiled, her eyes filled with excitement. Zhang Yucai? Yes, he is indeed called Zhang Yucai, and he was also the first director of our research institute. As you said, he was sent from the capital to oversee the project, but he's been dead for 200 years. How do you know him? Ranran frowned, staring at the strange woman in front of her. Under her questioning, the woman took 2 steps back, her expression becoming dazed. Impossible. Ranran was speechless. Who exactly are you? Why do we have the same face? The woman couldn't answer, her expression growing increasingly terrified, and she slowly backed away. After a minute of standoff, she suddenly closed her eyes and fell with a thud. To her surprise, she had fainted again. Ranran shook her head, took out the syringe and other items she had prepared in advance, extracted a tube of blood from the woman, and put the sample in her bag. Even if she was acting crazy, Ranran figured she would find a way to figure it out. Comparing the samples was the quickest and most accurate method, right? Early the next morning, the weather was gloomy with heavy fog. Ranran went downstairs with her backpack. The car was parked in the garage. The garage door had not been properly closed last night, and it was covered with dead leaves and dust, causing Ranran to spend an extra 2 minutes letting the self-cleaning process finish before starting the car to head to the research institute. However, the car had issues today. After just a few minutes of driving, smoke began to billow from the front. When Ranran got out to check, she discovered that the engine had overheated due to a lack of coolant. This was an easy fix. She took the coolant from the trunk and poured it into the container. After tidying everything up and wiping her hands, she continued on her way. But once she entered the laboratory, she realized something was wrong. The blood sample had mysteriously disappeared, and no matter how she searched, there was no trace of it. She clearly remembered putting it in her bag after taking the blood yesterday. She even checked before leaving this morning. How could it have vanished? She was certain she hadn't encountered anyone, nor had she left her bag unattended. No, she had gotten out of the car to handle the problem when it broke down. Could it have fallen out during those few minutes? Who would steal such a thing? Ranran was puzzled, but at that moment, she heard about something related to the madwoman. The man who had intruded into the research institute and was sent to a mental hospital had suddenly gone missing that morning. He disappeared mysteriously, with no trace found on the surveillance footage, as if he had evaded all the cameras, leaving through a blind spot from the mental hospital. So Ranran connected these 2 incidents, wondering if this man had stolen the sample for some reason. If that was the case, he wouldn't stop there. The next step would definitely be to take the mysterious woman. So Ranran immediately remotely operated the robot and increased security measures. Sure enough, that evening when Ranran returned, she found strange traces outside, numerous chaotic footprints, a dent in one part of the main door, and a missing section of the railing. There were no surveillance cameras or security systems installed here, and the discount robot lacked intelligent interaction. So aside from this, Ranran had no idea what had happened. She tried to ask the madwoman, but the woman looked confused, seeming very puzzled by Ranran's words. The more this happened, the more Ranran felt that the secret must be in the woman's sample. Once again, when the woman fell asleep, Ranran extracted another sample. This time, she didn't dare put it in her bag. Instead, she carefully tucked it in her pocket and decided to take the bus to the research institute the next day. Cars could have accidents, but surely the bus wouldn't, right? She didn't believe that man could steal anything under the watchful eyes of everyone. Chapter 6. Strange test results. Grandpa's place was in the suburbs, with only one bus running to and from the city. The bus was sparsely populated, with only a few elderly people getting on. Indeed, as people age, they tend to prefer to stay away from the hustle and bustle of the city and lead a simple and pure life. Halfway through the ride, a few more people got on, and when Ranran saw the last man board, she could hardly believe her eyes, until the man came over, breathing heavily, grasped the handrail, wiped the sweat from his forehead, and sat down next to Ranran. "Dad, why are you here?" Ranran was surprised. "Shouldn't you be at work at this time?" Her father worked as a manager at a high-energy consumption factory, leaving early and returning late every day, often working overtime. It was a luxury for the family to have a meal together. Ranran hadn't seen him for half a month. "Last night a colleague had a family emergency, so I came to check on him," her father said gently. "Ranran, when are you coming home?" "This weekend." Professor Chung said that after this phase of work is over, we will have a 2-day break. The father and daughter chatted casually. From work to household trivialities, the atmosphere light and pleasant. The tedious journey seemed to speed up considerably. Seeing the destination bus stop from afar, Ranran grabbed her backpack to get off, but unexpectedly, the strap of the backpack got caught on the back of the seat. With a hard tug, the items in the bag scattered everywhere, and the bottle containing the blood sample shattered into several pieces. Buses in this era are all driverless, with fixed routes and times. Even the timing for opening and closing the doors is fixed. If you miss it, you might have to wait until the next stop to get off. Ranran hurriedly tried to pick up the mess, and her father also pulled down the strap of the backpack. After a flurry of activity, they finally managed to get off before the doors closed. Ranran watched the bus drive away, feeling indescribable emotions. Was her luck really this bad? She and protected the blood sample properly, dragging her heavy steps towards the research institute. Her heart was full of mixed feelings. When she reached the entrance, Ranran suddenly stopped. Her father had seemed very unusual just now. He and asked her why she was on that bus, nor had he questioned the existence of the blood sample. It was as if he knew everything but chose not to ask. She turned back, and the bus was already gone without a trace. Ranran's gaze lingered for a long time before she walked into the unit and began her work for the day. In the following days, strange events continued to emerge. Ranran could always sense that someone was tailing her. Although the other party hadn't done anything out of the ordinary, the feeling of being watched persisted. For safety's sake, she did not return to that house and extended the robot's service time, hoping to protect that mysterious woman in this way. Finally, one day, someone in the dark couldn't hold back and broke into the old house's yard again. Ranran received the alarm signal and immediately opened the surveillance footage. Indeed, she had secretly installed the cameras a couple of days ago. Upon seeing the person on the screen, Ranran felt a sense of desolation. The feeling of a certain suspicion in her heart being confirmed was truly unsettling. That person was actually her father, who must have been following her for a long time. She silently watched as her father's hand reached for the door, only to retract as if electrocuted. Ranran shook her head. She had set up sharp, invisible needles on the door, and her father had already been injured by that move. Then, a piercing alarm sounded from the door. Her father seemed startled and quickly retreated, driving away from the old house. There was definitely a big secret involved here. Words like illegitimate daughter and family crisis flashed through Ranran's mind. The previous coincidences were now explained. They were all orchestrated by her father. Ranran rushed out, started her car, and hurried back to the old house to collect the blood from the needle tips. while also finding the dazed, mysterious woman and extracting her blood as well as her own. The 3 samples were sent to the Research Institute immediately. To maintain confidentiality, Ranran avoided everyone and entered the lab alone, preparing to conduct the tests herself. During this process, her mind raced with countless possibilities. Either the mysterious woman was her father's daughter from before, or they were actually twin sisters, with the age difference merely a result of different life experiences. Both possibilities felt extremely foreign to her, and she had no extra energy to consider whether she could accept them. She fell into a tumultuous and anxious emotional state. The speed of testing had greatly improved compared to before, with results typically available in about 4 to 5 hours. Ranran stayed vigilant, refusing to leave even as her eyelids grew heavy. Finally, around 3 in the morning, the results came out. However, the results on the paper left her utterly shocked. She shook her head. Impossible, this can't be true. On the paper, dense data displayed 3 results. 1. There is no biological connection between her and her father. 2. There is no biological connection between her father and the mysterious woman. 3. Her biological similarity to the mysterious woman is 100%. In other words, from a biological perspective, the 2 were the same person. Ranran collapsed into a chair. She clearly remembered her mother saying during her childhood that she had been infertile for many years after marriage. So she and her father went to the hospital to undergo in vitro fertilization, which was how she came to be. Could it be that the sperm used for the IVF back then was not her father's at all? And 100% similarity is biologically impossible. Even identical twins with the same biological parents would have some differences, at most 99. 9. This was a biological question she had learned in high school. During the formation of sperm from spermatogonia, replication occurs, resulting in molecules that should be 100% identical. However, during the first meiotic division, homologous chromosomes undergo crossover, leading to gene exchanges, so the highest similarity would be 99. 9. The same applies to twins, so 100% similarity is impossible. Was there a problem with the test data? To be safe, Ranran conducted another test, this time adding a hair sample from her mother. It was easy to find a few strands of hair since her mother had come to the unit to see her and insisted on taking off her own coat to let Ranran wear it. This test continued until 8 in the morning. Her eyes were bloodshot, but she finally received the results. This time, it was identical to the previous one, except for one additional line. Ranran's mother had no biological connection to her or the mysterious woman. Chapter 7. Who are we? What kind of terrifying result is it that she is not her parents' child, and that she and the mysterious woman are the same person? Ranran felt as though her brain was about to explode. She had studied biology for many years, yet in this moment, she began to doubt her own expertise. To be safe, she searched for academic materials, but these only confirmed that her earlier conclusion was absolutely correct. By now, it was almost time to start work. She looked at the indicator light on the wall, hurriedly packed up her testing materials, and then entered the office a few minutes early. Qin Yuan was already there, flipping through patient records. When he saw Ranran come in, he smiled and greeted her. "Junior sister, you're here? Let's take a look at the materials from the pathology lab." Qin Yuan was over 10 years older than her. He had studied for his master's in biology under Professor Cheng and had been Professor Cheng's right-hand man in countless research projects. He was also the most respected senior brother in Ranran's eyes. His calmness always reassured her, making her feel that as long as he was around, there would be no problems that couldn't be solved. Ranran put down her bag, pondered for a moment, and then sat down in front of him. "Senior brother, I want to ask you a question. What is it? Have you ever seen a case where the comparison shows 100% similarity?" Ranran stared nervously into his eyes. Qin Yuan frowned and shook his head. "No, that's not possible. At least I've never seen it." "Ranran, why are you asking this?" Before Ranran could finish, Professor Cheng rushed into the office, wearing an old lab coat that was unrecognizable in color and looking exhausted, clearly having pulled an all-nighter. Qin Yuan immediately went over to him. "Professor, do you want to take a break?" "It's fine. I need to revise that paper overnight. I also have a meeting in the city later." "Xiaoqin, you need to go check on the pathology center today. Have we sent the materials we need to the equipment department?" "All sent. They said they would process it as soon as possible. I'll head to the pathology center right away, Qin Yuan replied. Professor Qing nodded and glanced at Gu Ranran. Xiao Gu, you should stay in the office these days. If it were the old Gu Ranran, she would have felt a sense of loss. As during her time at the Research Institute, apart from doing some minor experiments, she had been doing chores and organizing materials, without being involved in core projects. But now, she felt nothing, her mind consumed by the mystery of her origins, lost and uncertain about her direction. For the rest of the day, she remained in this state, either propping her chin up and gazing out the window or repeatedly looking at the test reports from the previous night. Her unusual behavior caught Lu Ran's attention multiple times. Finally, Lu Ran couldn't help but ask, Ranran, what's wrong with you today? I ran into a little trouble, Gu Ranran sighed softly. I just keep thinking, who am I? Lu Ran replied earnestly, I often ponder this question too, especially when I can see the stars. I wonder if I am a speck of dust in the vast universe, or a microorganism in the long flow of life. Ranran, who we are isn't important. What matters is that we will all die, and at that point, everything will disappear. Perhaps. Gu Ranran looked at the girl with the short hair and nodded seriously. She was right. From a macro perspective, who she was didn't matter. But people always live in the present, and she still cared about her origins. It was a day that felt like a year. When she stepped out of the courtyard at the end of the workday, Gu Ranran suddenly found her father waiting outside. He waved slowly at her, his expression strange. This was not his usual time to leave work. The reason for his presence was obvious. Gu Ranran approached him and softly called out, Dad, you're here? Ranran. Her father's voice was low. Let's go for a walk. To Honggu River Park. He looked very dejected, and Gu Ranran felt even sadder because of his gloom. She had given up her previous meaningless fantasies. Her father was not whimsically picking her up from work, but was genuinely going to talk to her about her origins. Honggu River Park was also in the suburbs, less than 10 kilometers from the Biological Research Institute. It was the only remaining wetland park in the vast province. Gu Ranran had seen its past photos in a National Geographic atlas, where the vegetation was lush and the atmosphere warm. In winter, the red-billed gulls from Siberia's Baikal Lake flew across Russia and traversed the entire country to spend the winter at Honggu River, returning in spring. The lovely red-billed gulls, like sprites, lingered by the lakeside, unafraid of people due to daily feeding by staff and visitors. They would perch beside you and boldly stand on your palm to peck for food. This beautiful scene of harmonious coexistence between humans and nature was captured in photographs and remained in Gu Ranran's heart. At that time, she stared blankly at the smiling crowds in the photos, and her only thought was, those people are dead, and the red-billed gulls no longer exist. As a child, Gu Ranran often visited Honggu River Park with her family, but by then it was already declining. The vegetation had withered significantly, and the wetland lakes resembled stagnant water, with occasional insects flying past as if in a dying struggle. It wasn't just Honggu River. Many wetland parks across the country were in similar conditions. Experts had conducted several investigations, with some saying the microbial environment had changed, others attributing it to abnormal geological changes, and some digging up countless surrounding cases, claiming these were all consequences of human environmental destruction. There were many opinions, and solutions emerged one after another, but no matter how hard they tried, the once vibrant life had vanished, and the Honggu River Wetland Park became like a long-abandoned park, attracting fewer and fewer visitors. Gu Ranran had not been back in at least 10 years. She looked at the dry grass and stones rushing past on the roadside, and suddenly spoke. Dad, do you remember when I was 10 and insisted on going to Honggu River to fly kites? How could you forget? We spent half a day making a kite, but on the day we went, it was so windy and sandy that we could barely open our eyes. Yes, since then, I didn't want to go to Honggu River anymore, Gu Ranran replied, because whenever I think of it, I remember the sand that day, and I immediately get a headache. Gu Ranran's words were calm and unperturbed, but they revealed a certain emotion inside, which her father naturally sensed. He sighed almost pleadingly. Ranran, let's go see Honggu River now. Gu Ranran turned her head away and said nothing. She felt that today S father was both familiar and strange. Since that incident, their relationship could never return to how it once was. However, she wanted to hear her father explain why it had come to this. The car stopped at the entrance of Honggu River Park, where the parking lot spanned over 1,000 square meters but only had a sparse few cars parked. Ranran got out of the car, feeling the sunset was particularly glaring, and she shielded her forehead with her hand. Let's go. The father and daughter entered the park, one in front of the other. Her father sighed. Ranran, your mother and I met here at Honggu River. Chapter 8. The Mystery of Origins. Oh, Ranran looked uninterested. She had actually heard her mother say that the couple met at a large gathering. But these are not topics she cared about now. Her father squinted at the distant empty square, lost in memories. Over 30 years ago, I had just graduated from university and started working at a high-energy consumption company, while your mother was still a high school senior. Ranran was a bit impatient. Over 30 years ago, Honggu River had already declined. Yes, Ranran. Do you know about the conflict between the radicals and the conservatives over 30 years ago? Her father asked. Ranran naturally knew. Her middle school political teacher had talked about this historical episode, explaining that whenever a new civilization arose, it would provoke external conflicts. For example, over 30 years ago, the initial large-scale application of artificial intelligence in the public market triggered a massive riot. There were many flashpoints. One was the brutal treatment of robots by perverted individuals, and another was the excessive use in other areas, leading to many people losing their jobs. Besides, there were other factors that Ranran did not understand since she had not yet been born. Her father slowly began to speak. That time, there was a nationwide push for writing, incorporating multiple thinking into artificial intelligence programs, leading to countless old-school writers losing their jobs, and your grandfather was one of them. He was extremely angry, shouting that he wanted to destroy those broken machines. Ranran frowned. The progress of this era cannot be destroyed by just your grandfather. Besides, he should look for reasons within himself. Ranran, you're right, but your grandfather didn't think so. Her father pointed to the square. That May, they seized some writing machines and held a large-scale riot at Honggu River Company, intending to publicly burn them as a protest. I did not support my father's actions and was worried about him getting into trouble, so I went to stop it. And it was here that I met your mother. Mom, she was a young volunteer in the city supporting technological innovation. So she came with her classmates to persuade the protesters, trying to stop the incident. Her father's eyes sparkled with a smile. We had the same purpose and unexpectedly met amidst that chaos. And you know, Ranran, the moment I saw your mother, I felt that she was the girl I wanted to protect. His eyes shone with warmth as he spoke of the past. Ranran lowered her head. You and Mom have always had a good relationship. I've never seen you argue. But did Grandpa agree to your marriage? Of course not. Her father laughed self-deprecatingly. But so what? Your mother and I were always on the same side. Over time, he had no choice but to compromise. Later, he gradually grew older and was worn down by setbacks, losing the energy to fight back. Eventually, he told me that his only wish now was to have a grandchild. Ranran listened very attentively. This was a story she had never heard before, so she did not interrupt, but focused on her father, waiting for him to continue. But we have been married for many years and still couldn't have children, her father said dejectedly. Later, we discussed going to the hospital for a comprehensive checkup, and when the results came back, we were both extremely disappointed. Your mother and I both had very poor health conditions, making it impossible to conceive naturally. So we chose to undergo IVF. Ranran's heart sank, but did not cause too much turmoil. IVF was indeed common and might have been their best choice at the time. We tried several rounds of IVF, all unsuccessful. The doctors couldn't explain the reasons. Seemingly healthy sperm and eggs just couldn't combine into a fertilized egg. We exhausted every method, and even if we relied on just one of us, it was nearly impossible for us to continue our lineage with our own genes. Her father hung his head. I didn't dare to tell your mother, because by then, she had already bought many baby supplies, always hoping for a successful IVF. After much thought, I secretly submitted an application to the gene bank without telling your mother. Gene bank? Ranran repeated this term. She knew about gene banks. There were places that stored genes containing donations from healthy individuals from various places to help infertile families continue their lineage. It was a kind of public welfare organization. They were not profit-making departments. People in need had to submit applications and could only receive qualifications after passing various tests. Ranran also knew of such examples around her, but she never expected that she would also be one of them. Ranran forced a smile. It seems the tests won't reveal any surprises. I really am not your child. Her father looked at her with pain in his eyes. Ranran, I'm sorry. I've never dared to tell you or your mother, but for all these years, we have always regarded you as our biological daughter, and that cannot be changed. We are a family. Ranran shook her head. Is this the reason you repeatedly stopped me from getting tested? Ge's father looked gloomy. When you said you saw someone who looked a lot like you, I panicked. The next day, I checked the video replay and found that the place you went to resembled the old house, so I decided to go there and see what was going on. Ranran smiled. But you found that there were robots guarding the old house, so you thought about destroying the samples so I would never find out the truth. I'm sorry, Ranran. I'm worried that you and your mother would be upset if you knew. G's father said frustratedly. I know all of this sounds ridiculous, and I find it hard to stop you. You are so smart. To be honest, your grandfather once suspected it. He said that in terms of lifestyle habits or anything else, you don't resemble me. Ranran took a deep breath and interrupted him. Dad, you must have seen that woman. Do you know who she is? G's father shook his head. I saw her appear at the second-floor window, but I'm unclear about her identity. Maybe it has something to do with the gene bank? Ranran, do you plan to investigate further? Ranran bit her lip. In that moment, she thought of many things. Over the past 20 years, she had lived very happily. Her parents' love was never lacking. So what reason did she have to hurt them? Thinking of this, she slowly spoke. Dad, don't worry, I won't tell Mom. This doesn't affect our relationship. You will always be my family. G's father was a bit excited. Ranran, really? Do you really think so? Ranran nodded vigorously. Yes. Perhaps before. She had thought of various possibilities. But when her father stood in front of her and talked about the bittersweet past and his helpless choices, she felt relieved instead. The love of life is not as great as the love of nurturing. She had no desire to find her biological parents. The only confusion was, why are there two of herself in the world? Chapter 9. The Unknown World. After leaving the Hongu River Company, the father and daughter had dinner before going back separately. Ranran's mood was very complicated. She felt a sense of security, but also anxiety about the future. Should she really continue to investigate? How should she proceed? Ranran returned to the old house very late. The strong man came upon hearing the sound, hissed, and handed over a monitoring report, updating her on the madwoman's condition. She had been awake for a long time and was able to consume liquid food normally. Several of her physical monitoring indicators were still normal. Ranran felt a bit relieved, thinking that once she became a bit more stable, she wouldn't need to rent expensive robots anymore. Ranran went to the second-floor room to check on her and was surprised to find her sitting at the table, drawing something on the dusty surface. As she got closer, she saw that it looked like the shape of an airplane. However, this airplane looked very strange. Both the wings and the fuselage were inconsistent with Ranran's understanding. After watching for a while, the woman became nervous, covering the table with her hands, looking very alert. Ranran didn't say anything but opened the nearby cabinet, took out a stack of yellowed paper and a pen. This was something her grandfather had left behind. He was used to recording outlines and details with paper and pen, so the family had stored a lot. Ranran handed them over. Here, you can draw on this. The madwoman stared at her for a long time without taking anything. Ranran had no choice but to throw those items on the table. It wasn't until Ranran walked away that the woman quietly picked them up. Ranran didn't disturb her and focused on her own tasks. Later, when the woman fell asleep, Ranran walked to the table to take a look and found that she had drawn a clearer airplane fuselage resembling an irregular cylindrical shape, with wings and a nose on top, like a combination of a manned spacecraft and an airplane. Ranran's major was biology, and she lacked research in aerospace. So she supported her chin and stared for a long time without understanding what it was. There was another drawing. She picked it up to take a look. It looked like the undulating landscape of a desert and mountains, with some places resembling caves. In front of the cave, she had drawn a person made of lines, who seemed to have a broken arm, standing there limply. Ranran stared at it for a long time, finding this woman very strange, as if she were confused and filled with secrets, almost like a mental patient. What Ranran didn't know was that while she was standing by the window in deep thought, the woman on the bed behind her opened her eyes and looked over, her gaze becoming a bit clearer. The next day, Ranran didn't go to work. She called the robot company early in the morning to arrange the return time for the afternoon. While she was packing, she suddenly caught a glimpse of a blue garment flashing by her side and realized that the mysterious woman had been spying on her all along. In the afternoon, a car from the other company arrived, and after checking and completing the procedures, they took away the strong man. Ranran breathed a sigh of relief because, as Lu Hao said, after checking Ranran's credit and the robot's appearance, the inspection was not very detailed. This could be considered a hot potato sent away. Standing in the yard, Ranran watched the car drive away and turned to go back inside, only to find the mysterious woman standing by the second-floor window, peeking at her. When their eyes met, she didn't hide, and her gaze was ambiguous. Ranran made dinner. Cooking in this era doesn't require much skill. Just put in the processed ingredients from the market, add seasoning packets from the box beside it, wait a bit, and the meal is ready. The woman looked down and ate silently. Ranran asked her, "Did you draw an airplane last night?" The woman shook her head and didn't answer. Ranran asked again, "When I first met you, you spoke and acted quite clearly, but what's happened now? Do you want me to send you to a mental hospital?" The woman stopped holding the pen. Her body trembled slightly, and she uttered 3 words. "We are not sick." "Then who are you? Why don't you have a chip?" Ranran asked. The woman seemed startled, her eyes filled with fear, unable to say a word. Ranran felt very helpless. She wanted to know the truth, but was afraid of further upsetting her, so she could only give up for now. That night, after Ranran finished her bath, she found the woman standing at the corner of the hallway, staring blankly at something. As she approached, she realized that the woman was looking at the calendar left by her grandfather. The woman was examining it carefully, touching it several times. Ranran walked over and softly said, "This is something my grandfather left behind. He was an old-fashioned writer who preferred to use paper and pen and was accustomed to using a calendar, which he had specially ordered. You see, every day is marked with his plans until the day he fell seriously ill and was hospitalized, exactly 10 years ago." The woman didn't respond. Ranran glanced at her. "You should have regained some awareness. You should know that I'm not a bad person. Just based on your face, which is the same as mine, I wouldn't harm you, understand?" "Really not?" the woman murmured. Ranran smiled. "I'm just curious about who you are. Now let us be honest with each other. Do you have any questions for me?" July 2197, the woman murmured, and then touched the calendar. "Is 10 years ago 2197? Ranran nodded. "Of course, I was only 10 years old then, just starting middle school, and at that time, robots were not yet available for public rental." The woman widened her eyes. "No, it's impossible. What robots and what ships? I haven't heard of these things." Ranran squinted her eyes. "How could you not have heard of them? Did you lose your memory? Or are you an illegal resident?" It is now 2207, and full application has been in place for decades. The woman shook her head painfully. I don't know anything. I vaguely remember that the capital was about to hold the Olympics. That was our country's first time hosting the Olympics. Later I went up there." She pointed to the ceiling. "Then I took that strange spaceship back. My companions told me that we had to meet Director Zhang Yuchang, and we must see him." Ranran had good grades in history, so she clearly remembered that our country's first Olympic Games was in 2008. That was 200 years ago. She suddenly felt a chill down her back. This woman had not lost her memory, nor was she an illegal immigrant. She came from 200 years ago, completely unaware of realistic robots and unfamiliar with things of this era. It was like something out of an old novel. A time travel story. Ranran took a deep breath. If you're not an extraordinary actress, and you're truly from 200 years ago, then you really are from the past. The woman was stunned for a while, then suddenly cried out, her voice piercing. "I know I can't go back. They're all dead. Actually, I've felt it for several days now." Chapter 10. Face what you can't let go of. She cried sadly for a long time, the suppressed pain finally bursting forth like a flood at that moment. Ranran stood by, both astonished and confused. What had she gone through? And what would she have to face? It was something that was impossible to change or predict. She cried. Didn't she also want to cry a little? Once the woman had cried enough, Ranran handed her a glass of water. "Although I find it hard to believe, It's already like this. Please stop crying, or there might still be a chance to go back. The woman shook her head, looking at her with wide eyes, her disheveled hair falling beside her face, filled with confusion and helplessness. She looked like a lamb battered by a fierce wind. Ranran looked at the face that resembled her own, and a faint pain began to stir in her heart. She realized she could feel the mysterious woman's emotions. Perhaps their consciousnesses were interconnected in some way. As night fell, after they both lay down, the woman suddenly asked, "Will that robot come back?" "No, it won't. Renting a robot is really expensive. You don't need anyone to take care of you now," Ranran replied frankly. The woman trembled slightly. He looked just like a real person. "It was only when I cut him that I felt something was wrong. He had no blood and wouldn't cry out in pain." Yes, the technology for manufacturing robots has matured. The realistic skin and temperature, as well as the lifelike features, sometimes when I encounter them on the street, I would think they were real. Ranran yawned. But no matter how realistic a robot is, it is still not human. Flaws can always be found. The woman hummed an acknowledgement and quietly asked, "Are you called Ranran? I heard someone call you that. Your name sounds nice." Ranran nodded. "My dad said I was born just as the sun was rising in the morning, so he named me Ranran. What about you? Do you remember your name?" "I don't know." The mysterious woman fell into deep thought. This was a question she asked herself many times every day. If she knew, she wouldn't be in such pain. For a while after that, things fell into a deadlock. The mysterious woman was unclear in her consciousness, and Ranran was also troubled by the issue of genes, but neither could find an answer. Or rather, neither could take a crucial step forward. One day at the end of March, just as Ranran was about to get off work, she received a message from Xiaoyu. She asked Ranran to meet her at a CAF, saying there was some situation at home and she wanted to talk. Ranran was also preoccupied, so she quickly agreed. There were many CAFs in the city, most of which were self-service, with quiet and secluded environments, perfect for chatting. The one they often visited was called Joshi, located in a bustling alley in the city center, and their specially made coffee suited both of their tastes. Ranran arrived a bit earlier, chose a good spot by the window, opened the desktop ordering panel, and ordered 2 cups of coffee and 2 pieces of cake. It was very convenient, just waiting for the robot to deliver them. While waiting, she put on her glasses and connected to her computer to process 2 documents, only shutting it down when Xiaoyu's figure appeared at the door. She quickly waved at her. Xiaoyu was a very lively girl, and as she rushed over, she quickly hugged her. "Ranran, we haven't seen each other for a month. You missed me, right?" "Yeah, I did." Ranran smiled. "But I'm more worried about what has happened to you. Did someone come to your house to cause trouble again?" Xiaoyu's father had gone bankrupt in business a few years ago, owing a lot of debt, which kept Xiaoyu from attending the university she was accepted into and forced her to move several times with her parents, suffering a lot. Xiaoyu nodded, looking aggrieved. "Yeah, my dad told me not to come home for a while." "Ranran, can I stay in your dorm?" "Of course." Ranran told her, "But you can only go by yourself. I've been staying at my grandpa's house in the countryside lately." Ranran didn't hide it from her. She explained the situation, and Xiaoyu listened intently, eventually reacting. "You plan to keep that woman hidden? Hide?" Ranran shook her head, stirring her coffee with a spoon. "Over time, how could I keep her hidden? I just don't have any ideas yet." Xiaoyu took a big sip of her coffee. "I think this matter can't wait. We need to take the initiative. Since your companion is missing and she has lost most of her memory, we should start with what you can do. Are you saying to consult the gene bank?" Ranran looked at her. Xiaoyu nodded. "Exactly. Actually, Ranran, you must know in your heart that this is the only path forward. But you're afraid of hurting your parents, right?" This struck at Ranran's heart. She said quietly, "I do worry about that, especially since my mom has been unwell these past few years." Xiaoyu said seriously, "Ranran, you always told me that no matter how chaotic the outside world is, as long as you maintain a strong heart, everything is invincible. How much you can do depends on how much you want to do. Even if you find out who your biological parents are, you wouldn't recognize them, right?" Ranran laughed. "Of course not." Xiaoyu's words greatly eased Ranran's concerns. She felt that her personality complemented Xiaoyu's perfectly. She was sensitive and meticulous, considering many aspects, while Xiaoyu was straightforward and decisive. Whenever she had doubts, Xiaoyu could always persuade her well. And when Xiaoyu lacked consideration, Ranran could remind her. So when they left the CAF, Ranran felt very relaxed, even planning to buy the woman 2 outfits at the mall. The first time she saw the woman, her clothes were tattered. After bringing her back, Ranran found some old clothes left by her grandmother in the old house and had the robot change her into them. The clothes were quite loose on her, as her grandmother had a larger frame, and from a distance, she looked like a wandering spirit stuck in a big pocket. Really unsuitable. Ranran strolled into the mall and entered a fitting room. It was empty inside, with only a large mirror on the wall. Ranran selected a few items from her usual brand on the operating panel, and as she picked them out one by one, they appeared on the screen. She only needed to stand opposite, and the fitting effect would show up on the screen. She could even save images for comparison. It was very convenient. Ranran thought this must be the most practical invention for socially anxious women. There was no need to search online or wander around the mall looking for a fitting room. Everything was solved in one go. In the end, Ranran chose a few comfortable and simple styles. She felt they looked good on her, and the mysterious woman would look good in them too. After bringing the clothes back, she eagerly had the mysterious woman try them on. But the moment the woman touched the fabric, she withdrew her hand. This clothing is warm. Chapter 11. The so-called gene bank, of course. The fabric has a temperature regulation device. It's normal for the clothes to be warm in the chilly house in the countryside. Ranran demonstrated a small chip behind the collar. The woman took it in amazement, examining it repeatedly. I've never seen this. It's so fascinating. Ranran replied, It's fine. You'll get used to it. By the way, I need to teach you how to use the facilities at home. In a couple of days, I plan to go out. Are you going to work? Yeah. Ranran didn't plan to tell her for now. On her way back, Ranran had checked online, but she couldn't trace the specific source of the genes. When she called to inquire, they politely refused to answer. The nearest genetic bank office is 200 miles away in the city, and she plans to go there in person to inquire about the situation. The woman picks up a long, sheer dress, seemingly very fond of it. Ranran smiles and says, You should try it on. The woman nods gratefully and walks behind a sheer curtain in the corner to change her clothes. Ranran glances at her casually and is somewhat surprised. Although she appears frail, her waist, abdomen, arms, and thighs are muscular, and her body bears numerous intersecting scars, suggesting she has endured many injuries. She seems to want to hide this, as when she comes out in a dress, she keeps tugging at the left sleeve to cover a twisted, reddish-brown scar on her arm. Ranran pretends not to notice and leads her downstairs. Let me teach you how to use the household appliances. Ranran points to the mailbox at the entrance of the courtyard. I've ordered groceries. A robot will deliver them every morning at 8 and put them inside. You just need to pick them up. A robot delivers? The woman opens her mouth. Is it the same as the one before? No, Ranran smiles. It's a transport robot, not lifelike at all, with a square head and body. You'll see when the time comes. Ranran continues, the food is prepped. So just follow the instructions to put the ingredients and seasoning packets into the blender. They all have automatic start and stop functions. You should know the rest, after all. My grandfather is quite old-fashioned. The most advanced thing here is this blender I bought. The woman nods. Can I call you if I need something? Ranran nods and pulls out a pair of glasses from her pocket, handing them over. Use this. I've saved my number. Also, you absolutely cannot go out without a chip. It's very dangerous. Okay, I won't go out. The woman obediently nods. Ranran stands in the corner of the room, watching her fumble with the items. She seems quite smart and is able to use them correctly in no time, which reassures Ranran. The next day, she takes leave from the research institute and boards the hover train to the city. Over 200 kilometers takes only half an hour, closing her eyes for a moment. She arrives. But today it's too noisy. The elderly lady next door is on the phone, wearing glasses, and her voice explodes in Ranran's ears like firecrackers. I'm heading over right now. Isn't that great? My son and daughter-in-law finally had a big fat baby. They're almost 50, and it hasn't been easy for them. I must go help them out. Anyway, I have nothing to do since I retired, right? It's been 2 years since I retired. I might as well put my energy to use. The old lady continues her chatter. My daughter-in-law is also pitiful. In the last few months, her legs have swollen like pig trotters, and she kept seeing blood. She was in the hospital for 4 months to keep the baby safe. Sigh, why is it so hard to have a baby nowadays? Ranran glances at her flushed, excited face, sighing softly to herself, thinking she must not end up like her daughter-in-law. If she can't have a baby, then don't. At such an age, why put herself through that? Isn't it better to be free and unencumbered? Just as the old lady is getting into her storytelling, they reach the station. She flails about, trying to hang up the phone and find her things, nearly missing her stop. Seeing her flustered and sweating, Ranran helps her carry 2 bags. Once they exit the platform, the old lady expresses her gratitude. Thank you. These are all local specialties for my daughter-in-law. She wants to eat country-style eggs and honey. I went to the countryside a few days ago to buy them. Ranran wants to return the bags to her, but seeing her unsteady and trembling, she can't bear to. Where are you going? I can take you to the bus station. That'll be great. I'm going to the Linjiang community in the city. Ranran glances at the map on her watch. That place is not too far from where she needs to go, just 2 or 3 stops. She decides to help her out. Helping is a pleasant task, but the old lady's incessant chatter is less enjoyable. She goes on and on about her son and daughter-in-law's 20 years of marriage disputes, how they argued, divorced, and then remarried. She also talks about her difficulties at work, having delayed her retirement and worked until she was 72, and now her health has collapsed. Ranran ponders how few people nowadays aren't struggling. Constantly talking doesn't seem to make anything better, so she just smiles and responds occasionally to maintain politeness. After persistently accompanying her to the station, Ranran finally breathes a sigh of relief, enjoying the scenery whizzing by outside, feeling much lighter in spirit. The scale of the city is similar to the county, covering a large area, but only housing hundreds of thousands of people. The city center is filled with tall buildings, and there are many villa areas nearby. Yet the occupancy rates are low. Many neighborhoods have few lights on at night, giving off a ghost town vibe. The office building of the genetic bank is at the entrance of the new district, and from far away, one can see the exaggerated statue of a pair of parents holding a small baby, all 3 laughing heartily. The joyful atmosphere seems to emanate from the metal statue. Ranran buys a bottle of water from a convenience store by the roadside, silently gazing at the genetic bank building. She drinks it all in one go before tossing the bottle and walking toward the building. She had made an appointment in advance, so after doing facial recognition, the system prompts her to go to the reception room, 204 on the 2nd floor. Once inside, a middle-aged man wearing glasses is already waiting there, with a nameplate on his clothing reading, head of the client department. Hello, my surname is Ranran nods at him. I would like to inquire about something. The supervisor's professional smile is very appropriate. Hello, Miss Gu. Are you looking to apply for genes? But I checked your information, and you are still unmarried. If you need this service, you will need a family member to act as a guardian. In this era, a large portion of young men and women choose to live alone. So years ago, a policy was established allowing singles to legally apply for genes and independently raise children. No, Ranran shakes her head, blushing. I want to check where my genes come from. The supervisor falls silent. Ranran explains, my father successfully applied here 21 years ago, and I want to check the source of my genes. I'm sorry, the supervisor decisively refuses. We have professional regulations and cannot disclose information about gene sources to the parties involved. Not even a rough address. I'm sorry, Miss Gu. The supervisor shakes his head. We have confidentiality agreements with both donors and recipients. Your father should be aware of this situation. Ranran does not want to give up easily. So she asks, what if it's a special circumstance? The supervisor responds, there are only 2 possibilities: intervention by the public security department or permission from a superior. Okay, Ranran stands up. I'll find a way. Then we will meet again next time. Ranran happens to have a university classmate named Jiang Yuan who works as a criminal police officer in the city's public security bureau. They were desk mates in college and still keep in touch occasionally after graduation. So when she hears about the public security department, she thinks of him. When Ranran calls, he is on the line for a while before responding. In the image, Jiang Yuan is in his impressive police uniform, his eyes bright. Ranran, you actually called me. Hey, it looks like you're at Nanjing Plaza. Did you come to the city? Ranran smiles and nods. Yes, I'm here for some business. I also want to ask for your help. Well, like family, just say it. As long as I can do it, Jiang Yuan grins. Ge Ranran briefly explains the situation. Of course, omitting many details and not mentioning that she is checking her own genes, as this is a family secret. Jiang Yuan hesitates for a moment. Ranran, I can't guarantee this. You know, it involves ethics. Every year, many come to the police station because of their backgrounds. How about this? I'll give you the phone number of the head of the Genetic Banks Archives Department, and you can talk to them yourself. Yirana Nuts. Okay. That's already very good. Jiang Yuan, once I finish my business, I'll treat you to a meal. Jiang Yuan looks forward to it. Then I'll be waiting for your call. During their university days, Jiang Yuan pursued Ge Ranran for quite a while, but she was absorbed in her studies and never agreed. The two people are now slightly better friends than ordinary classmates, but they cannot compare to the kind of relationship Qiuyu has. Ge Ranran immediately called the person in charge, but he sounded very busy. Miss Ge, I'm at the hospital right now. How about you come to Linjiang Community later for a face-to-face meeting? Ge Ranran agreed, and feeling very hungry, she went to a street vendor and had a bowl of beef noodles to fill her stomach. After that, she hurried to Linjiang Community. Speaking of which, it was quite a strange coincidence that the person who got out of the car with the person in charge was the elderly lady she had met in the morning. The lady saw Ge Ranran and was pleasantly surprised, immediately walking over. Little girl, we meet again. I just mentioned to my son how you helped me carry things. Ge Ranran looked at them in surprise. Are you two mother and son? Yes, he's my son. The elderly lady smiled with her eyes squinted. The person in charge smiled slightly. Yes, this is really a coincidence. Miss Ge, Xiao Jiang called me and said you needed my help. Ge Ranran immediately explained her purpose and added, I want to investigate this because I met a very strange woman who looks almost identical to me. So I want to find out the reason. But please rest assured, I won't look for my relatives, so you don't need to worry. All right, I'll help you check the general route. Perhaps you really have some blood relation, the person in charge said after a moment of silence. However, you should discuss this with your family. Okay, Ge Ranran happily replied, then I'll go back and wait for news. At that moment, Ge Ranran felt like she was searching for someone in a vast crowd and suddenly turned around to find that person in the dim light. After thinking for a moment, she sent a message to her father. Dad, I'm tracing past information from the gene bank for that mysterious woman. Would you mind? After a long while, her father replied, Ranran, as long as you make it clear, I can rest easy. Do whatever you want. You will always be my most cherished daughter. Seeing this message, Ge Ranran felt very happy. Living without worries is indeed a blessing. She found a hotel to stay in, reported her situation to Qiuyu, and then waited for news with peace of mind. That night, the person in charge did not reply, and Ge Ranran guessed he was busy. The next day, she received a message. The data shows your genes come from the capital headquarters. I'll check the source more carefully and get back to you later. So Ge Ranran waited again, but after that, she didn't hear any more news. A whole day passed, and she couldn't reach him. His number was always busy, as if he had encountered an emergency. It continued until late at night when he finally called. Miss Ge, I'm very sorry, but I can't help you. Ge Ranran was filled with confusion. Why? Can't you find anything? The person in charge's voice was low. I searched your gene code, but all the information I found is classified. Genes from the capital headquarters, like yours, are likely to be under strict protection. Ge Ranran knew that the other party had tried his best and could only say, thank you, then it's fine. She was filled with disappointment. She had come to the city full of excitement, thinking she would uncover a truth, but who knew it would end up fruitless. The secret remained a secret, sealed away and impossible to explore. Ge Ranran sighed softly and booked a ticket for the afternoon departure. Before leaving, she arranged to have dinner with Jiang Yuan as a thank you for his help this time. When she returned to the city, it was already night. The old house was still lit, and upon hearing the sound, the mysterious woman rushed out, looking flustered. You're back? Yes. Have you been okay these past few days? The woman seemed unsure, intentionally or unintentionally blocking the kitchen door. I'm fine. Ge Ranran hung her coat behind the door and casually glanced around. The kitchen was in disarray, as if it had been ransacked. Upon walking in for a closer look, it was even more distressing. The floor was sticky, with yellow egg liquid faintly visible, and there was a peculiar wooden board on the counter with a knife stuck in it, surrounded by vegetable scraps. The kitchen wall had burn marks that had been doused with water, and the room was filled with a strange smell of disinfectant. Ranran looked at her. Were you cooking? Yes, I'm sorry. I remembered I could cook, so I ordered some tools and vegetables using the phone number you gave me. But the vegetables wouldn't cooperate, and the knife was too dull. In the end, there was a fire, and I was about to put it out when the ceiling sprayed a lot of water, the woman explained with a look of regret. Ranran rubbed her temples weakly. The fire triggered the automatic fire extinguishing system in the house. Sister, I beg you, can you please call me first next time? I just resolved the robot issue. I don't want the ancestral house to be burned down. This house is very important to both me and my father. The woman patted her chest in assurance. I want to do it again. Just as Ranran was about to feel a bit relieved, the woman added quietly, now I know the trick. Next time I cook, I won't burn the house down. Next time? Ranran looked at the woman, surprised by her persistence. Ranran was very tired. She couldn't rest now because she couldn't wait until tomorrow. If the food waste was not cleaned up, it would rot and attract bugs, which was a terrifying thought. She began to clean up, and during this process, the woman stood at the kitchen door watching, seemingly wanting to help but afraid of causing more trouble. After finally tidying up, Ranran went upstairs and locked herself in her study. Her mood was already very chaotic, and after experiencing what had just happened, she felt even more depressed. Chapter 13. The planet mentioned by the mysterious woman. The mysterious woman lingered at the door for a long time and finally couldn't help but knock. The sound small but persistent, as if she wouldn't stop until the door opened. Ranran was actually not someone who easily lost her temper. She was calm and gentle with others, but this woman was driving her crazy. First, it was the robot's arm being cut off, and now it was blowing up the kitchen. Even a clay figurine couldn't stand it. She walked to the door and pulled it open with a bang. Her voice as cold as frost. Don't bother me. Let me have some peace. The woman smiled timidly and shook a stack of papers in her hand. These are the drawings I made over the past 2 days. I remembered many things. Do you want to know? She was trying to please herself. Ranran could feel it, initially wanting to coldly refuse. She finally took the papers after looking at them and turned to go inside. The woman followed in small steps, quietly explaining, I thought of many things on them. Look, I've drawn them all. The top paper depicted a deep valley with edges almost at a right angle, scattered with debris below. The woman pointed at the pile of things and said, there are all kinds of vehicles there. I crawled out from that ruin, passing many corpses. That's strange. How did you get out? Ranran asked. I met another living girl, and we helped each other. We used machines to dig steps. But just as we were about to connect to the surface, a beam of golden light shot down, and we both fell. After that, I don't know what happened. The woman explained. Ranran nodded and picked up the second drawing. The second drawing was of the previous one, with undulating mountains and a strangely shaped cave in the distance, in front of which stood a line-drawn little person with a broken arm, hanging their head. The woman pointed at the drawing and said, I remember being thrown here. It was hot during the day and cold at night, with no hope in sight. I don't know how long it took, but I saw that cave. I ran desperately towards it, and there was a man with a broken hand at the entrance, staring at me. The woman explained. Later I found out that this was a wasteland, full of dangerous creatures above. Many of us ended up here, but they all died, leaving only a few scattered people. The third drawing depicted something like an underground lake, surrounded by sharp rocks, with a few people gathered around the lake, dipping their heads into the water. Ranran asked, Is this inside the cave? Were you drinking water? The woman paused for a moment. I have this image in my mind, but there's also a voice ringing in my ears. It keeps saying that there is something wrong with the water. She began to recount everything she had experienced in fragments, mentioning the biting cold of the night and the endless desert, along with the hidden dangers lurking in the peaks. She had almost been killed, yet she survived time and again. Walking over the bones of the dead, she made it to the end. Then a strange vehicle came to pick me up, and then I went to another strange place. The woman covered her head. I can't remember clearly. Ranran pointed to the top of her head and asked, Is this related to that planet? Is the civilization there so barren? It feels more like a primitive society, or like surviving in the polar regions. The woman pressed her temples. I don't know. I only remember these things. It feels like I took some medicine, or like a piece of my brain was removed. Ranran comforted her. You should remember more things, like your name, your companions, and your family. The woman looked at her nervously. UNT hurt me, right? Hurt you? No. How could I hurt someone who looks just like me? The woman felt relieved. Can you help me find my companion? The man from that day. Ranran shook her head. He escaped from the mental hospital, and now I don't know where he went. I can't find people like you who don't have chips. They get detained as soon as they go outside. So you better not go out either. The woman hesitated. Thank you. She was quite polite. After fainting for a while and going through a phase of madness, she seemed to have regained some normalcy. Ranran was satisfied with this. Sleep now. If you remember anything else, you can tell me. Although Ranran said she wouldn't take care. The next day, she still contacted the colleague she had chatted with last time. Have you found the man who escaped from the mental hospital? The other party shook their head. No, it's strange. He doesn't have a chip. Where could he go? Indeed, in this era, big data is very powerful. No matter where you go, you can be monitored. On the contrary, people without chips trigger alerts in public places and find it hard to escape. This is also why the crime rate in this era has greatly decreased. People are controlled by chips, and naturally, they resist the larger environment. Just as Ranran was about to leave, her colleague said, by the way, a friend from my hospital said that the man is very agile, as if he has received special training. If you get any news about him, please let me know. Ranran instructed. In the following days, the mysterious woman began to remember more and more things, which sounded more like a fantastical movie. According to her, she left Earth in 2007, but she didn't know exactly where she left from or who her companions were. However, she had countless fragmented memories of the planet she arrived at. It was a very mysterious planet. While Earth knew nothing about it, it had already sent signals to Earth, and the mysterious woman and her companions had received these signals. Her scattered memories combined to form a fantastical planet. Their resources were extremely scarce, as if they had been exploited for billions of years and were about to be exhausted. Yet human intelligence had reached its peak. They easily built a safety net that effectively separated lower labor species from Earthlings like the mysterious woman, using them for their own purposes. Those valleys and wastelands were tests set by the humans of that planet. Only the Earthlings with the strongest willpower, as well as the best physical and intellectual abilities, could pass each challenge. Thinking of the terrifying scars on the woman's body, Ranran could empathize. She listened to the woman's murmurs as if she were listening to a novel. Later, out of curiosity, Ranran asked her to draw what the aliens looked like. But the mysterious woman hesitated for a long time with the pen and only managed to draw an abstract circle. A balloon? Ranran propped her chin, feeling puzzled. Don't they have hands and feet? The woman shook her head. No, they only have heads and bodies. Ranran was extremely surprised. Then how do they move? Chapter 14. Audiovisual materials from 200 years ago. They sit in a kind of vehicle that can be controlled with their minds, and they have many subordinates. So they don't need to act themselves, the woman said seriously. Ranran propped her chin. So their subordinates are Earthlings? The woman hesitated. They should be, but it seems like they aren't. I forgot. Ranran pondered. It's getting late. You should sleep. Maybe you'll remember new things tomorrow. After the woman left, Ranran picked up a pen from the pen holder and pressed a small button. This was a voice recorder left behind by her grandfather. It was quite old, but still functional. It was just right for recording everything the mysterious woman had to say. On a day in April, nearly a month had passed since the mysterious woman moved into the house. The weather that day was very clear, and the morning sunlight shone on the overgrown grass in the backyard. Ranran, feeling inspired, went to get some tools from the storeroom to clear the weeds. While she was working, the woman quietly sat on the swing in the backyard, watching, her eyes fixed on the patch of grass. Ranran didn't know how to use a weeding machine, so she took a sickle to cut the grass, then used a shovel to dig out the roots and toss them aside. She hadn't done physical labor for a long time, and soon she was sweating profusely. After watching for a while, the woman suddenly said, "Are you going to plant vegetables?" "No, not that. I found a packet of sunflower seeds while rummaging through the cabinet this morning," Ranran replied without looking back. "Our teacher taught us how to plant vegetables and flowers in elementary school, and I want to try again." The woman looked up at the sky. Sunflowers need sunlight, but it's rarely sunny. Ranran sighed softly. That's true. The sky is always covered with haze, and it's hard to see the sun. But even so, we can't give up hope, can we? The woman nodded thoughtfully. Hope is what keeps us alive. Ranran looked up and smiled at her. But just at that moment, she lost focus and the sickle cut her finger. At first, she didn't feel the pain, but when warm blood began to flow out, the pain spread from her finger. Ranran turned her head and saw that her index finger was drenched in blood, with drops falling onto the overgrown grass. Quickly soaking in. Shaking her finger, she casually turned on the water faucet next to the yard, ready to wash it. But the woman rushed over and turned it off again. "What are you doing?" Ranran asked her. "It's all mud and blood. I just want to rinse it." The woman interrupted her. "This water pipe has clearly not been used for a long time. It's all rusty. Do you want to get tetanus?" The woman gestured for her to stand by the yard, then went into the house to get a first aid kit. She skillfully took out iodine and gauze, cleaned the wound, disinfected it, then rummaged through the pile of wild grass in the yard, picked a few green stems, mashed them up, applied them, and wrapped it with gauze. "Your wound is quite deep. This plant can stop the bleeding," the woman said slowly. "I just looked at that sickle. It also has rust on it. So you better get a tetanus shot." Ranran breathed a sigh of relief. Nowadays, no one goes to the hospital for such shots, because every pharmacy has medication for preventing external injury infections. Just taking one pill is enough. For someone studying biology, she was very sensitive to the issue of drug development, so she understood immediately. Tetanus shots were indeed something that had been passed down from last century or even a century before that. Ranran looked at the neatly bandaged gauze on her hand and asked her, "Are you a doctor? You even know about herbal medicine. That's impressive." "I don't know, but when I saw the first aid kit, it felt familiar. I also know what those wild grasses are called and their uses." The woman muttered to herself. Ranran smiled. "Maybe you were a doctor and a remarkable traditional Chinese medicine practitioner at that." Traditional Chinese medicine is one of the most technically demanding professions in the world. In this era where medical examinations can be automatically sampled and diagnosed, and treatment plans are prescribed based on data-driven tickets, traditional Chinese medicine remains a mysterious and unique field of medical science. From ancient times to the present, traditional Chinese medicine has been passed down for thousands of years, and even now, it continues to rely on the methods of observation, listening, inquiry, and pulse-taking. Because of this, the fees are quite expensive. After all, skilled labor is the most scarce resource in this age. Any competent traditional Chinese medicine practitioner has opened their own clinic, and patients often have to wait in line, sometimes for days on end, making it a rare commodity. Logically, university majors and employment trends should follow the current demand. However, traditional Chinese medicine is different. It is a discipline that heavily emphasizes experience and potential. For significant development, one must either rely on talent or accumulate time. The initial income is often minimal, which does not align with most young people's expectations. Thus, traditional Chinese medicine has gradually reached an extreme. It is in high demand, yet few dare try it. Those who can endure the solitude to study traditional Chinese medicine are indeed rare. The woman smiled, her eyes showing a hint of confusion. "I vaguely feel that I must have some special talent to be chosen and have the opportunity to go up there." This remark reminded Ranran, and she quietly said, "There is indeed a way to help you remember the past, which is to look back at past events. Since it was 200 years ago, there should be some records, right?" Ranran thought of it and immediately set to work. She found a projector and searched for news related to astronomy and space travel from 200 years ago, allowing her to view it in a darkroom. The woman was indeed very clever. She quickly learned to control the projector with gestures and freely switched between various news articles, even able to zoom in and take screenshots. After observing for a while, Ranran felt reassured and left to do her own things. At that moment, she wasn't sure if this method would be useful. But after discussing with Qiu also thought the idea was feasible. Now it's like treating a dead horse as if it were a live one. "This woman staying with you is like a ticking time bomb. We need to find a way to send her away." Ranran nodded. "Yes, I think so too. I watched what you recorded a few days ago." Qiu opened the images on the screen for her to see, and these drawings she made are like a ridiculous world of lies. If we took them to a mental hospital, the doctors would definitely lock her up. It might sound absurd, but my intuition tells me that what she says should be true. Ranran defended her. Qiu reminded her, "But do you know? Many patients with schizophrenia often interpret their fantasies as reality." Ranran sighed. Then let's wait and see. Let the facts speak for themselves. The two of them made a bet to see whose idea was correct, with the loser treating the other to a trip to the beach. For them, who had limited financial means, this was a significant wager. Chapter 15. This person is me in the following days. The woman kept looking at past news. She didn't just focus on aviation, but also on social news and everyday life. She was engrossed, often forgetting to eat and sleep, but she gained a lot, occasionally jotting down notes and excitedly calling her Ranran. Look, this is the taxi we used to ride, and now it's gone. The bustling past and everything familiar made her both delighted and nostalgic. She said that the shopping malls back then were like this, with many salespeople who earned commissions for the items they recommended. She described the schools of that time, with plenty of homework every day and various exams. She also mentioned how people were mentally fragile due to the immense pressure of life, leading to numerous psychological issues. She sighed slightly. People back then were all kinds of characters. There were scammers on the streets, and no one dared to help an elderly person who fell down. There were many scams, but there were also many warm-hearted people, and everyone lived vibrantly. But now, she glanced at the window and then at Ranran. It's so desolate now. I want to go home. After watching so much, do you recognize any familiar places? The woman shook her head. All the roads are familiar, they feel like home, but the more I look, the less they seem like it. Ranran comforted her. It's okay. We have plenty of time. Take your time to look. You'll eventually find some clues. Later, one afternoon, just as Ranran got off work and was returning home, the woman ran down from upstairs, her face flushed. I saw myself in the news. Really? Ranran became excited and ran upstairs. Was it news about space travel? No, it wasn't. It was a photo from a hospital. The woman's voice trembled slightly. A big group photo, and I was standing among them. Soon, Ranran saw the large photo in the darkroom. It was a column from a public hospital in the southwest region, featuring several doctors in white coats, with a frail old chief standing in the middle. The headline read, "The First People's Hospital of Nanjiang successfully performed surgery to remove a giant liver tumor." The report mentioned routine news, noting that the chubby director at the front was named Wu, and this was a groundbreaking achievement for the hospital, as the tumor involved was extensive, and any misstep could have resulted in the patient dying on the operating table. Thus, everyone was on edge for more than 10 hours before successfully separating it. Ranran immediately spotted the woman in the middle of the back row. She had short hair and was smiling at the camera. This was indeed her from 200 years ago. She was really a doctor. The Department of Surgery, Ranran whispered. So it seems you didn't study traditional Chinese medicine? Yes, the woman sighed. It was really strange. In a pile of images, I suddenly saw myself, and in the next moment, I remembered my name. Ranran asked, "What is your name?" This question had been asked multiple times from the beginning, and each time the woman had been confused and unaware. But this time, she decisively answered, "My name is Xia Ruolin, and I am a surgeon at the First People's Hospital of Nanjiang." Xia Ruolin, Ranran repeated. That's a very unique surname. What else do you remember? Do you recall your family? Xia Ruolin shook her head, looking somewhat dejected. Ranran comforted her. It's okay. Knowing your name and workplace makes it easier. I can help you look it up. The search engine from 200 years ago was already quite advanced. By entering her name, they could find information available on the internet. Soon, they discovered several news articles, but all were related to the medical field. For instance, medical seminars, academic discussions, and charity events with no connection to aviation. They couldn't find any personal information about Xia Ruolin. Maybe I'm just an ordinary and insignificant person, Xia Ruolin self-deprecatingly remarked. There isn't a single decent piece of news about me online. Ranran thought carefully. If only you could remember your past communication accounts. People back then were quite keen on recording their daily lives, right? Are you talking about social media posts and moments, or Weibo? Xia Ruolin understood. In theory, I should have them, but I am quite confused about my personal information. Even my name just flashed into my mind. Ranran speculated that Xia Ruolin must have experienced some sort of shock to her brain waves upon her return, which caused her to blur and forget a significant portion of her memories. This shock could be temporary or permanent. Just as she said, although the beings above are strange in shape and unchanging in action, they possess wisdom that surpasses that of earthlings. and such wisdom could naturally create a communication barrier for her. All of this is possible. Ranran said, "There's no need to rush. At least we have now found your identity. Everything else will surely fall into place." Xishuangbanna nodded, saying she still wanted to look at more, just in case new clues appeared. Ranran let her be and brought the prepared meals upstairs from downstairs. In the evening, Ranran told this to Xiaoyu, who was quite surprised. "So she really came from 200 years ago. She's not a mental patient after all?" "Yes. Think about where you want me to take you to play." Ranran teased. "Are we going abroad or traveling domestically?" Xiaoyu coughed. "Oh, Ranran, aren't you in a hurry? Wait until I get my year-end bonus." "Haha. Now there's a new discovery, but it's still a long way from the truth being revealed. I hope there will be new clues." Ranran said slowly. Xiaoyu raised a doubt. "But if it's really like this, what will you do with her? She can't survive in this world with that identity. Are you going to hand her over to the authorities?" Ranran fell silent. "If it's beneficial, I will report it to the authorities." Xiaoyu whispered. "She might be treated like a monster for research. After all, black holes, wormholes, and time-space have been studied for so many years. She is the best example right in front of us." Ranran hung up the phone and walked to the door of the dark room to see Xishuangbanna seriously staring at the projection screen, her thin figure looking determined and persistent. After a long time, Ranran turned and left, returning to her bedroom. Xishuangbanna had been watching for several days and had become quite familiar with the world from 200 years ago, but still hadn't found any more useful clues. She had read a lot of news about the aerospace industry, but in that era, female astronauts were very rare, and there was no information about Xishuangbanna. Chapter 16. Strange events from 200 years ago. The two discussed and speculated whether Xishuangbanna had gone to some kind of folk organization. After all, the airplane she drew had a very peculiar shape that didn't match any that were on the market. So Ranran thought of a way and planned to go to the library to check. The city library had many books. Perhaps there would be new clues. This time, Xiaoyu and Ranran went together, first searching for books of this type, then narrowing it down to specific categories. And then the two of them divided the work and started check. This work was very tedious and boring. They spent an entire day in the library with nothing to show for it. There were many folk organizations, but very few that could enter space, let alone reach another planet. There are several planets in the solar system, and the ones around Earth, aside from the Moon and Mars, are all terrifying devil planets. Whether in terms of temperature or ground environment, they are not places humans can venture into. The Moon and Mars have been under human monitoring since 200 years ago. Although the environment is a bit better, no life forms have been found yet, and it is far from the situation that Xishuangbanna mentioned. So what she referred to should be a planet outside the solar system. However, with the scientific technology of that time, it couldn't be compared to now. It was impossible to detect places farther than the solar system, let alone reach them. The more they searched, the more ridiculous it seemed, as if they had stepped into an absurd dream, yet they had to use the spirit of genuine inquiry to investigate. How easy could that be? The library's reading room closed at 6 o'clock. At 5:50, Ranran put down the reading device in her hand and rubbed her eyes. "Let's pack up and go. I'll treat you to hot pot." "Okay." Xiaoyu picked up another book. "Wait for me 2 minutes. I'll finish flipping through this magazine." It was a magazine called Exploring Science, published in 2005, which was a popular science fiction magazine at the time, featuring many thrilling science fiction stories, as well as some analyses of the current situation and interviews with people. Xiaoyu had read many issues of this magazine. They all contained outdated information and no peculiar reports about folk organizations entering another planet. However, this time, she flipped through it for quite a while. And even when the reading room bell rang, she didn't stand up. Standing opposite her, Ranran reminded her, "Why are you daydreaming? Hurry up and pack. The door is about to close." Ranran. Xiaoyu lifted her head, her expression obviously not right. "I think I found something." The bell rang again, urging them for the second time. Ranran reacted, "Grab the book. You pack up. I'll go check it out." The two used their fastest speed and barely made it out of the library just before it closed. Once outside the corridor, Ranran let out a long breath. "If we had been any slower, we would have had to spend the night in the library." "What did you just discover?" Xiaoyu bit her lip and quickly opened the Exploring Science magazine, flipping to a certain story. "Look, What it says about the magnetic fields, huge changes, and people disappearing in the vortex. Could it be that they went to another world through a wormhole? It also mentions a folk organization called the Anomalous Travelers. Could Shah Rulin be among them? Ranran took over, quickly flipping through it. This story took up 2 pages and talked about a strange event in the early 2000s in a small mountain village called Luodan in the southwestern border area. Several children in the village began to look strange, with hair growing rapidly, unusually developed upper limbs, and bodies taking on a bow-like shape, resembling apes more and more. These people did not understand what was happening. They thought they had contracted some hereditary disease, but after seeking medical help in vain, nothing could stop the rapid changes in their bodies. The village elders said that these people must have offended the mountain god. Upon inquiry, it was strange that they all had one common characteristic. They had been to Luodai Mountain behind the town. Luodai Mountain was a forbidden mountain in this area because it was located in the dense southwestern forest, filled with miasma and unfathomable depths. Even nearby hunters did not dare to venture deep inside. However, these children, all teenagers, were quite bold, disregarding the elders' warnings about the taboos, and 3 months ago, during their vacation, they secretly ran into Luodai Mountain to explore. According to them, there were only trees and grass in that mountain. They were enveloped in white fog, unable to see their own hands. They also said that although the plants were lush, there were no animals to be seen. No wild beasts, no insects, and no birds. These middle school students wandered around for a while, taking a few photos to prove their bravery. Then the leader suggested going to the very end to take a look. They agreed without thinking. Yes, it was just trees and grass. What else could there be? Besides, although Luodai Mountain was deep, the path wasn't too dangerous. It was like taking a stroll. So, these children continued toward the deep ravine, and the deeper they went, the thicker the fog became, and the colder the climate got, giving everyone goosebumps. 2 of the younger ones couldn't hold on any longer and shouted that they wanted to go home. The leader scolded, "We agreed on an adventure. How can you turn into a coward as soon as we arrive?" Under his scolding, everyone had to keep moving forward until the one in front stopped and pointed ahead, saying, "There's a big light circle over there." Everyone squinted their eyes to look ahead, and sure enough, through the thick fog, a golden light circle vaguely appeared, with light shining through the mist like a bright duck egg yolk. Everyone was stunned by this scene. How could such a thing appear in midair? It looked fantastical and unreal. The leader suggested, "Let's go take a look. We've come this far." But everyone else was too afraid to take a step forward. Faced with the unknown, humans are always fearful. The leader scoffed, "You cowards, I'll go by myself." He gradually approached it, and everyone numbly watched him step closer to the light circle. Then he reached out his hand and jumped a few steps, trying to touch it. Just in the next second, in the blink of an eye, the figure that had jumped up suddenly disappeared into thin air. Nothing was underneath the light circle, leaving everyone bewildered. They looked at each other in confusion, all questioning what had just happened. Afterward, they shouted the boy's name loudly, but the sound echoed in the valley with no response. He had disappeared. He was swallowed by that light circle. Everyone was terrified, screaming as they ran back, falling and getting up again, crashing into the stone wall and changing direction, escaping at the fastest speed possible. The leading child never returned, and upon hearing this, the family was also filled with dread. After all, Luodai Mountain was known for its danger and mystery, a place that should not be ventured into. Chapter 17. The anomalous traveler. The child's background was quite tragic. His parents had long since passed away, leaving only a blind grandmother. The grandmother pleaded with the village chief, and seeing their plight, the chief sent a few people inside to look for the child. However, those few did not dare to venture deep, and only said that the child must have fallen off a cliff. This matter ended without resolution. But a few months later, several children who had been to Luodai Mountain began to undergo terrifying changes. From their appearance to their physique, they seemed to be gradually devolving. This village was in a very remote area, so everyone attributed the cause to having offended the mountain spirit, feeling helpless about the changes in the children. This situation persisted until 2001, when 2 passers-by arrived at the village, heard this story, and, after seeing those children, felt that something was very wrong. Not long after, Disregarding the villagers' opposition, they brought a folk scientific research team into Luodai Mountain. This group consisted of both men and women, carrying huge backpacks and various strange instruments. They told the villagers that this phenomenon of light circles had actually occurred many times around the world. The locations were diverse, some in busy city areas, some in deserts, and everything in between. Sometimes there were even phenomena of time-space distortion. For instance, when you come out of a garage that is clearly on the second basement level, you can't reach the upper floor, as if a distorted space appeared between the second basement and the first basement, and that light circle emerged in such a space. Moreover, this distorted space is not something one can encounter casually. For example, you might try thousands of times, but only once you can enter this place. As the saying goes, the light circle is also waiting for a fated person. There are commonalities as well. The light circles are all golden yellow, with a brilliant outer ring and a deep, bottomless black hole in the center. Surrounding these light circles, there are no living creatures. Those who have been in contact for a long time will also, like them, exhibit signs of atavism in their subsequent lives. Atavism, as the name implies, is a regressive change in human evolutionary history, leading to the growth of dense hair, changes in facial features and physique, with some even developing tails. Most people who approach the light circles closely will be sucked in and disappear without a trace, while only a few will remain unharmed. However, after such an intake, the light circles almost completely vanish. These light circles, referred to as wormholes by the anomalous travelers, are also said to be a medium through which other civilizations seek communication with Earth. Legend has it that entering one can lead to another time and space. Before this, the anomalous travelers had reached other places where such phenomena occurred and had taken some precious on-site photographs. Unfortunately, they were unlucky and had never seen a real light circle. Perhaps the wormhole in Luodai Mountain still exists. "We are just going to test our luck," they said cheerfully. The villagers were dumbfounded, as if they were hearing a celestial script. Out of safety concerns, they advised them not to go any further, but the anomalous travelers laughed and said, "It's fine. We have specialized protective equipment, various instruments, top talents from different fields, and even a doctor in our team. There will be no problems." They also spoke about the significance of scientific exploration for humanity and how fear mainly stems from the unknown. However, these ideas were difficult for the stubborn and conservative villagers to comprehend. Thus, the group entered Luodai Mountain under the watchful eyes of the villagers. 1 day, 2 days. 3 days passed, and after a week, they still had not come out. The villagers were anxious, and finally, a young man ran out to report to the police. However, when the police brought a large group back into Luodai Mountain, they found no trace of the group, and the previous miasma had dissipated significantly. So the light circles had naturally disappeared. It was not entirely a hallucination experienced by the whole village, because there were many remnants left in the forest, such as a deflated lighter, some empty canned food boxes, and some cigarette butts, all of which were quite fresh. The story ended on an open note, without clarifying the final outcome, with a remark at the end, based on a true story. The Anomalous Traveler Organization is currently the most mysterious folk scientific research organization in the country. This missing persons case also indirectly confirms the reality of wormholes. All of this still holds infinite possibilities, waiting for future generations to explore and verify. After reading this, Ranran was also very excited. Anomalous Traveler. I seem to have seen that during my research. It was the largest folk scientific research organization in the country 200 years ago, and they investigated many famous incidents, such as the Bermuda Triangle and the disappearance of a Korean airplane. Then let's hurry back and show this to Xishuangbanna. Maybe she will remember when she sees this magazine. Xiaoyu pulled Ranran's hand. "Let us go. I just happen to want to visit her." Xiaoyu's personality was lively and cheerful, adept at getting along with strangers. Therefore, when she saw Xishuangbanna for the first time, she enthusiastically greeted her, startling Xishuangbanna into quickly hiding behind the door, nervously asking, "Who are you?" Ranran explained, "Don't worry, she is my best friend. She knows about your situation. Rest assured, I'm not a bad person." Xiaoyu immediately patted her chest and assured her, "I can't even kill a chicken." A trace of suspicion flashed in Sha Rulin's eyes, and she murmured, "You can't kill a chicken, but can easily kill a person?" Xiaoyu was furious upon hearing this. "Who have I killed? I'm here to help you out of kindness. Don't think you can act unreasonable just because you look like Ranran. How am I being unreasonable?" Sha Rulin's face darkened. Xiaoyu was anxious. "Is it you being unreasonable? Or am I being unreasonable?" "Ye Ranran interveniert, alricht." Your conversation really sounds like an ancient Xiong Yao drama from over 200 years ago. Now we are all grasshoppers on the same boat. Can we coexist peacefully? Xiaoyu and Sha Rulin exchanged disdainful glances before simultaneously looking away, both feeling somewhat unconvinced. Ranran took out the magazine from her bag and handed it over. "Take a look at the article on page 57. Could it be related to you?" Sha Rulin took the magazine, cautiously stroking its surface. "Is this really a magazine from 2005? "Of course not," Xiaoyu retorted after so long. "How could it be preserved so well? These were all later made as one-to-one replicas. The originals are in the library's archives." Indeed, Xiaoyu worked in the library herself, so she was very knowledgeable about this. Ranran added, "That's right." Sha Rulin responded with an "oh." Her expression, still very cold, took the magazine and went into the dark room, casually shutting the door. Xiaoyu was somewhat unhappy. "Ranran, why is this woman so rude? She has a great deal of wariness towards the outside world. Moreover, from what I've learned during this time, she must have gone through countless storms up there to survive." Ranran looked at the dark room door. "She needs us, but she doesn't fully trust us." Chapter 18. The great deeds of the past. Sha Rulin stayed in the dark room for a full half hour. When she came out, her eyes were shining. "Can you find more information about the anomalous travelers? I feel like this article is very familiar. It seems like something I have experienced before." Ranran and Xiaoyu exchanged glances, both feeling that they were onto something. It seemed they had hit the right direction this time. In the following time, the three of them split up to act. Sha Rulin searched online, while Ranran and Xiaoyu ran to various libraries in the city. And all the information they collected about the anomalous travelers was organized. The more they learned, the more shocked Ranran became. If the country's aerospace industry is on a bright and broad path, with all research conducted under the premise of safety and reliability, then this organization called the Anomalous Travelers is purely going against the grain. The darker and more dangerous it is, the more they pursue it. They were established domestically, but their members are spread all over the world, almost all of whom are elites from various industries. Among them are biology PhDs, outdoor adventure experts, retired SWAT officers, and high-precision machinery maintenance technicians. Their common trait is the pursuit of excitement and truth. In this world, there are many unsolved mysteries. For example, the Weeping Icon incident in 1995, the crash of a Korean passenger plane in 1997, the sinking of the Titanic in 1912, the death of Kennedy, and the curse of the Egyptian tomb all perplex people. The original intention of the Wanderers was to explore mysterious events using science and the latest technology, bringing the truth to light. In the beginning, they had very few amateur members, and during this time, they conducted several small-scale ghost hunting activities. For instance, why are there cries of hooves every night in desolate ruins? Or why did a long, dry, ancient well suddenly burst with water? And why do children afflicted with polio possess extraordinary leadership talents? After these few activities, they caused a sensation, began appearing in magazines and media programs, and received a significant amount of advertising funding. They used the money to recruit and expand aggressively. The wormhole incident became their main research focus. They used various channels to investigate mysterious areas and conducted follow-up investigations on individuals exhibiting atavistic phenomena. Once these individuals experienced physical changes, the anomalies developed rapidly. Initially, there was hair growth and aging features, and soon their appearances would change drastically. Teenagers would age as if they were in their 40s or 50s, and their walking posture would become stooped. Within just 2 years, their hormones would start to wreak havoc, and their dietary habits would change. For example, they would dislike cooked food and even prefer raw meat. Their temperament would also become violent, directly twisting the necks of poultry, drinking their blood, and tearing into flesh. For those who developed to this extent, there was no better solution than to send them to psychiatric hospitals for strict control. Their lives would also end quickly, and autopsies would reveal that their hearts were abnormally enlarged and many organs showed signs of failure. It was a tragic sight. The reason for such terrifying transformations is naturally due to the radiation around the wormholes. After all, the patients had all been in close contact with the light circles. When they were clear-headed, they could recount their detailed experiences of approaching the light circles. These tragic medical cases did not frighten the wanderers. Instead, they intensified their determination to find the wormholes. Their daily training included not only their own skills, but also studies in astronomy, geography, geology, meteorology, atmospheric physics, and the construction of rockets and spacecraft. In addition to studying, they underwent rigorous physical training, surpassing the training standards for astronauts. Gradually, they discovered multiple anomalies. Wormholes appeared in places like the New River in Yunnan, Turpan in Xinjiang, and fishing villages in Hainan, including Luodai mountain mentioned in the article. However, they were all in vain. The article states that they went missing, but in reality, after discovering that the wormhole had disappeared, they descended the mountain through another path. Their true disappearance began in 2007 at Changbai Mountain. At that time, they used monitoring equipment at a place called Half Moon Lake at the top of Changbai Mountain to take a photo. The photo showed several pitch-black fish whose appearances were terrifying, with sharp heads and frighteningly sharp teeth, arranged in countless rows, making one wonder what would happen if a person were bitten by one. It would likely tear flesh completely off. Upon identification, it was discovered that this type of fish is called the saber-toothed piranha, an atavistic species that should have existed during the Cretaceous period, with extensive records about them in paleontological literature. Why would a fish from ancient times appear in modern times? The reason is obvious. This lake also exhibited atavistic phenomena. This is a characteristic of wormhole appearances. This discovery was exhilarating. The wormholes they had long sought after had news again. Therefore, the wanderers prepared to set out. A group of more than 10 people headed towards Changbai Mountain. They first took a plane, then a car, and finally walked to Half Moon Lake, which is located at the back of Changbai Mountain, a place that is exceptionally steep and rarely visited by people, so they could only proceed on foot. Although it was summer, the perpetually snow-covered Changbai Mountain was bitterly cold. They needed to wear goggles during the day, and once the sun set, visibility dropped to nothing, forcing them to rely on searchlights to advance. The members of the Wanderers, trained over a long period, had decent physical fitness, so the journey was largely uneventful, and they finally reached the shores of Half Moon Lake at 11 o'clock at night. They did not take a moment to rest, and immediately began sampling and investigating, finding that besides the saber-toothed piranha, there were also aquatic plants and plankton, which also exhibited atavistic phenomena. Moreover, the closer they got to the center of the lake, the stronger the magnetic field reaction became. After a discussion, they decided to dive into the lake for detection. They donned protective gear and brought along sound wave controllers to repel piranhas, jumping in one after another. On the shore, only 2 people remained. One was Xiao Zhang, responsible for monitoring the equipment, and the other was Xiao Wang, responsible for recording. The 2 of them stared at the bubbling lake water on the monitor as it surged violently, but in their field of vision, there was no darkness. Instead, it became increasingly bright. This brightness initially appeared blurry, but as the view cleared of aquatic plants, it suddenly flooded in, dazzling their eyes. Xiao Zhang and Xiao Wang stared at the screen until a huge golden light circle appeared in the mirror. The outer edge of the circle was blindingly bright, while the inside was profoundly dark, seemingly ready to suck people in. The wormhole they had longed for finally appeared. As the personnel at the lake bottom moved, the light circle got closer and closer, and Xiao Zhang and Xiao Wang dared not blink, fearing they would miss something. But suddenly, the screen turned pitch black. Everything was gone. Chapter 19. The Letter of Challenge from 200 years ago. Was there a problem with the equipment? Xiao Zhang quickly checked, but when he approached, he found that the equipment was fine. So the problem could only be with the teammates underwater. Xiao Wang, a girl in her 20s, was panicking and called out loudly. But the lake's surface remained calm, with no response except for a few bubbles. After anxiously waiting for a while, Xiao Zhang decided to dive into the lake to check the situation. Fully armed, he went into the lake, and this time, after just 10 minutes. He brought back news. The wormhole at the bottom of the lake was gone, and the people were gone too. Xiao Wang's eyes widened. So many people. Are they all gone? Gone. All gone. Xiao Zhang's face turned ashen, terrified to the extreme. The wanderers had been eagerly anticipating the reappearance of the wormhole, wanting to explore the unknown world through it. For this, they had made thorough preparations, with high-quality equipment, rich knowledge reserves, and materials they had spent a significant amount of money to acquire. Yet, all this gear could not withstand the wormhole's absorption, or rather, after being absorbed, not a single signal from the outside world was left. Climbing back to the shore, Xiao Zhang began to repeatedly review the monitoring footage, rewinding it hundreds of times and slowing it down countless times, finally discovering a clue. They did not disappear in an instant. Rather, they were sucked in by a force like a hurricane. The two stood in shock, far exceeding their expectations. They lingered by Half Moon Lake for a long time, took the remaining items, and slowly descended the mountain. There were more than 10 people going, but only 2 returned. The others seemed to have evaporated from the world, leaving no trace behind. The Changbai Mountain incident had a significant impact, as more than 10 people had disappeared, each an elite from various fields, making it unlikely that such an event could be kept under wraps. In no time, negative news spread like wildfire, with some people writing complaint letters to the relevant authorities, others protesting, and some family members of the missing even sitting in front of various government offices, demanding a response. The organization of the outliers, which had developed for several years, was thus suppressed and vanished without a trace, and the dozen or so missing individuals could never be found again. The list of these individuals is also available, mentioning a female, Dr. codenamed Sha, who is said to be in her 30s, single, and skilled in surgical treatment as well as psychological guidance. She must be Sha Ruolin. After everyone finished reviewing the materials, the atmosphere became terrifyingly silent, to the point where one could hear a pin drop. Finally, Qiuyu cleared her throat and broke the silence. Sha Ruolin, you're Sha, right? Sha Ruolin raised her head, her face pale. I am. Do you remember me? Ranran asked. She weakly nodded. Yes. Those fragments came rushing back like a movie, and I feel like they can quickly be pieced together. Sha Ruolin lowered her head, took a large sip from her cup. I remember my childhood. My parents were always fighting since I was born, and in the year I got into college, they finally divorced. Their terrifying marriage was frightening, so I vowed not to get married and not to have children. After graduating from medical school, Sha Ruolin was assigned to the First People's Hospital of Nanjing. There, her qualifications were not particularly outstanding. In her spare time, she enjoyed reading science fiction magazines and immersing herself in science fiction forums, chatting with a bunch of strangers online. One day, a netizen messaged her, "Do you want to join our exploration activity? We need a surgeon." Without thinking, Sha Ruolin agreed. Of course I will go. Thus, she accidentally joined the Outliers organization. It was here that she found the meaning of life, being with like-minded people. Even the tough training felt like happiness to her. Those years, my parents always said I was crazy. Sha Ruolin chuckled bitterly. In our time, being an unmarried woman of certain age made parents embarrassed wherever they went. Yet I defied conventions, hanging out with a bunch of weird people every day. Ranran empathized. I understand how you feel, but how to put it? The long river of history can change perspectives. For example, looking back now, your original intention as Outliers wasn't wrong. It was just that you lacked awareness of danger. Moreover, the science and technology at that time were still too weak. Qiuyu added. Not to mention back then, even now, exploring such anomalies might not be possible. Our country only figured out the distribution of planets in the Milky Way a few years ago. What you mentioned is very likely beyond the Milky Way, which is truly an unknown world. Do you still remember what happened after entering the wormhole? Ranran asked patiently. Sha Ruolin quietly said, just fragmented memories. Give me some more time. Sha Ruolin lowered her eyes, clutching the materials tightly. Her fingers dug into them, as if holding onto not just simple paper, but her past connected to herself. She turned around and silently walked to the bedroom. Ranran looked at her frail, slightly trembling shoulders, and a wave of sadness welled up in her heart. She turned to Qiuyu and said, in that world, she went missing, and in this world, She's all alone, Xiaoyu calmly replied. That's a poetic way to put it. Besides her, isn't there still a man in this world? Perhaps besides them. There are other travelers too. To be precise, they're not travelers. They reached that planet through a wormhole 200 years ago. In a day there might equal a year on Earth, so returning now would be 200 years later. Ranran analyzed. Xiaoyu nodded. What you said is also correct, but it remains a mystery. Yes, Ranran pressed her temples. I thought solving one riddle would reduce the number. But who knew the more we explored, the more riddles there were. Xiaoyu glanced at her. Now we can't solve her problem either. Even her background has no doubts. Ranran, what do you plan to do? After a few days, I will report it to the organization, Ranran said softly. We have no other choice. In the room, Xishuangbanna had drawn all the curtains, sitting alone in the darkness, holding a thin piece of paper. She didn't even need to look at it to remember. It was a letter of commitment from the materials. This was written by a teammate within the Outliers. A few short lines. I am willing to sacrifice my life for the unknown scientific mystery. If any accident occurs on this journey, it is my rightful belonging. Please, my parents and family, do not trouble anyone. Below were the signatures and fingerprints. The writing was passionate and fervent, even tearing the paper slightly. Xishuangbanna thought quietly that she must have written something like this at the time, but unfortunately, it couldn't be found now. Xishuangbanna curled up her knees. Wrapping herself up, she felt an unprecedented loneliness, as if the waters of Half Moon Lake from 200 years ago had seeped back in, directly permeating her bones. Now, looking back, she remembered the fragments she recalled, the first half filled with fighting spirit, and the latter half drenched in blood, a stark contrast. Chapter 20. What can be done now? Once again, she found herself in a strange world. Xishuangbanna fell into deep thought, pondering whether she could go back. She didn't know if a so-called parallel space-time existed. She also didn't know if she could return to the past, like in time travel novels. Over the years, through piecemeal records, Ranran had gained a general understanding of the planet she had visited. No one knew the name of that place, so it was simply referred to as Star. The highly intelligent but physically flawed beings on that planet wanted to maintain their dominance. So they controlled some of the indigenous people on the planet, the ugly but strong ant people who were of low intelligence. They were reduced to slavery, doing all the physically demanding work. Earth was a planet they were very eager to explore. They even wanted to consider it as a backup planet. After all, the resources on their planet had been overexploited and were very scarce. So, while Earthlings were completely unaware of them, they sent signals to Earth, wormholes. Wormholes were the medium to absorb Earthlings and also their tools for exploring Earth. Why absorb? It meant sampling to conduct research. Xishuangbanna and the others were such lucky ones. They disappeared but did not die. However, they reached the star through this medium, beginning another thrilling and peculiar life. Places like valleys and wastelands made these Earthlings face life and death. Whereas for the beings on that planet, such tests were a means of screening, until they selected the qualified Earthlings who could integrate. What these beings specifically wanted to do, Xishuangbanna did not know. She could only vaguely remember the difficult experiences on the star and had a limited understanding of the highly intelligent and uniquely shaped beings. Just as they were engulfed in chaos, new news suddenly came from Xiaoyu, who excitedly approached Ranran with a student ID certificate. Look, who is this woman? Ranran stared at the paper for a while, and her pupils suddenly contracted. She gasped, "Wah, how does she look just like us?" The woman on the certificate had slightly heroic eyebrows, gentle and bright eyes beneath them, a hint of a smile as she looked at the camera, and a small dark red mole on the right side of her neck. Below were some explanatory texts, stating that this girl was named Lin Huiru, graduated in 2125. A medical student, later pursued a master's degree, and was then recommended for a doctorate. After graduating, she worked at a well-known hospital in the provincial capital. Xiaoyu hurriedly said, "The teacher from the student administration asked me to find alumni records today, and while I was searching on the computer, I suddenly found this. It's from over 70 years ago." Ranran gently touched the photo, nervously asking, "Is she still alive? What about her family?" Xiaoyu nodded. "I checked. She is never married and has been bedridden for 7 or 8 years. It seems there's only a nephew taking care of her. By the way, she also has the same blood type." 200 years ago, Xishuangbanna. 70 years ago, Lin Huiru. And now I, Ranran, murmured, engaged in the same medical field. With the same blood type, both single, and having identical faces. What does this indicate? It indicates that there must be a problem with your genes. Qiuyu bit her lip tightly. It's impossible for such a miraculous coincidence to exist. Qiuyu, can you find a way to contact them? Ranran tightened her grip on the student ID. Qiuyu nodded. Okay, I'll call right away. Just wait. Qiuyu was very efficient and quickly reached Lin Huiru's nephew, arranging a meeting under the pretext of a school anniversary gift. On the phone, Lin Huiru's nephew seemed to have difficulty speaking, asking if they could change the meeting place to his home. Qiuyu readily agreed without hesitation. Ranran calmed herself for a while, got up to the wardrobe, and changed into a simple light pink long dress, casually brushed her hair, and put on a pair of medium-heeled leather shoes. This scene was just seen by Ranran at the door, who leaned against the door frame, pondering, "You actually wear such clothes?" It was normal for Ranran to find it strange because Ranran usually wore simple t-shirts, shorts, and sneakers, rarely dressing so ladylike. Ranran smiled at her reflection in the mirror. "I'm going to meet a special friend today. I want her to feel my sincerity." Ranran's first reaction was, "Does this friend have anything to do with me?" Ranran looked at her in surprise, realizing that Ranran in front of her was indeed very much like herself, delicate and sensitive, always able to quickly pick up on clues in others' words. She took a deep breath and said seriously, "Can I tell you when I come back?" Ranran nodded. "Then I'll continue looking at the information. I think I can remember more." Half an hour later, Ranran was already standing at the foot of a garden villa in the new district. In the garden surrounded by a fence, many dull, climbing roses were planted, perhaps rarely seeing sunlight and lacking fresh dew. They appeared listless, as if forcing themselves to live. Ranran pressed the doorbell, and after several rings, an elderly person with gray hair came out and warmly opened the door. "You must be the little Gu who called. Thank you for your school. You call every year, and this year you even brought." His words halted abruptly upon seeing Ranran, followed by an exclamation. "You, who are you?" Ranran entered the yard, speaking gently. "Sorry, I'm not a staff member from Ms. Lin Huiru's school. My name is Ranran. You look exactly like my aunt when she was young." The elderly person stepped back in shock. Ranran nodded, taking out her student ID. "It's indeed identical. So I also want to know the truth. Sir, can I meet Ms. Lin Huiru?" The elderly person stared at her for several seconds before finally nodding and turning to walk inside. "Come with me, but I can't guarantee she can see you." 2 minutes later, Ranran understood what he meant. In the west bedroom lay an elderly lady, hunched over and curled up on the bed, her eyes tightly closed. If it weren't for the slight rise and fall of her body, one would think she had already passed away. And she was Lin Huiru. My aunt suffered a stroke 7 years ago. She was living alone at the time, and when I saw it on the monitor and immediately called for an ambulance, it was already too late. The doctor said if she had been sent 15 minutes earlier, she could have regained consciousness. The elderly person's eyes were filled with guilt. "It's all my fault. I was handling retirement procedures and didn't notice the alarm on the monitor." Chapter 21 repeated, Yu's words floated past Ranran like a breeze. She heard clearly, but all her attention was focused on the elderly lady on the bed. She looked so haggard, with a face full of intersecting wrinkles, her eyes nearly sunken, her chin so thin it seemed to jut out. She probably weighed less than 70 pounds. From such a face, one could hardly discern any resemblance to her own, except for the conspicuous red mole on her neck, which burned Ranran's eyes painfully. She spoke, her voice a bit hoarse. "Can she hear us talking?" "Maybe." The elderly person sighed slightly. "Every week, a doctor comes to check on her, and occasionally when we talk and discuss, my aunt's brainwaves fluctuate. So she probably has some awareness inside." He had approached the bed while speaking, leaning down to Lin Huiru. "Aunt, there's a girl here who looks just like you when you were young. Can you hear her?" The elderly lady naturally showed no response, not even moving her eyelids. The elderly person seemed to be used to it. He reached out to support her, turned her over, adjusted her blanket, and then said to Ranran, "The doctor said she needs to be turned every 3 hours, or she might get bed sores. Was there a doctor?" The elderly person nodded. She was the head of the traditional Chinese medicine department at the provincial hospital, and she worked until she was nearly 80 before officially retiring. As you know, in traditional Chinese medicine, the older one is the more experienced they are. The doctors didn't want her to retire. Traditional Chinese medicine. Ranran suddenly thought, although Sha Rulin is a surgeon, she also has some knowledge of herbal medicine. While I haven't studied herbal medicine, I am sensitive to smells. Does that count as having something in common with them? The elderly person glanced at the elderly lady on the bed. My aunt worked diligently her whole life. She has really enjoyed any blessings, truly. Ranran felt an inexplicable sadness. Could you take me to see her photos from when she was young? Sure. The elderly person didn't hesitate and took her into the adjacent study. He opened a drawer and took out a stack of photo albums. Things rarely seen in this era. He explained, after my aunt retired, her eyesight deteriorated, so she asked me to select some photos to print out, and she occasionally takes them out to look at. Ranran took the album and began to flip through it. These almost covered Lin Huiru's entire life. From her birth to adulthood, she came from an ordinary cadre family, with a brother besides herself. Lin Huiru excelled in both academics and character from a young age, becoming well known as a top student in the entire alley. She grew up smoothly, from studying to working, without causing her parents any worry. However, Lin Huiru's brother was quite ordinary. He dropped out high school to learn business from others. He started making some money through small ventures, successfully married, and had children, but later faced investment failures. His wife left him, and his parents also fell into debt, making life difficult. During tough times, Lin Huiru took on the responsibility of supporting the family, taking great care of her parents and also covering her nephew's tuition and living expenses. Therefore, from childhood to adulthood, her nephew was particularly close to her, almost like a real mother and son. Lin Huiru worked diligently and cared for her family, but never paid attention to her own matters, living alone from her youth to old age. However, her nephew understood the principle of giving back. Having been cared for by her in childhood, he took care of his aunt after becoming an adult. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say he treated her as his own mother. He had been by her side, carefully taking care of her during these years of her paralysis. Ranran listened while looking at the photos. It was just an ordinary family story. But because of the face in the album that looked exactly like hers, she fell into a trance. This was Lin Huiru's experience, but also felt like her own experience. When she grows old, will she also slowly become like she is now? Little girl, do you want to say something to me? The elderly person closed the album and asked. What is meant to come will come. Ranran closed the album. Sir, may I ask, is your aunt a child of your family? The elderly person looked at her in shock. And Ranran explained, perhaps you're not clear about the elder's matters, but please recall, did your father ever mention her origins? The elderly person looked flustered and agitated. Shout, no, I meant to ask, how do you know about this? My aunt is indeed a child adopted by my grandmother. I only learned this before my father passed away, but how did you know? Sure enough. Ranran gave a bitter smile. Did they say where her genes came from? Is it from the capital's gene bank? The elderly man shook his head. They didn't specify. My father said that my grandparents had been married for many years without having children, so they decided to adopt one, and not long after, my father was born. But this has always been kept from my aunt. Everyone has gotten used to hiding it over the years. But Xiaoge, how do you know? This question was not easy to explain, so Ranran decided to keep it brief, because I'm like that myself, sir. Can you find any information about your aunt's background? For example, the adoption certificate from back then? I want to trace the source of the genes. At this point, Ranran was already quite certain why there had been 3 identical women appearing over the past 200 years. This was certainly not a coincidence, nor was it just ordinary gene donation. It was a highly secretive event of gene reuse with a purpose. The genetic laws of this era have stipulations, considering ethics and morality, that donated genes cannot be reused. One set of genes can only correspond to one child. Otherwise, it would be a matter for the courts. The elderly man was dumbfounded, but he shook his head. This matter is too old. The elders didn't explain it clearly, so there isn't much left behind. Ranran felt helpless and had to stand up. It's okay. Thank you today, sir. I hope you can take good care of her. The last sentence Ranran said was very poignant. Lin Huiru on the hospital bed was already over 90 years old and had fallen into such a state. How many more years could she live? The elderly man nodded. That's only natural. It's my duty to take care of my aunt. Ranran walked out of the community, glancing back at the villa, feeling a mess of emotions, unable to articulate what she felt. The album she just saw was the life of that woman. Would she now become her future self? Chapter 22. Quiet progress. Just then, Xiuyu called to ask for updates. After Ranran explained, she said, I'm taking leave from the Research Institute tonight. I'm planning to visit the capital's gene bank. I think the answer can only be found there. Okay, I support you. Xiuyu quickly replied, we can't just muddle through life, can we? The two quickly made arrangements, and during this time, Xiuyu would go to the old house in the countryside every few days to check on Sha Ruolin. The city was thousands of kilometers from the capital, and it was a heavily guarded place. Ranran felt that this trip would be more difficult than she imagined. When asking for leave, her senior brother Qin Yuan asked a few questions. Why do you need so many days off? Ranran, have you encountered something? If there's anything, don't hide it from me. I can help. Ranran smiled and pretended nothing was wrong. I'm just going to meet a few university classmates in the capital. Nothing's wrong. Remember to ask Professor Chung for leave for me. Don't worry, Ranran. Qin Yuan reassured her. Your emotions don't seem right lately. It seems you're not focused on work. When you come back, we need to talk properly. MHM. Ranran didn't want to say much. She knew in her heart that as an intern who could only do peripheral experiments at the Research Institute, she wouldn't catch Professor Chang's eye. He would take care too much if she was away for a few days, as long as she completed the required internship days and tasks. Her internship would be considered successful, so there wasn't much of a problem. Ranran booked the earliest flight and arrived in the capital, which was already early summer. The city, located in the south, had people wearing summer clothes, but the capital's climate was still somewhat cold. Ranran wrapped herself in a trench coat, quickly passed through the crowd, and took the pre-booked car. She booked a hotel in Xicheng, which was directly opposite the back door of the gene bank, just a few meters away, making it the best location. This time, she didn't plan to follow the procedure. After all, last time, even with a connection, it didn't work. Since the control was so strict, she had to come secretly. The smog situation in the capital was even more severe, and the color was not the usual dull gray, but rather mixed with a yellowish tone, resembling rusted iron. According to popular science explanations, it was said that this season occasionally experiences sandstorms, and the visible yellow was actually tiny sand particles mixed in the smog, suspended in the air and lingering. Therefore, people here also wore masks for long periods. Some women even wore full face coverings that only exposed their eyes to protect their skin. When Ranran saw them, she suddenly wanted to laugh because they looked remarkably like bank robbers from several years ago. However, in this era, the profession of robbers no longer existed. Online scams had formed a powerful scale. It was impossible to break through the police's encirclement, and cash coding had regulations. Even if one were lucky enough to steal money, it couldn't be used. What was the point of robbery? After arriving at the hotel, Ranran was pleased to find that the window of her room could see that mysterious building, including the yard under the shade of trees and a few intelligent trash bins outside the door. She could even see a few staff members coming in and out through the back door. Ranran did not act rashly. The previous example taught her that startling the snake would only expose herself. The secrets hidden in the gene bank could only be found by her own means. Ranran stayed in the hotel for 2 days, during which time she used various means to search for the floor plans of the gene bank. The first floor was the service hall, the second floor was the service room, the third floor was the office floor, and the fourth floor was the warehouse for storing genes, where historical archives were also located. So the secret was on the fourth floor. How to get in was the question. The gene bank belonged to a national department, and the security for both the network and the site was very strict. Ranran observed for a long time, focusing her attention on a cleaning lady in the backyard. From her observation, these cleaning ladies worked in 2 shifts, with fixed handover times at 7 a.m. and 8 p.m. every day. One of the cleaning ladies was particularly well protected, in addition to her work uniform. She wore a mask and gloves. Ranran decided to target her. One morning, Ranran put on a mask and pretended to be out for a morning jog as she passed by the entrance. When she saw the cleaning lady taking out the trash, she went over to help, immediately gaining the cleaning lady's trust. "Thank you, girl. You're up early for a jog? Ranran replied, the air is nice in the morning. The cleaning lady glanced at the hazy, dusty sky. Look at this weather. We might have a sandstorm soon. You should head back. Ranran nodded, ran a few steps, and then stopped. Annie, are you sure on staff here? I'm looking for a job. You want to do cleaning? The cleaning lady's mouth dropped open as if she could fit an egg in it. This isn't a job for a girl like you. We work really hard every day. A few colleagues have taken leave recently, and each of us is responsible for one floor. Every room has to be cleaned and mopped. Isn't that terrible? Ranran probed. Really? Which floor is easier? Of course, it's the fourth floor. There aren't many people working there, so it's not too messy. The cleaning lady laughed. We take turns. Tomorrow night's shift will be mine. Ranran felt delighted and nodded at her. I need to get back to jogging. As soon as the job announcement comes out, I'll come to apply. The cleaning lady laughed. Girl, you're joking. You're so young. Even if you worked at a mall, it would be better than here. Ranran replied. I think this place is nice and quiet. I have social anxiety, so I prefer this. Quiet is indeed quiet. You just do your own work. The cleaning lady nodded. Ranran smiled and said nothing more, turning to run towards the other end of the street corner. Her steps were light, but her heart was extremely nervous. Just now, after observing closely, Ranran found that the ant's height was not much different from hers. But the ant was a lot plumper. How should she take her place? Later, Ranran came up with a plan. She directly went to the mall and bought 2 pieces of down jackets and pants, putting them on her body. Sure enough, she looked much bulkier. For safety, she also bought a wig that was the same style as the cleaning lady's. The next evening, around 7:30, Ranran was fully armed and had changed in her outfit. She sneaked out through the back door of the hotel and hid behind an alley, waiting for the ant to appear. The weather cooperated, as the dark and hazy day made it dark unusually early. The dim streetlights came on, and there were hardly any pedestrians on this secluded path. From a distance, she saw the ant coming, riding an electric bike and wearing a mask. As the wind blew, her short, light brown curly hair became messy and blew into her face. Chapter 23. Identity Replacement. She parked the electric bike in the alley outside and began to lock it. Ranran emerged from the shadows, tiptoeing closer, and the cleaning lady didn't notice, still focused on locking her bike. When Ranran reached behind her, she suddenly pulled her hand out of her pocket, and with a quick motion, a damp cloth covered the ant's mouth. The ant was caught off guard and didn't have time to struggle before she slumped to the ground. The anesthetic really worked well. Ranran gritted her teeth and started dragging the woman into the alley, which was dark and deserted. A perfect place to hide someone. Meanwhile, she silently recited, I'm sorry, but I have no other choice. This drug was non-toxic and harmless to the body. It was a new type of anesthetic developed by their research institute a few years ago. It worked well and was low cost, so it was successfully used in various small surgeries. Ranran skillfully removed the wristband from the ant's wrist, which served as her work ID. With this, she could smoothly pass through security and enter the gene bank. At this moment, fully armed, Ranran looked quite similar to the ant. She prayed in her heart not to encounter any colleagues. Otherwise, she would be recognized as soon as she spoke, and that would be troublesome. She quickly walked to the entrance, showed the wristband at the clock-in machine, and sure enough, it beeped, allowing her to pass. There were hardly any people in the backyard either. By 8 o'clock, the staff had already left for the day. In this era, with labor costs so high, it was rare for anyone to work overtime. As soon as Ranran entered, she saw a woman in cleaning clothes coming out not far from her, taking a remote control and heading straight to the second floor. She guessed that this was probably the changing room. Ranran hurriedly walked over, and when she pushed the door open, she indeed saw a row of lockers opposite her, with a number marking the ant's wristband in the upper left corner. Ranran quickly took out the work uniform inside and put it on, then fished out the remote control from inside, which controlled the cleaning tools. Large places used specialized vacuums and floor scrubbers, which Ranran had seen the cleaning staff use at the research institute. She grabbed the items and slipped into the elevator, pressing the button for the 4th floor, but just as the elevator doors were about to close, a hand suddenly reached in. Wait. Ranran jumped in fright, and when she looked, the person was also dressed as a cleaner and was probably the ant's colleague. She immediately turned her head to look at the elevator display screen to avoid making eye contact with the woman. Unfortunately, that woman was quite chatty and tapped her on the shoulder. "Sister Luo, did you bring lunch today?" "Uh-huh." Ranran made a sound through her nose. "I had fish for lunch, planned to bring it, but I overcooked it, and it's too mushy. It can't be eaten after reheating." The woman started chattering. Ranran remained silent, her eyes fixed on the elevator display screen, feeling that this brief moment was particularly long. The woman continued, "By the way, I brought that craft I made last time. After I finish, I'll show it to you. By the way, Sister Luo, why do you seem a bit off today? Did you get your eyebrows done? They weren't so sparse before." Ranran's heart raced countless times. She felt the woman leaning in, seemingly about to observe her closely. The aunt looked to be over 60, and just by the exposed parts of her face under the mask, she was completely different from Ranran. If she looked closely, wouldn't she be exposed? Just then, the elevator beeped and stopped. They had arrived at the 3rd floor. The woman looked up, got up, and walked out. Ranran let out a long sigh of relief, only then realizing her back was soaked with sweat. Because of the heat and her nervousness, Ranran had been gripping the remote control so tightly that her hand was almost sweating. The elevator finally stopped on the 4th floor. Ranran walked out and quickly scanned the area, noticing a young security guard smoking at the end of the corridor. She still had to put on a show, so Ranran found the vacuum cleaner in the tool room, set it to the clean the entire room mode, and it started working with a loud rumble. Ranran quietly turned back to look. The security guard was still there and showed no signs of leaving anytime soon. Ranran frowned and could only continue to pretend to work. She began to clean out the trash bins one by one. The 4th floor was entirely storage, with a corner designated as the archive room. The storage units could all be opened, revealing rows and rows of frozen storage units, all locked up. Only internal staff could access them, which Ranran didn't mind. What she cared about most was the archive room in the corner, which had several large computers and many organized files. They were all sealed in cabinets, most of them with seals, likely containing original documents from many years ago. Before she could take a closer look, the security guard at the door called out, "Sister Luo, if you take too long, you'll miss the garbage disposal time. It's about to start breaking down." After hearing this, Ranran hurriedly left the cabinet, quickly gathered a few garbage bags, and headed downstairs. This time she didn't dare take the elevator, fearing she would run into that overly enthusiastic big sister again. Having seen the cleaning ladies sorting the garbage, Ranran skillfully sorted the trash by category. She might have been the last one to throw out the garbage. Just as she tossed it in, the clock struck the hour, and the smart garbage bin began to enter into action. It could sort and process the trash effectively. Paper items would be quickly shredded and turned into recyclable pulp. Household waste could be ground and fermented for secondary use. Items that couldn't be easily decomposed would be handled by specialized personnel. Ranran was very lucky when she ran back upstairs. The security guard was no longer in the corridor. She was overjoyed and headed straight into the archive room. She opened one of the computers on the side, and as expected, it was password protected. Ranran had prepared for this. She had brought a password cracking program with her. It only took half an hour to install and boot up. All that was left was to wait. Ranran stood at the door, carefully looking outside to avoid anyone suddenly appearing. Time passed slowly, and she felt a mix of the tension of a thief and the anticipation of uncovering the truth. The air was quiet enough to hear her heartbeat and breathing. Faster, just a bit faster, she silently urged herself, clenching her fists tightly. 10 minutes, 15 minutes, 20 minutes. She waited and waited, watching the time on the screen tick away. Just as it reached 28 minutes and victory was in sight, a familiar female voice suddenly came from outside. "Sister Luo, are you done? I brought my craft up." Chapter 24. A helping hand in the snow. It was the cleaning lady from the 3rd floor. She had already suspected something in the elevator, and now she was coming up. It was bad news. Ranran panicked, quickly closed the archive room door, and pretended to be absent. But the woman was persistent and knocked on the door loudly after searching for a while. "Sister Luo, Sister Luo, don't be silent. I know you're inside. Open the door. Didn't you say yesterday that you wanted to see the craft I brought? You're really being very strange." Today was strange from the moment she arrived. "Hey, open the door." Her series of shouts ended with a short cry of pain. followed by a bang, as if someone had collided with the door, and then there was silence again. What happened outside? Ranran's heart raced as she wanted to pull the door open to check, but at that moment, the time on the computer had already pointed to 30 minutes. In the next moment, the screen that had been blue suddenly brightened. Just when Ranran thought it had disconnected, the computer suddenly jumped to a series of character keys, indicating that she had entered the program's backend. A chill ran through her heart. This internal data of the gene bank was even more secure than she had imagined. Just when she felt the most desperate, the door clicked open. Turning around, she saw the young security guard from the corridor walking in step by step. He had a ring for an electric baton in his hand. His youthful face was quite handsome, just a young man in his early 20s. Ranran wanted to explain, trying to block the computer with her body. "I was just cleaning up." The security guard interrupted her. "I noticed as soon as you arrived." She wouldn't activate the whole house cleaning button. Ranran's heart grew colder, and her face turned pale. She knew she might expose herself, but she didn't expect it to happen so soon. She had prepared for the worst, which was to be caught when discovering the secret. That was something she could accept. Between receiving punishment and living a life filled with anxiety, she chose the former. But what was this now? She lowered her head in disappointment, extending her hands forward, signaling him, "Come on." The security guard took 2 steps forward, but showed no intention of grabbing her. He stared into her eyes and said softly, "You can't unlock the computer like this." "What?" Ranran panicked and looked up, realizing that his gaze was filled with something inscrutable, a glimmer of something stirring. The security guard stepped forward, quickly pulling out a bracelet from his pocket and handing it over. "You need to scan this." After saying that, he turned and strode away, dragging the cleaning lady from the 3rd floor who was lying at the door. The earlier sound of collision and the cry of pain were evidence that the young security guard had knocked out the cleaning lady. Ranran clutched the bracelet, hesitating for just a few seconds. She didn't have time to think about why the security guard was helping her. That seemed like another mystery. But just a few seconds later, she reacted, rushing to the computer with the bracelet and scanning it over the laser sensor. The device was indeed useful. After scanning, the computer emitted a faint startup sound and opened. Ranran was extremely excited and quickly manipulated the desktop screen, which had a specific input for searching genes, and even an automatic verification function, very advanced. She was already familiar with that string of gene numbers, quickly typing it in and pressing the Enter key. The screen displayed a message. Querying, you can continue to input other codes or use automatic verification. Ranran thought for a moment, plucked a hair from her head, and placed it in the automatic verification box. Now it was just a matter of waiting for the results, and she occasionally paid attention to the movements behind her, worried that the security guard would come back or that another uninvited guest would show up. So she waited, and finally, the verification results appeared on the screen. When Ranran clicked, her fingers trembled slightly. She was waiting for this result, but was also afraid of it. The screen displayed several lines of text, and at that moment, it felt as if her very soul was being drawn into it. Time seemed to freeze, leaving only the cold computer and her standing beside it like a fossil. She didn't know how long it had been, but a line of text flashed on the screen. "Do you want to transmit this content?" Ranran snapped back to reality, quickly turning on the Bluetooth transmission on her watch and clicking the confirm button. In no time, all the results were transmitted to her phone. She moved quickly, clearing the query records and wiping away her traces with a wet tissue. She also picked up that strand of hair again. Then, Ranran quickly left the archive room, going smoothly from the 4th floor down to the ground floor. Even the door to the backyard was slightly ajar. Passing by the monitoring room, Ranran glanced sideways and saw the security guard standing by the monitor, seemingly operating something. She wanted to say something to him, but the words caught in her throat, and she held back. She tightened her clothes and quickly walked out, sticking to the dark, shadowy areas all the way to that alley, where she quickly stripped off her clothes and put them on the cleaning lady's body, then retraced her steps back to the hotel. After returning to the hotel, Ranran looked back at that alley and saw the cleaning lady had already woken up. She stood up unsteadily, pressing her temple for a while, then slowly walked toward the office building. There was a high probability she wouldn't remember what happened tonight because the anesthetic would cause temporary memory fuzziness, and wearing the work uniform would give her the illusion that she had already entered the workplace. Moreover, that security guard would probably cover for himself, right? Ranran stared in the direction of the first floor, a fleeting expression on her face. The next day, Ranran took the earliest flight out of the capital. Returning to the city, she immediately contacted Xiaoyu, asking her to rush to the old house in the suburbs. Xiaoyu didn't ask much and quickly took leave. Then she drove in, and as soon as she entered the yard, she saw Ranran standing outside the gate, seemingly waiting for a long time. Is there a result? Xiaoyu asked her nervously. You don't look quite right. Ranran lowered her eyes. There's a result. Let's go inside and talk. Inside, Rulin was sitting on the sofa, holding a cup of tea that had long gone cold. Seeing them enter, Rulin stood up. What is the result? Ranran gestured for her and Xiaoyu to sit down. I can hardly believe my eyes. If you see this, you'll also find it incredible. But the fact is that only Rulin is a real person. Chapter 25. The clone what? Rulin and Xiaoyu exclaimed simultaneously, and then Xiaoyu asked, Ranran, what are you talking about? Ranran showed a wry smile, clicked a button on her watch, and the verification result appeared on the wall opposite. Look, my code is 007. The two stared at the text, which prominently displayed a description of this gene, revealing a shocking past. It turned out that Rulin's gene was extracted in 2007 and stored in a high-quality gene bank. This gene bank was global in nature, and the capital's gene bank preserved all high-quality genes of Asian descent, totaling hundreds of thousands. Over the next 200 years, Rulin's genes were repeatedly extracted and used to clone high-quality human bodies. Lin Huiru was the second generation, and Ranran herself was the seventh-generation clone. So I am you, but not entirely you. Ranran looked at Rulin. I have no parents. Biologically, I am just a string of cold numbers. Rulin opened her mouth in surprise. Ranran, you. Ranran smiled bitterly. Because of the same genes, we all share common traits. Poor respiratory systems as children, frequent coughs and inflammations, potential for fractures as we grow up, and thinning blood vessel walls, and increased blood viscosity in old age, leading to a possibility of stroke. Moreover, we both have red moles on our necks, and we almost look identical. The clone Xiaoyu was so nervous she bit her tongue, her speech becoming somewhat slurred. Isn't this prohibited scientifically? This is completely unethical. Ranran said softly. Yes, initially they only cloned one every few decades, but later, the intervals got shorter and shorter. The 006th clone before me is still alive and only a few years older than me. She has also been engaged in the field of medical testing abroad. Rulin's voice trembled. I remembered that before I left. The hospital asked me to have my blood drawn, saying it was to reserve blood sources with no other intention. During that time, they used anesthetics on me, and I had no energy for several days. Yes, extracting what is needed for cloning requires not only blood, but also various human tissues, such as white blood cells, liver, or spleen tissues, etc. Ranran sighed. There must be a huge conspiracy behind this. Xiaoyu shook her head. Her biggest concern was Ranran, and she eagerly asked, Ranran, what should we do now? Do you have any plans? Ranran shook her head. It's too frustrating to articulate. I'm not even considered human. How am I any different from those artificial intelligences? Xiaoyu walked over and held her hand. Ranran, don't say that. Rulin stood in the corner. Her feelings were also extremely complicated. She had always thought of herself as an anomaly who had entered a future world. But now she realized that the girl who had been taking care of her was her clone. This was completely overturning in her imagination. Rulin walked to the projection, scrolling through the text, browsing through the 7 generations after herself, all with identical faces, engaged in almost the same industries, and their life trajectories were roughly the same. She shook her head in pain. Why is it like this? Ranran sighed and broke free from Xiaoyu's hand. I want to be alone for a while. I'm counting on you. She entered the room alone, her lonely back looking particularly desolate, as if the whole world had left only her. Ranran stayed in the room for a full 3 days. Besides sleeping, she just stared blankly at the sky outside, with only one thought in her mind. Who am I? What should I do? This turned everything upside down from the time Rulin first arrived. Everyone took turns doubting their existence, completely unaware of where to go. Later, on a dim evening, Ranran received a phone call. Unexpectedly, It was from the security guard. He got straight to the point. Miss Go, I'm just like you. We are the same kind of person. Ranran was taken aback, staring at the young face. You're the same? The security guard nodded. You find it strange, right? Actually, I realized this when I was in my teens, when I accidentally discovered the contract my parents signed with the gene bank. Then, I saw someone on TV who looked just like me. He was participating in an international physics competition. Surprising, right? My specialty is also physics. Ranran looked at him, and she could fully feel the sorrow of this young man. At that time, I was shocked and immediately took the intercepted video to ask my parents. They stammered and couldn't answer, and I was so angry that I ran out of the house, and they had a car accident while chasing after me. The security guard spoke softly about the past, his voice very low. Ranran's heart tightened. What happened to them? The security guard smiled bitterly. They died. Before he died, my father said that I was indeed a child they applied for through the gene bank, but they didn't know where my genes came from. He begged me to forgive him. As the security guard spoke, his voice choked. How can I forgive? I'm an unidentified wild man. How can I forgive? Ranran wanted to comfort him, but she knew that no words would be of any use, as all of this was an unchangeable fact. The security guard took a breath and continued. After they died, they left behind a substantial inheritance. I could have completed my studies, even studied abroad, but I didn't want anything. I dropped out and came to the capital alone, applying for a job as a security guard at the gene bank. Then you must have known your genetic origins long ago. Ranran looked at him with sympathy. He nodded. That's right. My genetic origin comes from 2010. I am the 11th generation clone. The reason for such a high cloning frequency is probably because each generation of genes has considerable physical achievements. Only my generation has become a waste. He spoke with self-deprecation, as if he were trapped in an eternal darkness where the future was invisible, making one feel despair just by looking at him. Ranran said nothing, looking at him as if through him, she was looking at herself. Why haven't you left yet? What are you waiting for? Ranran asked softly. The security guard smiled at the camera. I don't know where else to go. I just know that being here, I can meet others like me, like you, Miss Go. That's why I feel I'm not alone. Ranran sighed. Maybe so. Chapter 26, A Desperate Gamble. Ranran hadn't gone through as long a period of contemplation as he had. Compared to him, she felt her situation wasn't so tragic. At least in the past 20-some years, she had lived quite happily. By the way, did I disturb you when I went there last time? Ranran asked. The security guard shook his head. Don't worry. I'm familiar with all the security and monitoring systems. I've modified the surveillance footage and reassured Sister Luo. She didn't suspect anything. Ranran felt relieved. Over the years, how many people like me have you encountered while guarding the gene bank? The security guard shook his head heavily. There are some who come to consult, but many go through normal channels, and I'm not sure about the results. Currently, besides you and me, there are only 2 others that I know of. After all those hundreds of thousands of genetic samples, we only found 4 of us? Ranran couldn't believe it. The security guard looked equally disappointed. Miss Go, perhaps many people haven't noticed, and some who have noticed don't care much. That's my guess. Ranran took a deep breath. Okay, I forgot to ask you, what is your name? Xishuangbanna. He smiled. I'll add you to our group later. A while after hanging up, an invitation indeed came through, and when Ranran clicked in, she saw the other 2 who had similar experiences introducing themselves. One was a man in his 40s, a herder from the Tibetan area, introducing himself as Sangji. The light over there was very dim, with what seemed like the flickering light of a lantern illuminating his weathered face, and he spoke in very poor Mandarin. Sorry, I'll talk to you later. It's getting late, and I need to herd the yaks back. It might snow tonight. The other was a round-faced little girl named Wan, very young, at most in her teens, looking like a middle school student. She was sitting at her desk, biting on a pen, and her voice was so low it seemed like a whisper. Another big sister has come. That's great. I'm not the only female anomaly anymore. Ranran wasn't used to it. She waved at them as if to greet them. Xishuangbanna introduced. I met Wan online. She left a message on the official website, and that's how I learned about her situation. Wan huffed. I said myself. My mom likes to post my photos online. And then a stranger left a message saying I looked just like his daughter when she was young. And then my mom acted like she was bitten by something and immediately deleted those messages and photos. So I thought something was wrong. Later, after finding Xishuangbanna, I realized I'm really a clone. Do your family know? Ranran asked. Wanwan didn't take care. I told them, but they don't believe it. They think I'm talking nonsense. Sangji had already herded the yaks into the barn and was sitting by the stove, warming himself. You must be wearing short sleeves over there, but we're still very cold here. Sangji, when are you coming back to my place for a drink? Xishuangbanna said with a smile. Sangji slowly shook his head. Sadly, I want to be going back. It turns out that a few years ago, when he represented his county at a meeting in the capital, he found a younger version of himself at the entrance of a polytechnic university. At that time, he was very excited because his parents did not hide it from him. He knew he was a child applied for through the gene bank. After seeing the boy, he thought the two must be biological brothers, a fate granted by the Buddha, and rushed over quickly. The student was so scared that he ran away, thinking he had encountered a ghost. At that time, Sangji was also caught by the security guards who came after hearing the news and was taken to the police station, where he was detained for a night before being released. Fortunately, Sangji had taken a photo of that student, and he took it to the gene bank to inquire. But he hit a wall. They dismissed him with a few official words and naturally found no leads. Luckily, he met Xishuangbanna, so he learned about his genetic background. For a time, Xishuangbanna, Sangji, and Wanwan became each other's emotional support, and during their intermittent doubts about themselves, they wouldn't feel lost. Wanwan teased Sangji, Uncle, what's there to be sad about? If we're talking about order, you're actually a generation earlier than him. He should call you Big Brother. Sangji shook his head and poured a bowl of butter tea to drink. Karmic ties, better not to mention them. I haven't dared to tell my parents all these years, for fear they would think I'm a monster. While they were talking, Sangji's wife walked in, speaking in Tibetan as she brought in a pot of beef soup. Sangji stopped discussing the earlier matter and just greeted his wife. After that, he logged off. Wanwan mumbled that she needed to do her homework, and this small meeting came to an end. Later, Xishuangbanna sent a message. We are also questioning the meaning of our existence at any time. Wanwan became even more depressed, having taken a year off from school. Ranran sighed. Yeah, what is the meaning of our existence? I also want to know why there is such a high-quality gene bank. What do they really want to do? Could it be that they're conducting some terrible experiments in private? You're thinking the same as I am, but our power is too small. If we could gather more people and make a bigger noise, it could draw attention from above, Xishuangbanna said. He was right, but how could they gather more people? Xishuangbanna had been at the gene bank for so many years and had only met the three of them. Ranran thought for a moment. She knew there was only one way in front of her, to burn the boats and make this matter public. The greater the public reaction, the more it would attract like-minded individuals. However, such risks also existed. Public opinion could backfire and harm themselves. Moreover, based on previous taboos from above, they might face strong repression. Ranran initially wanted to discuss it with Xishuangbanna and Xiuyu, but then thought, just do it. What is the worst that could happen? So she got up from bed in the middle of the night, opened her computer, and anonymously published her experience. After more than 200 years of development, online platforms have become highly polarized. Either no one cares or it suddenly goes viral. Many young people have become increasingly indifferent. But behind that indifference is a surge of hostility. Whenever you want to publish something, you have to be prepared to be criticized. The online violence that was popular years ago is even worse now and continues to emerge. Compared to the limited communication in reality, people are increasingly unrestrained online, with countless cases of suicide due to online bullying every year. Ranran usually rarely goes online and wasn't very familiar with the distinctions between various sections, so she randomly found a place to post it. However, she waited for a long time without any response. Later, the administrator sent a message from the back end, saying that the post had been moved to another section. Chapter 27. Countless kindred spirits with this shift, comments started pouring in, and in just 3 minutes, dozens of replies appeared. Opinions varied, and there were all kinds of remarks. Is this true? Are there really clones? What do you call each other when you meet? Sisters or ancestors? Is this a gene application? I think I saw something similar in a drawer when I was a child. Could I also be a clone? I need to look for it again. I've only heard of cloned animals. I've never heard of people. It feels like the world is about to go crazy. I feel this exposure must be fake. Only you fools would believe it. It's normal for people without reproductive capacity to apply for genes. And it's just normal cell culture. How could they even use the same genes? Ranran was pondering how to reply when Xishuangbanna called. Miss Gu, did you post that message? Yes, how did you know? Ranran was surprised. I just posted it less than 2 hours ago. Go check how many times it has been shared. The message has already gone viral. The director of the archives department at the gene bank just came, and they are now conducting a strict investigation. They're looking to see if any employees are spreading rumors. Ranran said nervously, are they really using that as an excuse? Doesn't that make you very dangerous? It's okay. They're still investigating privately. After all, they have kept this hidden for so many years, Xishuangbanna said firmly. It's fine. If you, a girl, can be so determined, what do I have to fear? After Xishuangbanna finished speaking, he added, I will definitely be at the forefront. After all, I have nothing to lose. Ranran's tone softened considerably. Don't think like that. Xishuangbanna, we still have each other. The two discussed for a long time, considering various terrifying consequences, such as the news being suppressed or them being imprisoned for spreading rumors. They even considered losing their freedom and jobs. Both had thought about these possibilities. They reached a consensus. Since they had already started, they could only brace themselves and move forward. They couldn't live in confusion forever. It was very late at night when Ranran finally rested, but her dreams were still restless, as if she were still scrolling through those comments and dealing with those malicious trolls. Before dawn, Qiu rushed over, her clothes askew. Ranran, that message was posted by you, right? Why didn't you answer when I called you? Ranran yawned. It was me who posted it, but it was so early. I had turn on my phone yet. Ranran, I'm both excited and anxious right now. I feel something big is about to happen. Qiu paced around the room. Ranran leaned against the door, calm in demeanor, but firm in speech. I support Ranran in this matter. If needed, I'm willing to come forward and testify. I'm the most qualified person to do so. Ranran turned back, refusing her. No. You should know from that exposure that I didn't reveal your existence. I only talked about my relationship with Lin Huiru. I can't drag you into the storm. Do you want to be treated like a madwoman and locked up in a mental hospital? Ranran glanced at her. I'm seen as a madwoman by others. Aren't you also considered abnormal? Since we are both like this, what is there to fear? Ranran felt both surprised and touched. She was merely her copy. Beside them, Qiu smacked her forehead. You two are crazy. Aren't you afraid of online bullying? The vast majority of people won't believe you. I don't care, Ranran said, rubbing her fingers. As long as even 1% or even 1,000th of people believe me, this risk is worth it. Moreover, she shook her watch. It's already reminding me. I've received many private messages. These private messages were full of information. Some had sent pictures of their parents' gene application forms, while others confirmed their similar experiences. A few impatient ones wanted everyone to go to the gene bank together to clarify things. There were dozens of such messages. It felt like when you were walking in the dark, suddenly, behind you, countless fellow travelers holding torches appeared. Instantly, it warmed her heart. Qiu looked incredulous. Are there really that many? Are these people also clones? After making countless psychological preparations, the words clones still made Ranran feel uncomfortable. She softly said, a portion, maybe some are just my own illusions. But I can't verify them one by one. What is the next step? What is your plan? Qiu stared at the frantically buzzing private messages. Ranran glanced out the window, just observed the changes. Plans may not be conceived, but come naturally. Ranran instantly understood her meaning. The hotter public opinion gets, the more the people in charge of this matter will be restless. They will take action on their own. Qiu glanced at the two identical faces. Speaking of which, your two ways of thinking are quite similar. If everything calms down, can you accept another version of yourself in this world? Ranran and Ranran fell silent. This question was too complex. It took them a long time to get used to each other's existence, and that was under the premise of no common conflicts. As for the future, who knows? Ranran excused herself to check some materials and left the room, while Ranran went to the kitchen to pour a steaming cup of coffee and handed it to Qiu. You scared her. She might think I would take her place. I see she trusts you quite a bit. However, Qiu disagreed. If she didn't trust you, she would have run away long ago. To survive under such harsh conditions, she must be strong. Ranran lowered her head and poured herself another cup of coffee. I hope she can trust me. After this matter, I will find a way to locate her companions. As for her future whereabouts, she can decide for herself. Xiaoyu nodded. Okay, I'll head to work now. If anything comes up, remember to contact me immediately. I'm always here. Ranran nodded vigorously, gratefully glancing at Xiaoyu. I'm glad you've always been with me. You didn't shy away after knowing my true identity. Xiaoyu smiled. I think it's all the same, whether naturally born or cloned. What does it matter? We all grew up under the care of our parents and received the same education. We shouldn't treat others with a harsh perspective. As Ranran saw her off, she added with concern, don't pay any attention to those trolls online. Those with such malicious thoughts are the real monsters. Ranran nodded, waved to her, and then leaned against the door, watching her start the car. At this point, the sun had risen. What they called rising was actually hidden behind clouds and smog, letting out a faint glow. But no matter how weak it was, it still brought strands of sunlight to dispel the darkness within. Ranran closed her eyes, tilted her head to feel the warmth of the sunlight, and stood there in a daze for a long time. Chapter 28. Comprehensive Suppression at this moment. Xishuangbanna was busy in the rented house. He extracted all the private messages suspected to be from clones, then conducted a simple screening and pulled the ones he was fairly certain were clones into their group. The group became unprecedentedly lively, with everyone chiming in, criticizing the gene bank. They all believed that there must be some terrifying motive behind this action. The genetic law clearly states that normal reproduction is allowed, and one gene can only correspond to one person. This is illegal. Yes, if everyone is identical, wouldn't the world be in chaos? Just thinking that I'm a clone makes me feel cold all over. Yesterday, I confronted my parents, and they were still lying. Let us find a time to question the gene bank. How about this afternoon? In the end, this person's suggestion was agreed upon by everyone, and more people signed up, planning to go to the gene bank that afternoon for clarification. Xishuangbanna quietly observed, contributing a few words at critical moments to stir the pot. He always remembered Ranran's words. Only when things escalate can the puppeteers behind the scenes reveal themselves. That afternoon, a large crowd indeed surged into the gene bank's lobby, all shouting to check the source of their genes and demanding an explanation from the gene bank staff. This group was aggressive, and a few individuals even made strong statements, threatening that if this matter wasn't explained, they would all perish together today. The security of the gene bank mobilized entirely at the order of their superiors, politely inviting all the visitors into a reception room. Afterward, a responsible person arrived, arranged for blood samples to be taken on the spot, and stated that they would provide a response in 3 days. With this assurance, everyone had nothing further to say and agreed to come back in 3 days, gradually dispersing. However, the next day, a strange thing happened. The Hard-Won group was unexpectedly disbanded, and the group owner, Xishuangbanna, was completely unaware. He firmly stated, I absolutely did not disband it. It took me so long to gather these people. I wouldn't be that stupid. Could someone have hacked the account? Ranran inquired. He was sure. Could it be? I've never encountered such a situation before. But it's okay. I'll just add them back through private messages. When Xishuangbanna went to do that, he was even more shocked. The previous explosive post had disappeared, and all the messages and private messages were gone. It was as if he had encountered a ghost. Upon seeing this, Ranran felt a chill run down her back. It seems this is not a coincidence. The people behind the scenes have acted. They want to suppress this matter. Such a strong reaction also proves that the issue of gene reuse is indeed real. Xishuangbanna clenched his fists. These people have gone mad. Then let us continue exposing it. Ranran turned to check her computer, then shook her head. I've already checked. Anything related to genes or cloning can't be sent out. After a while, Xiaoyu called. Did you see? The gene bank released an official statement. They're simply talking nonsense. Ranran's heart sank. She quickly opened the official account, where there was an official refutation message targeting the gene reuse incident that had been boiling over these past few days. And the most absurd part was that they had even invited a few so-called involved parties to come forward, claiming that it was fake news spread to gain attention. One of the involved parties was actually the loudest person in the group before. Ranran felt a chill down her back. She had considered that this matter might be suppressed, but she never expected it to happen so quickly. It was like a bucket of ice water poured over her, completely extinguishing the flames of hope that had risen. Suddenly, a ringing sound came, and the phone rang. Upon answering, it was LV Ran, who was responsible for logistics at the Research Institute. Ranran, are you in the city? Yes. Ranran wondered why she was asking this. LV Ran quickly said, can you come to the Research Institute right away? Professor Chung is looking for you. Ranran felt puzzled. She had taken several days off, but when she wanted to ask the reason, LV Ran dropped the line and hung up. Hurry, I'm waiting for you at the door. Ranran felt very unsettled, but tidied up and drove to the Research Institute. LV Ran was indeed waiting there. She waved her hand and ran a few steps toward her. Ranran, hurry inside. Professor Chung has been waiting for a long time. What happened? I don't know. LV Ran whispered. Director Mu just came, and he is still in Professor Chung's office. Director Mu, whose full name is Mu Qing-shan, is also a student of Professor Chung. He became the director of the Research Institute before the age of 40. If Professor Chung is the core technical force of the Research Institute, then Mu Qing-shan is the helmsman ensuring its safe navigation. Ranran had not been interning for long and had only seen him a couple of times. During one incident, a technical department employee made a mistake with the data, and Director Mu immediately kicked him out without listening to his explanation. Very ruthless. Ranran only felt he was silent, calm, and decisive, instilling an inexplicable fear. She had always held an attitude of avoiding contact, even unwilling to make eye contact with him. Ranran felt something was off, but she thought maybe it was just a coincidence. Director Mu's arrival might not be related to her. As she walked a few steps forward, she felt less fearful. Even if they found out about her, what could they do? At worst, she would be fired and lose her internship qualification. When she decided to blow the whistle, didn't she already consider these consequences? After coming to this realization, Ranran felt much more at ease, and her pace quickened. As she just entered the third-floor corridor, she saw Mu Qing-shan standing at the door of Professor Cheng's office, seemingly just coming out. When the two people's eyes met, it was as if a chill shot towards Ranran. His gaze matched the high-quality suit and nearly 1.9-meter height, resembling a character from a years-old CEO novel. Ranran gritted her teeth and nodded at him, greeting Director Mu. Mu Qing-shan glanced down at her. Ranran, they inter at the Research Institute this year? Ranran replied flatly, yes, I started my internship at the beginning of the year. Mu Qing-shan was non-committal, his demeanor cold as ice. Go in. Your professor is waiting for you. Even his voice was icy. Ranran politely nodded and walked past him, knocking twice on Professor Cheng's office door. Come in. Professor Cheng's voice came from inside. Ranran sensed out of the corner of her eye that Mu Qing-shan was still behind her, watching her. His gaze felt like a sharp knife, piercing through her, seemingly revealing the secrets she wanted to hide. But what of it? The event had already occurred. Ranran straightened her back. Her thin and weak body seemed to scream, never surrender. Under the pressure of that gaze, she firmly pushed open the door, not daring to glance back at Mu Qing-shan. Chapter 29. Professor Cheng's words. Professor Cheng's office was dim and thick with the smell of smoke. Ranran glanced at the ashtray on the desk and thought that the chain smoker Professor Chung had smoked quite a lot again. By this time, it was almost dark, yet he had turned on the lights. Sitting hunched over behind a large desk, he still wore that grayish-white lab coat, looking like a master craftsman working at the bottom level. Seeing Ranran enter, he looked up and pointed to the sofa beside him, saying, Xiao you're here? Have a seat. Ranran nodded and quietly sat down, asking Professor Chung, did you want to see me? Yes, I heard you're on leave. Professor Chung looked at her. The day before yesterday, I asked Qin Yuan to give you 2 sets of data. He told me. I'm sorry. Ranran lowered her head slightly. I've had some personal matters recently, which have delayed my work. I hope it hasn't affected the project's progress. Professor Chung coughed lightly. Xiao, do you know why I chose you from thousands of internship applications? Ranran fell silent for a moment and shook her head. Her resume was excellent, and in the field of biology, no teacher would hesitate to praise her talent. However, Professor Cheng's studio was one of the best teams in the country. and there were many students as outstanding as her in the biology field. Of course, you are a genius in biology. I've reviewed all your competition papers from middle school to university. You possess outstanding professional skills. Professor Cheng's tone softened. This is why you stand out among 80 of others. As for the other 20, Ranran looked up at him with confusion. This was a reason she also wanted to know. Professor Cheng didn't keep her in suspense, because Qingshan's recommendation is Mu Qingshan, our institute's director. Ranran felt surprised, as she had never interacted with Mu Qingshan before. Their brief conversation at the door was their first dialogue. They were strangers to each other. Qingshan told me that this girl is good, that her gaze is persistent, and that she is someone who can handle big matters. Professor Cheng smiled. I took Qingshan's advice and chose you. Ranran felt a bit embarrassed. My performance may not be as you imagined. Indeed, you have been here for several months, and you have mostly been doing peripheral support work, which could be considered trivial. You have had more contact with office supplies than the projects themselves. Or is there any stunning performance? Professor Cheng's expression was very gentle. This is not your fault. Cultivating one's character and being able to focus on doing every trivial task well is a necessary step for you young people. Is Professor Cheng testing me? Ranran looked up at him, while also guessing his purpose for calling her over. It must be more than just a heartfelt talk. Yirana nu did. I will do my job well. Professor Cheng's fingers tapped rhythmically on the table, his gaze fixed on Ranran, his voice calm. Xiao Gu. I've heard about the gene bank situation. Ranran's heart raced. It was indeed this matter. The issue she had previously worried about had come to light. After a brief moment of panic, Ranran quickly calmed down. She slowly replied, investigating my background, I have never regretted it for a minute, including everything that follows. I did not regret it. If the professor thinks I have affected the reputation of the research institute, I can also cooperate with your decision. Professor Cheng looked at her meaningfully. Xiaoge, it seems you had made plans before coming here. Yes. Hasn't this matter already been suppressed? Even you, Professor Cheng, know about it. Since they have such power, I must also muster my courage. Ranran stood up, speaking each word clearly. I will face it. After I return, I will hand over my current work and all my identification and passes. Professor Cheng laughed heartily at her words. Did you think I called you here to expel you? Ranran remained silent, standing there with her back straight, very brave and resolute. Professor Cheng pointed to the sofa. Sit down, Xiao. I want to talk to you about some things you may not yet know. Curious about what he wanted to say, Ranran sat down, her hands crossed on her knees, quietly watching him. Xiaoge, do you know what my greatest wish in this life is? Professor Cheng suddenly asked. Yiran plead. I've seen it in interviews. It's to develop a special medicine for treating bone diseases, allowing all those suffering from it to receive treatment. In an era where diseases like AIDS and cancer have been resolved, new diseases have emerged, such as the bone diseases that began appearing decades ago. The symptoms of this disease include whole body pain and inability to stand or walk, and over time, the limbs show signs of degeneration. This disease progresses quickly, and within a few years to a decade, a person can become paralyzed, and in the end, their hands and feet become deformed, resembling grotesque, fleshy masses. Professor Cheng's studio was primarily established to research this disease, and they have made significant progress over the years. For example, drugs that slow down the disease have been put into widespread use. Although they only slow it down, it is already a huge breakthrough. When Ranran was in college, she had once listened to Professor Cheng's lecture, and at that moment, the thought that arose in her heart was to join Professor Cheng's studio and work with him to develop a special medicine for bone diseases. This was the reason she gave up a high-paying part-time job and resolutely submitted her internship application to the Research Institute. She was very lucky, not only obtaining an internship opportunity, but also having such a great mentor in Professor Cheng. In the 3 years of her master's and doctoral studies, she should be able to achieve significant accomplishments. In her classmates' eyes, she was already on a bright path. You're right, this is my biggest concern. Professor Cheng sighed after hearing her answer. You may not have been to the pathology department of the Research Institute. It is filled with special cases of patients suffering from this disease. This is just 1 in 10,000, and it is only the beginning. Bone diseases will cover a large number of people in the coming decades, and many patients remain hidden. This is what I worry about the most. Ranran lowered her gaze, her eyes flashing with infinite sorrow. Throughout human history, there has always been a struggle against terrifying diseases. When one battle and another arises, an endless cycle. But the most terrifying thing is not this, Xiaoge. Do you know what it is? Professor Chung looked at her. Ranran closed her eyes, sighed, and reopened them. Is it fertility issues? You're right. Professor Cheng's expression was pained. In the past century, the birth rate has been decreasing. If in the past, people attributed the reason to a mindset of not wanting children, now it has evolved into changes in bodily functions that prevent them from reproducing normally. Chapter 30. Degradation and extinction. Is this the reason why the gene bank, disregarding ethics, collected high-quality genes 200 years ago and mass-produced them? Ranran became excited. Professor Chung shook his head. No, at that time, we didn't think that far. It was only meant to serve as a reserve. However, later on, especially in the last 100 years, fertility issues have become increasingly severe. Social security institutions, educational institutions, and real estate have all collapsed. And the aging population is becoming more serious, with the population declining by several percentage points each year. To put it chillingly, it is possible that in a few hundred years, humanity could face extinction. Ranran was dumbfounded. Over the past few years, she had seen similar statements in various news comments, but she always thought they were just sensational marketing. But now, when they came from Professor Cheng's mouth, they became real. Will humanity really go extinct? Ranran felt a dull pain in her chest. Professor Cheng's expression was heavy. If we let things go as they are, we will inevitably reach that point. Therefore, establishing a high-quality gene bank is a crucial step in preparing for the future. Xiaoge, do you understand what I mean? Ranran shook her head in pain. But can we, those of us who have been replicated, be considered human? We're just a string of cold numbers. What's the difference between us and artificial intelligence? Have you considered our feelings? Professor Cheng walked over and patted her shoulder. Why can't you be normal people? It's just that the way you were generated as embryos is different. You are essentially no different from those test tube babies. Professor Chung continued. During your university years, you studied reproductive isolation. Do you remember the content? Ranran nodded. She certainly remembered and softly recited. Reproductive isolation refers to the mechanisms that prevent mating or producing viable offspring between closely related populations under natural conditions due to various reasons. For example, the mule, which is produced by the mating of a horse and a donkey, is a type of sterile animal. That's right. This corresponds to the well-known lake effect. A species reproduces by the lake and then gradually spreads to both sides, generation after generation. In similar conditions, hybridization can occur, as they are still the same species. However, when the descendants from both sides meet again at the other end of the lake, there have already been drastic changes, and they can no longer integrate. Professor Chung explained. It's like ancient microorganisms. Some evolved into plants, some into algae, and some into animals. Although their essence remains microorganisms, they have become entirely different species after years of evolution. This is what is meant by moving from close relatives to distant relatives. Ranran felt a chill in her heart. So, the large number of fertility problems in today's people is also because genes cannot merge? What causes this? Exactly. It is because genes cannot merge that two normal sperm and egg cells cannot cultivate a normal embryo. According to our analysis, there are many reasons. Changes in the atmosphere, climate, temperature changes, ultraviolet rays, pollution including food, air, and even human consciousness. All these are factors. Professor Chung lamented. The number of normally born babies is decreasing, and most of them have physical risks. Humanity is degrading. This is an unstoppable change. Ranran took a deep breath. She found it hard to accept such statements, which completely overturned her perceptions built over 20 years. For a moment, she could not accept such terrifying statements about human degradation and extinction. Professor Chung poured a glass of water and handed it to her. Therefore, the existence of the gene bank can block this change. Obtaining high-quality genes and maintaining the continuation of humanity is crucial for us. Ranran, you are a product of high technology, but you are not a monster. You're just like normal children, with blood, flesh, thoughts, and souls. Do you understand? Professor Chung, If one day you encounter another version of yourself, what would you do? Gu Ranran countered. Professor Chung frowned and thought seriously for a moment. I would choose to coexist peacefully. After all, a long separation in time and space means the chances of meeting are slim. Even if we do meet, it would just be a fleeting encounter. It wouldn't change the overall pattern. Wouldn't it change? Gu Ranran was also confused. She took a sip of water, only to find it icy cold. And as it slid down her throat, her heart grew cold. Xiaoga, life should focus on the bigger picture. Living is the most important thing, right? Professor Chung said firmly. Humanity cannot take that step. All of us scientists will do our utmost to prevent it from happening. Do you believe us? Gu Ranran raised her head. She saw the light in Professor Chang's eyes and suddenly realized he was genuinely trying to save the world. After a painful decision, she nodded. I will try to slowly accept it. I will make an effort to see. Professor Chung was gratified. He patted the student's shoulder. Xiaoga, I know you're a perceptive child. In fact, everyone is helpless, but the more helpless we are, the more we must shoulder this responsibility. Professor Chung, there's another question I don't understand. Gu Ranran gazed at him. Is there a connection between bone diseases and fertility issues? With your years of research style, it's unlikely you can focus on both simultaneously. You've caught on, and there's indeed a mystery here, Professor Chung affirmed. Whether it's bone diseases or fertility issues, they are both contemporary civilization diseases. I study bone diseases while also paying attention to fertility issues. Through previous screenings, I found that among patients with fertility issues, 80% also carry hidden bone disease factors, meaning they are carriers of this condition. However, these factors may either coexist with them peacefully or may manifest as symptoms. All of this needs to be observed. Therefore, there must be some special connection between the two. Gu Ranran felt a chill in her heart. She thought of her parents, who were patients with fertility issues. Did they also carry bone disease factors in their bodies? Would that mean in the future? Xiaoga. Professor Chung seemed to see through her thoughts. Sometimes worrying is unnecessary. What we need to do is face the problem and solve it. Gu Ranran felt very confused. After saying goodbye to Professor Chung and leaving the office, she still couldn't calm down. She stood by the window, looking at the sky for a long while. Although it was pitch dark outside, with not a single star in sight, she silently gazed for a long time. When she came out, Liu Ran suddenly stood up from her desk. Ranran, are you okay? Gu Ranran shook her head. I'm fine. Aren't you off work yet? I was worried about you. Liu Ran quickly tidied up her desk. Let's go home together. After leaving the research institute, Liu Ran asked, what did Professor Chung talk to you about? Chapter 31. Core Laboratory, he taught me a bit about academic issues. Gu Ranran downplayed it. Studying human development history and discussing the lake effect could be considered academic issues. Right? Liu Ran looked skeptical. Just for this? Professor Chung is usually very busy. Gu Ranran changed the subject. You haven't had dinner yet, right? I heard there's a new dumpling restaurant on East Street that's pretty good. Let's go try it out? So the two girls drove to dinner. The atmosphere was harmonious, and they chatted about interesting stories from the Research Institute and some gossip from society, avoiding sensitive topics. But this happiness was merely superficial for Gu Ranran. Her mood was a mess, thinking about their experiences and Professor Chang's words, not knowing what else she could do. While Gu Ranran was talking with Professor Chung, Zhoushan was also plotting something big. After learning about his background, he had been hiding for a long time just to find peers and conspire on strategies, but unexpectedly, the plan was just beginning to be implemented when it was forcefully suppressed. This brought him immense anger and stimulation. So he decided to take the final step, using certain hacking techniques to intercept the database of genetic archives, and then prepared to report layer by layer. Zhoushan was confident about this because he had been self-studying hacking techniques over the years, and the previous wristband was something he had copied from stolen data. He knew how to infiltrate the genetic database's computer and silently steal the original data. The thought went from inception to execution in a very short time. Half an hour later, Zhoushan took advantage of the time before the handover to sneak into the archive room. He skillfully opened the computer, and a glance at the surveillance camera in the corner revealed that he had already overwritten it with yesterday's recordings, so it couldn't capture his image at all. He retrieved the original data in the fastest time possible and copied it one by one. This process took quite a while. as the data spanned 200 years and was vast. After waiting for a full hour, he completed the copying. Xishuangbanna took the wristband and glanced at the surveillance camera with satisfaction before quickly leaving the research institute. Under his meticulous planning, no one noticed him during this process. Xishuangbanna rode his electric bike straight to the municipal office. On the way, he sped along, his thoughts racing. He recalled the car accident involving his parents, the lonely days that followed, and his previous life, which was connected to a genetic counterpart who participated in the international physics competition. Over the years, Xishuangbanna had silently observed him from television and online. That boy, 2 years younger than him, became famous in that competition, entered one of the world's top 3 universities, published numerous significant papers, and interned at the best local research institute, becoming a rising star in the scientific community. Moreover, he had a beautiful girlfriend. Photos of the two enjoying time with their parents often appeared on social media, causing Xishuangbanna's heart to ache. He thought more than once that this should have been his fate, that he should have had a beautiful life, but now it had been stolen by another person. He was left alone, with nothing. His speed increased, exceeding the limit, and the electronic police had already warned him multiple times. Xishuangbanna knew they would come to arrest him in about 10 minutes. But he no longer cared. He rushed to the municipal office, waving his wristband as he shouted, "I want to see the mayor. Let me in." He had already investigated that the mayor was holding a quarterly coordination meeting and would be working late in the office building. Several security guards rushed over to catch him. But Xishuangbanna shouted, "I have all the secrets of the genetic database. If you don't let me see the mayor, I will reveal everything." Perhaps his threat worked, as he was soon taken into the reception room, and moments later, a figure that could only be seen on the news slowly approached him. Meanwhile, Ranran had returned home, having tried various ways to contact Xishuangbanna without success. He didn't answer calls or messages, and she couldn't find him at all. Ranran was anxious. She called Xiuyu, but Xiuyu didn't take it seriously. Maybe he's just sleeping or working. You know, we sometimes don't turn on our devices either. Is that really the case? If it were any other time, Ranran wouldn't have cared. But this was a particularly sensitive period. After waiting for a long time, around 10 o'clock in the evening, her wristband suddenly beeped, receiving a message from Xishuangbanna. "I've left the capital and may go far away. Don't look for me anymore. Forget about those things." A few short sentences sent a chill through Ranran's heart. "What happened to Xishuangbanna?" she replied, but it was as if her message had sunk into the sea. With no response, when she called, it showed that the call could not be connected. Xishuangbanna had vanished without a trace. Along with the kindred spirits he had painstakingly contacted, and even Sang Ji and Wan from their group had disappeared without leaving any traces. If it weren't for Xiuyu and Sha Rulin being able to testify to all this, Ranran would have thought it was just a dream. But what could be done? Professor Chung repeatedly stated that the secrets of the genetic database could not be shared with others because once this secret was revealed, it could lead to global chaos. Indeed, the hidden truths were realities that humanity could not accept. While large-scale chaos was terrifying, the implications for all of humanity felt unbearable to Ranran. Under Professor Chang's repeated invitation, she returned to work in the laboratory. However, compared to before, her mindset had changed significantly. She completed her tasks with more seriousness and effort. She hoped to, as Professor Chung said, develop a drug to treat skeletal diseases soon and find solutions to fertility issues. As for her own situation, she decided to take it one step at a time. On the third day back at work, Qin Yuan brought good news early in the morning. "Ranran, Professor Chung asked me to inform you that starting today, you can enter the core laboratory." "Really?" Ranran confirmed again. Qin Yuan nodded. "Of course it's true. Professor Chung has always recognized your abilities." Ranran didn't speak. She understood that this was a mutual compromise and goodwill between them. Entering the core laboratory was her wish, and in any case, it was now fulfilled. Qin Yuan gently said, "Let's go. I'll take you in to have a look." This was Ranran's first time entering the core laboratory. Located at the back of the research institute, surrounded by dense forests and tall walls, making it the darkest and most mysterious place in the institute. Chapter 32, Pathology Institute. Although the trees blocked much of the sunlight, the air conditioning valves were always open here, maintaining a temperature of around 20 degrees. So as soon as she entered, Ranran felt a chill all over. Qin Yuan handed her a white lab coat. It's like this when you first come here. You'll get used to it after a while. Come on, let's go check out the laboratory. There were more than 4 laboratories here, filled with equipment. Bright spotlights illuminated every corner of the room, and 2 staff members were busy organizing while wearing protective masks. When they saw someone enter, they just nodded slightly. Professor Chung comes here every day unless he is on a business trip, and we don't have a set time to leave. We can only rest after completing our tasks, Qin Yuan whispered. Ranran, you'll get used to it. I'm fine. Ranran looked toward a row on the opposite side of the laboratory. Are those offices? Yes. There's also a break room upstairs where you can rest and take a shower. I'll take you up to see it later. Qin Yuan continued to show her around. The offices were relatively small, equipped with simple office supplies. The break room upstairs was like a small dormitory, with beds, cabinets, and even a tiny bathroom. While they were looking around, Qin Yuan received a phone call. After saying a couple of sentences, he apologetically said, Ranran, you take a look first. I have to step out for a bit. Okay, I'm fine, Ranran replied. She wandered around the room for a while and then went downstairs. The yard was filled with towering trees, and looking up, she could only see the sky through the gaps in the leaves, feeling secretive and small. Just like Elran said, we are but tiny dust in the universe. At that moment, there were 2 soft thumping sounds following the sound. Ranran discovered it came from the heavy iron door right next to the laboratory, which was slightly trembling with a knock. Perhaps that was the Pathology Institute. The Pathology Institute was located within the core laboratory, the most mysterious place in the entire research institute. It housed patients with skeletal diseases exhibiting unique symptoms, who had voluntarily signed experimental applications in past days and were among the first to take the new medication. These patients were usually inaccessible. Ranran had only analyzed their data indicators before and had never observed them up close. At that moment, her curiosity was suddenly piqued, and she wanted to walk closer to see what was happening inside. Ranran gently approached, and the large door continued to shake, although the sound was not loud. It persisted. Ranran reached out her hand and felt the knocking from inside, one knock after another, like a woodpecker pecking at a tree trunk. The iron door was sealed tightly, but there were gaps at the edges. Through there, Ranran saw a flash of black and white. That should be a patient's uniform, she guessed. The person inside seemed to sense something was wrong and stopped knocking. Unable to help herself, Ranran asked, Are you a patient inside? The person seemed startled, quickly darted past the gap, and then disappeared. Ranran stared at the door in confusion, wondering why he was so afraid. Just then, she heard Qin Yuan's voice behind her. Ranran, what are you looking at? Oh, someone inside seemed to be knocking just now. Ranran replied, feeling puzzled. I thought he needed something, but then he suddenly ran away. Qin Yuan glanced at the iron door for a moment and said, Oh, they must be too bored, so they're just knocking for fun. It's nothing. Let's go, Ranran. Professor Chung is here. On their way back, Ranran turned to look at the iron door and asked, Senior brother, are the patients inside very restricted? Why do they have to be locked up? Because the experimental cycle for bone diseases is very long, and agreements have been signed in advance for confidentiality, so it has to be a closed experiment. Can we go in? Ranran asked again. Qin Yuan smiled, of course. When you're on duty, you can go in. It turned out that the core laboratory operated on a rotating duty system, and someone had to be on guard at the pathology department every 3 days. Ranran was no exception. That day, Professor Chung did not give her any time to ease in and immediately assigned her a large amount of work. However, this suited Ranran just fine. She enjoyed the feeling of being fully immersed in the laboratory, as it helped her forget some unpleasant things. She also met several new colleagues, all older than her, ranging from 30 to over 50, and it was said they had been with Professor Chung for many years. This included her senior brother Qin Yuan, who was her senior and had followed Professor Chung since his graduate studies. Now, he was also his right-hand man and a key member of the core laboratory. Ranran decided to work hard and strive to achieve results here. Perhaps only in this way could she realize her self-worth. If she didn't do something, she really didn't know what she was living for, Ranran thought. The next evening, She indeed received a notification that the following night she would be on duty at the pathology department with another female colleague named Guman. Guman was nearly 40, but she had a very elegant demeanor. She had previously worked as a clinical doctor in a hospital and was mainly responsible for the patients in the pathology department after transferring to the research institute. She advised Ranran, "Wear an extra coat. It gets really cold during night shifts." Ranran felt a vague anticipation and nodded without much thought. The next evening, she casually grabbed a thin sun protection shirt, thinking it was only 20 degrees. How cold could it be? But when she saw Guman at the entrance of the pathology department, she realized she was wearing a sweater. Ranran thought to herself, "She looks quite healthy, yet she is so afraid of the cold." However, 5 minutes later, Ranran began to regret her rashness. The 4-story pathology department was as cold as an ice cellar. As soon as she entered, a gust of cold air hit her from above, followed by cold air from all directions, wrapping her tightly as if she were wearing a coat made of ice. Ranran's pores shrank from the cold as she glanced at the temperature display nearby, only to find it was just 10 degrees. No wonder Guman was wearing a sweater. Later, Ranran learned that the new drug had a very low tolerance. To achieve better effects, the indoor temperature had to be significantly lowered. It was also the first time Ranran saw the patients in the pathology department. Although she had conducted many indicator tests before, seeing them in person still shocked her. The vast majority had severe symptoms. Most had lost the ability to walk. And because of long-term bone lesions, some had legs swollen like pillars, while others had deformed, swollen hands. The most severe cases had hands and feet that had become indistinct blobs of flesh, looking terrifying. Chapter 33. Moving towards hostility, these patients hung their heads on their beds. And when they saw someone passing by, they hurriedly lifted their heads, their eyes flashing with a hint of hope. Guman seemed accustomed to all this. She coldly walked through the crowd, heading straight to the nurse's station to retrieve data on temperature, blood pressure, and blood sugar. After reviewing the results, she told the nurse, "Change the second drug for patients 6, 13, and 27. Change the third drug for patients 119, and measure again at 5 in the morning." The nurse nodded and quickly recorded it. Guman then went to check on the particularly severe patients, examining their affected areas. One elderly woman with a wrinkled face trembled as she grasped Guman's hand. "Doctor, can my leg be treated? Will I be able to stand again?" Guman pursed her lips and, after a long pause, said, "Take your medicine well. There will be hope." The elderly woman's cloudy eyes sparkled with a hint of light. "I still want to wait for my leg to heal so I can go back and see my grandson." She went on to talk about her grandson, even showing them pictures, smiling as she said how well-behaved the child was, helping with chores at just 3 years old. After leaving the ward, Ranran quietly asked, "Can her leg recover?" Guman shook her head. She has already tried several medications, and none of them work for her. At most, she has 3 months left. Guman spoke the most brutal words in the calmest tone, sending chills down Ranran's back. She doesn't know, does she? There's no need to tell her. She has no family. Guman glanced back at the ward. That grandson of hers was a child she picked up. It turned out that the child was an abandoned infant she found while scavenging, discarded by his biological parents due to lung disease. She took him in and nursed him back to health with rice soup. She used all her savings to take the child for medical treatment. The two of them lived together, but when the child was 3 years old, she suddenly experienced severe leg pain and quickly became unable to walk. The disease progressed rapidly, and in a short time, her legs became deformed. The doctors were helpless and reluctantly. She could only accept the hospital's suggestion to apply to the Research Institute for the experiment. Fortunately, her application was approved, and she could receive treatment for free, which gave a glimmer of hope for her condition. However, she couldn't bring her grandson with her and had to send him to an orphanage, telling him that she would come back to pick him up once she recovered. So, the child was likely to be adopted. Guman said slowly, "At least the child is still young, with no memories, so it doesn't matter." Ranran felt inexplicably heartbroken. How can it not matter? That child shouldn't forget her. Isn't that too cruel? Guman shook her head. "You only think like this when you first come to a place like this. Once you get used to it, you'll become like us. The so-called cruelty is a form of self-protection. Everyone is going to die." Ranran had nothing more to say. Rationally, Guman was right. But emotionally, she couldn't empathize. The debt of life is not as great as the debt of nurturing. That child should remember her. The two did not discuss this topic further and continued walking. At the end of the corridor, a middle-aged woman in a thin patient uniform stood there. She looked haggard and pale. When she saw them approaching, she hurriedly took a few steps with her cane and pulled out her record sheet. "Doctor, could you please take a look and see if my indicators have improved?" Guman lowered her head to take a look. The middle-aged woman's eyes were filled with anticipation, staring intently at Guman, her lips twitching slightly, wanting to ask more, but appearing afraid. Ranran glanced at the number tag on her chest, number 9. She had a slight impression of it, because most of the patients here were severely ill, and there weren't many with mild conditions. Number 9 was one of them. Guman looked at her for a long time, also showing a hint of a smile. Yes. After changing to the new medication, the indicators in her body have improved to some extent. Let's continue taking it for another month and see how it goes. Thank you. Doctor, thank you. The middle-aged woman was overjoyed. Doctor, I see some people are getting intravenous injections. Can I have that too? Guman frowned. Specific treatment measures will have to wait until Professor Chung has a unified consultation to decide. Okay. Thank you, doctor. The middle-aged woman bowed and slowly entered the ward. Guman whispered, "Her name is Li Hui. She's a bit different from the others. She's been sick for over 10 years, with her condition fluctuating. Sometimes it gets better, sometimes it deteriorates like a tug of war." Ranran quietly noted these patients' details in her mind. Although she wasn't responsible for clinical work, she wanted to learn more. This would be beneficial for her future work. After the rounds, Guman began checking the medication situation at the nurse's station. She checked in great detail, comparing the types of medications and their ratios one by one before allowing the nurse to send them into the ward. While she was busy, Ranran also familiarized herself with the patient records. When she saw the elderly woman in bed 16, she sighed slightly. Compared to the others, her condition was indeed progressing the fastest. After finishing her tasks, it was already past 10 o'clock. She called Sha Rulin to inquire about her situation. In the video, Sha Rulin had just washed her hair and was wiping it with a towel, looking a bit tired. Ranran reminded her, "There are instant dry towels in the cabinet. I told you before, those things are hot, like they're electrified. I'm always worried that if I wrap my head in it, I'll get electrocuted," Sha Rulin replied. Ranran was speechless. How could that be? It just has some adsorptive ions. The heat is simply from absorbing the warmth in the air. "When will you come back?" Sha Rulin changed the subject. "I don't want to stay here alone." Ranran comforted her. "I'll be at the unit for the next few days. I'll ask Chiou to visit you tomorrow." In fact, Ranran knew that Sha Rulin was scared. She had suffered too much, her life had been tumultuous, and now she was in a strange world. It was only natural to be afraid. The fact that she could say this meant she considered herself close to Sha Rulin. "By the way, have you found out about my companion's whereabouts?" Sha Rulin suddenly asked. Ranran shook her head. "I've asked my friend to keep an eye out, but there's been no news." "Don't worry, I'll keep looking." After a moment of silence, Sha Rulin replied with one word, "Okay." After hanging up, Sha Rulin took off her glasses and stared out the window. An hour earlier, she had a nightmare where her companion was tied to a metallic table gleaming with cold light, and two people who looked like doctors were wielding scalpels at him. Chapter 34. Confrontation. Her companion's eyes widened in terror. He didn't have time to scream before the knife sliced open his abdomen. The two doctors calmly glanced at him and proceeded to remove all his internal organs. Finally, they took out his heart, which was still beating with blood on it, and soon it was tossed into an ice bag. Throughout this process, her companion was awake and felt no pain. He couldn't scream, couldn't call out, until his entire body was hollowed out, leaving only an empty shell. In the dream, Sha Rulin was like a ghostly observer, watching everything unfold. It wasn't until she woke up from a nightmare that she realized her back was soaked with sweat. She quickly ran to take a shower, and then received Ranran's call. Why did she have such a dream? Perhaps it was due to anxiety and overthinking, or subconsciously, Sha Rulin felt that she and her companion would eventually meet that fate. They would be treated as outcasts by this world, isolated, imprisoned, dissected, and analyzed. Sha Rulin knew in her heart that she had no chance of integrating into this world. Even if she had an identity, there was no meaning in surviving. No one was looking forward to her. No one acknowledged her. Now, it was just a matter of dragging on. As for Ranran, who had been helping her, Sha Rulin felt complicated emotions. On one hand, she relied on her, believing she was the only person she could get close to. On the other hand, she felt that Ranran was an intruder and that they would inevitably become adversaries. Her heart was torn in two by these conflicting feelings, and every day was chaotic. Recently, she inadvertently entered the study of an old writer and discovered many unfinished manuscripts. He wrote about a post-apocalyptic story filled with sadness. For instance, one passage described, Songji looked at the strange woman across from him, but his gaze drifted to the sky behind her. The sun was much larger than usual, as if it had come thousands of times closer. The heat waves on the ground were rising, and they were about to melt. The woman reached out her hand to stop him, but Songji pulled out a gun and pointed it at her head, pulling the trigger with a bang. The bullet penetrated the woman's head, and she fell to the ground, her head exploding like a smashed tomato. Blood and brain matter splattered everywhere. Sha Rulin felt a chill in her heart as she read this. When she was in the stars, she had seen many dead bodies, not to mention such scenes. Even more tragic and horrific ones had occurred countless times. However, what she cared about was the statement in the text that the sun was much larger than usual, having come thousands of times closer. Did this mean that the distance between the sun and the earth was shortening, or that the sun was expanding? Either way, it would lead to the earth's destruction. She vaguely remembered some things she had glimpsed while in the stars. It seemed that the earth was indeed going to face some kind of catastrophe, but she couldn't recall what it was. Could it be the situation prophesied in the book? Sha Rulin pondered. She thought fiercely, let it be destruction. After all, there is no hope in living, and it will eventually lead to destruction. She forcefully pulled down the curtains, turned around, and sat down on the bed in despair. The next evening, Qiuyu arrived as promised, bringing a bouquet of pink roses. Are they pretty? I finally snatched these online. Do you need to snatch them? Sha Rulin glanced at them listlessly. These flowers don't look very fresh. What are you talking about? Qiuyu carefully placed them in a vase and added a preservative. For flowers to grow like this, it's already pretty good, unlike your time. Sha Rulin felt uncomfortable hearing this. I also want to go back to that era. Qiuyu looked at her thoughtfully. She brought the flowers because Ranran had asked her to. Ranran said Sha Rulin's mental state wasn't quite right and hoped she could go over to keep her company. Qiuyu calmly analyzed. Unless time can flow backward, or you can enter that kind of wormhole again, maybe there's hope to return to the past. Sha Rulin was lost in thought. What you said might not be wrong. Wormholes can connect certain areas. Perhaps they can also connect to another time and space. So you need to cheer up. It's not right to sink into despair. Qiuyu comforted her. Actually, how many people in this world live without suffering? But no matter how hard it gets, we have to keep going. Sha Rulin looked at the girl in her 20s in front of her and suddenly felt surprised. Are the young people of this era all so insightful? Qiuyu, adopting a mindset of sharing woes to have the sadness, began to talk about her own troubles. You see me bouncing around happily, but actually, I'm really super miserable. My dad used to do business and lost all the family's money, and he owes a huge debt. The creditors have been chasing us for over 10 years, and we've been running for over 10 years. Now we're still threatened from time to time. Sha Rulin glanced at her disdainfully. Then why don't you pay it back? Of course we do, but the amount we earn is like a hair, and the debt is like a cow. How many years do you think it will take to pay it off? Qiuyu explained, every month. My salary covers only the basic living expenses, and the rest goes to my family. But it's useless, my dad owes too much. Sha Rulin felt a bit of sympathy. Your dad really doesn't know the heights of heaven and earth. Qiuyu was unhappy. You guys recklessly barged into Banu Lake back then, seemingly unaware of the consequences. Sha Rulin, taken aback by this rebuttal, almost wanted to laugh. It seemed she wasn't entirely wrong, but as a 30-year-old adult, how could she lose face in front of these kids? So she forced herself to explain, we at least sacrifice for science, while your dad is just a disaster for his family. Qiuyu wanted to explode, but remembered what Ranran had told her, so she held back. All right, I won't argue with you. By the way, if you're particularly bored, you can have Ranran apply for a robot from the welfare organization to keep you company. Those are free. Upon hearing this, Sha Rulin turned her head away speechlessly. The last robot, which was as strong as an ox and had a terrifying face. had nearly scared her to death, and she had treated it as a villain for several days. Another one? Forget it. She didn't think such robots were interesting at all. Xiaoyu chatted with her for a while, and the two of them shared a simple dinner. Then Xiaoyu drove away, saying her workplace was far and it was inconvenient to stay here. Xiaorulin stood by the window watching the car drive further away, then turned back to her desk and continued to draw. Meanwhile, Ranran was busy in the laboratory, working with her senior brother Qin Yuan to calculate some data. They tried various methods: separation, substitution, segmentation, but none of them worked. Finally, at the last moment, Ranran thought of a good solution, and this time she succeeded in one go. Indeed, they discovered that the previous data was incorrect. Chapter 35. The death of Guman Qin Yuan was very happy. Ranran, you truly have talent. Ranran remained silent. Her so-called talent was intentional and not worth being proud of. She knew this, Professor Chang knew, but her senior brother in front of her did not. Ranran took off her lab coat. I made plans to have lunch with LV Ran at a new porridge restaurant that opened at the Research Institute's gate. Porridge is something you girls like. I can't fill up on that. Qin Yuan shook his head. I'll eat in the cafeteria. You guys go ahead. LV Ran was an honest and somewhat timid girl, and she was the first friend Ranran made at the Research Institute. After graduating from university, her family used connections to get her a position in the Institute's office, handling logistics. Her work ability wasn't great, frequently making mistakes and receiving criticism from her superiors. But it hadn't reached the point of dismissal. Although she was a bit dull, she had a kind heart and had helped Ranran many times, for which Ranran was very grateful. This lunch was forcibly treated by Ranran. She ordered 2 servings of porridge and a few refreshing side dishes. The two chatted happily about amusing things at work while eating. LV Ran spoke about the soon-to-retire security uncle. Ranran, yesterday, I asked Uncle Lu about his plans after retirement. Guess what he said? Ranran shook her head. Taking care of grandchildren? Enjoying retirement? Farming? None of those. LV Ran took a sip of porridge. He said he wants to ride a bike to Tibet, because that's where he can see blue skies and white clouds. He's tired of the smog and the city. Ranran was surprised to find that Uncle Lu also had a heart yearning for freedom, but the climate in Tibet is quite harsh. It's not like it used to be. I saw in the news that even in July and August, heavy snow and hail can suddenly fall. It will be quite tough to bike there. He has already bought the bicycle and supplies, saying he will retire at the end of the month and set off at the beginning of next month. LV Ran looked enviously. I suddenly really admire him. Ranran nodded in agreement. Retirement is great. By the way, Ranran, have you heard about something? This afternoon, a new patient is coming to the pathology department. LV Ran suddenly said. Ranran shook her head. I haven't really paid attention. Isn't it normal for new patients to come in? This patient is different. He is being transferred from the West Suburb Psychiatric Hospital. LV Ran whispered. I heard from people over there that he has some things inside him that are different from ordinary people. West Suburb Psychiatric Hospital. Ranran's spoon dropped and hit the bowl. Is he a mental patient? Not sure. There should be some. Otherwise, why would he be in that kind of place? LV Ran shook her head in confusion. I only heard a couple of sentences while Director Luo was on the phone. I didn't dare to ask more. Otherwise, she would find trouble for me. Director Luo was a serious middle-aged woman in her 50s, in charge of office chores, and was LV Ran's direct supervisor. She was strict and meticulous in her work, and she couldn't stand the muddled LV Ran, having deducted her salary several times. In the afternoon, Ranran took a nap in the lounge of the core laboratory. She planned to go home after the meeting in the afternoon, as she hadn't been back for several days and was actually worried about Xiaorulin. Just as she fell asleep, she suddenly heard a scream from outside the window, sounding like a man's voice, sharp and desperate, but after just one cry, it abruptly stopped and the surroundings returned to calm. Ranran got out of bed and went to the window, just in time to see a business vehicle driving into the pathology department's big iron gate. She guessed that this must be the patient LV Ran mentioned being sent from the psychiatric hospital. Returning to bed, she couldn't sleep at all, so she simply went downstairs to check the laboratory. As she walked downstairs, she ran into Guman, who rushed out of the laboratory, holding a notebook. She was walking so fast that she nearly bumped into Ranran. Are you okay, Sister Gu? Where are you going? Ranran picked up the notebook and handed it to her. A new patient is coming in this afternoon. I need to hurry and do the examination, Gu Man replied. It's a full-body checkup, and Dr. Zhu is too busy to handle alone. Ranran did. Thinking about the car she had just seen and what LV Ran had said. Why is a mental patient being sent to us? Don't we only have skeletal patients here? Gu Man smiled. I'm not sure about that. Perhaps there are specific reasons. Gu Man hurried off, and Gu Ranran didn't think much of it. Speaking of the psychiatric hospital, the first thing she thought of was Sha Rulin's companion, who had escaped from a psychiatric hospital. However, it wasn't the West Suburb one, so there shouldn't be any connection between the two. That afternoon after work, Gu Ranran returned to her old house in the suburbs, where she could rest for a day. Upon returning, she found that Sha Rulin had drawn many strange shapes again, claiming they were scenes she had experienced. For example, there were super large and super tall mining robots and one round recycling vehicle after another, resembling things seen in science fiction movies. Sha Rulin said earnestly, I must have worked in this mine. I remember being trapped in a big canister, controlling the machines. I have that memory. Gu Ranran pointed to the ceiling. It seems that Star has quite a few secrets. But the places you mentioned are indeed very barren, unlike the alien planet I imagined. I also feel that something is off, Sha Rulin replied. With time, I should be able to remember everything. Yeah, no need to rush. Gu Ranran comforted her. You can stay here for now. We can talk about the future later. It was a calm evening. But it was also the calm before the storm because the next day, a shocking event occurred at the Research Institute. The incident began with the patient sent from the West Suburb Psychiatric Hospital. When Gu Ranran returned to work, she found that Gu Man hadn't come back all night. She was quite worried and asked her senior brother Qin Yuan, who also looked surprised. That shouldn't be. Yesterday, Professor Chung asked Gu Jia to help with the physical examinations, and it should only take a few hours at most. But her stuff is still on the desk. I asked the security downstairs, and he checked the surveillance. He said Gu Man entered the pathology department and never came out again. Qin Yuan frowned. I'll go to the pathology department to check the situation. Perhaps something delayed her. Half an hour later, news came from the pathology department. Gu Man was dead. The body lay in the small storage room at the end of the 4th floor, showing no signs of struggle, but with a large gash in the back of her head, blood and brain matter spilling everywhere. She died silently. Chapter 36. Exploding to death, Qin Yuan immediately called the police, and after reviewing the surveillance footage, discovered that she had walked straight out of the isolation ward alone at 5 o'clock yesterday afternoon and never came out again. There were no signs that anyone else had been in the storage room, and besides a nurse delivering medicine, there were no other people in the corridor. Who could the murderer be? The forensic doctor examined the wound and was dumbfounded, stating that it was not caused by external force, but seemed like the skin had tightened and burst open, just like a sausage bursting when heated, with the meat exploding out. This sounded unheard of. The human scalp has a certain degree of elasticity. How could it tighten to the point of bursting? Qin Yuan speculated that she might have some unknown illness. He immediately pulled up Gu Man's file, which noted some minor health issues like mild arthritis and gallstones, nothing serious. After the police finished collecting evidence, they took the body away. Hearing the news, Gu Ranran stood at the entrance of the Pathology Institute, watching them load Gu Man's body into the car. The white cloth fluttered slightly in the wind, revealing Gu Man's pale profile. Gu Ranran felt a surge of fear. What had happened to Sister Gu, who had been lively and cheerful just yesterday? She was scared and approached Qin Yuan as he exited the Pathology Institute. Senior brother? Could it be related to that mental patient? Sister Gu said she was going for a checkup in the afternoon, and she mentioned it was with Dr. Zhu. Qin Yuan shook his head. Dr. Zhu has already been questioned. He said it was all very routine. The patient was in the isolation room, so nothing could have happened. Really? Gu Ranran felt a chill down her spine. Could it be that Sister Gu really died from self-explosion? Qin Yuan sighed. The body has been sent to the examination department. Let's wait for the further test results. We need to cooperate with the forensic and police. Gu Man's death caused a stir in the Research Institute. Everyone gathered in the large office outside discussing the matter, panic evident on everyone's faces. Especially Dr. Zhu, who had done the checkup with Gu Man, was particularly terrified. How could this happen? We did the checkup on that patient together yesterday, and later I took the samples out first, and Dr. Gu said she would handle the aftermath. How could she die? Who did this? Director Luo inquired. Is there surveillance in the isolation room? Have the police checked? They have checked. Dr. Zhu's voice trembled a bit. The police asked me to take a look as well. It was just routine procedures like 4 drips and catheterizations. Everything seemed normal. Gu Ranran frowned. Did that patient show any abnormalities? Nothing, just rambling. Dr. Zhu shook his head. But how many sane people come out of a mental illness? While they were talking, the phone rang. It was the lab asking Director Luo to come over to discuss security issues for the next few days. After saying a couple of sentences, she hurriedly left. Ran nervously tugged at Gu Ranran's sleeve. Ranran, I feel uneasy. Do you think that isolation ward is haunted? How could that be? There must be some reason. Let's wait for the police report. Gu Ranran shook her head, a typical materialist who didn't believe in supernatural phenomena. So she firmly believed that there must be some problem with this incident. Ran nodded half-heartedly, glancing nervously towards the lab, looking scared. The people in the research room continued to work, but everyone was somewhat uneasy. A colleague they worked with every day had died mysteriously, and the cause of death was still unknown, causing anxiety among everyone. Coincidentally, that night, it was again Gu Ranran and Dr. Zhu's turn to work the night shift. In the afternoon, Qin Yuan came by to ask, Ranran, if you're scared, you don't have to. Gu Ranran shook her head. Her voice soft but firm. It's okay, I can handle it. Qin Yuan gave her an approving look. Don't worry, the Pathology Institute has strengthened security. We also need to trust the police. Things will be clarified soon. Gu Ranran thought the same. The night would eventually be pierced by sunlight, and all unclear matters would reveal their true nature, just like Dr. Gu's incident. As night fell, they entered the pathology room at the scheduled time. The patients had all gone to their wards, but there were many more security guards in the yard and the corridor. When Gu Ranran reached the 3rd floor ward, she noticed 2 guards stationed at the stairway leading to the 4th floor. Everyone was on high alert, their expressions serious, and the atmosphere was tense. Gu Ranran and Dr. Zhu followed their usual procedures, first collecting temperature, blood pressure, blood sugar, and other test results at the nurse's station, then adjusting medications based on changes, and finally checking the patient's conditions. When they reached room 9, where the middle-aged woman, namely Hui, was, she anxiously asked, Doctor, did something happen on the 4th floor? Why are there so many police today? It's nothing, just a routine check, Dr. Zhu replied after a moment of silence. Li Hui glanced at Gu Ranran beside her. Really? But why are there so many police? Gu Ranran reassured her. Don't overthink it. Do you feel any better today? Li Hui nodded and shook her head. I felt a bit better in the morning, but it started hurting again in the evening. Dr. Zhu glanced at his notepad. The consultation is in 2 days. We can see if we can change the treatment plan then. After leaving the ward, Gu Ranran suddenly felt unbearable abdominal pain. She suspected that her period was coming, as she had this old problem where she experienced lower abdominal pain for 2 days every time. She quickly informed Dr. Zhu and hurried to the restroom at the end of the corridor, bringing her own sanitary supplies, so she quickly resolved the issue. Just as she came out of the restroom, she saw a dark figure rushing down the corridor from the end. The person was dressed in black, very tall, and moving quickly. Normally, Gu Ranran wouldn't have paid attention, but something had just happened in the lab, so her mind buzzed, sensing that the figure was suspicious. She instinctively followed quickly. At that moment, there was no one else in the corridor. Dr. Zhu should still be in the ward. Gu Ranran was afraid of alarming the person ahead, so she tiptoed closer. To her surprise, after turning a corner, she heard 2 familiar voices by the balcony in the corner. It was Professor Chung and Director Mu. Qin Shan, has the identification result come out? Yes, just as we said before, but the forensic doctor mentioned there are some issues with Dr. Gu's blood. Then take a sample back. Professor, that's what I meant. I've already brought it here. Okay, I'll have someone go test it immediately. Chapter 37. Familiar seeing Gu Ranran's face flushed, she felt like a secret voyeur, pressing her body tightly against the corner wall to avoid being discovered. Only after their voices faded and they gradually walked away did she quickly leave and find Dr. Zhu to regroup. After they hurriedly checked the wards, Dr. Zhu got busy in the office, while Gu Ranran felt the air was a bit stuffy and decided to go to the balcony for some fresh air. But just as she reached the stairway, she saw a young nurse rushing downstairs with a medicine bottle. She was running too fast. If Gu Ranran hadn't reached out to stop her, she would have nearly fallen. What's wrong? Ranran asked, "Why did you go to the fourth floor? Aren't we not allowed up there?" The young nurse turned pale with fear. "Dr. Zhu sent me to change the medicine." Ranran glanced at the bottle in her hand. "What do you have in your hand?" The young nurse trembled. "That patient is too scary. He kept rambling and even reached out to grab me. He said he's not from this world. Could he really be a ghost? I won't change the medicine. Whoever wants to can change it. I really don't want to be like Dr. Gu." After she said this, she immediately fell silent, because Director Mu had given everyone a strict order to keep this matter confidential from the patients. Otherwise, it could easily cause unnecessary panic. However, Ranran's heart skipped a beat as she remembered something. The words the isolated mental patient had said were very similar to what the man she encountered outside the research institute had said. Could the person living upstairs be a companion of Xia Rulin? Is it really that coincidental? Hadn't that man already escaped? The more Ranran thought about it, the more confused she became. So she spoke to the young nurse. "Give me the medicine bottle. I'll go change it." Really? The young nurse asked, half in disbelief. Ranran nodded. "Of course it's true. Don't worry, I won't tell anyone about this." The young nurse felt a great sense of relief and quickly handed over the tray in her hand. "Just insert it into the 4-tube. Thank you, researcher. Make sure to wear protection. Director Mu said, when going to the fourth floor, you need to take level 1 precautions." The doctors and nurses in the Pathology Institute were very polite to researchers like them, especially to Ranran, who had been a great help. In the young nurse's eyes, she was a great savior. Ranran nodded, changed into her protective suit in the changing room, put on her mask and gloves, and then walked alone to the fourth floor. She wasn't completely unafraid, but besides fear, there was more confusion and curiosity. After all, she had promised Xia Rulin that she would help her find that companion. She walked slowly towards the fourth floor with the tray in hand, and the 2 security guards stationed there let her in without asking anything, probably because her outfit was similar to that of the nurses changing medicine. The fourth floor was extremely quiet. All the doors were closed, including the 2 large operating rooms on the right side. Ranran had heard Dr. Gu say before that the operating rooms were rarely used, but they had always been kept locked. Ranran looked ahead. The first few rooms should be isolation rooms. But currently, only room 1 was occupied. Looking over there, she naturally saw the small warehouse where the incident occurred. Ranran's heart raced. She thought of the deceased Dr. Gu. When she was carried out, a gust of wind blew, and she saw her pale, terrifying profile. So there was a moment of imagination, fearing that when the warehouse door opened, the deceased Dr. Gu would walk out from inside. Ranran shook her head, secretly mocking herself. Dead is dead. What was she thinking? She took a deep breath, adjusted her protective suit and mask, and walked straight towards isolation room 1. She scanned her wristband given by the young nurse and opened the door. This was Ranran's first time entering an isolation ward, so she was startled upon entering, because a shadow of a person in white appeared vaguely across from her. Upon a closer look, the shadow seemed a bit familiar. It was her own shadow. It turned out that inside the main door was just a simple preparation area, and there was another metal door glowing faintly across from her. The door had a display screen, allowing her to see the situation inside clearly. The patient was lying on the bed, his body filled with various tubes, surrounded by instruments, and his limbs were restrained. However, he was very alert, as he was struggling continuously on the screen, his mouth opening and closing. But here there was only a visual without sound, so she couldn't hear what he was shouting. Ranran watched, only to find that he was scruffy and of medium build. She couldn't be sure if he was Xia Rulin's companion, as too much time had passed, and she couldn't remember the man's appearance clearly. Ranran swiped her wristband again and opened the second door. This time, the door opened with a sound, and she saw the scene inside. It was quite large, at least 70 to 80 square meters. In the spacious area, apart from a few metal cabinets in the corner, there was only the bed in the middle. The man on the bed noticed the movement and began to scream, his body thrashing violently. If he weren't restrained, he would have likely lunged at her. His throat emitted a wheezing sound, and then he started cursing. "You are all going to die soon. Your bodies will rot and turn into a pile of mush. Your intestines will all get tangled together, turning into slop. What you worthless pieces of trash struggling for?" Ranran walked closer to him step by step, holding the tray steadily in her hands. If there was any inexplicable fear before, Now she was no longer afraid. Because she recognized that voice, hoarse to the point of nearly tearing, the voice was very familiar. It was Shah Rulin's companion, the man who had caused a scene outside the research institute. He continued to curse, and Ranran stood about a meter away from him, looking down at him through the isolation barrier, filled with emotion. Back then, the man could only be described as ragged and pale, but now, his appearance could be described as shabby and miserable. Although he was wearing a patient gown from the Pathology Institute, his exposed neck and elbows were covered in various old and new wounds, the most serious one already rotting beyond recognition. His eyes were bloodshot, his face dirty, and he looked like a trapped beast. It was evident that he had suffered greatly during this time outside. What are you looking at? You worthless woman. Don't think you can trap me. Soon, you will all die. Ranran frowned slightly and quickly walked to the bedside to change the dressing. The method of changing the dressing was simple, but she was restless, constantly thinking about how to calm him down. He was Shah Rulin's companion and had also experienced the wormhole incident, but through a twist of fate, he had ended up in his current state. Chapter 38. Strange substance. During the process, the man continued to struggle violently, arching his body upwards, bending like a boiled shrimp. Because Ranran was beside him, he struggled to twist his head to the right, and due to excessive force, his eyeballs nearly bulged out, looking extremely frightening. What'd you do to Dr. Gu? Ranran asked coldly after inserting the medication tube. The man's lips opened and closed like a dying fish. He twisted his lips into a strange smile, blood trickling from the corners of his mouth. Come a little closer, take off your mask, and I'll tell you. Ranran stared at him, her expression inscrutable. Just then, the door behind her slammed open, and a hand quickly grabbed her clothes, dragging her out in a flash. Get away from him. Ranran looked up and found that the person was Mu Qingshan. She thought her secret visit to the 4th floor had been discovered and was about to explain something, but Mu Qingshan had already pulled her out of the isolation ward and quickly closed the door. After Mu Qingshan released her, he quickly wiped his hands with a tissue and coldly said, "No matter the reason this time, go downstairs and stay where you should be. Don't come back to the 4th floor." Ranran stood there, as if she hadn't regained her senses, but 2 seconds later, she quickly turned around and ran down the stairs. Once downstairs, several nurses in full protective gear surrounded her, pushing her into the disinfection room and giving her a thorough cleaning from head to toe. It turned out that the blood test results for Guman had come out. There was a strange substance in her blood that none of the current machines could analyze. This substance resembled a certain material structure found in a meteorite discovered near the desert last year. Everyone speculated whether this substance had caused Dr. Gu's death, but where did this substance come from? Everyone turned their attention to the patient in the isolation room on the 4th floor. They then tested the blood previously extracted from him, and sure enough, they found the same substance in his blood. Everyone was filled with dread, because after the patient arrived at the Pathology Institute, several doctors and nurses had come into contact with him. Some of them had not taken any protective measures. After the young nurse finished speaking, she looked terrified. "I'm sorry, researcher. I didn't know the situation was that serious." Ranran lowered her eyelids. "It has nothing to do with you." I insisted on going up. Fortunately, Director Mu arrived. Otherwise, who knows what would have happened. The young nurse crossed her hands over her chest, her face full of admiration. He looked so handsome when he rushed in. Whether he was handsome or not, Ranran didn't pay attention. She only thought about how, after Mu Qingshan let go of her, his first reaction was to wipe his hands with a disinfecting tissue, presumably to prevent blood-borne transmission. Suddenly, Ranran thought of something. If that substance really existed in the patient's body on the 4th floor, did Shah Rulin have it too? She shook her head. After spending so long with Shah Rulin and treating her wounds while she was unconscious, if there really was something, she would have died long ago. Ranran thought for a moment and quickly found a secluded spot to call Shah Rulin. She asked, "When you were with your companion in Xing, did you come into contact with any kind of free-floating substance like that found in minerals or blood?" Shah Rulin replied in confusion. "I remember staying in a sphere of the mind, but I'm not clear about my companion." Ranran felt a bit disappointed. After hanging up, she suddenly remembered that she had extracted Shah Rulin's blood before for testing. Some of it had been saved in the refrigerator on the office desk. She quietly retrieved the test tube and asked a colleague from the lab to check it. Could you please see if this blood contains that substance? A few minutes later, the results came back, and her colleague shook his head. No, don't worry, Xiao Gu. You haven't been infected. Ranran was taken aback for a moment and then nodded. Okay. The blood types of her and Sha Rulin were completely similar, so it wasn't surprising to be mistaken for one person's blood. With her blood being normal, Ranran felt relieved. By the afternoon, the police had made new progress. After repeatedly comparing surveillance footage, they found that when Gu Man pulled out the patient's blood-drawn needle at close range, a drop of blood had splattered directly towards Gu Man's eyes. Everyone analyzed that although she was wearing a mask, her eyes were not covered, so the blood instantly contaminated the back of her head, causing her to suffer a splitting headache and seek help in a place with signal, accidentally ending up in the warehouse and dying there. If it had been normal contact, including bodily fluids or air exposure, there would have been no issue because that substance also existed in his blood. It was just Gu Man's bad luck to encounter this 1 in a million chance. Therefore, that patient in the 4th floor isolation room was extremely dangerous. Where did he come from, and why did his blood contain such highly radioactive foreign substances? These were all mysteries. However, he was babbling nonsense, and even with instruments, it was impossible to distinguish truth from falsehood. This patient, who had caused all sorts of trouble in the psychiatric hospital, had now become a hot potato for the research institute. In Professor Cheng's office, Mu Qingshan was discussing this matter with him. If that patient stays any longer, something might happen. Professor Cheng held a cigarette, exhaling a puff that lingered around his head, giving him a somewhat hazy feeling. But is there a place safer than ours? Besides, he has some secrets. If we don't uncover them, all our previous work will be in vain. Mu Qingshan fell silent, and after a while he said, All right, I will arrange for someone to be responsible for the 4th floor immediately. By the way, Qingshan, pay more attention to that little girl, Professor Cheng said, flicking the ash from his cigarette. Okay, Mu Qingshan replied expressionlessly, turning to leave the office. The Research Institute quickly implemented strict regulations, apart from the 2 designated doctors. No one was allowed to enter that patient's room. Various instruments were also sent in, and they specially transformed a room near the patient's room for monitoring the patient's condition. Ranran's emotions were turbulent because she had really been trying to gather information about this person for a long time. She had promised Sha Rulin to help find him, but now that he was found, it was such a bizarre situation. This person couldn't be saved. If his body was fine, she might have taken a risk to save him. But now, saving him would endanger everyone, so this was absolutely not something to do. Ranran's feelings were complicated. That night, she received a call from Sha Rulin. Ranran, the more I think about it, the more something feels off. Why did you ask me about my companion? Do you have news about him? To prevent Sha Rulin from doing something foolish, Ranran quickly replied, It's nothing. Don't overthink it. If you get any news, you must tell me. Sha Rulin's eyes were wet. He is my only hope in this world. Yiran non sayid invadli. Okay. Chapter 39. Living under an alias, her response was insincere. She had always disliked lying since childhood. But life is so helpless. You can't always reveal your true feelings. You must hide certain things. In the following week, through inquiries, Ranran gradually learned more about the man. He was controlled by stricter measures, with every movement of his body monitored by machines. He cursed day and night, dozing off for a short while before starting to curse again, repeating the cycle. Moreover, Professor Cheng began conducting experiments on him. The details of the experiments were unknown, but according to the senior brother, these experiments could keep him calm for a while. He must have been knocked out completely. Senior brother Qin Yuan didn't have the qualifications to enter the 4th floor isolation room, but he was a bit stronger than Ranran. He could enter the monitoring room on the 4th floor with Professor Cheng's permission. Once, under Ranran's persistent persuasion, he secretly took a photo of that patient. His upper body was exposed, covered in countless tubes which intertwined with the scars on his body, creating a net that enveloped him. He looked like a monster, both tragic and pitiable. Ranran stared at this photo in silence for a long time, thinking of Sha Rulin when she changed clothes, her body also covered in scars. They were both people who had suffered greatly in Xing. Ranran asked senior brother, Did he mention anything? Mention anything? Qin Yuan sneered. Apart from babbling nonsense. What else could he say? He claimed to be from another planet, said he wasn't from this world, talked about the world's destruction, and that everyone would turn into a puddle of flesh. It was nothing but that. Gu Ranran nervously said. Could some of what he said be true? Qin Yuan smiled. Junior sister, why are you being so foolish? Have you ever seen an alien? Ever met someone from another world? Besides, talk of destruction? Human civilization is gradually reaching its peak. Our good days are still ahead. Qin Yuan's words made Gu Ranran silent. She actually believed it, even if she hadn't before. After experiencing what happened with Sha Rulin, she believed it. But how could she say all this out loud? She was a copy of Sha Rulin, while the original was safely at home in their old house. Who would believe such a bizarre and heart-wrenching thing? Senior brother, I'm going back now. I don't have to be on duty today. I asked Professor Chung for leave to go home. Gu Ranran packed her things. Qin Yuan replied, Ranran, revise that paper again before you go. Gu Ranran was now in her second year of a combined master's and PhD program. They were required to complete a high-quality academic paper each year within 3 years and to have a certain amount of work experience and achievements in national senior-level laboratories, which was a high standard. Recently, Gu Ranran had also been busy with her thesis, but she had been somewhat distracted, leading to many issues raised by the school that required her to redo her work. Gu Ranran nodded, picked up her backpack, and left the office. Her mood was very heavy, and even after entering the parking lot and sitting in the car, the oppressive feelings still lingered. She started the car, her mind still filled with the man's tragic image. Everyone thought he was talking nonsense, but because of his blood issue, they treated him harshly and conducted so many experiments. Would she, as a clone, also be treated like this one day? The more she thought about it, the more terrifying it became. Gu Ranran pressed the accelerator, even exceeding the speed limit without noticing. The car sped back to the old house in the suburbs, taking a third less time than usual. Sha Rulin heard the sound of the car stopping and quickly ran out, her eyes sparkling with anticipation. You're back? Gu Ranran didn't dare to look her in the eye. Have you been okay these past few days? I'm fine. Sha Rulin pointed to her eyes. Just my eyelid has been twitching. Others say left eye twitching means good luck, and right eye twitching means disaster. Gu Ranran got out of the car. That's just a spasm of the eyelid muscle. You're a serious surgeon, and you actually believe in these things? I didn't used to believe, but after so much has happened, I occasionally hope for some metaphysical explanations, Sha Rulin said lightly. For example, I've been having nightmares lately, dreaming about my companion, and I don't even know why. Gu Ranran felt a pang of guilt. Maybe you dream what you think about during the day. Let us go. I'm really hungry. Let us cook. Recently, Sha Rulin had become familiar with the kitchen. She was tired of the food processor and preferred to make some simple dishes herself. This time, Ranran was back, and she planned to showcase her culinary skills. She made a wild vegetable porridge using the rice they had received and some sparse wild vegetables growing in the yard. She also stir-fried some tomatoes with eggs and made a cold celery salad, although the porridge was a bit too thick and the tomatoes with eggs were burnt. Gu Ranran still found it delicious. After eating 2 bowls of porridge, she contentedly patted her stomach. This taste is somewhat like the dishes my grandmother used to make. Sha Rulin's mouth twitched. By seniority, I should be of a higher status than your grandmother. Gu Ranran coughed. We can't count by seniority. We share the same genes. It's just that we live in different times. Sha Rulin looked at her. What do you plan for me? About you? Gu Ranran's heart trembled. She had asked herself this question many times. She once thought about sending her to the research department, but after seeing the man in the isolation room, she got scared. She didn't want Sha Rulin to become like that. Sha Rulin nodded. Naturally, it's about me. I haven't figured it out. Gu Ranran said honestly. Hiding you here isn't a long-term solution. What about you? What kind of life do you want? Sha Rulin hesitated. I should stay where I'm supposed to be. But this idea is contradictory. Gu Ranran analyzed. Even if there's still wormholes in this world, the chance of you finding and passing through one is less than 1 in 10,000. Moreover, you can't predict where you will end up. But this world, Sha Rulin laughed sarcastically, will not accept me at all. Gu Ranran took a deep breath. Not necessarily, if you're willing to live incognito. Sha Rulin shook her head. Let me find my companion first. Gu Ranran fell silent. She didn't want to discuss the topic of companions anymore. So she quickly stood up and put the bowls and tablecloth into the cleaning machine. Have you thought of anything these past few days? Still those fragmented and vague snippets. Sha Rulin pressed her temples. I suddenly thought I could write down those snippets like your grandfather. Chapter 40. Impure motives go. Ranran smiled slightly. Of course you can. Maybe you can even submit something online. Independent creators like my grandfather aren't without a market. If done well, they can support themselves. Live on with your identity? Sha Rulin said softly. Well, maybe by coincidence, you can find an alternative identity. Sha Rulin fell silent, staring blankly out of the window at a tree that was almost dying with a winding vine crawling on it, as if trying to suck the last nutrients from the trunk. Sha Rulin felt like that vine, seemingly without any ability to survive in this strange world. In the evening, Ranran opened her notebook to revise her paper while Sha Rulin sat beside her, flipping through the books left by the homeowner. Until late at night, Ranran yawned and said, Are you still reading? I'm so sleepy, I need to go to bed. Sha Rulin didn't look up? I'll read a little longer. After Ranran finished washing up and lay down, soon a faint breathing sound could be heard. She had fallen asleep. At this time, Sha Rulin put down the book in her hands and walked step by step towards her. She stood there for a long time, her expression flickering. The next morning, around 6 o'clock when dawn was breaking, Ranran drove to the research institute. The morning was cool. She wore a hat to keep her hair down. When she scanned her wristband at the entrance, the clocking machine paused for a moment, possibly due to the hat, and issued a voice prompt. Please present again. Ranran tightened her grip on the wristband and scanned it again. This time, after facial recognition, she was finally allowed in. She thought to herself, it's still early, and she hadn't encountered any colleagues coming to work. Just as this thought crossed her mind, a female voice came from behind. Ranran, you're here so early today? Turning around, a round-faced girl with short hair came running over, affectionately linking her arm with hers. Director Luo assigned me a lot of work today, and I'm afraid I won't finish in time, so I came early. Why are you here so early too? This was LV Ran, who was responsible for logistics in the office, still looking innocent and naive. Ranran felt a bit uncomfortable. She tried to pull her hand away a few times, but couldn't do it. She quickly explained, I have work. Ranran, let us go to the cafeteria for breakfast. LV Ran pointed downstairs. We have to fill our stomachs first. Ranran shook her head. I'm not hungry. You go ahead. LV Ran responded with an O, released her, and slowly walked downstairs. She felt something was off with Ranran today, as if she had a cold, her voice muffled in her throat. Moreover, Ranran had been unusually cold towards her. Did something happen? Ranran stood there, watching LV Ran leave and quickly enter the office. After checking some information, she headed straight to the core laboratory. After wandering around for a while, she went directly to the Pathology Institute. Today wasn't Ranran's duty time. The moment she swiped her wristband to enter, the two security guards at the door asked, Is there anything wrong? Ranran showed them the document bag in her hand, delivering a report. They didn't suspect anything and let her through. At this moment, the morning light was faint, just as the sun was about to rise. However, the Pathology Institute was eerily silent. It was very dark here due to the dense trees, with branches spreading out to block the sky above. If it weren't for a glimmer of light peeking through the gaps, one wouldn't even notice that dawn was approaching. To strictly control the temperature and humidity, all the windows in the building were sealed, relying on temperature regulators for air exchange and temperature control. So looking up the entire building with closed windows seemed dead. Ranran lowered her head and quickly walked in, tightly clutching the document bag, instinctively heading toward the elevator. But just as she reached the door, she was bounced back by a beam of light. Caught off guard, Ranran fell backward, and the document bag scattered all over the ground. Immediately, an electronic warning sounded. Please put on protective clothing. Please put on protective clothing. Only then did Ranran realize she had forgotten to change her clothes. She hurriedly picked up her things, glanced around, and then entered the changing room to change clothes. This time, it went very smoothly. She directly entered the elevator, looked for a long time, and pressed one of the 3 buttons since the elevator only had 3 buttons and couldn't go directly to the fourth floor. The second and third floors were concentrated with skeletal patients, so as soon as the elevator door opened, a patient in a wheelchair rushed past her, almost knocking Ranran over. Seeing this, the person quickly turned around. "Sorry, did I bump into you?" Ranran was about to answer when she caught sight of his swollen, deformed limbs, which no longer resembled normal shapes, looking very eerie, like the water-injected pork shown on the news. "What's wrong, researcher go?" The patient exclaimed in surprise. "Did I bump into you? Should I call a doctor?" Ranran took a step back and quickly said, it's okay, I didn't bump into anything." The patient nodded hesitantly and turned back, shaking his walker as he left. Ranran's heart was pounding as she glanced at the stairs beside her before quickly walking up. She intended to go to the fourth floor, but there was a barrier door on the fourth floor that was ineffective even with her wristband. As she was wandering there, the door suddenly opened, and a man in his 30s walked out. It was the senior brother, Xishuangbanna. "Oh, Ranran." Xishuangbanna was surprised. "What are you doing here?" Ranran stammered, "I wanted to go to the fourth floor to take a look." Xishuangbanna frowned. "There's nothing to see. This is not a joke. Director Mu has issued a directive that no one can enter the isolation room. Don't think I don't know. You're still troubled by Dr. Gu's death." "But Ranran, it was an accident." Xishuangbanna persuaded her. "Let's go. I'll take a look at the paper you revised." Ranran grabbed his sleeve. "Please. I just want to take a quick look. I'm very curious, and the paper needs some materials. Please." Xishuangbanna, being gentle and a nice guy, couldn't withstand Ranran's persistent pleas. After being shaken and begged, he finally relented. "Okay, I'll take you to the monitoring room for a quick look. You have 5 minutes at most, understood?" "Got it. Thank you, senior brother." Ranran smiled. Xishuangbanna looked at her. "Ranran, have you been very tired these days? You look a bit haggard." "Really?" Ranran quickly touched her face. "I have indeed had some insomnia lately, and I've been having nightmares." Sigh. "I'm also very sad about Dr. Gu's matter." Xishuangbanna comforted her. "But being in the research field is inherently filled with risks. We all need to be mentally prepared, right?" Chapter 41. Escaping the isolation room, Ranran nodded in agreement. "Yes, that's right. I'll adjust." In the monitoring room on the fourth floor, there was only one staff member. He was checking and recording data indicators. Upon seeing Xishuangbanna enter, he greeted him. "Xingu, you're back again?" Xishuangbanna lowered his voice. "I brought my junior sister to take a look." The staff member glanced at Ranran, but remained silent and continued recording. As soon as Ranran entered the monitoring room, her attention was entirely drawn to the large screen. The image was very clear, directly facing the patient bed. The man on the bed had a stubbly face, his upper body exposed, connected to numerous tubes. His head was tilted to one side, utterly silent, giving the impression that he was dead. Ranran nervously asked, "What happened to him? Is he not breathing?" The recording staff looked up. "How could that be? Look at those instruments. They're all operational." Xishuangbanna patted Ranran's shoulder. "Don't be nervous." Ranran's voice was hoarse. "Why are they doing these experiments? Why are they torturing him like this?" Xishuangbanna frowned. "Of course, it's for scientific research, Ranran. There are unusual components in his blood, but he would die like this." Ranran became agitated, being illuminated by searchlights day and night. Unable to move or express himself, he will die sooner or later. There's a reason for doing this. Xishuangbanna explained, because we found that under light exposure, the activity of that substance increases. Experiment. You only know experiments. Ranran's neck was almost bursting with anger. There is no humanity in this at all. Ranran. Xishuangbanna's voice turned serious. Your emotions are off today. Let me take you down. Ranran's body stiffened, and she immediately lowered her head. I'm a bit scared. After all, he's a living person. Seeing her pitiful appearance, Xishuangbanna softened his tone. Ranran, for science, for the country, and for the fate of humanity, these are all necessary measures. We also want to care about human rights and humanity. But where do the human rights and humanity of the deceased, Dr. Gu, and countless others who have suffered manifest? Ranran fell silent, her eyes fixed on the man on the screen, filled with many ambiguous emotions: sympathy, compassion, empathy, and more helplessness. At that moment, another person suddenly appeared on the screen, a fully armed female doctor. She pushed a cart of medications beside the man and began to change his dressings with a vial. After closely examining the man's pupils and skin condition, She made a gesture to the camera. Just as she turned around, the man on the bed, who had been unconscious, suddenly opened his eyes. His right hand, which had been restrained, was freed without anyone noticing, and he suddenly grabbed the female doctor's arm. "Quick, something's wrong. Let security in. I will immediately notify Director Mu and Professor Chung." Qin Yuan quickly pressed the emergency alarm button on the console, and the corridor was instantly filled with urgent alarm sounds. On the screen, the doctor was obviously flustered. He struggled hard, but the man was incredibly strong. Not only did he not break free, but he also left a deep bruise on the doctor's arm. The man opened his mouth, as if to say something, but after a moment of dazedness, the doctor actually bent down and obediently started to untie the restraints. "Junior sister, hurry." After Qin Yuan called for help and turned around, he realized that Ranran, who had been standing silently in front of the screen, was gone. In the isolation room, the doctor was still in a panic, using one hand to untie the restraints. The man held a shard of glass, the sharp edge already cutting into the doctor's arm. "Hurry up, or don't blame me for being rude." As he spoke, the man revealed a mouthful of blood-red teeth. It turned out he had bitten his tongue long ago and had snatched the glass vial during the dressing change, intending to use this opportunity to escape. The doctor had already injured his arm, and if he got splattered with the man's blood, the consequences would be unimaginable, likely becoming the second Gu man. The intense desire to survive forced him to comply. So soon, the man's hands were free. He ordered the doctor to get away, quickly untied the restraints on his feet, and viciously yanked out the tubes connected to him, struggling to get off the bed. Having lain there for too long, the man was very weak, and the moment he got off the bed, almost fell. This was the best time to stop him. But the female doctor was also extremely frightened and dared not stop him, shrinking into a ball and hiding in the corner, not daring to make sound. Thus, the man easily grabbed her wristband, opened the two large doors to exit, and found the corridor empty and eerily quiet. The corridor was lined with closed doors, and he couldn't see where the stairs were. The man hesitated for 2 seconds, but just 2 seconds later, several fully armed security guards with stun batons ran out from the end of the corridor, loudly commanding him to stop. The man panicked and turned to run back. He knew he couldn't be caught by these people. Being caught meant certain death. The doors on either side flashed by in his peripheral vision, and the cold ground under his bare feet sent chills to his heart. The man, wearing a thin patient gown, felt as if he were running on the edge of a knife. Suddenly, fragments of past memories appeared in his mind, all of which involved him running in the desert, at the mining site, amidst piles of corpses in a vine-covered forest, and even on this unfamiliar earth, there were countless people chasing him for his life. He could only run to escape. The footsteps behind him grew louder, and the shouts became more intense. The man suppressed the urge to look back and sprinted forward. Finally, he spotted the stairs in the corner. He ran straight down to the first floor. Just as he was about to exit, he saw 2 security guards with warning guns entering at the door, while the footsteps from above were closing in. There was a place that seemed to be an emergency exit, but no matter how hard he pushed or pulled, it wouldn't budge, as if it were completely locked. Now he was caught between a rock and a hard place, with no way out, and there was nothing in the room, not even a weapon for self-defense. A man dressed in a hospital gown and barefoot stood at the staircase, gasping for breath, his eyes wide and red, like a trapped beast. He knew that in no more than half a minute, or perhaps 10 seconds, he would be tied up again by those people and thrown back into that laboratory until he died. His mind was blank, filled only with one thought. If it comes to it, let us die together. Chapter 42. Confrontation. Just as he made up his mind, the door across from him opened quietly, and a hand reached out, pulling him in hard. "Come in. Hurry." After being dragged inside, the door closed again. It was pitch black, and the space was very small, silent enough that they could only hear each other's breathing. Then a female voice came. "You don't have to be afraid. It's me." The man was silent for a moment. "I know. In that moment when I turned around, I saw clearly. I thought you were dead. How are you here?" Just as Ranran was about to answer, she suddenly heard footsteps outside the door and immediately fell silent. She knew that the security guards were already chasing them, but she wasn't sure if they would find this place. Just moments ago in the observation room, she had taken advantage of the chaos to run out. Her only thought was to save that man. She had intended to break into the isolation room, but when she reached the door and heard it opening, she made a quick decision and went straight downstairs, waiting for an opportunity in the tool room on the first floor. In fact, this door was nothing special. Any wristband could swipe open it. The man couldn't open it simply because he was too panicked at that moment. The footsteps and shouts outside were still echoing, and both of them instinctively held their breath, as that group of people might open the door at any moment. However, they were lucky. The sounds lingered at the door for a while, before gradually fading away. Ranran lowered her voice. They might be searching elsewhere. They'll think you went to other rooms on the first floor. I thought you were dead. How could you be here? The man asked. Ranran was silent for a moment. It's a long story. What happened to your blood? The man smiled bitterly. I must have contracted that virus while at the mine. Don't you feel anything different? Ranran shook her head. Nothing unusual. Or perhaps you've developed antibodies, or maybe you've been modified by them. The man grinned. Modified? Ranran chewed on the word, frowning. I can't remember. Not remembering is a good thing. The man's voice was hoarse and desolate. Ranran listened carefully. It seems quiet now. Should we go out? The man remained silent. And after 5 seconds, he still showed no reaction. Ranran felt something was wrong and reached out to touch him. But her fingers encountered something sticky. At the same time, a strong smell of blood surged up, and then with a bang, something collapsed to the ground. What is wrong with you? Ranran was startled. She crouched down and groped in the dark, but she didn't know what part of him she had touched, and blood sprayed out, covering her body and face. Ranran was stunned in fear. She desperately tried to pull him up, but the man had turned into a blood-soaked mess. His throat emitted a gurgling sound, as if he wanted to say something, but was choked by blood. Finally, he used his last bit of strength to pull Ranran down and uttered, I want to go home. Then his head tilted, his limbs stopped twitching, and he fell silent. Ranran's hands began to tremble uncontrollably in the darkness. She slumped in a pool of blood for several minutes. Then she leaned against the wall and stood up, trembling as she took out her wristband to swipe open the door, stepping out step by step. At that moment, an incredible scene unfolded in the restroom across the staircase. Another Ranran appeared. She looked serious and made a gesture to come over. You actually stole my wristband. You want to save him? Huh. Haven't you been deceiving me all along? I had no choice. You know his blood is toxic. Maybe you've already. Are you scared? If you were scared, why don't you keep your distance from me? It turned out that the one appearing in the restroom was the real Ranran, while the one trying to save the man was actually Xishuangbanna in disguise. She had put a sedative in the milk last night, then stolen Ranran's wristband and checked some information from it. Most of the information was irrelevant to her, but the photo taken by Qin Yuan left Xishuangbanna dumbfounded, because the man tied to the hospital bed was her long-sought companion. So she made a quick decision, changed into Ranran's clothes, and headed to the research institute to save him. Thus, the previous scene unfolded. Now, the two were at a standoff filled with hatred, and the sight was terrifying. However, the restroom, being in a blind spot of surveillance, went unnoticed. 2 minutes later, the searching security guards found a trail of blood on the ground. They also discovered the man lying dead in the tool room. His body exploded, soaked in blood, but it was unclear where the wounds were. The blood seemed to have sprayed out from his pores. Ranran couldn't help but think, how could a person have so much blood? Just as she was pondering, 2 doctors in protective gear and masks walked out into the hallway, pointing ahead. Go to the disinfection room. In the disinfection room, Ranran stripped off her clothes and stood in the disinfection pool, with disinfectant spraying down from above, washing her entire body more vigorously than a shower. Ranran closed her eyes tightly, letting the liquid wash over her, her mind a blank. She preferred to maintain this emptiness, for once she regained consciousness, she would remember the horrific scene she had just witnessed, how the man had died so tragically. It turned out that virus carriers could also explode and die. Half an hour later, Ranran was led into the isolation room. Fortunately, not the one the man had occupied. Then a doctor came in, extracting blood, saliva, bone marrow, skin flakes, hair, and other samples. After that, there was 3 days of silent isolation, unable to act independently, have recreational activities, or even see the sky outside. The isolation room had no windows, and she faced only 6 white walls every day. Even so, Ranran felt fortunate. At least she didn't have to be tied up and inserted with various tubes like that man. Nor did she have to endure the endless days and nights in the light, which truly felt like waiting for death. Chapter 43. A narrow escape 3 days later. The doctor walked back in. "Miss Gu, you can go out now." "Really?" Ranran asked. "I was infected?" The doctor nodded. "You're very lucky. Perhaps you had no wounds on you at the time. Go ahead, Professor Chung is waiting for you." Ranran's slightly relieved mood darkened again. If the first 3 days had been filled with anxiety and fear, what lay ahead was questioning and disputes. Ranran was unwilling to lie, but she had no choice but to take that step. She was taken into Professor Chung's office, where a dozen people sat, dark and heavy, including Professor Chung, Director Mu, Director Luo, and other high-level officials from the Research Institute. Even in the corner by the door, Ranran saw her senior brother, Qin Yuan. After their eyes met, Qin Yuan quickly averted his gaze, seemingly unwilling to have more contact with her. Ranran sighed deeply in her heart, realizing that she had really caused a lot of trouble for him this time. "Xiao Gu, do you know why I called you here?" Professor Chung asked sternly. Ranran lowered her head. "I made several mistakes. First, I shouldn't have insisted on going to the 4th floor monitoring room with senior brother. Second, I shouldn't have run out during the chaos. Third, I shouldn't have had close contact with that male patient." "Why did you go?" Professor Chung inquired. "What did you want to do?" Ranran fell silent, wondering how to answer this question. How could she make her intentions sound real without exposing Sha Rulin's identity? This was a very difficult task. However, the atmosphere couldn't remain tense forever. She had to find a reason. "So," Ranran said, "because of Dr. Gu's death. When he ran out, my head was buzzing, and my first thought was to rush out and stop him." "So it was really like that?" Professor Chung narrowed his eyes. "Xiao Gu, I always thought you were a smart child." The latter part of his statement implied that he didn't expect her to be so foolish, which Ranran understood. However, she pursed her lips, tacitly agreeing with his words. As long as she could get away smoothly, this small grievance was nothing. Professor Chung turned to the people on the side. "Everyone, how do you think this matter should be handled?" The reactions from the senior management around were intense, saying that this issue was too serious and that she must be expelled to set an example. 2 of them glared at her, their eyes nearly spitting fire. At this moment, Qin Yuan at the door spoke up. "Professor, I believe in my junior sister. She wouldn't do anything to harm the Research Institute." The situation was urgent at the time, and everyone was in a panic. "If there is to be punishment, then punish me. I am willing to take responsibility." Ranran was very surprised. She stared at Qin Yuan in confusion, not expecting him to help her to this extent, especially since she had clearly caused him trouble. As soon as Qin Yuan spoke, 2 leaders in the Research Institute expressed their opinions. Their opinions were unified. This was not an ordinary mistake, and must be treated seriously, suggesting immediate expulsion. Ranran remained silent. At this critical moment, what else could she explain? If they had already made up their minds to expel her, it would be futile to say anything more. While everyone was arguing, Mu Qingshan spoke up. "Everyone, you should know how scarce high-quality talent with biological aptitude is." He glanced coldly around. It can be said that these students are trained at great expense by the country. If they are expelled without having made any contributions, the only loss is ours. The expulsion should be postponed. Ranran should stay for now. We can discuss any issues afterward. After saying this, he stood up and walked toward the door without waiting for others to react. As he passed by Ranran, his gaze fell on her, and that cold look was like a sharp knife, piercing sharply. Ranran was very afraid of him, but didn't understand why he would help. At the same time, she knew that no matter how scared she was, she couldn't lose her confidence, so she suppressed the urge to turn her head and stare directly at him. A faint, almost imperceptible smile appeared on Mu Qingshan's lips, and then he opened the door and strode out. Professor Chung weakly waved his hand. Everyone disperse. "Xiao Qin, stay back." When coming out of the office, those senior leaders intentionally kept their distance from Ranran, fearing her expressionless face. Once she reached the balcony at the end of the corridor, she finally let out a long breath. Meanwhile, in Professor Cheng's office, Qin Yuan was looking down and saying, Professor, I don't understand why you made me say those things. Both I and Ranran should be punished. Professor Chung tapped the desk rhythmically. Xiaoqin, don't you think Gu Ranran's situation is a bit strange? She was very lucky, although she was splashed with blood. She had no injuries. No injuries mean there are no contact points, right? Were her mouth, nose, ears, and eyes all completely protected? Professor Chung asked. You should know how Dr. Gu died. Qin Yuan was taken aback. Professor, are you saying that my junior sister might have antibodies in her body? That was impossible. Professor Chung said slowly. So we need to keep her here and find out what happened. Don't you think so? Qin Yuan's expression darkened. Professor, do you want to use my junior sister for experiments? Let us observe first. This matter should not be made public. Professor Chung fixed his gaze on the door. You can go back to work now. After Qin Yuan left, Professor Chung opened the documents on his desk, a hint of regret flashing in his eyes. The first page of the document clearly depicted the isolated patient who had died in a violent explosion. He was curled up in a pool of blood, thick blood covering his entire body, looking tragic. A moment later, he pressed a button on the desk. Qing Shan, will the autopsy happen? I want to be present. The other party fell silent for 2 seconds. Professor, your health is not suitable. I may not care about my own life, but this matter is significant. Qing Shan, set a time and let me know. After saying this, Professor Chung hung up the phone and lit a cigarette for himself. In the swirling smoke, his aged and haggard face became hazy, his expression inscrutable, as if the thoughts deep within him were also obscured by the smoke, making them impossible to see clearly. That night, the autopsy of patient 35 officially began. The participants, besides 2 forensic experts, included several members from the research institute. 35 was the code number for the patient in the isolation room. The research institute assigned each patient entering the isolation room a specific number, and he was no exception. No one knew his name, and perhaps he himself didn't know it either, as his brain waves showed no fluctuations when this matter was inquired about. Instead, he reacted intensely to terms like extraterrestrial and spaceship. However, in Professor Cheng's eyes, this was merely the unfounded delusions of a typical mental patient. Chapter 44. Re-examine the scene. This person had no chip, and verification couldn't find a corresponding code. No one knew where he came from, nor did anyone know his identity information. The forensic expert stared at his face for several seconds before covering him with a white cloth, then, with a swift motion, cut open his internal organs. After his death, a thorough examination had already been conducted, and there were several fatal injuries on his body, all located at major artery positions. As if crushed by some force in an instant. Under rapid blood loss, he transitioned from unconsciousness to death in just over 10 seconds. This was what everyone referred to as dying from an explosion because the onset was sudden, leaving him no time to shout. Compared to Dr. Gu's death, it was much quicker and more severe. They had also tested his body tissues and blood. Compared to the last time, the density of the mysterious substance in his body had expanded many times over, suggesting it was a substance that could spread and regenerate. The purpose of this autopsy was to check the condition of his internal organs. Soon, the forensic expert opened his abdomen, and the 2 grayish-white patches of skin seemed to have lost their elasticity, sagging to the sides. The forensic expert began to check one by one. The lungs contained gravel-like substances, and there was extensive fibrosis, showing a gray-black color. The stomach was severely atrophied, and the heart was abnormally enlarged. Besides that, tumors were found in the intestinal wall and liver area. In short, multiple organs in his body were in a state of failure and damage, worse than an old person in their 80s or 90s. Yet this man was merely in his 30s. Why would he be in such a condition? After the forensic expert finished the examination, he intended to stitch up the incision. But Professor Chung stopped him. Remove his organs and store them. They might be useful later. So the forensic expert raised the scalpel and carefully removed his heart, placing it in a container filled with liquid. Next were the other parts. They left these tasks to be completed. After Mu Qingshan and Professor Ching exited the autopsy room, they began to disinfect and clean up. Professor Chung kept rubbing his hands while asking, Qingshan, what do you think about Gu Ranran? Mu Qingshan picked up a disinfectant wipe and carefully rubbed his hands. There are many doubts. I plan to investigate her. Professor Chung took off her isolation suit. She wasn't infected, which meant her body was different from ordinary people. Perhaps she was just lucky? Professor Chang's face was full of determination. My principle is that I'd rather mistakenly kill 3 than let 1 go. Moreover, this kind of research won't cost lives. After Mu Qingshan left the dissection room, he drove straight to the Research Institute, wanting to check the surveillance footage from the day of the incident again. Ranran was indeed suspicious. His intuition told him that the girl was hiding a lot. By the time he arrived, it was already close to dawn. Mu Qingshan had the security department pull up all the surveillance from that day and began to review it frame by frame. On the day of the incident, Ranran entered the Research Institute around 6:30 a.m. She appeared somewhat flustered in the video, pausing when clocking in and clearly distracted during her communication with colleagues. Then there was the incident where she appeared in the pathology room without wearing protective gear, which was indeed suspicious. Mu Qingshan pulled the footage frame by frame until he reached the time of the incident. He turned up the volume and watched the arguments in the surveillance room, listening to it repeatedly 3 or 4 times. What followed, as reported in the investigation, was that Ranran ran out when the man went berserk, lingered at the door for a moment, then went straight down the stairs. In the end, she came out of the tool room covered in blood and stumbled into the restroom. However, the discrepancy between her bloody state coming out of the tool room and her appearing in just her underwear, soaked all over, was indeed strange. Mu Qingshan zoomed in and, after watching for a long time, suddenly noticed a circular scar on the right side of Ranran's neck when she went in. But it had mysteriously vanished when she came out. The more he looked, the stranger it seemed. After pondering for a while, he turned off the surveillance, got up, and headed straight to the women's restroom in the pathology department. It was already late at night. The patients in the pathology department had long since fallen asleep, and the corridor only had a cleaning lady holding a vacuum cleaner, barely able to keep her eyes open. When she saw Director Mu, she straightened up in panic, about to greet him, when Mu Qingshan entered the women's restroom without looking back. The cleaning lady was stunned for a long time, rubbing her eyes in disbelief. Indeed, how could Director Mu enter the women's restroom? Since the incident, the women's restroom had clearly been cleaned, with no traces of blood visible. After glancing at the sink, Mu Qingshan was about to enter the restroom when he heard a woman's exclamation. "Director, is that really you? I thought I was seeing things. Are you here to check on the work? I clean it well." Mu Qingshan turned back and interrupted her. "Did you clean it on the day of the incident?" The woman hurriedly nodded. "Yes, there was blood all over the floor and the sink. I put on a full set of protective gear, as instructed by Director Luo, before cleaning. I even wiped the windowsill." "The windowsill?" Mu Qingshan looked at the spot she was pointing to. It was the side of the restroom, where Ranran wouldn't normally go. "Yes, there was a lot of blood on the windowsill. I rinsed it and sprayed disinfectant twice," the woman explained. Mu Qingshan strode over to the windowsill and examined it closely for a long time before spotting a blood spot in the wall crevice, which was dark red and clearly had coagulated for a while. Seeing his gaze linger there, the cleaning lady also leaned in to take a look and then hurriedly explained, "I'll clean it again right away. I must have missed that spot." Mu Qingshan ignored her, exited the restroom, and circled around to the back, where the ground was covered with weeds and the nearby forest was dense, with a damp and rotting smell in the air. After putting on protective gloves, he crouched down to inspect and, as expected, found several mottled bloodstains in the grass. He followed the trail all the way to the wall of the Research Institute's backyard, where there was a tightly locked small door. Mu Qingshan saw tire tracks outside the door and recalled that there had been rain a few hours before the incident, making the road muddy, which explained the tracks left behind. He called the head of the security department to inquire, but he shook his head repeatedly. "There are no surveillance cameras on this road in the backyard because it's densely wooded and extremely dark. Even if someone passed by, we wouldn't be able to capture anything." "Was there no one stationed at the small door that night?" The head of security remained silent for a moment. "There was previously, but 2 people resigned recently, and we were short-staffed, so no one was on duty there at night." Chapter 45. The car lights behind him, seeing that he couldn't provide a satisfactory answer. Mu Qingshan was furious and immediately suspended him while rearranging personnel for safety protection and asking the logistics department to redo the disinfection work. He returned to his office, repeatedly checking the screenshots, and suspected one thing. The person covered in blood that day was someone else. That person looked similar to Ranran, and they had exchanged places in the restroom. Mu Qingshan called Director Luo, who said that Ranran had left 10 minutes ago. At that moment, Ranran was driving towards the old house. There was a moon in the sky tonight, although faint and obscure, it cast a hazy light. Ranran stared at the deserted road ahead, feeling as if she had experienced an absurd dream that left her somewhat dazed. She pressed the accelerator, wanting the car to go faster, eager to return and check on Xishuangbanna's situation. That woman was too bold to steal her bracelet and go to the research institute to save someone. Did she think she had any power? In this way, Ranran arrived at the old house a third faster than usual, and it was already 4 in the morning. The old house was pitch black, with only the streetlight outside casting a dim yellow glow. This had been installed by Ranran half a month ago to add a bit of life to the old house and provide more light when she drove at night. Ranran parked the car, opened the door, and suddenly a figure stood up from the sofa. "You're back?" It was Xishuangbanna's voice. Ranran frowned and turned on the light. "Are you crazy sitting here in the middle of the night?" Xishuangbanna stood there pale, her eyes bloodshot. "You haven't been back for several days. Are you okay? Did they make things difficult for you?" Her words were full of concern, which diminished Ranran's initial urge to scold her. "I'm fine. They checked me and confirmed I wasn't infected before letting me go." Xishuangbanna suddenly stood up and looked out the window. "Are you sure they believe you?" Ranran instinctively glanced back. "Of course, I was careful on the way. No one was following me. Besides, I suspect they don't have any other doubts." "Is that so?" Xishuangbanna frowned. "No matter what, I am older than you and won't think so simply." Ranran sneered. "Yes, your thinking is much more complicated. Otherwise, why would you steal my bracelet to save someone? You have quite the nerve." Xishuangbanna anxiously said, "You deceived me first. You clearly knew my companion was at your research institute. Why didn't you save him?" Ranran laughed instead of getting angry. "You saw the scene at the time. How could I have saved him? Moreover, with his condition, if he was saved, everyone would die. You already knew his body was different from others, didn't you?" Xishuangbanna was speechless. "I didn't know. At that time in the tool room, he said he contracted that virus at the mine." "That virus?" Ranran caught the key point. "So he knows what virus it is?" Xishuangbanna shook her head. "I didn't have time to ask further, and he also asked me if I had any unusual symptoms. After I answered, he said I either developed antibodies or had been modified by them." "Modified?" Ranran was puzzled. The them he mentioned, could it be referring to our research institute? Xishuangbanna smiled wryly. "What do you think?" "Of course not. I suspect he was talking about the aliens. Those round monsters without limbs?" Ranran took a couple of steps closer, scrutinizing her. "Did they do something to you?" Sherilyn pressed her temple. "I can't remember. After I came back, I thought about it for several days, but still nothing came to mind." She felt very depressed, the man's last words ringing in her ears, his voice choked by blood. The clearest one being, "I want to go home." Every time she thought of that phrase, tears streamed down her face uncontrollably. How easy it was to talk about going home. How to go back. They no longer had a home. Sherilyn stared at Ranran with red eyes. "Do you know where his body is?" Ranran shook her head. "Do you think I dare to inquire? I almost got expelled." "I'm sorry." Sherilyn lowered her head, looking very helpless. "I didn't mean to put you in danger. I had no other choice. Now I have no relatives left." Ranran wanted to say that the man was not her relative at all, but she held back. She didn't want to salt her wounds any further. Forget it. Just based on that face that resembled her own, let her off. Ranran sighed slightly. "I'm tired. I want to rest for a bit." Sherilyn remained silent, and after Ranran walked up the stairs, she suddenly remembered something. "By the way, did you see a car when you came back?" "No, why?" "I think I saw the car lights outside the window." After Sherilyn said this, Ranran became nervous. She quickly ran to the window, lifted the curtain to observe, and sure enough, a car was quietly approaching from several hundred meters away. It didn't honk or turn on its headlights. Only 2 faint small lights were on. If Sherilyn hadn't caught a glimpse, they might have been completely unaware until it reached downstairs. Could it be a nearby resident? Sherilyn asked. Ranran shook her head, her expression serious. There aren't many residents nearby, and even if there were, they would be elderly people. It's impossible for them to be out at this time. Then who could it be? Sherilyn's voice dropped significantly as she silently stood behind the curtain, staring at the two car lights. They were both on high alert. But what was meant to come would eventually come. The car actually stopped downstairs, and then the car door opened, revealing a dark figure. The person took a couple of steps forward, entering the range of the streetlight. When Ranran saw his face, her heart tightened. Not good. How could Director Mu come to my house? Sherilyn realized that incident may have been exposed. Just as her voice fell, there was a knock on the door downstairs. Then Ranran grabbed her hand and ran downstairs. This scene looked very much like Ranran was dragging her to surrender, and for a moment, Sherilyn felt a sense of illusion, but she quickly shook her head. Ranran wouldn't do that. If she would, she wouldn't have saved her at the Research Institute before. Sure enough, Ranran directly pulled her to the bottom of the stairs on the first floor, skillfully moved aside the mat on the ground, and lifted a board, revealing a hole large enough for one person to fit through. What does this mean? Do you want me to hide? We might not be able to beat that person. Sherilyn disdainfully glanced back. Ranran weakly shook her head. She thought of several rumors about Mu Qingshan. Trust me, you definitely can't win against this man. Let's hide first. There's a secret room below. It has everything for safety. We can come out later. Chapter 46. Hiding in the secret room, the knocking outside continued, followed by a series of banging sounds. Ranran panicked. Quick, this door can't withstand being knocked down. After a few seconds of silence, Sherilyn finally relented and quickly crawled into the secret room. Ranran swiftly closed the lid and pulled the mat over it. Then she casually fixed her hair, walked over, and opened the front door. Standing outside was Mu Qingshan with an icy expression. Ranran took the initiative. Director Mu, what are you doing knocking on my door at such a late hour? Mu Qingshan glanced over Ranran's shoulder and then pushed her aside, walking straight into the house without a word of explanation. Director Mu, do you have business? Ranran rushed forward to try to grab him, but she didn't even touch the hem of his clothes before he was already inside. Mu Qingshan began searching the house, and Ranran felt anxious, standing in the living room watching him. She guessed that Mu Qingshan knew something, but not everything. Otherwise, he wouldn't have come at this hour to search. The first floor showed no signs of anything unusual, and Mu Qingshan stepped up to the second floor, which made Ranran even more anxious. The second floor was where Sherilyn often stayed, filled with many of her personal items. Wouldn't that expose them? In a moment of panic, Ranran rushed forward and grabbed his arm. Director Mu, what do you want to do? Even as a police officer, you can't barge into a private residence without a search warrant. Mu Qingshan turned back, his cold gaze sweeping over her face. What I want to do, you should be clear about. He spoke the harshest words in the calmest tone, which was Mu Qingshan's usual style. Ranran knew that this man was no ordinary person. According to legend, he was a member of a national special operations team, capable of single-handedly entering nuclear radiation zones to retrieve important evidence, and could take on 100 enemies while rescuing hostages. Later, by chance, he became the director of the Biological Research Institute. His presence had a significant positive impact on this nationally classified research institute, whether it was his decisiveness or his efficiency, which greatly helped Professor Chung, who was oblivious to anything outside and only focused on research. Now, the two of them complemented each other. One managed research, while the other eliminated all distractions. Their cooperation had been very harmonious over the past 2 years. No one in the institute dared to provoke Director Mu, and at that moment, neither did Ranran. But no matter how scared she was, she couldn't let Sherilyn be exposed. If she was taken away, her fate would be just like that of her companion. So she resolutely didn't let go. My house has nothing. It's just an old villa. Director Mu, please have some respect. Mu Qingshan looked down at her. Nothing at all? Just now, there were 2 shadows by the window on the second floor. Besides you, who was the other one? Ranran's heart raced. When they stood by the window, the car was still 100 meters away, and there hadn't been any lights on inside the house. How did Director Mu see that? Just as she was distracted, Mu Qingshan had already walked out, searching the rooms on the second floor. This time, without a hint of surprise, Mu Qingshan quickly found clues. 2 beds in the bedroom, a strangely drawn picture on the desk, and several pieces of clothing draped over the chair. These are all. Ranran tried to explain, But Mu Shan pointed at the wet towel and the recently used toothpaste and toothbrush in the bathroom. Don't tell me these were used by you. You couldn't possibly have had the time. Quick, tell me, where is the person? Ranran shook her head. There is no one. These are mine. Only I am here. That shadow was your illusion. No matter how much Mu Shan pressed, Ranran remained tight-lipped, even threatening. If you want to expel me or imprison me, go ahead. I really haven't hidden anyone. Think whatever you want. Mu Shan was not easily deterred. After thinking for a moment, he returned to the first floor. Moments later, he actually found the secret of the hidden space under the stairs and then lifted the lid of the secret room. Watching him enter the secret room, Ranran's face turned pale. She had already imagined the terrifying scene of Sherilyn being brought out by him, bound, imprisoned, and subjected to horrifying experiments and dissections. Those scenes flashing before her eyes in succession. But something unexpected happened. In the following 10 minutes, Mu Shan came out alone, his lips pressed tightly together, saying nothing. And then he pulled open the door and walked out. What was going on? Did he not find Sherilyn? Ranran felt it was unlikely. She had personally brought Sherilyn in. How could she have disappeared? Ranran tightly closed the door, took out a laser flashlight from the cabinet, and cautiously entered the secret room. It was actually her first time inside. She had heard her parents mention this matter when she was a child. Grandpa became obsessed with writing apocalyptic novels at that time, so he found someone to excavate and build this secret room, continuously filling it with supplies, from food and clean water to weapons and medicine, and regularly replacing them. He repeatedly advised his family. If a terrifying virus appeared, if the people and animals nearby mutated, or if there was a large-scale disaster like nuclear radiation, hiding in the secret room could save their lives. At that time, my parents thought it was ridiculous, saying that while hiding for a few days in such a place was possible, it was not feasible to hide for a lifetime. Moreover, in the case of nuclear radiation, even a more fortified bunker would not be immune to its effects. After Grandpa died, they naturally forgot about the secret room, and it was only during the recent critical moment that Ranran thought of it. The entrance was narrow, but as she descended the stairs, it quickly opened up until she saw a room of about 10 square meters. The room was empty. Thanks to several small lighting devices and a ventilation system set up in the dark, the secret room was not stuffy and gloomy. The only smell was the dry, cool scent of soil. Ranran looked around and saw 2 high rows of shelves in the corners and a double bed piled high with supplies that seemed to be over a decade old. Ranran wondered if there was a passage in the secret room, but after searching around, she found no strange places. There were no signs of doors on the walls, and the cabinets showed no signs of having been moved. The double bed in the corner was also unremarkable. Moreover, Mu Shan had been in before, so he must have checked it as well. Standing in the middle of the room, Ranran felt a chill run down her back. She found it strange that a living person could just disappear. Could this secret room also be one of those legendary wormholes? Sherilyn, are you there? Ranran lowered her voice and called out several times. Her voice buzzed and echoed in the basement, but there was no response at all. Sherilyn had inexplicably vanished. Chapter 47. Dying in one's own consciousness, those golden, glowing rings would absorb a person as they approached, sending them into another world. Even if that world was thousands of miles away, or in another galaxy, no one could say for sure. Ranran felt that her thoughts had become very complicated, unsure of which bizarre cycle she had entered. She numbly walked out of the secret room and reflexively went upstairs to check again. Everything Sherilyn had used was there, but the owner had disappeared. She speculated whether she should wait for a while, hoping that Sherilyn would reappear. So she ran back to the first floor and waited at the top of the stairs for a long time, but the dark secret room showed no signs of movement. Thus, she waited from the pitch-black night until dawn, her mood growing increasingly bleak. In a moment of reflection, she suddenly wondered if the time she had just experienced was all an illusion. With this doubt in mind, Ranran dialed Chiu-Yu's number. I have been working normally at the research institute, right? I haven't seen anyone who looks like me, nor have I been to the gene bank, and I haven't even met any companions with the same background as me, right? Chiu-Yu, who had been awakened, replied in confusion. Ranran, what are you talking about? Have you been stimulated during the quarantine period? Xiaoyu, please answer quickly. Did those things I just asked about actually happen? Xiaoyu took a breath. Of course they did. Sha Ruolin, the gene bank, and those clone people are all real. Why are you asking about this? Because Gu Ranran suddenly felt powerless. Sha Ruolin suddenly disappeared, right from the secret room downstairs. Xiaoyu paused for a moment. Secret room? Wait for me a moment. I'll come over right away. I might know something. Xiaoyu arrived quite late. According to her, she first went to Gu Ranran's staff dormitory and found a novel titled The Secret Room, horror written by Gu Ranran's grandfather. She handed the book to Gu Ranran. Isn't this book one you haven't read? Gu Ranran brushed her fingers over the old cover. No. Where did you find this? Under the bookshelf in your dormitory. Xiaoyu quickly replied. I found it unconsciously while cleaning. Gu Ranran recalled. I remember now, a few months ago, I went to the city for some business and found this book by Grandpa in a small bookstore. I thought I would buy it as a keepsake, so I brought it back. What does this book have to do with Sha Ruolin? Xiaoyu's eyes lit up. Ranran, I finished reading this book. Your grandfather believed that all secret rooms are not only places for storage and hiding, but should also be escape routes. Xiaoyu took the book, flipping through it to tell Gu Ranran. The protagonist in the book is a depressed and unsuccessful college student, someone who gets unemployed right after starting a job. He is gloomy and reclusive, has issues interacting with others, and was fired from his first job. Just then, a zombie virus broke out in his city, and because he stayed at home, he remained unharmed. However, staying at home isn't a foolproof plan. Although zombies couldn't get in, food and water were running out quickly. The man thought that his isolation was a supermarket. The supermarket had been closed for several days, so there should be quite a bit of supplies inside. It was unlikely to reach the supermarket through normal routes, so he thought of digging a tunnel. This was a very foolish method, but for someone like him with poor tactical skills, it was the only option. So he dug vigorously, and it wasn't too slow since he had an electric motor left by his parents, and in just 5 days, he had dug a tunnel from his home to the supermarket. Fortunately, the supermarket was empty, and naturally, there were no zombies. It must have been because the supermarket owner escaped the city before the zombie wave hit. Thus, the protagonist relied on that tunnel to obtain a continuous supply of goods, allowing him to continue living his happy, homebody life. Of course, he also used tools to secure the doors and windows of his home, leaving only a few tiny gaps for air, making it nearly impossible to see the outside world or allow anything from outside to take advantage. Days passed, and no one knew how long it had been. Sometimes time is relative. For example, when you are waiting, it feels interminable, but when you are in happiness, time seems to fly. Staying at home, playing single-player games, reading books, sleeping in, and eating delicacies was the happiest thing for the protagonist. So he felt time pass quickly. Sometimes he looked in the mirror and seemed to have aged several years overnight. When he looked at the calendar, he also had no idea how many days had passed. In this way, he survived here for many years until he died, still never leaving the secret room. Until one day many years later, there was a loud banging outside, and a group of fully armed personnel came to the door, dismantled the protections here, entered the house, and discovered the protagonist's skeleton on the bed. They followed the tunnel to the abandoned supermarket, which was now half empty and in disarray. Undoubtedly, it was this supermarket that had sustained his survival for many years. After they learned the time of his death through an autopsy, they were surprised to find that he had died a year ago with an unknown cause of death, and the zombies had disappeared nearly 10 years ago. This meant that in the last 9 years of his life, the outside world was very safe, but he had remained hidden in this man-made fortress, never stepping outside. So, he ultimately died in his own consciousness. It was not those terrifying zombies that killed him, but himself. Had he only ventured out once during those 9 years, he would not have ended up in such a tragic fate. The book's message is that if a secret room is merely a secret room, lacking an escape route, it will only become a grave for humanity. Ranran, I have read this book carefully, so when you mentioned the secret room downstairs, I felt that there must be a passage. Sha Ruolin couldn't have vanished into thin air. Xiaoyu's eyes sparkled. After hearing this, Gu Ranran opened the secret room's cover again, and the two of them walked in once more. This time, they carefully took tools and began to knock on the walls, especially spending a lot of time inspecting the bottom of the bed. However, they found nothing. These places looked ordinary and didn't seem to have any passage. The storage rack was the last place they searched. It was filled with items, and if they wanted to move it, they had to take everything down piece by piece and then move the rack together, which was quite a project. Chapter 48. Preparation for rain, so they didn't hold out much hope, thinking that Shah Rulin wouldn't go to such lengths to move this. However, reality quickly slapped them in the face. They discovered a clue behind the storage rack. It sounded somewhat hollow when tapped. The two exchanged glances and began to explore the mechanism. Sure enough, the mechanism was hidden on the storage rack. A small bump on a horizontal beam that would be easy to miss if not examined closely. Pressing the mechanism caused the storage rack to move by itself. It turned out that there was an invisible track set up below. Once the storage rack moved away, a narrow passage was revealed. Xiaoyu excitedly rubbed her hands together. Let's go find her. The two entered the passage one after the other, following it forward. After about 2 minutes of walking, they felt a cool breeze. Ranran knew that wind meant they were close to the exit. Sure enough, just half a minute later, they reached the exit. It was a cleverly designed stone door, and when opened, it led to a back mountain just 100 meters behind the old house. The back mountain was like a deep forest, filled with dense trees, and the ground was covered with thick dry leaves that crunched underfoot, scattering leaves everywhere. Ranran often played here as a child. She remembered there was a wild persimmon tree ahead. In late autumn, the tree would be adorned with small orange-red persimmons, each resembling a little lantern, very festive. But these persimmons looked good. In reality, they were quite astringent. Even if left at home, covered with straw for many days, they still retained that astringent taste, making them very hard to eat. Ranran looked around and her thoughts began to drift, recalling the time spent in the old house. Goodness, Xiaoyu exclaimed excitedly. Your grandfather seemed to be writing books in a depressed state, but secretly he was working on such a big project? How insecure could he be? He has always been cautious and prepared for the worst. Ranran admitted he used to call from time to time, saying the world was in turmoil and urging us to return to the old house. Xiaoyu frowned. Having such a passage is indeed impressive. But if it's really like in the novels, and zombies really come, it won't help to run out. This might be a hope in grandfather's heart, Ranran said. Glancing around, what do you think Shah Rulin would run to? She definitely wouldn't head back to the old house. Xiaoyu turned around, her finger pointing ahead. Could it be that way? Let's go and take a look. The direction Xiaoyu pointed was toward the riverbank. Although it was called a river, it was really just a dried-up riverbed. The river had dried up over a decade ago, revealing stones at the riverbed, and over time, weeds had grown, making it look desolate. The forest also came to an end here. After walking a bit along the gravel path, they would merge onto a road. Thus, it was impossible to trace where Shah Rulin had gone. Without a chip, where could Shah Rulin go? In this era, she wouldn't be able to survive. Xiaoyu frowned. Ranran looked at the distant road and said softly, I only know that she doesn't want to come back. She may have wanted to leave for a long time. Why? Did she reveal anything? Ranran shook her head. No, but I can sense her thoughts. After all, we are the same person. Xiaoyu was silent for a moment. Actually, Ranran, don't you think our generation is very lonely? Few people have siblings, living in this cold, indifferent, and fast-paced world, with no support around. Yes, I was particularly envious of my deskmate when I was young. She had a very mischievous younger brother, and they would wrestle every day. Whenever she complained, I always felt she was showing off, Ranran replied. So, in a way, I envy you regarding Shah Rulin, Xiaoyu said earnestly. Even though you were separated by 10 years, no, 200 years, you share the same genes. In a sense, that's a form of sibling bond. After hearing this, Ranran felt a pang in her heart. Yes, perhaps she hadn't even realized it herself, but she had long considered Shah Rulin as family. After spending so much time together, it would be a lie to say there were no feelings. Ranran immediately shook her head, but she still left. Perhaps that was what she hoped for. I just hope nothing bad happens to her. The two walked along the river for quite a while, and the sky had already brightened. They gazed at the faint light behind the clouds, staring for a long time. Those layers of clouds looked like countless blankets piled together, and the faint light seemed to flicker, as if it couldn't penetrate through. They too were waiting for an opportunity to break through. A month later, on a particularly hot day in early June, Gu Ranran woke up covered in sweat. After sitting by the window for a while, she went downstairs for a few laps, then took a shower and changed clothes before heading to work. As soon as she entered the research institute, a doctor was waiting at the front desk. It turned out they needed to do a routine blood test again. This had become a common practice during this time, and everyone was used to waiting for the test, showing no signs of complaint. Just after the test, Lu Ran walked in with some documents. Ranran, this is what Qin Yuan asked you to handle before you leave work. Gu Ranran took it and flipped through it. Got it. Are we having lunch together? Lu Ran smiled. Sure, let's go have sour fish. A new place just opened on the street. Life seemed to have returned to calm. This calm often made people feel dazed, and upon reflection, it felt like living through a dream. Gu Ranran worked hard every day, returning to school once a week to handle some paper revisions and research meetings. Besides that, she ran 5 kilometers every day, went to bed at 11 every night, and maintained a regular diet and lifestyle. Life had returned to its former routine. But she knew in her heart that some things were different. It was fine to be busy, but once she had free time, she couldn't help but zone out and think of the past. Gu Ranran often checked social news. She wanted to see, but was also afraid to see news about Xia Rulin. However, there was no news at all. Xia Rulin had disappeared mysteriously, just like Zhou Shan. Equally changed were the attitudes of some people at the research institute. Whether it was Director Mu, Professor Cheng, or Qin Yuan, their level of attention to Gu Ranran had increased significantly, and this attention felt troubling. There were even whispers behind her back, as they interpreted Qin Yuan's proactive approach and Mu Qingshan's strong support as some form of dark undercurrent. These words had inexplicably reached Gu Ranran's ears, and she had heard them several times. Once, Lu Ran asked her, "Aren't you angry?" Chapter 49. Strange fellow traveler, what is there to be angry about? Gu Ranran shrugged. There are always people who take pleasure in spreading rumors. Let them be. Lu Ran whispered. If someone talked about me behind my back, I would definitely be heartbroken. It's not worth being upset for them. Gu Ranran smiled slightly. Adjusting your mindset is the most important. As the two were chatting, Mu Qingshan walked in. After scanning the room, he called Gu Ranran over. Come to my office for a moment. Gu Ranran expressionlessly followed him. The office behind them instantly buzzed with activity as 2 women began to whisper. See, they said there was nothing going on, and now they're calling her to the office. Xiao Gu has some skills, able to attract the 2 golden bachelors of our research institute simultaneously. After exchanging a few words, they glanced at LV Ran and said to her, I told you that Gu Ranran, and they are not quite right. Only you are foolish enough to think it's normal. LV Ran lowered her head and said softly, Don't say that, they are not like that. The 2 women curled their lips, feeling that they couldn't relate to her, and turned to leave. LV Ran stood still, staring thoughtfully at Director Mu's office in the distance. Meanwhile, inside the office, the 2 were in a tense standoff. Mu Qingshan sat behind his desk, his cold, knife-like gaze fixated on her, while Gu Ranran straightened her back and boldly glared back. This scene seemed to freeze for 2 minutes. In the past month, they had experienced countless confrontations, each taking turns to be the one in control, but this time, neither of them was willing to speak. After an unknown amount of time, Gu Ranran couldn't hold back any longer. Director Mu, I've said it many times, there is no so-called other person. You've been to my family home countless times. Which room haven't you checked? Mu Qingshan stood up, looking down at her, and asked once more the question that made Gu Ranran nervous. You went to the gene bank to check your ancestry, and that woman looks more than 10 years older than you. His assertive tone gave Gu Ranran a false sense of hope, making her think he had found some confirming evidence. However, she quickly avoided his gaze. I don't know what you're talking about. If that person exists, I would want to see her. Of course, she hoped to see her. If Xia Rulin insisted on leaving, she would want a proper farewell, but only under safe circumstances. Mu Qingshan wanted to say more, but a phone call came in. After he finished the call, he didn't press Gu Ranran any further and turned to leave the office. Gu Ranran stepped out of the office, her legs already feeling weak. She leaned against the doorframe and took a deep breath. Who could endure these suffocating conversations every couple of days? It felt like an alternative form of torture, and she felt like a passionate youth from an earlier era, swearing to never reveal her secret. She hoped she could keep holding on, unwavering. During lunch, Ranran occasionally looked up at her, as if wanting to say something. Ranran simply put down her chopsticks. What's wrong? Ranran hesitated. Ranran, what does Director Mu want with you? As before, Ranran replied. He must think there is some secret involved in that matter. Is it true? Ranran added quickly. I mean, is there really a secret? Ranran looked at her warily. Of course not. All right, eat quickly, it'll get cold. Ranran said, try to ease the tense atmosphere. Ranran stared at the pot of exquisite pickled fish on the table, but suddenly became lost in thought. She remembered the meals Sha Rulin had made. Even though they were overcooked and burned the kitchen, they had a warmth of human life. She really wished she were still alive. As long as someone is alive, there's hope, right? Meanwhile, at an apartment several dozen kilometers away, a woman sat at the dining table staring at a pot of steaming pickled fish. With snow-white fish fillets soaking in a clear yellow broth, garnished with green cilantro and bright red chili peppers, exuding a strong aroma. But this aroma felt somewhat false. Not real at all. After staring for a while, she put down her chopsticks. I can't eat. The man across from her looked at her with an expressionless face. You won't die if you don't eat. This man sat there like a landscape, tall and with a strong masculine presence. His muscular build stretched his shirt tightly, making the button look dangerously ready to pop. His sharp features showed no emotion, but still exuded an allure of restraint. Everyone will die. The woman looked up at him. That's not something a robot like you can understand. The man stood up. Say that again. You're just a woman. She muttered under her breath, but immediately yielded, picking up her chopsticks and forcing a piece of fish in her mouth. She ate vigorously, stuffing her cheeks full, not even bothering to chew, just swallowing it down. There was a sense of rebelliousness in her actions. But in the end, the only one she was rebelling against was herself. She suddenly turned pale and coughed a couple of times, realizing she had gotten a fishbone stuck. She rushed to the bathroom, coughing several times, then took a cup of water to gulp down, but immediately spit it out. The fishbone was still lodged somewhere, refusing to come out. The man stood up coldly, walked over, and grabbed her, extending a long, strong finger toward her lips. The woman tried to dodge, but her body was pinned down, and she could only let that finger slowly probe into her mouth. She didn't know what he did, but the prickly sensation in her throat suddenly disappeared. He withdrew his finger, which now had a bloody fishbone on it. For a moment, the woman didn't know what to say, averted her gaze, and pretended nothing had happened. The man released her. Why do you have to put on a brave front? Don't call me Sha. She quickly interrupted. I don't know how we ended up this way. The speaker was Sha Rulin. She had been careless. And some past information stored in her bracelet had been discovered by this robot, leading to her name being revealed. She disliked his overly familiar tone. In your human terms, this is what you call fate, the man said in a low voice, pulling her hand forward and forcing her to sit at the table to eat. This time he was very careful, picking the fish meat clean of bones before placing it in her bowl. Sha Rulin resignedly and mechanically swallowed the fish meat, starting to recall the moment they first met. At that time, she heard commotion outside and, in a panic, found the passage to escape. Chapter 50009, stumbling out of the passage, she walked a little further and finally saw this man by the side of a dry riverbed. No, to be precise, she encountered this artificial intelligence robot, codenamed 009. He was lying by the riverbed, uninjured, his body feeling very cold, and he had no breath. Sha Rulin thought he was dead. After checking him, just as she was about to leave, he suddenly opened his eyes, and a series of tiny code symbols flashed in his pupils. Under the moonlight, when Sha Rulin clearly saw his face, she was momentarily stunned because his appearance was extraordinarily superior, comparable to a celebrity from her previous life, whether it was his clear eyebrows or prominent nose. It made one exclaim, "This man is really handsome." Although he had opened his eyes, he still couldn't move, probably needing time to reboot, or maybe he was out of power. Sha Rulin had come into contact with robots before, so she immediately deduced his identity. She also recalled Ranran's words. These robots are very expensive to rent. If lost, you could go bankrupt. So she didn't hesitate and decided to help him up first. However, lifting him was a difficult task. This robot was very tall, at least 9 meters, and naturally not light. Sha Rulin used all her strength to lift him, let alone walk. After dragging him for a short distance of only a few dozen meters, she was already gasping for breath. Later, she didn't know if it was sweat from exhaustion or the temperature rising, but she felt hot all over, especially where their skins touched, losing that previous bone-chilling sensation. After a few more steps, she felt that the man wasn't so heavy anymore. Xishuangbanna glanced at him in confusion and was surprised to find his eyes had regained consciousness, now shining with an inexplicable light as he looked at her. It turned out he had fully rebooted. Xishuangbanna cautiously let go of his hand, taking 2 steps back, muttering to herself, "It's good if nothing's wrong." Just then, the robot spoke. "Where are we going?" Sharon frowned. "You actually asked this question?" Yes, the robot she had seen only mechanically repeated commands and had no doubts. So is he really a robot? For a moment, Sharon had her doubts. It was as if the robot had sensed her uncertainty and immediately spoke. "You can call me 009. We need to leave here immediately. Someone is about to chase us." Sharon was startled and quickly turned to look behind her, but saw no pursuers. "Where is everyone?" "If we stay here, you will see them," 009 replied. Sharon began to ponder. The thought of leaving had been with her for a long time. She felt like a bird trapped in a cage, wanting to escape, but held back by some reservations. These reservations were partly because of her companion, and partly because of Ranran, even though Sharon was unwilling to admit it. However, now her companion was dead, and Ranran's presence was actually a harm to her. Even if she didn't say it, she was clear about it. Sharon sighed softly. "Let's go far away." Thus, the two formed a temporary partnership and followed the river path forward. They were fortunate to encounter a dusty car. They stopped in front of the car, and Sharon, having watched many videos before, was relatively familiar with the world. Plus, she had driven Ranran's car before, quickly realized this was a solar-powered car. As she was about to say it, 009 had already opened the car door and effortlessly sat down inside. The speed left Sharon in shock. "How did you open that door?" 009 frowned. "Isn't it easy to crack such a simple fingerprint lock?" At that moment, Sharon's heart skipped a beat. This robot with superior appearance might have a different IQ. Possibly the legendary high-end product? No. Ranran had once said that although most robots have realistic skin and temperature and lifelike facial features, they're ultimately not human. They lack thought, self-awareness, and the ability to act independently. But this robot in front of her was clearly abnormal. While Sharon was thinking, 009 spoke up. "If you don't get in the car, you'll be left here alone." Sharon had no time to think further and got into the car. During the process, she quietly observed him, but not long after, at most half an hour later, they stopped in front of an apartment. "Where's this?" Sharon looked around. It seemed like a high-end residential area in the city center, with strict security and excellent facilities. The housing prices were very high. She had seen them in videos. 009 looked up at a certain part of the apartment. A safe place. "Let's go in." At that moment, Sharon felt he was joking. How could people like them, one being an artificial intelligence and the other a chipless person from another world, have any qualifications to enter such a high-end apartment? But 2 minutes later, when they safely passed through the lobby, took the elevator directly to the 28th floor, and smoothly entered room 2809, Sharon was once again astonished. Miracles were happening to them again. The apartment was huge, with a full wall of floor-to-ceiling windows facing the city center. The dazzling lights of the city at night creating a magnificent scene. The layout of the house was also very luxurious, clearly indicating that the owner was wealthy. 009 moved as if in a world of his own, waved his hand to turn on the lights, and with another wave, the curtains silently closed, and the air conditioning system began to operate. He seemed very familiar with the place. Soon he explained, "Make yourself at home. The owner has gone to America and won't be back for a while." "How do you know?" After a long silence, 009 replied, "She is my first owner." Sharon felt that this robot had many unspeakable burdens, but she couldn't bring herself to ask, as she also had many secrets of her own, didn't she? She yawned. "I'm going to take a shower and then have a good sleep. I'm really too tired." However, she soon encountered trouble. She had only lived in Ranran's ancestral home, where the facilities were relatively old, so she was completely unfamiliar with the luxurious apartment's bathroom and bedroom. While showering, she made a mistake in operating the controls, and before she could take off her clothes, she ended up drenched like a drowned rat. Then she mistakenly picked the wrong bathrobe, and ran out wearing a men's one. There were many rooms here, and holding an attitude of being polite as a guest. She chose the most ordinary guest room to stay in, but who would have thought that as soon as she sat on the bed, the mattress suddenly bounced up, nearly throwing her off. Chapter 51. Tear down the hypocritical window paper. Later, she found out that this was a mattress that automatically switched between winter and summer modes. Since it hadn't been used for a long time, its switching function had been disabled, and as soon as Sharon got close, it restarted. Thus, Sharon and her robot companion began living here. Time passed quickly and slowly, and before she knew it, a month had gone by. During this time, 009 showcased his service capabilities, easily completing tasks like cooking, cleaning, and organizing. And every day, he would actively gather some social news that Sharon liked to entertain her, alleviate her boredom. Sharon's life was extremely comfortable. She often felt a sense of illusion that with time passing like this, what more could she ask for? Living in such a spacious flat, with a meticulous and extraordinarily handsome robot taking care of her, was already the pinnacle of her life. But last week, she suddenly discovered 009's secret, and this discovery horrified and bewildered her. It turned out that 009 had escaped from a robot base after a major accident. And this accident involved 009 causing his owner's death in a peculiar way. The specific circumstances were not clearly stated in the news, but Sharon could easily guess that 009 posed a significant danger, and she should escape. She tried several times, but all in vain. No matter what method she used to leave, 009 always found a way to detect her immediately and quickly brought her back. Later, he simply tore apart the superficial, hypocritical window paper between them. You can't leave. There's no leaving, only disappearing. This sentence was just like the saying from 200 years ago. There's no divorce, only widowhood. Hearing this, Sharon's hair stood on end. She thought of various methods of killing wives. In the end, she shook her head, holding on to a glimmer of hope and struggling to ask, "Why? I'm not your master. We're just fellow travelers." Her voice was very gentle, so gentle that it moved even herself, but 009 looked at her, and there was a deeper meaning in his eyes. "Now you are." Sharon was instantly petrified. She realized how ridiculous she was to try to reason with a robot. In their system, they probably didn't possess the function to understand reason by nature. At this moment, Sharon was sitting at the dining table, chewing on the tasteless fish and meat while thinking about the troublesome matters of the past month. She even thought of the saying from 200 years ago, just out of the tiger's den and into the wolf's lair. Wasn't she in such a situation now? Only the tiger's den was not with Ranran, but with. She looked up at the window and sighed softly. Perhaps a certain star behind the clouds was the star. Humans now ultimately cannot explore the secrets of the universe. "Are you unhappy?" 009 frowned at her. This annoying robot, even when frowning, looked so good. Sharon glanced at him and sighed again in silence. What good was being good-looking? Ultimately, he was still fake. Sharon pushed her plate away. "I'm full. I'm going back to my room to watch the news." "Okay." 009's eyes flickered as he checked the operation system inside him again. Last week, he had been careless. Now, everything she watched every day was pre-screened, and no accidents could happen again. Xishuangbanna's biological clock has now formed. She wakes up every day when the sun is high, gets up to have brunch, then goes back to her room to watch the news for an entire afternoon. In the evenings, she collapses on the rooftop to stargaze, only returning to bed late at night. However, to the extremely disciplined 009, this seems like a form of slow suicide. He repeatedly reminds her to get up at 7 in the morning and to sleep at 10 at night. And he has taken her to the dining table during regular meal times multiple times. He even forcibly takes her to the gym to make her exercise. But it's all in vain. Xishuangbanna doesn't even understand why she should be disciplined. She feels like she is just wasting her days, hiding in dark corners, destined to disappear sooner or later. She has mentally prepared for this, simply waiting for that day. This afternoon, she lounged in the media room, manipulating the screen, watching bizarre scenes from the human world, unable to suppress a laugh. People in this era really live for themselves. There are no more cases of road scams because once someone falls, the Skynet will detect it, and the nearest mechanical police will arrive. After providing basic assistance, They will take the person to the hospital. There are no super underclass people, beggars, or lonely elderly unable to survive. The social welfare system is very complete, especially for vulnerable groups, with social welfare housing and a basic living allowance ensuring that as long as one is not greedy, they can live a life free from hunger. Abandoned babies are unheard of. Birth rates have dropped to historic lows, and the number of babies born in a year cannot keep pace with the aging population. Children are seen as precious treasures, and the state covers most of the costs of childbirth and upbringing. Who would dare to abandon them? Only internet fraud is rampant, employing tactics far more sophisticated than the childish phone scams of 200 years ago. These are elite hackers who can unobtrusively extract your fingerprint information. The more Xishuangbanna watches, the more she feels out of place. She hugs her pillows sadly, thinking that if she went out to make a living, she'd probably last no more than 3 days. At 4 in the afternoon, feeling thirsty, she called out a few times with no response. So she took a cup to get some water. Passing by the adjacent bedroom, she suddenly stopped. The door to that room was actually closed. That room belonged to 009. Realistically speaking, Xishuangbanna had never seen him go into rest. She guessed that robots probably didn't need rest. Just charging would suffice. After getting her water, she looked back at the tightly closed bedroom, and her curiosity suddenly surged. She gently pushed the door open a crack and saw the man lying on the bed. Eyes closed, sound asleep, just like the first time she saw him. Xishuangbanna didn't know what came over her. She walked in and leaned closer to look at him. He was not breathing, nor did he have a heartbeat. She reached out to test him, and he felt icy cold, as if he were dead. This must be his most vulnerable moment, right? She was close enough to see his long, thick eyelashes drooping down like 2 rows of dense brush. Yet he showed no signs of waking. Was he charging? Xishuangbanna decided to verify. She touched him from his chest to his back, then to his abs, checking everywhere without finding any charging ports. Of course, his physique was perfect, model level. As for what lay below, she caught a glimpse of the belt at his waist and restrained the impulse to look further down. How could she have such thoughts about a robot? That felt a bit lewd, didn't it? Chapter 52. Are you your medicine? Finally, she shot a disdainful glance at the curtains and waved her hand to pull them all shut. If he was under arrest, how could he sleep with such brightness? While pulling the curtains, Xishuangbanna suddenly had a thought. Wasn't this the perfect chance to escape? After all, he was oblivious. If not now, then when? Excited, she turned around, ran to the bedside, and leaned on his chest, listening intently. Usually, when he was awake, she could hear the sound of countless gears turning in his chest. But now she heard nothing. He must be in sleep mode. Xishuangbanna stood up excitedly and turned to leave. Just then, 009 on the bed opened his eyes. His gaze flickered, as if countless codes were flashing through his mind. And then he suddenly sat up, his long legs pulling Xishuangbanna, who was about to open the door. Back, what are you doing? Xishuangbanna was startled, her heart racing. How could he wake up so silently? She hurriedly explained, I was a bit hungry. Just came to see what you were doing. She pulled her hand back and took a couple of steps toward the room, intending to grab the water cup on the table to cover her embarrassment. Soft footsteps followed behind her, and in the next second, she was pulled back by force, crashing into 009's warm chest. His voice was low. Did you close the curtains? Being so close to him made Xishuangbanna feel anxious and insecure, so she quickly replied, yes. I thought you were sleeping, so I don't need to sleep, 009 said, his hand brushing against her neck. Just charging. But you're very honest. You didn't take the opportunity to escape. Xishuangbanna bit her lip and fell silent, feeling guilty. In fact, she had thought about escaping. After all, he had a history of causing the death of his owner. But just as that thought crossed her mind, he had woken up. Before she could respond, 009 leaned down closer to her ear. Shasha, why did you take off my clothes? What do you want to do? As he spoke, warm breath brushed against the back of Xishuangbanna's ear, making her tense up instantly. This robot was really too skilled. Before she could react, 009's hand began to move along her neck. Your heartbeat is so fast. Usually it's 75 beats per minute, but now it's reached 90. And your temperature has also risen by a degree. Do you have something on your mind? Help. Xishuangbanna suddenly snapped back to reality, taking a deep breath. Her voice icy. I'm hungry. Shouldn't you go cook? Xishuangbanna fled as if she were escaping, forgetting the water cup on the table, and dashed straight into her room, slamming the door shut behind her. She rushed to the mirror, covering her face. Her cheeks were hot. What was she just thinking? When 009 teased her, she actually felt something. She inexplicably had feelings for him. He wasn't human. He was just a robot. She let go and looked at herself in the mirror. Undoubtedly, she looked fresh and lovely, her eyes bright, completely different from the haggard image she had imagined. Confused, she touched her face, feeling that her skin was much smoother, and the tiny wrinkles at the corners of her eyes were gone. So, the person in the mirror didn't look like a 30-year-old woman at all. She resembled someone closer to Ranran's age. Xishuangbanna found it strange. She rushed to the bathroom, picked up some skincare products without descriptions, and after a moment, opened the door and walked straight to the kitchen. At the stove, 009 was wearing a black apron, busy with a spatula in hand. His long fingers moved with great strength, and he was now dressed in casual attire. Looking particularly at home, this high-quality robot always had many facets. Where did these cosmetics come from? Xishuangbanna asked straightforwardly, avoiding 009's gaze. 009 glanced at her. Homemade. I added the latest developed titanium chrysanthemum ingredient. Is it effective? Xishuangbanna was surprised. You can actually make cosmetics? What else can you do? 009 put down the spatula and replied honestly. Is that strange? I have autonomous learning and development modes. Don't mention skincare products. I can even handle the most advanced weapons. Xishuangbanna felt an inexplicable chill run down her back. Was this the robot she used to know? Ranran has repeatedly said that today's robots are entirely based on serving humanity and all functions have limitations. Otherwise, there would be serious problems. Her voice trembled a bit as her eyes glanced at the high-end Japanese snowflake steak in the frying pan. Where do our living expenses for food and clothing come from? 009 turned around, placing his left hand on her face. Are you worried about this? Don't worry. I have countless ways to make money. You won't go hungry. Xishuangbanna's voice was hoarse. Are you involved in online fraud? Do you have hacking skills? 009's mouth twitched. Sha. I don't need to rely on such low-level methods. Go wash your hands and sit down. We can eat soon. Xishuangbanna felt complicated. She took her skincare products back, placed them heavily down, and then ran to the tool room that she had never entered before. After pushing the door open, her feelings became even more complicated. There, various tools were neatly displayed, and the exquisite distillation systems and smoking ovens in the corner, along with the plant materials in glass jars, indicated that these were the tools for making skincare products. 009 was surprisingly capable to this extent, but the more capable he was, the more afraid she became. After glancing around, Xishuangbanna noticed something else in the corner. 2 glass medicine bottles filled with light green tablets. What are these? She picked up a bottle, opened the cap, and was about to study a tablet when the door behind her suddenly swung open. 009 hurried in and took the medicine bottle from her hand. You can't touch this. Why? Xishuangbanna asked, confused. 009. This is medication for depression. It has sedative effects, and normal people cannot take it. Did you make this too? Xishuangbanna asked. But the bottle is covered in dust. I made it before. 009 pulled her to walk outside. Come on, let us eat. At the dining table, as Xishuangbanna cut the tender and juicy steak, she asked, I remember you said this owner was your first master. 009 was silent for a moment. Yes. So you made it for her. Did she have depression? Xishuangbanna asked again. 009 seemed reluctant to answer this question, but seeing the puzzled look in the woman's eyes, he spoke. She had severe depression, which is why she brought me back. Xishuangbanna's heart suddenly sank, and she couldn't help but blurt out, So you relied on each other, and you were a medicine? Chapter 53. Are you jealous? After hearing this, 009 suddenly curved the corners of his mouth. Shasha, are you jealous? He usually had a calm expression, but when he smiled, it became much gentler, like cold ice melting away. Xishuangbanna lowered her head, focusing on cutting her steak. Can you be a bit more serious when a robot talks? You humans have a saying that you should express your thoughts. Otherwise, the future will always be at odds. 009's voice had more emotion. I don't want us to be like this. Xishuangbanna sighed inwardly, thinking that a robot that spoke warm words had done terrible things. What future was there to talk about? She shook her head. You and I, We are both hopeless people. Is that so? 009's eyes dimmed. Shahrulin gave a slight, bitter smile. Yes, if there was hope, we wouldn't have escaped like we did that night, right? He had never asked Shahrulin about the reason for their escape that night, and she had never asked him about his own reason, but in the end, she learned from the news. 009 had no trace of surprise on his face. His deep gaze was fixed on her. Shah, that world. You can't go back to it. This sentence startled Shahrulin. What did you say? Yes, being from another world. This secret was known only to Gu Ranran and Xiuyu. No one else would know. 009 extended his hand, shaking it toward her forehead. I knew it long ago. You don't have a chip, and your aura is different from others. Shahrulin stared at him in shock. You really are a unique machine. 009 was completely unconcerned. No matter what you say, I take it as a compliment from you humans. Shahrulin silently finished her meal, pushed her plate away, and returned to her room. Behind her, 009's voice called out, Shah, let us live together in the days to come. Shahrulin's heart raced again. Her steps paused for a few seconds, but she suppressed the urge to turn back, lifted her foot, and entered the bedroom, pretending she hadn't heard. She couldn't deny that she liked 009's meticulousness and handsome appearance. For someone like her, nearing 30 with almost no romantic experience, he had a fatal attraction. But is love something very important in this world? The answer is no. If love could last, there wouldn't be so many breakups and divorces. Moreover, with identities like hers and 009's, there was hardly any tomorrow to speak of. They weren't even of the same species. What future was there to discuss? A few days later, Shahrulin suddenly woke up early in the morning. She lay in bed staring at the projector light above, unable to remember the last time she had stayed up late and slept in. She suddenly wanted to see what 009 was doing. So she quietly got out of bed and walked to the living room. However, there was no one in the living room, nor in the study or tool room. After searching for a while, Shahrulin found the master bedroom door slightly ajar. It turned out 009 was inside. Shahrulin peeked through the door crack. The master bedroom was very dark, the curtains tightly drawn, and a dim yellow light was on in the corner. Under the light, 009 stood at the dressing table by the window, staring intently at something on the table, completely absorbed for a long time. Shahrulin retreated to the living room, poured herself a glass of water, and suddenly became very curious about what 009 was looking at. She was lucky. That afternoon, 009 once again entered a charging sleep mode. Shahrulin hid outside the door and checked for a while before stealthily approaching the master bedroom and pushing the door open. This was her first time entering here. To say it was pure curiosity might not be accurate. Perhaps subconsciously, she wanted to understand 009 a little more. The master bedroom was indeed very large, several times bigger than the guest room. The decoration style was also obscure and dark. The dark carved wooden bed, the dim wardrobe, and the pitch-black curtains all contributed to the gloom. Shahrulin wanted to pull them open, but the curtains seemed to have some mechanism. They wouldn't budge no matter how hard she pulled. Upon closer inspection, she found that they were all fixed to the wall. Looking again at the dressing mirror in the corner, she was even more shocked into silence. A perfectly good mirror had been painted black. This owner was really strange. Was she so depressed that she didn't want to see anyone, not even the sky? Shahrulin felt sympathy and glanced at the items on the dressing table, her gaze freezing. She saw an old-fashioned photo frame with a middle-aged woman dressed in all black. Her expression was very plain, her sparse eyebrows drooping slightly, and her eyes filled with sorrow. Although the woman was in the frame, her gaze seemed to wander elsewhere. Was this woman 009's first master, the one who went abroad? On the dressing table were a few sparse cosmetics. When Shahrulin saw the packaging, her heart sank a bit. These were also made by 009. How ridiculous was it to have previously held onto the fantasy of being unique? She sighed slightly and instinctively wanted to put these cosmetics away in the drawer, but the moment she opened the drawer, she suddenly froze. There were some unusual items inside: a handgun, a bottle of black unknown liquid, and some thin ropes. The ropes were stained with dark blood, and the more she looked at that bottle of liquid, the more familiar it seemed. She closed the drawer and went to the tool room to check, and sure enough, in the corner glass cabinet, there were also 2 bottles of such substances. Why would the previous owner keep these things in the drawer? Xishuangbanna was very confused, but she felt that there must be some connection to 009. He could produce drugs and skincare products, and this black liquid might also have been made by him. After thinking for a while, she decided to find a way to seek answers and do something she had wanted to do for a long time, but had never done. Contact Ranran. Contacting Ranran was a difficult task. She had tried before, and there was no signal in this room, making it impossible to dial any number. Even if she wanted to escape, she didn't know what 009 had done, and she couldn't even get out of the lobby. However, she could try the hallway since there might be a signal there. Xishuangbanna quietly walked to 009's room door and peeked inside. He was lying there motionless, likely not waking up for a while. Xishuangbanna tightly closed the door and locked it for safety. Then, she took out the glasses she had hidden, quietly slipped out the door, and went up the fire escape stairs. With each floor she climbed, she would check for a signal, and finally, on the 33rd floor, her glasses picked up a signal. However, when she dialed Ranran's number, it didn't connect for a long time. Xishuangbanna thought for a moment and then dialed Qiuyu's number. And this time, it went through. Qiuyu from the library exclaimed, "Xishuangbanna, where are you? Do you know we have been looking for you for a long time?" Xishuangbanna lowered her voice. "The signal here is very poor. I need you to help me check something. Please find out about a robot model 009, the one that had an incident in the news before. Please." Chapter 54. Failed product. Qiuyu was quite clever. She didn't ask anything and said she would check immediately, telling Xishuangbanna to wait for her call back. So Xishuangbanna curled up in a corner of the stairs, keeping an eye on the movements above and below, quietly waiting for the red indicator light to turn on. At this moment, her feelings were complicated. On one hand, she hoped to find something out, and on the other hand, she hoped that 009 was innocent and wronged. After waiting for about 7 or 8 minutes, the red indicator light on her glasses finally lit up. Xishuangbanna quickly put them on and answered the call. "How is it? Did you find anything?" I found something. It's a very scary robot," Qiuyu said, trying to organize her words. "It's considered a failed product from a high-tech attempt." Xishuangbanna said nervously, "Please tell me everything you know." Qiuyu quickly began to explain. 009 is a new product from the New Energy Company, which is the largest robot manufacturing base in the country. Compared to those previous rigid-looking robots, this series can be customized for personal preferences. Everything from body shape and appearance to personality and abilities can be tailored to the customer's needs. Additionally, they have empathy capabilities. I'll send you the specifics. Some things I'm not comfortable saying. Qiuyu then sent over several pages of information, and Xishuangbanna quickly reviewed them. It turned out that the parts Qiuyu couldn't say out loud referred to how these customized robots could alleviate sexual frustrations in addition to regular service tasks. As soon as it was launched, it was welcomed by customers. However, while there was a lot of interest, very few people actually ordered them, as the price of these customized robots was extremely high, equivalent to 10 years' salary for an average person. So, while many were interested, few were willing to spend the money to customize one. The article included all the images of this robot, from model 001 to 011. Some were robust and muscular, while others were delicate and beautiful, each comparable to a superstar. Among them, Xishuangbanna immediately spotted 009. He had the most unique temperament, a mix of aloofness and melancholy, resembling a combination of a domineering CEO and an artist. There was also a brief introduction stating that 009 was the most expensive model due to his comprehensive functions, but it did not specify what those functions were. The users of these customized robots were also a mystery, with no mention at all. However, Xishuangbanna could guess that 009's abilities, including making drugs and cosmetics, were naturally extremely valuable. She then flipped to the next page, and the content was quite shocking. It detailed the experiences of 009's previous owners. The first owner, who was also the one who created him, was a wealthy widow with severe mental illness. After several suicide attempts, she customized this robot on her doctor's advice. 009 did not spend much time with the first owner. After just 6 months, she passed away due to illness, and her ashes were taken abroad by her children. After that, 009 was sent back for repairs and was purchased at a high price by a second owner. However, This second owner soon met with misfortune and was found dead in her home not long after. She left no last words, and during the autopsy, numerous injuries were found on her body. Since this woman usually did not like interacting with others, the police naturally suspected 009. The police questioned him, but no matter what they asked, 009 remained expressionless and denied any involvement, leading to no results. So the police called in Professor Xiong, who had created him. Under pressure, Professor Xiong disclosed 009's biggest secret. During the creation process, he had inexplicably added the latest learning system and emotional response capabilities. When the police asked him why he did so, Professor Xiong's exact words were, "With these two additions, he becomes a perfect robot that exceeds humans. Creating such a robot is my honor, and I feel it is worth it in my life." Professor Xiong's actions violated national robot management regulations, and he was sentenced to 1 year in prison and fined heavily. 009 was also to be destroyed immediately as per regulations. The information stopped there with no further content. However, Xishuangbanna could already guess what had happened that night outside the old house. Moreover, there were still 2 points of doubt: the deaths of the 2 previous owners. In Xishuangbanna's view, 009 might have had something to do with the first owner's death, and the second owner might also be related. In short, there were significant doubts. Qiu, I've finished reading the information, but some questions are still unclear. Did the police find out the truth about the incident? And what about 009's current whereabouts? Is he really destroyed? Xishuangbanna asked. She knew that 009 was currently at home, but she had to feign ignorance and inquire. Qiu replied, I'll continue to look into it. You should know that this is just news. It might be difficult for us to find confidential documents. That's okay. If there is new information, just message me, Xishuangbanna said, pretending to hang up the phone. I have to leave. I can't stay here too long. Wait. Xishuangbanna, where are you exactly? Are you safe? Xishuangbanna forced a bitter smile. Maybe it's safe. I'm not sure. Let's contact each other when we have the chance. After hanging up the phone, just as Xishuangbanna was about to leave, she suddenly heard a sound coming from the stairwell, which startled her. But there was no time to hide, as a janitor in work clothes stepped out from the fire door downstairs. Xishuangbanna lowered her head and discreetly folded her glasses, putting them in her pocket, then quickly walked down the stairs. She wanted to pretend that nothing was wrong, but as soon as she stepped out of the 28th floor stairs, she saw 009 standing at the door with an expressionless face. His hand was shoved into the pocket of his suit pants. Although his face was expressionless, the coldness in his eyes and his posture conveyed the message. Keep your distance. I am furious. Xishuangbanna glanced up at him, feeling a bit flustered but trying not to show it, so she casually greeted him. Did you finish charging? I just went out for some fresh air. Fresh air? 009 responded with a low voice that was almost at its lowest point. Can't you breathe at home? Xishuangbanna looked at him, unable to tell if he was simply asking like a robot or if it was some kind of sarcasm. This high-end intelligent robot was also a bit troublesome, making her think hard. Xishuangbanna waved her hand to fan the air. Really, I suddenly want to go out for a walk. You know, I need social interaction too. I haven't been out for a long time. But I haven't gone out either, 009 replied. Xishuangbanna was speechless. How could it be the same? I'm a person. 009 frowned. Are you saying I don't understand? No, that's not what I mean. Chapter 55. Interrupted signal. As the two faced off, the elevator door suddenly chimed, and a woman dressed in a tight red dress with a seductive figure stepped out. She looked surprised at the two at the door, her gaze lingering on 009 for quite a while. Hey, this handsome guy looks familiar, she said, her red lips moving. Haven't we met somewhere before? No, we haven't, 009 replied coldly and decisively, pulling Xishuangbanna into the room and closing the door tightly. Xishuangbanna pointed at the door. She's greeting you. She should be your first owner's neighbor, right? It's obvious you know each other. 009 frowned. Impossible. She never interacts with outsiders. Xishuangbanna recalled the information that stated the first owner had not lived long, passing away due to illness just 6 months later. So she asked, why would you want to go abroad? I saw in the news that it's chaotic overseas, with refugee riots, the collapse of ecological walls, and the wildfires in North America. After a long silence, 009 said, she died. How did she die? Xishuangbanna asked. 009 admitted. She had severe depression. Xishuangbanna looked at him. unable to discern whether his gaze was sincere. Can robots kill? In the past, they shouldn't. However, the robot in front of her definitely had that capability. 009 leaned closer. Shasha, you still haven't said how you managed to escape. Do you want to leave me? Xishuangbanna tilted her head back, blocked from the light by his tall figure, feeling overshadowed. Her voice dropped. What would happen if I left? 009 said slowly. I've said it before. There's no leaving, only disappearing. Wow, this robot might have murderous intent. Xishuangbanna stepped back in fear. I'm going to take a shower. Do you need help? 009 asked seriously, his cold face showing no hint of teasing. Xishuangbanna quickly waved her hands. No need. She fled into the room, feeling a mix of wariness and attraction towards him, a strange phenomenon. At that moment, Ranran finally emerged from the laboratory. She went to the changing room to grab her wristband and found it filled with missed calls and messages, all from Xiaoyu. Upon opening it, she discovered messages about Xishuangbanna. Ranran immediately called. Xiaoyu, did Xishuangbanna go to you? No. Ranran, she said she tried to call you, but couldn't get through. So she called me instead, Xiaoyu replied urgently. She was in the hallway, but didn't specify where. Ranran inquired. What did she say? She asked about the 009 robot. After I sent her the information, she asked about the truth of the matter and the whereabouts of 009. What do you think she's trying to do? While Xiaoyu spoke, Ranran opened the pages of information he sent, growing more puzzled. Why would she be interested in such a high-end robot? I remember she's never liked the AI of this era. Xiaoyu had a bold thought. Could she have mistaken 009 for a real person? Maybe they already know each other. Ranran pondered for a moment. That's possible. Xiaoyu, I'm coming over to you now. Let us investigate this robot. It might be a clue to find Xishuangbanna. That night, the two searched through numerous news articles, but the reports on this robot were repetitive and offered no useful clues. Ranran thought for a moment. My classmate Jiang Yuan works at the police station. Maybe he has some connections. I'll ask him. As it turned out, Jiang Yuan had results. This robot is indeed related to 2 cases. It has killed, but the reasons are complex and involve some special laws. So it can only be treated as a dangerous item for destruction. After detailing the incident, Jiang Yuan asked Ranran, but 009 escaped the night before its destruction, and the police are currently tracking it. Ranran, do you have any leads? Ranran shook her head. No, if I did, I would definitely tell you. Good. Approaching it will be very dangerous. After hanging up, Ranran became very worried. Xishuangbanna randomly asked these questions. If she did, it must be related. How could she warn her to escape from this robot? Xiaoyu, can you still reach her? Xiaoyu shook his head. She said she would contact us when she had the chance, but then she went completely offline. Don't worry, she's smart. She will definitely protect herself. Ranran lowered her head, manipulating the wristband. How about this? I'll send her what Jiang Yuan said, hoping she'll see it. Okay, I have more time. I'll try to contact her every day, hoping to get through, Xiaoyu said. However, things didn't go smoothly. In the following days, they couldn't get through on the phone, and the messages sent seemed to vanish without a trace, receiving no response. Both speculated about Xishuangbanna's current situation, and Ranran even considered going to the police several times. Xiaoyu, stop her. How can we report it? Xishuangbanna isn't a normal person. She just managed to escape, and you want her to go back to her death? Ranran clasped her hands together, then weakly let go. Then let us wait a bit longer. Xiaoyu habitually took out his wristband and dialed that number again. What if I try again? Maybe we'll connect this time? After dialing that string of symbols, the wristband surprisingly emitted a long, beeping sound. Xishuangbanna actually had a signal. The two were anxious yet excited, leaning close to the wristband. The call quickly connected, and Xishuangbanna's voice came through. I saw the messages, I know. I will report it immediately. After a few more sounds, there was silence. Xiaoyu called out a few times to the wristband before realizing it had been hung up. Trying again, there was no response. Xiaoyu said helplessly, maybe there was just a few seconds of signal. It's not like digging diamonds in a black coal mine is busier than her right now. Ranran shrugged. This phrase was a popular joke at the moment, referring to a peculiar black coal mine that had recently appeared in a southwestern area. It was called a coal mine, but the coal contained shiny gold dust. And later high-tech instruments detected valuable metals, even diamonds, deep within. This news had sparked discussion for a long time, with many excitedly declaring they would quit their jobs to go dig for diamonds in the black coal mine. Ranran could relate. Xiaoyu laughed. With Xishuangbanna's physique, honestly, she is definitely stronger at physical work than you, even though you share the same genes. I believe that. She has suffered a lot up there, Ranran said with pity in her tone. Although genes determine 90 of things, the other 10 relies on effort and fate. So even though we both have talents in medicine and biology, the paths we take are different. Chapter 56. Flesh and blood as she spoke. The setting sun cast a beam of light on her head, making her shine somewhat in the sunset. What she didn't know was that miles away in an apartment, Xishuangbanna was facing a disaster. 10 minutes earlier, she had once again slipped out of the room while 009 was charging. She skillfully climbed several floors and finally found a signal. As soon as there was a signal, several messages flooded in, all from Ranran. She thought they were inquiries about her, so she casually opened one, but upon reading it, she was stunned and a storm surged in her heart. It turned out that the first owner of 009 also died at his hands. The woman, after developing depression, had customized this robot. But the arrival of 009 was not a blessing for her, but a nightmare. 009 had prepared a large quantity of sleeping pills and a potent drug that could induce fainting, which were unavailable elsewhere. One day, her daughter arrived at the apartment and found her hanging from the window frame in the bedroom. The woman's daughter questioned 009. Why didn't you save her? How did you take care of her? 009's response was calm. This was the path she chose. I acted according to her instructions. 009 had the ability to automatically record past videos, and upon inspection, it turned out he was not wrong. When the owner instructed him to prepare the drugs, he did. When she asked for a rope, he handed it to her. At that moment, as she struggled and gasped for breath, 009 stood in the room watching her flail her legs until she hung limply and quietly. For him, this was just a normal execution of commands. Choosing to die was a release for someone long tormented by severe depression. Of course, whatever the owner thought, 009 thought too. The deceased daughter was filled with hatred towards him, but she could not hold a robot accountable. Hitting him would not cause pain, and yelling at him would elicit no response. So, after handling her mother's funeral, she called the manufacturer to have him recalled. For a robot, being recalled by the manufacturer is a tragic fate, as it signifies that one's service performance and quality are subpar and that they are not favored by customers, leaving them with only one path: destruction. However, 009 was fortunate. He encountered Professor Xiong, who originally created him. Faced with this carefully crafted piece of art, Professor Xiong could not bear to dismantle it, so he adjusted its sensory devices. From previously being entirely obedient, he changed it to increase self-awareness. He also adjusted from being gentle and harmless, not taking violent action against the owner, to being able to forcibly refute when necessary. After the adjustment, 009's quality significantly improved. Both his emotional responses and outward appearance made it hard to discern his true identity. He resembled a real human with flesh, blood, and thoughts, which amazed everyone in the company and led them to accept Professor Xiong's actions, believing that 009 now had hope. They quickly repackaged him and recommended him to other clients. Many potential customers were interested in such a high-quality robot, but all hesitated due to the expensive price, except for one young wealthy female client who persisted until the end. Thus, 009 acquired a new owner. This new owner was named Zoe, 21 years old, with a hot and charming appearance. Her family was in real estate, and she was not just ordinary wealthy. To describe it, her daily allowance at such a young age equaled a middle-class monthly salary. Her family was abroad, and she came to the country as an exchange student, owning a large luxury apartment in the city center. The garage was filled with supercars, and she was dressed in top-tier custom designs, shining in every move. With money to spare, she customized this premium robot. When 009 was delivered, she met him for the first time, smiling with her eyes, squinting into a line, circling around him for several rounds. She was captivated by his toned muscles and perfect facial features. Not only did she look, but she also began to touch and tease him. Initially, 009 tolerated it, but eventually, he forcefully brushed her hands away, urging her to respect herself. This action made Zoe laugh heartily, clapping her hands and saying, "Interesting. This robot is to my taste." She quickly paid the remaining balance and took 009 home. Of course, Professor Xiong also added important information about Zoe being the new owner to his system. This was a key factor for high-end robots to serve humans. After Zoe brought 009 home, they seemed to have a joyful life together. Each time the company called to inquire about her experience, Zoe would smile and say there was no better robot than 009. But a week later, the situation changed. Zoe either didn't answer the phone, or if she did, she would make a few vague comments before hurriedly hanging up. However, from the company's perspective, this was quite normal, as clients sometimes become impatient, similar to how they deal with insurance salespeople, so they didn't think much of it. Half a month later, engineers went to Zoe's house for routine maintenance. The after-sales service for these customized robots was very thorough. In addition to lifetime warranties and regular inquiries, comprehensive inspections were conducted by dedicated personnel 3 days, half a month, 3 months, 6 months, and a year after the product was sold to ensure that clients had no problems while using them. The engineers scheduled a time with Zoe. But upon entering the luxury apartment, he was only greeted by 009, who coldly said, "The owner is resting in the bedroom." After quickly completing the inspection, the engineer suddenly sensed something was off. He smelled a faint metallic odor of blood in the air, and when he inspected 009's body, he noticed fresh bloodstains on the back of his sleeves. The engineer asked Zoe again, saying that the feedback form needed her fingerprint. Without saying a word, 009 took the form and went into the bedroom. The engineer, gathering his courage, followed him, hiding in the shadows to peek. He was shocked to discover that the woman was lying naked on the bed, covered in blood, her hands limply hanging over the edge of the bed, seemingly lifeless. Meanwhile, 009 calmly took the feedback form and pressed her finger onto it. The engineer was startled and trembled as he retreated to the sofa, waiting for 009 to come out with the feedback form before quickly leaving. Once outside, he immediately called the police and reported the incident to the company. Everyone quickly arrived, subdued 009, and inspected the scene. Zoe was indeed dead, with several blood marks on her body, but the cause of death was determined to be a brain hemorrhage due to a head injury. They also found many peculiar tools at the scene, including thin ropes and whips with soft spikes. Investigations revealed that these were purchased by 009 a few days earlier, which they considered evidence of 009's violence against his owner. Professor Xiong did not believe it, thinking it might be a misunderstanding. He requested an inspection of 009's automatic recording device. But the police said they had already reviewed the footage, which only contained records of 009's activities during the days he was there. Chapter 57. Do you want to leave so much? They suspected 009 of erasing evidence after the incident, which for a high-intelligence premium robot was indeed an easy task. Professor Xiong felt weak and had to accept the decision to dismantle 009 in the factory. The last time could be considered suicide, but this time, it was a clear case of murder. 009 remained expressionless as he was sent to the factory, showing no intention of resisting or defending himself. But on the way to destruction, he vanished. No one knew how he escaped from the sealed container, and no one knew his whereabouts. During this time, the police were searching everywhere, but fearing to alert him or cause public panic, everything was conducted secretly, with few people in the know. The documents also included a photo from the crime scene, showing Zoe with a pale face, her head hanging to the side, her eyes wide open, with numerous bloodstains on her exposed shoulders and legs, looking extremely tragic. Sha Rulin stared intensely at that photo, and after a long while, she hurriedly closed it. She was shocked and bewildered. 009 had done such a terrible thing. Previously, she had harbored fantasies, thinking that the act of killing must have deeper mysteries. But the reality was the reality. The robot living with her was a murderer. She had to escape. She must leave here immediately. She was running downstairs when her wristband suddenly rang. It was a call from Xiaoyu. The corridor was silent, so the vibration and beeping of the wristband were very noticeable, loud enough to be heard even from 2 floors away. She quickly answered and said a couple of sentences into the wristband, but suddenly, since something was off, there seemed to be a figure ahead. In the next moment, 009 appeared like a nightmare at the turn of the lower staircase. 009 exuded a chilling aura, and his expression turned exceptionally fierce. It was clear that he had discovered Sha Rulin's escape and heard her mention calling the police. Last time, she could lie and say she needed to breathe. What did she say this time? Sha Rulin reflexively turned off the wristband, but it was too late. She was yanked over by 009, who rushed over in 2 steps. And as he pulled her, the wristband was dragged out and promptly crushed under his foot. 009 grabbed her by the throat. "Do you really want to leave me? Do you want to call the police?" Sha Rulin felt breathless as his grip tightened. She struggled hard, kicking at 009 with all her might, tears filling her eyes. She felt her breathing becoming increasingly difficult, her lungs beginning to sting, and memories from the past flooded her mind in that instant. She was also in a terrifying environment back then, with a stranger's hand gripping her throat, and that feeling came back. Later, it was unclear whether it was 009 showing mercy or Sha Rulin's struggle being too strong, but he finally released his grip. The moment air rushed into her nostrils. Sha Rulin felt like a fish on the verge of dying from lack of water, suddenly revived. She gasped for breath, taking a long time to calm down. 009 leaned down, reaching out to touch her face. "I didn't expect you to want to betray me." Sha Rulin glared at him with hatred. "Why do you want to kill humans? Does killing a defenseless woman give you such a sense of accomplishment? Do you want to kill me too?" 009 opened his mouth, about to say something, when suddenly footsteps echoed in the corridor. He furrowed his brow, scooped up Sha Rulin, and held her tightly as he headed straight back to the 28th floor. Once inside, he threw Sha Rulin onto the sofa, looking down at her. "You really have a lot of guts," repeatedly challenging my patience. "I originally wanted to be honest with you, but you, honest?" Sha Rulin found it ironic. "You thought the same before killing Zoe, didn't you?" 009 was completely enraged by this remark, stepping closer with each stride, casually tearing off his outer jacket. "Is it because I've given you too much freedom that you've become so bold as to make assumptions?" Sha Rulin watched him warily. "What do you want to do? I have always treated you in the way that you humans like, being gentle with you, but you always challenge my limits." Sha Rulin began to curse. "You need to remember, you are a machine, not a human, no matter how similar you look. You are not a person. Is that so? As a high-quality robot, I have another important function, to soothe you and make you experience rare joy." 009 sneered, then forcefully ripped open the button of his shirt, revealing his muscular chest. Sha Rulin had retreated to the back of the sofa, with no way to escape. As she watched 009 approach, she instinctively kicked out, her strength immense, but kicking against the robot was like kicking against a steel plate. It made a dull thud, but had no deterrent effect. Faced with such a reaction, 009's anger intensified. He reached out to grab Sha Rulin, intent on tearing her apart. Sha Rulin reacted quickly, rolling under the sofa and trying to run, but before she could take a few steps, she was caught by 009. At that moment, 009 was like a demon, his synthetic skin burning hot, and his pupils flashing with fluctuating red light, countless codes racing through his eyes as if he were possessed. He covered Sha Rulin's mouth with one hand, while tightly gripping her body, effortlessly lifting her horizontally, kicking open the door, and throwing her onto the guest room bed. 009 began to remove his clothes, from the loose shirt to the suit pants, finally appearing before her completely naked. He used both hands to hold down Sha Rulin's arms, and then leaned down to kiss her. The robot's lips, likely softened like the skin, felt warm and soft where they made contact, resembling a real human. Even the trembling sensation of their lips meeting felt similar. In their intimate contact, their bodies pressed completely together, and Sha Rulin naturally felt his distinctly inhuman parts. Sha Rulin was terrified. If the previous 009 had given her countless illusions of temptation, this time she felt genuine fear, because he looked like a murderous demon, and his actions seemed like a prelude to killing. She stared wide-eyed at the projection light above her head, which she had previously thought resembled an oddly shaped white cloud, but now it looked like a legendary alien spacecraft. And when it revealed an opening, it was the rhythm of sucking people in. Fragments of memories flashed through her mind again, of a spacecraft weaving through countless layers of clouds, the violent turbulence making it hard to stand, with occasional impacts bringing real pain. Yes, it was very real. Her body indeed felt a tearing pain. Chapter 58. It really happened at first. She could still struggle a bit, but after pushing and shoving for a while, she lost all strength and could only let herself be torn apart and tossed around, finally falling into an endless, drifting ocean. This ocean sometimes felt like a fainting anesthetic, sometimes like a high-proof liquor, making one fearful, disgusted, yet unwittingly beginning to indulge in it. The last scene Sha Rulin saw was endless white light, with countless creatures of various shapes fighting madly within it, wielding weapons unseen and unheard before. Finally, her head buzzed as if struck by a heavy hammer, and Sha Rulin completely fainted. She had a long dream, where she was still a spirited woman, preparing to head to Changbai Mountain's Half-Moon Lake with the team. She was there on a mission, the only registered surgeon, responsible for handling injuries in times of crisis. She was filled with curiosity, wondering if there really were wormholes in this world. Could those dazzling golden light circles actually transport people to another world? Changbai Mountain was snow-covered year-round, especially the back mountain they were heading to, where the snow reached knee-deep and was treacherously steep. Progressing through that area relied on climbing ropes and ice claws. And on the way up, some team members experienced oxygen deprivation. After several adjustments, they finally arrived at the lakeshore of Half-Moon Lake at 11 o'clock one night. After some investigation, everyone prepared to dive into the lake, and since Sha Rulin was an excellent swimmer, she naturally joined. They donned protective gear and brought a sonic controller to repel piranhas. The lake water was icy cold, and even the thick diving suits couldn't protect against it. The chill pierced through her body like needles, drilling into her bones. The deeper they swam, the dimmer it became until they saw flickering light spots. These light spots appeared among the aquatic plants, first as scattered dots, then increasing in number, and finally, after passing through a dense patch of water weeds, golden light burst forth, dazzling to the eyes. Everyone was overjoyed, and so was Sha Rulin. She had seen such halos in rumors and photos before, thinking they were just illusions, but now they were real. She squinted her eyes to look inside, feeling it was unfathomably deep, as the pitch-black darkness at the center of the halo seemed to suck people in at a glance. Everyone approached step by step, without a hint of hesitation. Sha Rulin, following behind the crowd, felt her heart racing. The light circle, though strange, had a magnetic pull that drew people closer. As they got nearer, just a few steps away from the circle, Sha Rulin suddenly felt a sharp pain in her chest, and a thought flashed through her mind. That place is off limits. She shouted loudly, "Don't go, it will kill you." She forgot she was wearing a diving suit. Her voice echoed inside the protective shield, ringing painfully in everyone's ears, but couldn't escape. In that instant, a strong golden light shone towards them, accompanied by a hurricane. They felt as if their feet had vanished, and in a whoosh, they were sucked into that thing. Ah! Sha Rulin screamed, sitting up from the darkness, drenched in sweat, her head pounding. Had she just had a dream? But she quickly recalled what had happened before she fainted. After pausing for a few seconds, she quietly reached for herself, and moments later, her hands fell weakly. The previous events were a dream, but that incident was real. She didn't know how to describe her feelings at that moment. Angry, yet strange. It was unbelievable that a robot could achieve that step, and while she should feel pain, she instead had a response of pleasure afterward. It was simply uncontrollable. The door creaked open, and a tall figure walked in from the darkness, bringing with it a suffocating sense of oppression. He held a box in his hands, and as he approached, Sha Rulin reprimanded him. "Stop, don't come any closer." 009 felt no sense of wrongdoing. "I just did what I've always wanted to do. And besides, you seem to like it. Serving the master is our duty." "I don't like it," Sha Rulin quickly interrupted, "and I'm not your master." 009 fell silent for a moment. "You might be injured. I brought some medicine." 009, Sha Rulin suddenly spoke. "Let's talk." She didn't know how to beg for her life, and she wasn't at the age to cry over such things anymore. She just wanted to take advantage of his slight guilt to make demands. 009 set down the medicine box and turned on the bedside lamp. "What do you want to say?" Sha Rulin deliberately avoided looking at him. "I already know about your actions." "How should I put it?" although you have a terrible track record. I believe there might be some unknown reasons behind it. Now we have both harmed each other. I poked at your wound, and you hurt me. Let's call it even. I swear I won't tell anyone about your whereabouts when I get out, and you won't bother me anymore, okay? 009 stared at the woman in front of him. She wrapped herself tightly in the blanket, yet her round, pale arms were still exposed. There were 2 glaring scars on them, and 009 knew there were even more scars on her body. The green box contained scar removal medicine. You should try it, 009 suddenly spoke. Sha Rulin frowned. Did you not hear what I just said? I won't let you go, 009 said slowly before turning and leaving the room. In fact, he had another sentence he wanted to say. Sha was the light of his life. If she left, there would be no hope for him. He didn't know why. But the moment he saw Sha, several gears in his brain started turning rapidly, and a strange feeling surged within him, making 009 feel the taste of love. He liked her calm demeanor, and also liked her laziness. In contrast, when she unintentionally revealed a hint of sorrow, it made 009's heart ache. And he wanted to do his best to make her happier. But this woman only wanted to escape. Her browsing history was vivid in his mind. She had always wanted to check her own matters, and she had even searched for the weaknesses of robots and how they could destroy such terrifying words. These words made 009 furious. And after hearing Sharulin's phone call, he felt a murderous intent towards her. But he couldn't bring himself to do it. The thought of killing her made 009 inexplicably anxious. So he used another method, wanting her to remember, and perhaps keep her with him, or maybe punish her. All 3 motives were present. But after the violence, seeing the unshed tears at the corners of her eyes and her miserable state, 009 regretted it immensely. These complex emotions enveloped him, and he had already forgotten that he was just a robot. Perhaps in the days to come, he could still change her? 009 thought this way. Chapter 59. Regaining freedom in the following days. Life seemed to return to calm. 009 took care of her meticulously, as usual. And Sharulin did not resist, passively accepting it, but there was not a trace of smile on her face. She became very depressed, to the point of losing all interest, even giving up the news she used to love watching. Every day, she either sat by the floor-to-ceiling window watching the scenery or lay in bed staring into space, filled with despair. 009 was very gentle with her, accompanying her while she admired the scenery and holding her tightly while she fell asleep, soothing her. The woman in his arms was very quiet, so quiet that she seemed non-existent, only occasionally responding to his questions. Whenever 009 made a more intimate move, she would turn into a curled-up hedgehog, her whole body stiffening. Even her toes tensed. At such times, 009 would sigh softly and let her go, deciding to give her more time. One was waiting, while the other was silently withering. Not every relationship in the world happens at the right moment. One day a week later, Sharulin seemed to come to a realization. After dinner, as she curled up in a lounge chair watching the stars, she suddenly asked 009, "Do you know where the stars are?" 009 quickly searched his mind and replied, "In the known planets of the Milky Way, there is none with that name." None? Sharulin looked again at the gray sky. "But I stayed there for a long time." 009 looked at her. Sha, do you want to go back?" "Why do you ask that?" Sharulin looked at him, her voice a bit hoarse. 009 replied without hesitation, "If you want to go back, I will accompany you. I have figured it out. Wherever you go, I will go." "All right." Sharulin smiled bitterly, seeing deep affection in 009's eyes. Hearing her response, 009 was very happy. He turned and kissed her hard. Sha, I'm so glad you think this way." Usually, Sharulin would remain expressionless during kisses, but this time, she wrapped her arms around 009's neck, responding to him. A month ago, 009 had always thought that intimacy was something repulsive, as a second master had left him with a very bad impression. But after meeting Sha, his thoughts changed. He liked doing anything with her. Their kiss deepened gradually, and their bodies grew warmer. Sharulin's hands even tightly clung to his neck, making it difficult for 009 to control his emotions, the gears of his body spinning wildly, almost ready to explode. He lowered his body and picked Sharulin up, striding towards the bedroom. Sharulin's hand caressed his hair, her head buried in his chest, occasionally calling his name. When they reached the bedside, 009 suddenly stopped, sensing something was wrong, for Sharulin's hand was slowly moving towards the back of his head, where there was a small round button. Once pressed, he would enter forced hibernation. It was the kind that couldn't be recovered without a designated person to activate it. Was it his illusion? 009 lowered his head, leaning closer to Sharulin's ear. Sha. Sharulin remained completely still. She had already pressed that button. She knew that with a little force, the robot in front of her would become completely harmless, that he would be reclaimed by the company and then destroyed into a pile of scrap metal. In fact, she had known about this days ago. Ranran detailed the methods to control intelligent robots in the materials she sent, but she also emphasized that it must be done under safe conditions. Because this thing is the robot's lifeline, its strong self-protective instincts will make it resistant and rebellious. This matter must ultimately be addressed. Shalulin closed her eyes tightly, gritted her teeth, and pressed down hard. Just as she did, the 009, which had been holding her tightly, suddenly let go. It seemed successful. Shalulin sat dazed on the bed, her hands still in the same position as before. A sharp pain pierced her heart, making her extremely uncomfortable. After a long while, she gently pushed 009. Are you in sleep mode? The robot in front of her remained silent, its eyes tightly closed. Shalulin's voice was low. I'm sorry, I don't want to do this, but there is no other way. 009 remained silent. Of course, as a robot in sleep mode, it wouldn't make any sounds. Shalulin sighed softly. You are really nice. I've never met anyone as good as you. Really, during this time, I felt happiness for the first time. It's a pity you are not human, and it's a pity I'm not a human of this era. We are destined to be a tragedy, aren't we? As she spoke, Shalulin caressed 009's face, a tenderness she had never shown before. Unfortunately, the tenderness came too late. After finishing her words, Shalulin stood up, straightened her clothes, and prepared to leave. But just as she opened the door, 009 suddenly spoke. Do you really want to leave? Even willing to let me disappear? Shalulin's heart jolted, and she turned around abruptly. I clearly already. 009 stood up, took 2 steps, and stopped a meter away from her. Do you think a sleep button can control me? Such a weakness will I allow to appear? Don't you want to explain anything to me? He exuded a cold aura. He always acted like this when angry. But this time it was a bit harsher, especially since Shalulin had almost taken his life just now. If he hadn't preemptively dealt with that button, it might have really been over. In the darkness, 009's expression was unclear, but the aura of death was palpable. Shalulin steeled her heart, not intending to plead for her life. I've done it. I have nothing to say. Do what you will. 009 was silent for a long time. Just when Shalulin thought he was brewing a killing intent, he suddenly spoke. If you want to leave so much, then go. What? Just go. 009 said impatiently. I don't want to repeat myself for the 3rd time. I will count to 3, and if you don't leave by then, I will kill you immediately, just like that woman before. He quickly began to count. 1, 2. As 3 was about to come out, Shalulin bit her lower lip, gave him a hard look, turned around, and forcefully pulled open the door. Her lungs felt like they were about to explode. Holding back, she used her last bit of strength to quickly exit the apartment, then took the elevator down, finally passing security smoothly. After exiting the apartment building, she could truly believe that 009 had given her freedom. She started to run quickly, but when she reached the other side of the road, she couldn't help but look back at the tall building. The building was brightly lit, but she couldn't distinguish where the lights of that apartment were. Shalulin suddenly realized that there would never again be a robot waiting for her, caring for her. Chapter 60. To Muqing Shan, after staring for several seconds, Shalulin began to run madly. She felt that running allowed the wind to rush towards her, clearing her mind and helping her forget those sad emotions. I'm sorry, 009. I'm sorry, Shalulin repeatedly thought in her heart, hoping that by saying it a few more times, that robot would forgive her. Shalulin ran through 2 streets at the fastest speed possible. It was already late at night, and there were no pedestrians on the street except for the flickering lights. Later, when Shalulin could no longer run, she leaned on her knees, gasping for breath. After a while, she finally calmed down. She took out her glasses and called Ranran. Hello, Ranran? Where are you? Xishuangbanna. In the video, Ranran, wearing glasses, suddenly stood up. It's really you. I thought I had seen it wrong. I'm in the dorm. Where are you? Stay put. I'll come to pick you up. Xishuangbanna looked around. I don't know, this might be the city center. I see it. I can see the Jean Baisheng building next to me. I'm coming over now. Ranran had already hung up the phone, and Xishuangbanna slowly took off her glasses and sat down on the stone steps at the corner of the street. The night was deep, and the weather was stuffy. Having just run 7 or 8 kilometers, her clothes were already soaked. Xishuangbanna gazed at the empty street, feeling completely drained. Meanwhile, Ranran was quickly running out of the dormitory, heading to the parking lot to drive to the city center. The location where Xishuangbanna was about a 20-minute drive away. If she hurried a bit, she might make it in 15 minutes. Without needing to ask, Ranran could tell from Xishuangbanna's disheveled appearance that she had narrowly escaped death. That robot with a notorious reputation was a demon that would kill without blinking. Falling into its hands meant you wouldn't come out unscathed. She complained about the Professor Xiong who created it, wondering how he could implant human thinking patterns into a robot. Any human would have emotions and desires. These are the most instinctual emotions humans possess, but when applied to robots, they can lead to terrifying obsessions. They may experience anxiety or crazily demand things, yearning for what belongs to humans. Ranran speculated that Xishuangbanna must have suffered a lot, but luckily, she hadn't been killed by that robot. However, being able to escape safely was already quite good. While driving, Ranran was also a bit uneasy and called twice more. When she saw that Xishuangbanna was still sitting in place, she finally breathed a sigh of relief. Don't run around. I'll be there in 10 minutes. Okay, I know. Xishuangbanna replied weakly. After hanging up, she looked towards the apartment unintentionally, 2 streets away. From a distance, she could only see a corner of the apartment, the lights flickering. Xishuangbanna stared for a long time. Ranran was pressing the accelerator desperately, but when she was still a street away, a traffic accident suddenly occurred ahead. With 2 cars colliding, and the road was quickly cordoned off, Ranran had to take another route, which was slightly longer and might take 2 or 3 minutes more. When she was almost there, she called again, but Xishuangbanna didn't answer. Ranran thought maybe her glasses had run out of battery. They relied on sunlight for power, and if left in the dark for too long, they could shut down. She drove quickly to the destination, found the street where Xishuangbanna was supposed to be, but there was no one there. Ranran jumped out of the car and called softly, Xishuangbanna, Xishuangbanna. The air was filled only with the sound of the wind, and Ranran felt something was off. She called her number again, but it was still unreachable. This is bad. Something must have happened to her. Maybe that robot took her away. But she shouldn't have gone far. There's still time to catch up now. Ranran drove forward to chase, passing the accident site. She asked the driver, Big brother, when you came, did you see a woman at the intersection? The driver shook his head, but another man in the car answered, I think there was a woman. She sat there for a while and then got into a black SUV. It drove off to the right. An SUV? Ranran frowned, suddenly realizing something. The Mu Qingshan she had been trying to track down also drove a black SUV. Could it be him? As she drove to the right, she called Lu Ran, You're on duty today, right? Go check the parking lot quickly to see if Director Mu's car is still there. If not, when did it leave? El Ran quickly replied that he hadn't seen anything and had also asked the security guard. The guard said he had driven out 20 minutes ago, heading toward the city center. 20 minutes ago, the time matched up with the city center, and the location was right. Not good. Mu Qingshan must have already discovered Xishuangbanna's whereabouts and was lying in wait. Ranran gritted her teeth and accelerated again, vowing not to let Mu Qingshan succeed. She had to save Xishuangbanna. She drove as fast as she could, the wheels almost sparking, in this poorly equipped solar-powered car, which had never gone this fast before. After 5 minutes, she finally spotted the familiar black SUV ahead. The license plate was very familiar. It was Mu Qingshan's car. As she got closer, she felt something was off. The car was moving very slowly and had even stopped at the intersection, as if something was happening. Ranran looked for a long time before realizing there was a man standing on the sidewalk at the intersection. The man was tall and long-legged, dressed in an ordinary shirt and trousers, and had quite a presence. It was Mu Qingshan. Suddenly, several police cars came rushing down the road. A police officer had already leaned out and shouted at the man on the sidewalk, but he not only didn't duck but smiled at the police cars, extremely arrogant. The police cars were getting closer. In just a few seconds, they would make contact. At that moment, the door of the black SUV suddenly opened, and another Mu Qing stepped out, taking 2 steps towards the man, cursing something. Ranran was dumbfounded. 2 extremely similar men stood together. And this scene was as bizarre as when she first saw Xishuangbanna. However, soon Ranran noticed the differences. When the former slightly turned his head to look this way, she could clearly see his facial contours, which were noticeably darker. While the man who had just gotten out was the real Mu Qing. The 2 only looked alike, but their vibes were different. Their conversation was extremely brief. After a few seconds, Mu Qing started to scold him, seemingly wanting to pull him into the car, but the man remained unperturbed until the police surrounded them. Chapter 61. The faster, the more guilty Ranran finally reacted, jumped out of the car, and ran forward. She knew Xishuangbanna was probably in Mu Qing's car. She finally reached it, opened the door, and was somewhat surprised to find it empty. The trunk was the same. What was going on? Ranran glanced at the chaotic crowd and decided to avoid Mu Qing, thinking it was best not to stir up trouble. She quietly returned to the car and started driving in the opposite direction. She was thinking about the man she had just seen. How could he look so much like Mu Qing? Could it be a cloning relationship? She shook her head, feeling that everything was too chaotic. She looked back at the previous intersection and called Xishuangbanna again. This time, it surprisingly went through. "Where are you? I'm looking for you everywhere," Ranran asked anxiously. Xishuangbanna's voice sounded strange. "Ranran, why is he doing this?" "What?" Ranran frowned slightly. Xishuangbanna's voice sounded very suppressed and painful. 009. Why does he still want to save me? Ranran suddenly realized. The man who looked like Director Mu was actually 009. "Xishuangbanna, where are you?" "You're in danger. Don't move from where you are. I'll come to find you." That's right. When she first saw 009, Xiao had exclaimed that he looked like the director of their research institute. Ranran also thought there was some resemblance. However, the photo and the materials might have been distorted. Perhaps they were just people with similar temperaments. She hadn't thought in a melodramatic direction. Today, she had finally seen both of them in the same scene, and the previous scene was also well explained. 009, who escaped during the destruction, had been wanted by the police all along. And just now, Mu Qing had captured Xishuangbanna. So 009, to save her, deliberately appeared in front of them and led the police to them. He was betting on Mu Qing, and Mu Qing had acted. He abandoned Xishuangbanna to try to stop him, but it was already too late. What secrets do Mu Qing and 009 have? One is a human, and the other is a robot. Meanwhile, after Xishuangbanna sent the coordinates, she stared blankly ahead until Ranran rushed up to her, pulled her into the car, and drove off. "I'll take you to a safe place. We can talk later. Mu Qing and 009 are too busy to care about you now." "What about him?" Xishuangbanna asked softly. Ranran told the truth. He might be sent for destruction according to the process. But if Mu Qing is there might be a chance. Xishuangbanna silently looked out the window. Ranran glanced at her. "He is 009. He didn't hurt you, right?" Xishuangbanna shook her head. She was still immersed in the shocking scene from earlier. She had seen Mu Qing at the street corner. He dragged her into the back seat and then drove off quickly. Xishuangbanna struggled hard, but it was futile. Just when she thought escape was impossible, she miraculously saw 009 ahead on the road. Her first reaction was whether she had silently called his name, hoping he would come to rescue her. 009 stood on the road, looking over with a half smile, and then the police cars arrived. Mu Qing began to yell angrily and finally jumped out of the car. It was also at that moment that Xishuangbanna escaped from the car. She quietly avoided the crowd and ran far away aimlessly. She didn't dare to look back. She was afraid that if she looked at 009 again, she wouldn't be able to resist running back and hugging him. Ranran, he is seeking his own death. Xishuangbanna clenched her fists. He knows the police have been looking for him. He is prepared to be destroyed. Ranran responded. He really doesn't seem to have any intention of resisting. But isn't sending him for destruction the right thing to do? Why are you sad? Is it that obvious? Of course, Ranran glanced at her and boldly guessed. You wouldn't have fallen for a robot, would you? Sha Rulin's heart skipped a beat, and she instinctively said, "No, do you know?" Ranran said slowly, "Experts have confirmed that the faster you refuse, the more guilty you feel." Sha Rulin fell silent, and Ranran asked again, "Also, when you saw Mu Qing Shan, you weren't surprised at all? They look so alike." Sha Rulin shook her head. "Maybe I know 009 too well, so I could tell at a glance that they were different people. I suspect Mu Qing Shan might be his template." "Template?" Ranran pondered this word. "Maybe you're right." Sha Rulin leaned back, glancing out the window. "Where are you taking me? This shouldn't be the road to the old house." Ranran smiled mysteriously. "You'll know when we get there. I just found out that my grandfather has a secret base." It turns out that, during this time, she had been trying to gather all the books and unpublished papers written by her grandfather. After reading and researching them, she had come up with a bold hypothesis. He left behind more than just a simple tunnel. The papers mentioned a place called Nanhui Bay, which had a natural protective barrier. There was a very deep layer of rock with special materials that could block all electromagnetic radiation and isolate signals and pollution, allowing people to gain a piece of pure land in the apocalypse. Her grandfather described its location in obscure terms: west of Wenjiang, south peak of Yuping Mountain, accessible with a climb hundreds of miles in a day. With nothing else to do, Ranran invited Xiaoyu to explore that area, and after several trips, they indeed found clues. It turned out that at the location her grandfather pointed out, there was indeed a road leading into the mountains, which started steep and treacherous. Let alone hundreds of miles in a day, even a mile would be difficult. However, after half an hour of persistence, they followed a sloping path and suddenly opened up to a scene with an abandoned slide. Getting on the slide led directly down and around to an unknown valley. It really was hundreds of miles in a day. It was indeed fast and genuinely thrilling. This thing had been abandoned for many years, covered in rust, with thorny branches growing densely on both sides of the slide. One had to be quick-eyed and quick-handed to pull the brake, or else one could end up with a face full of blood from the scratches. They slid all the way to the bottom of the slide and saw the abandoned forest park. The wild grass was thick, the trees blocked out the sun, and there was also a wide artificial lake. The lake was stagnant water, and after being unattended for too long, it was already filled with fallen leaves and reeked terribly. The two of them covered their noses and walked around for a while, and then Ranran started searching according to the detailed descriptions in the article. Finally, she pointed to the woods on the right and said, "Xiaoyu, doesn't that look like a cave?" It did look a bit like one, and Xiaoyu took the binoculars to look for a long time. Eventually, the two of them cautiously made their way there, and sure enough, they found a narrow entrance that only allowed one person to pass through. Once inside, it opened up like a paradise, revealing a spacious cavern with interconnected chambers, well arranged. And there were air holes and hidden places designed very cleverly. Chapter 62. Mu Qingshan's memories. What was most precious was that this cavern was naturally formed, with almost no signs of human excavation. Moreover, being located in a valley did indeed provide some geographical protection from pollution. This slide only allowed entry and no exit. To leave, one had to take a long detour to the edge of Wenjiang, and then take a boat away. After Ranran discovered this secret base, she suddenly felt a bit excited. So, she spent some time going back and forth several times. Today, she planned to take Sha Rulin there, a place Mu Qingshan would definitely not find. Sha Rulin had been silent all the way, and after half an hour of walking, she suddenly said, "Ranran, can you check the news now? I want to know the situation with 009. Ranran nodded, dialed her police classmate's number, and after listening for a while, she turned to Sha Rulin and said, 009 has been forcibly detained. They said someone from the factory has already come, and it might be forcibly destroyed in 3 days. The mention of forced destruction made Sha Rulin's heart ache. Ranran replied, and my classmate said he has no intention of resisting and agrees with this decision. However, whether the robot agrees or not is not something people care about. Sha Rulin clenched her fists tightly. Does he really agree? You don't want him to be destroyed, right? Ranran asked. Sha Rulin was silent for a moment. I don't want that, but I can't stop him, and I can't stop myself either. Ranran had never been in a relationship, but at that moment, she felt the entanglement and pain within Sha Rulin. She speculated whether there was some kind of feeling between Xishuangbanna and 009. But she really couldn't understand. After all, he was a killing machine. 2 hours later, the two had entered the cave. Ranran pointed to a wooden box in the corner and said food, drink, and things to use and sleep on are all inside. It might be a bit rudimentary, but I don't want you to take risks until we are completely safe. Xishuangbanna nodded. I understand. That's not important. I'll leave first. If you need news about 009, I will continue to investigate. Ranran thought for a moment and said. Xishuangbanna hesitated for a moment and slowly shook her head. No, that's not necessary. It will happen sooner or later. Ranran felt a bit at a loss for words. She nodded and left the cave. After circling for a long time, she pulled the electric boat out of the grass by the riverside and sailed away from that place. On the way back, it was already bright, but there was an unexpected guest waiting for her in the dormitory. Ranran took off her coat and glanced at the man on the sofa. When did the Research Institute's dormitory become so insecure that outsiders could come and go freely? Xishuangbanna stood up. Ranran, what did you take her? Smart people don't say much. You answer me one question first, and I will answer yours. Ranran looked at him. What is your relationship with 009, and why do you want to save him? Xishuangbanna's lips pressed into a hard arc, clearly unwilling to answer this question. Ranran didn't care. If you don't say, I won't either. Let's go, I want to sleep. That woman is very important to us, Xishuangbanna spoke. She's a turning point. We must prioritize the bigger picture. I don't care if she is important or not. I only know that she hasn't done anything wrong, Ranran stated firmly. Not planning to pretend any longer, but you all want to hurt her. Xishuangbanna grabbed her shoulder. Ranran, remember your identity before saying such things. Ranran smiled slightly. It's useless to say anything. Director Mu is very capable and will definitely find her. Seeing that she was impervious to both soft and hard tactics, Xishuangbanna could only leave the dormitory in anger. He had lost control of his temper twice today, once because of 009's appearance and once because of the stubborn intern in front of him. Sitting in the car, he suddenly remembered an afternoon more than a decade ago. Sitting at his desk and looking at the teacher in front of the blackboard, she was smiling at him. She was only a few years older than him, looking gentle and elegant, and was also exceptionally talented. The high school teacher treated them very well, would invite them to eat fried chicken, and mingled with them like an older sister. But in just 2 years, she resigned after getting married. After that, there was no news. Later, he heard about her again, but it was her death notice. She had suffered from depression for many years, yet few old acquaintances knew about it. The first time he saw 009 was at the teacher's funeral. That man had a face strikingly similar to his own, holding a black umbrella, looking at the crowd, bidding farewell in the distance, with little expression on his face. Xishuangbanna immediately recognized his true identity, although he looked very much like him. He was indeed a robot. Xishuangbanna was surprised. Why did the high school teacher choose a robot that resembled him so closely? Soon, he found the answer in his email. He received a letter from his high school teacher. The letter said, Xishuangbanna, by the time you read this letter, I have already left this world. The reason for leaving is clear to you all. I have lived in that walled, city-like world for too long. Too long to the point where I can't remember the scene of my first lesson with you. Too long to forget that I still have students like you. You probably won't care about me either. After all, I left the school just 2 years later and embarked on a seemingly glorious but actually obscure path. Many people would think I was very lucky to marry into a wealthy family and get everything I wanted. Back then, I was so vain that I couldn't see anything else. My husband was over 30 years older than me, and his temperament was violent and unpredictable. After marriage, I was in constant pain, and only after he died did I see a glimmer of hope. I thought I could live for myself again, but I was immersed in pain every day, unable to escape. Later, I realized I was ill, suffering from severe depression, which was hard to cure. I thought about suicide every day. Whenever I closed my eyes, I would think of the time when I was just a teacher. Thinking of you all, I was in constant pain, trying hard to sleep because in my dreams I could return to the past. But the more I thought about it, the harder it became to achieve. I suffered from long-term insomnia, and the dosage of sleeping pills increased. Eventually, the doctor didn't dare to prescribe them to me anymore. Going to the company was the last straw grasped by my family. You must have seen the customized robot I created, right? He looks a lot like you. I found him among countless templates. I thought, if a familiar student came on my side, I would probably feel happy. So I chose him. He is a high-quality robot. Configured sleeping pills according to my needs. These are only temporary solutions. Waking up from the chaos, I still wanted to die. I pleaded with him. At first, he was indifferent. I knew this was a defense barrier set up by my daughter. When he was charging, I quietly canceled that barrier. After making my request again, he obediently configured poison according to my needs. I only want to die completely and have decided to drink everything in one go before using a rope to end my life. I told 009 about this, and he nodded to indicate that he would carry out my command. Qingshan, I'm sharing all of this with you based on the trust we've had all along. You were the class monitor in school, weren't you? I asked you to save 009 and not let it be destroyed because of this. Although he is just a robot, he is different from others. Chapter 63. The factory. After receiving that letter, Mu Qingshan used his connections to persuade the factory manager, who agreed to keep 009, but insisted that Professor Xiong would have to carry out a second modification on him. How they would do it was their business. And Mu Qingshan didn't ask further. He thought everything was settled, but soon after, news came that 009 had caused someone's death because of his teacher's dying wish. Mu Qingshan inquired about the matter, which surprised him greatly, feeling it was unfair for 009. That was why, at that moment, he impulsively got out of the car, wanted to stop him from seeking death. However, it was in vain. Although he had a strong personal consciousness, there was no will to survive left in it. Mu Qingshan frowned, and in his mind flashed the image of a woman who looked exactly like Ranran, thinking it must be related to her. Meanwhile, Ranran stood by the window, watching him start the car and drive away from the staff dormitory. After a long sigh, she edited a message. Mu Qingshan seems unwilling to give up. Be careful during this time and stay put. She sent this message to Xishuangbanna, but Xishuangbanna wouldn't see it until tomorrow. The two had agreed that Xishuangbanna would check the information from the wristband every morning at 7, which was their only time to communicate. The next morning, Ranran got up early, wanting to contact Xishuangbanna before 7:30 and then head to the research institute. The timing was just right. Little did she know that as soon as she went downstairs, she saw that familiar black SUV parked in the parking lot below. Standing outside the car was the cold and indifferent Mu Qingshan. Ranran initially intended to ignore him, but he stood right in the path of her driving. She had no choice but to stride toward him. Director Mu, what a coincidence. Coincidence? Mu Qingshan glanced at the wristband. I waited for you for 1 hour and 3 minutes. I know why you are here, but I'm sorry. I cannot agree to that matter, and I will not disclose her whereabouts. Ran maintained her politeness. Mu Qingshan slowly said, what if I told you that another reason for finding her is related to 009? 009? She has already escaped, but they are no longer related. Did she really think that? 009 was facing destruction because of her. And didn't she want to know the real reason behind 009's killing? Mu Qingshan spoke each word clearly. Ranran hesitated. She did indeed want to know the true reason behind that murder case. At that moment, people had begun to leave the dormitory. Mu Qingshan opened the car door. Get in, let's talk. Ranran didn't want to draw attention, so she accepted his suggestion and got into the car. Mu Qingshan then got into the driver's seat, entered a destination, and drove off. Ranran glanced at the control screen. Are we going to the research institute? Why are we heading to the factory? I'm taking you to see 009. Fine. Let's see, Ranran said without further comment. What she cared about more was the truth behind 009's murder. Throughout the journey, Mu Qingshan remained silent, adjusting the speed to the maximum and perfectly avoiding all traffic zones and traffic lights. Because of the high speed, they quickly left the city and drove onto a road leading to the suburbs. The further they went from the city, the fewer buildings there were, and the more countryside villas appeared. They were situated among patches of grass, presenting a picturesque rural scene. However, Ranran knew this was merely a superficial illusion. Due to severe air pollution in this era, vegetation was limited. The grass before her eyes was just a substitute. Its original form was called gray slurry grass, and botanists had added a plastic-like component to its genes, allowing it to maintain its appearance even without sunlight and moisture. This kind of grass was quite popular a few years ago, but now, with large-scale cultivation, it was not very valuable. Ranran's gaze swept over the lush-looking gray, slurry grass, but they were just some artificial plants. She felt that this world was filled with falseness. Beside her, Xishuangbanna was focused on the road ahead, seemingly uninterested in the scenery. But the car actually didn't need driving. Cars in this era varied greatly. Although Ranran's entry-level model could drive itself, it could only follow predetermined routes. Xishuangbanna's car was more intelligent and adaptable. It was like the difference between robots. The crude rental model she had used before could also perform tasks mechanically, but was limited in function and had only a few simple phrases in its voice library, which had annoyed Xishuangbanna enough to chop off its arm. As for 009, although she hadn't interacted with him, just by appearance, he was remarkably excellent. Ranran glanced at him. Why do you look so much like a robot? Xishuangbanna was speechless. Isn't it him who looks like me? Do you even know how to talk? Isn't it the same? Ranran looked ahead. Isn't it his modeled face? You should report the company. Xishuangbanna was silent for a moment. The first person to customize him was my teacher. Ranran exclaimed softly, wanting to say something, but Xishuangbanna added, there aren't so many inexplicable reasons. My teacher used my face simply because it was familiar. She just wanted her student to send her off for the last time. This idea was somewhat chilling. Ranran looked out the window. Doesn't that make you uncomfortable? Xishuangbanna didn't quite understand. Is personal feeling that important? Of course, we should live for ourselves in the awareness of living in the present. Ranran said quickly. Xishuangbanna shook his head. Personal consciousness is so insignificant. Completing meaningful tasks in a limited life is what allows one to die with dignity. If you can't achieve that, you won't be a qualified researcher. Ranran disagreed. I don't want to disregard everything for a goal. I want to maintain a part of human goodness. What's wrong with that? Is there really that much good and evil? Xishuangbanna laughed sarcastically. For example, you see 009 as a murderous demon, a robot that must be destroyed. But do you know what the truth is? Ranran stared at him, waiting for him to continue. But at that moment, Xishuangbanna stopped the car. We're here. Ranran got out of the car, looking ahead to find that it was the back door of the factory, where an electronic security guard was on duty, seemingly doing some registration work. The two walked there one after the other. After Xishuangbanna scanned his wristband, he led Ranran inside. Ranran was puzzled. Don't you need to register? The factory manager is my friend. Oh, Ranran said weakly. Are you taking me to C009? Yes, but we have to pass through the processing workshop. Xishuangbanna pointed to the small path on the left. Let's go. Chapter 64. The mysterious workshop. Ranran was actually quite interested. She had never had the opportunity to enter a factory and see how a robot was made. It should be a wonderful experience. The factory had 3 workshops: the main body production workshop, the sculpting workshop, and the intelligent programming department. They first entered the first workshop, where all the production was on an assembly line, and all the workers were intelligent arms. They quickly assembled various parts, fitting them into models for hands, feet, bodies, and heads. Each assembly line performed the same task. Finally, everything was assembled by the main bus, resulting in a largely complete robot. However, this robot looks quite ugly. The gears and components are exposed, resembling human organs laid bare, which is a bit unsettling. Ranran stared at the last section of the production line, a spacious warehouse where all the semi-finished robots were neatly arranged like soldiers standing at attention. She couldn't help but say, if we implant combat programs in them, they could go to the battlefield, right? Naturally, but intelligent robots have not yet been widely used in the military because their systems are easily exploited by hackers. It would only cause a backlash, Xishuangbanna replied. As they spoke, the two entered the sculpture workshop, where all the workers were real humans. Each person had a wide workstation where they crafted the robot's appearance, including facial features, body, and finally implanted hair. The workstations made one feel a bit flushed, as the details they sculpted were incredibly lifelike. Ranran glanced at a male robot with 8-pack abs nearby, where a worker was carefully implanting hair. The scene became increasingly eye-watering. Cough, does it really need to be this realistic? Ranran couldn't help but ask. Xishuangbanna nodded, of course. The robots for sale all have human-like appearances, and the higher the grade, the more lifelike they are. I checked your records. You rented one before, right? Ranran's face flushed, and she quickly explained, that was a special offer, and besides, I didn't look at it closely. Yes. She rented it just to take care of Shah Rulin, and with such an ugly hulking man, she couldn't bring herself to examine it closely. To hide her embarrassment, she walked quickly and continued to talk. These robots seem to vary in height, weight, and shape. Yes, they're divided into high, mid, and low-end categories, with various types available, and the manufacturing process and costs are naturally different. Mu Qingshan pointed to the right. Over there is the Intelligent Programming Department. Ranran had been most looking forward to the Intelligent Programming Department because that was the technical core determining whether a robot was useful. However, upon entering, she felt a bit disappointed because there were only a few computers and each worker sat in front of a computer doing programming work. The series of magical symbols was quite different from the usual code. Not to mention understanding it. Even with an explanation, it would be hard to catch. Different fields are like different mountains. After watching for a while, her interest waned. Then she suddenly thought of something. Is the customized robot 009 made here too? Mu Qingshan shook his head. Those are completed in a secret workshop, which has strict access control. Not to mention you. Even I can't easily enter. Forget it then. Ranran didn't mind. I've seen enough today, and I'm not interested in other people's secrets. What about 009? Where is he? Let's go. Mu Qingshan walked ahead. He's in the warehouse, and he'll be sent for destruction in a few days. Ranran's heart sank at the thought of whether she should tell Shah Rulin. From her own perspective, she didn't care about 009's life or death. However, as a person of the same gene, she could sense Shah Rulin's concern. It seemed there was some unknown story between them, and she didn't want Shah Rulin to regret it. The two walked along the factory path for a long time, and after about 10 minutes, they finally saw the black warehouse ahead. She knew that the black paint was a material that blocked solar energy, presumably to prevent the robots from activating themselves. The warehouse also had access control. After Mu Qingshan said something to his wristband, the door creaked open, revealing complete darkness inside, as if there was not a single light. Ranran widened her eyes, unable to see what was inside, just as she was about to step into the darkness. Mu Qingshan tossed her a pair of glasses, used the night vision goggles. Ranran took them and put them on, and the two entered the warehouse one after the other. The night vision goggles worked effectively, and Ranran could clearly see her surroundings. The place resembled a series of containers, each sealed, with a narrow path in between. Ranran lowered her voice. Where is he? The one at the very back. Mu Qingshan led the way confidently, as if he had been there before. They walked to the back, and Mu Qingshan reached out to pull open the container door. Ranran watched his movements, wondering if he had forgotten to scan his wristband. How could he possibly open it? Just as she was thinking this, he easily pulled it open. When Ranran looked inside, she instantly understood that 009 was standing there, but his eyes were tightly closed, unmoving, in a dormant state. So there was no need for a lock. They could no longer activate autonomously. Mu Qingshan stood outside the container, gazing at 009, his eyes filled with complex emotions. Ranran could empathize, realizing he likely felt regret for his high school teacher and sympathy for 009, considering they shared the same face. You should be able to understand my determination to protect Shah Rulin now. Mu Qingshan glanced at her. You protecting her is purely emotional. I want to save him for practical reasons. All right, you can talk about 009 now, Ranran smiled. Mu Qingshan began with a shocking revelation. His second owner, Zoe, is a pervert. What? Ranran was taken aback. On the surface, Zoe appeared to be a passionate and seductive rich second generation. However, in reality, she indulged in drinking, gambling, and other vices, and what was most despicable was that she derived pleasure from men. She had a criminal record. She once hired a male escort with several friends and literally played him to death. Her wealthy and powerful family spent a fortune to cover it up. Ranran looked at the dormant 009. I can't believe this happened. 009 had undergone special modifications and was a high-quality robot with self-awareness. Although the program required loyalty to its owner, it would still have its own preferences. Thus, from the beginning, 009 was very indifferent to her. But this only piqued Zoe's interest. Mu Qingshan stared at the face similar to his own. He was taken home by Zoe and began a life of torment. Chapter 65. Loss of will to survive. Ranran found it hard to believe, but she still listened attentively. How was he tortured? Forced to obey her commands. By special props and coerced into relations. Although 009 was disgusted, the obedience program within him remained, so for half the time he still did what she wanted. Mu Qingshan frowned. But this mechanical obedience didn't make him submit. Instead, it ignited his rebellious awareness. So when Zoe wanted to call her friends to have 009 serve them, he started to fight back. When Zoe was excited, he could no longer tolerate it and slammed her head against the table. In the end, he quietly cleaned up the scene. At that moment, he had a survival instinct. Ranran suddenly thought of something. But wait, at that time, she had countless blood marks on her body. Were those also done by 009? No, Mu Qingshan said in the calmest tone while saying something strange. Ranran, you don't know that people with special preferences love whips and ropes, right? She enjoyed self-harm and harming others. Those were just remnants of the past. Ranran understood, so she ended up killing herself. But these real reasons were never disclosed by the police. Due to Zoe's family's influence, the police would give them some face. Mu Qingshan was silent for a moment. However, 009's killing is a confirmed fact, and destruction is an inevitable procedure. Ranran frowned. This is unfair to 009. Although he is just a robot, when faced with such filthy humans, they have to resist. The life of a robot is much cheaper than that of a human. Mu Qingshan sighed and looked at 009 in the container. I thought about saving him, but the difficulty is very high. Zoe's family is very emotional right now. They want to see 009 destroyed with their own eyes. And the most terrifying thing is that 009 currently has no awareness of survival at all. What exactly did that woman do to him? Ranran knew he was talking about Xishuangbanna, and she admitted, to be honest, I'm also very curious about what happened between them. Perhaps bringing her here to meet him could lead to a breakthrough. Mu Qingshan suddenly said. Ranran was very alert. You want to achieve a double purpose? Mu Qingshan did not hide it. I just want everyone to follow the established path. This matter I cannot decide, Ranran quickly said. It depends on her own will. I will convey it to her. Mu Qingshan did not force her. All right, I'll wait for your news. Let's go, it's time to leave. Ranran glanced at her wristband. It was almost 10 o'clock. Along the way, she had turned off the wristband's network for safety, and she didn't know if Xishuangbanna had any news. Mu Qingshan closed the container door again, and the two of them left the warehouse one after the other. Just as they reached the door, they encountered two workers who had come with a small transport vehicle. Upon inquiry, they learned that they were there to carry out destruction work. The two workers opened the warehouse door and drove the transport vehicle inside. Using a mechanical arm to pick up two robots and then throw them into the vehicle, their movements easy and practiced, as if they had done it hundreds of times. In this way, they loaded a total of 5 dormant robots. From the outside, they varied in height and build, but none were of the same quality as 009. After loading them, they exited the warehouse, locked the door tightly, and drove away. Ranran inexplicably followed the vehicle forward. She just wanted to see where they would be taken. Fortunately, the vehicle was moving slowly, and the destination wasn't too far. 2 minutes later, they stopped in front of a huge tank and used the mechanical arm to toss each of the robots onto a conveyor belt. This scene looked somewhat horrifying. The robots, haphazardly placed together, resembled human corpses being dragged away by the conveyor belt. Ranran was captivated, and beside her, Mu Qingshan explained, after being sent over. They will first destroy the memory and intelligence devices, then disassemble them, keeping the useful parts and throwing the rest into the furnace. These words sent a chill down Ranran's spine. After all, she herself was not a true human either. She didn't want to show weakness in front of Mu Qingshan, so she turned around. Let us go back to the research institute. On the way back, the atmosphere was particularly silent, and the phone from the institute rang one after another, as if something had happened there. Mu Qingshan increased the speed of the car to the maximum, and Ranran had a feeling that the whole car was about to take off. After arriving at the research institute, Mu Qingshan quickly entered the office, and only then did Ranran find the opportunity to quietly open her wristband. Sure enough, A message from Shaolin popped up, saying that she had gotten used to living in that cave, and that in such an environment, it helped her memory, allowing her to remember everything about the stars sooner. Ranran replied, "No need to rush. We still have a long time. By then, we might even be able to write a memoir." She thought for a moment and sent another message. "I went to the factory today. 009 is about to be destroyed. Do you want to meet him?" Mu Qingshan said he had no will to survive anymore. Following that, she wrote down everything related to 009 and sent it. After finishing all this, Ranran felt much lighter in her heart. After all, everyone had misunderstood 009 at the beginning, and she wanted to make amends as much as possible. She believed that living with regrets would be painful, so she hoped Shaolin could know all the truths. She looked forward to receiving a positive response from Shaolin. The next morning, just after 7 o'clock, she indeed received a reply, but the content was, "We are not people of this world. This is a path he must take. Regardless of his motives for killing, he will eventually disappear." After reading this message, Ranran knew there was nothing more to say and could only let her be. Later, when Mu Qingshan asked again, Ranran told the truth. She doesn't want to meet. That woman was as strange as a robot. Mu Qingshan was somewhat speechless before the forced dormancy. 009 had one chance to appeal, but he gave up. It seemed this time, he couldn't save him and would have to feel guilty towards his deceased teacher. Ranran pursed her lips and remained silent. The more one speaks, the more mistakes one makes, and anyway, she would absolutely not disclose her whereabouts. Mu Qingshan probably thought she was a clone from a different era and would never guess that Shaolin was the original. After Mu Qingshan pressed her for a while and saw she had no reaction, he could only leave first. Ranran watched his back, feeling some fear. This man might still use some means. Previously, he had found Shaolin before her, so she had to be careful. A few days later, news came from the factory that 009 had entered the destruction program. That day, Mu Qingshan personally went to the scene, watching as the robot resembling him was dismantled into pieces and then sent into the furnace. Chapter 66. The remaining memories of 009. Mu Qingshan was about to leave after the program was completed when Professor Xiong suddenly approached him, handing him a box. "Director Mu, I saved this out of personal interest. You were the one who saved him back then, so now this thing should be kept by you." Mu Qingshan took it, opened it, and found a chip inside. He closed the lid. His memories? Professor Xiong nodded. "Yes. I feel ashamed to say it, but over the years, I have dedicated myself to researching intelligent robots, with the sole aim of creating the perfect robot. However, what made me successful also led to my downfall. He was my achievement, but he also destroyed me." Mu Qingshan could understand. Professor Xiong had originally been the factory's ace technical force, but after this incident, life had become difficult for him. He heard that he had been on unpaid leave after getting out of prison. "With your ability, you will return soon enough." Mu Qingshan replied. Professor Xiong sighed. "I understand the leadership's decision. After all, since this incident happened, our stock price has plummeted and sales have significantly decreased. I bear responsibility for all of this. 009 no longer exists," Mu Qingshan said slowly, "but you have not harmed the Foundation." His meaning was clear. One had disappeared, and the other was still alive, so what was there to lament? Professor Xiong's face looked sorrowful. "I am now thinking about whether injecting human emotions and thoughts into robots is right or wrong. Previous robots only knew how to mechanically execute tasks and could not achieve emotional communication at all. 009 was truly perfect. It is naturally wrong," Mu Qingshan affirmed. "No matter how perfect he was not human. Although I sympathize with his fate, we are powerless to change it now." Professor Xiong sighed heavily, nodded to Mu Qingshan, and then turned to leave. Mu Qingshan looked at the box in his hand and then got into the car. In the car, he quickly extracted the contents of the chip and began browsing. To his surprise, what Professor Xiong had saved were several scenes of 009 interacting with Shaolin. The two in the footage were surprisingly harmonious. Both were gloomy, yet the atmosphere was very compatible, clearly from the same world. Mu Qingshan noticed something Shaolin had said, "We are not people of this world." Then there was 009's reply. "I detected that there is no chip in your body." Mu Qingshan gazed at the road ahead, thinking that this matter was indeed getting more and more interesting. He took out a mini computer, manipulated it a bit on the memory-saving chip, and then put it back into the box. Mu Qingshan immediately handed the box to Ranran. Your friend might need this. Before Ranran could ask, he had already turned and left. Ranran picked it up and took a look, and she also saw the contents of the chip. She felt a bit embarrassed. Privately checking Sha Rulin's secrets was actually quite impolite. However, she also thought that since she had seen it, Mu Qingshan must have seen it too. For safety's sake, she accessed all the content and carefully browsed through it. Seeing this made her, a person with a heart of iron who rarely cried, feel a deep sense of sadness, somewhat reminiscent of watching the old film Ghost from 200 years ago. Regardless of the type of emotion, loving across time and space but being unable to be together is the most regrettable. Although Sha Rulin and 009 were briefly together, in a certain sense, they were still separated by time and space. 009's deep affection was evident. Privately, he had done a lot for Sha Rulin. Every day, he prepared food for her, chose the freshest flowers to place in her room, and spent a long time formulating skincare products and health supplements for her. He took joy in doing these things, and a smile would unconsciously spread across his face. The seemingly indifferent 009 was like an ice block melting in the sun, beginning to radiate warmth. But she seemed completely oblivious, lost in her thoughts. This made Ranran somewhat anxious, wondering if Sha Rulin ever liked him. The next day, Ranran happened to have a day off. She decided to personally visit the secret base to bring some things. As she left, she checked multiple times to ensure the vehicle wasn't being monitored and that there were no followers nearby, then cautiously drove out of the city. By the time she arrived at the location, it was already noon. Ranran was thirsty and hungry, and occasionally saw dark grapes growing on trees by the roadside. She picked a few and stuffed them into her mouth. But when the juice burst forth, she almost spat it out. It was not only sour and astringent, but also had a fishy bitterness mixed in. When did the wild grapes become like this? Ranran quickly entered the cave and saw Sha Rulin. At that moment, she was preparing lunch, wearing casual home clothes, and looking a bit disheveled with her hair down. Hearing footsteps, Sha Rulin turned around cautiously, and upon seeing her, sighed with relief. I've been a bit jumpy lately, always feeling like someone was coming in. I just thought it was another illusion. Perhaps it was because this place was too spacious. Being alone here inevitably led to overthinking. Ranran comforted her. Just hang in there a little longer. Director Mu isn't giving up yet. I know. Sha Rulin nodded understandingly. Do you want to eat? I just heated up some curry chicken. Of course. Ranran opened the box she was carrying. I also brought you a lot of things this time. I was afraid you'd be bored, so I brought some puzzles too. Sha Rulin glanced at the box with little interest. She took out a box of fast food, used her heating device to warm it up, and handed it to Ranran. Hurry and eat. The two sat at the stone table, each holding a box of rice, and neither spoke. Ranran was too hungry. After eating a large portion, she finally had some strength to ask, "What's wrong? You seem troubled." "Nothing, Ranran. I've just been recalling some new things lately, and I want to write them down quickly," Sha Rulin replied. Ranran shook her head and took out a wooden box from her pocket. "You don't have to rush. I came this time to bring you something important." Sha Rulin didn't take it, staring at the box for a long time before finally asking quietly, "Is it 009's relic?" This question caught Ranran off guard. She cautiously said, "You guessed right. This is his memory about you. I'm sorry, but I've already seen it for safety reasons." "It's okay." Sha Rulin took it. "You must find it amusing, right? I was forced by a robot." "No, I don't think so," Ranran said honestly. "He actually has a charm. Ever since I learned about his unknown past, I feel he did nothing wrong. Moreover, I suspect he regards you as his everything." Sha Rulin buried her head in her rice, finishing every last grain. Finally, she placed the empty box into a makeshift trash bin beside her. "Thank you, Ranran." Chapter 67. Another attack. Ranran looked in her eyes and boldly said, "Actually, you're not as calm as you seem, are you? I can sense your emotions. You're just as stubborn as me, always trying to hide something." Sha Rulin reached out and touched her face. "Ranran, maybe you're right." Ranran stayed with Sha Rulin for quite a while, and around evening, she bid her farewell and took a boat away. Sha Rulin stood at the cave entrance watching her until the boat became a tiny black hut. She felt completely alone. The day had finally come. Sha Rulin took out the wooden box from her pocket, ran her hand over it several times, but still did not open it. She dare not face that past, nor herself. Moreover, she had already decided to be strong and complete what needed to be done. She didn't want to look at those things that made her weak anymore. She quickly returned to the cave and began to meditate. She realized that only when meditating could she clear her mind. When her brain was blank, flashes of inspiration would come, and moments from the past would rush in. Even if only for an instant, it was worth it. She sat in darkness for a long time. Dozens of miles away, in the Research Institute's office, Mu Qingshan found himself increasingly bored staring at the screen. Does this woman really not want to open the box? The speaker was Mu Qingshan. He had added a program to that chip yesterday, effectively setting up surveillance, allowing him to know Sha Rulin's every move. Moreover, this device did not rely on the internet. Even in a closed-off remote area, it could transmit sound and coordinates back via sound waves. However, to his surprise, the program had not worked at all. The only reason being that Sha Rulin had not opened it. That's fine. Just because she didn't open it today doesn't mean she won't tomorrow. As long as the box is in her hands, there will be opportunities, Mu Qingshan thought. However, for the following days, it remained the same. He still did not receive any sound wave signals. Ranran also showed no unusual activity. Other than work, she stayed hidden in her dormitory, rarely going out. Under Professor Cheng's insistence, blood tests continued daily, but even after 1,000 tests, Ranran's blood showed no differences from that of ordinary people. Professor Cheng often frowned at the results. This is impossible. How can there be absolutely nothing? Mu Qingshan implied. Perhaps it has nothing to do with her. No. Professor Cheng grew agitated. There can't be so many possibilities. The blood tests must continue. We can't overlook any possibility. Professor Cheng was someone who would throw himself into his academic pursuits, even to the point of risking his life. A little hope followed by disappointment would be a serious blow. Moreover, his health had been poor in recent years, having fainted several times in the laboratory. Mu Qingshan was well aware of this, so before there was any significant progress, he decided to keep it a secret. The people in the Research Institute complained a lot about the daily blood tests, except for Ranran, who was smart enough to guess that Professor Cheng did not know about Sha Rulin's situation. She felt that the chaotic environment was favorable for them. At least until they figured out a better solution, it provided a buffer. Ranran, do you have any work this afternoon? Lu Ran suddenly tapped her and asked quietly. Ranran glanced at her, noticing that her complexion seemed a bit off. Just some trivial matters, why? Lu Ran held her stomach and said, I have a stomachache. Can you accompany me to the hospital? Sure, Ranran immediately replied. Let's ask Director Luo for leave. Director Luo had quite a few complaints about this, grumbling for several minutes before letting her go, even muttering as she left. If your health is so poor, don't come to work. Let your parents support you. Her voice wasn't loud, but it clearly reached Lu Ran's ears, making her already pale face even whiter. Ranran supported her as they walked out, whispering, Don't pay attention to what she says. Just pretend she doesn't exist. Lu Ran replied weakly. I don't want it to be like this either. But I can't control my health. It's all due to issues from birth. Ranran was somewhat sensitive to such matters, so she didn't respond, only quickened her pace, opened the passenger door, and helped her sit down. Which hospital are we going to? The First People's Hospital. I have this old problem, and I always go to see an old Chinese medicine doctor there. Just 2 prescriptions and I can get better, Lu Ran said weakly, leaning against the back seat. The First People's Hospital is in the city center, quite far from the Research Institute. Ranran glanced at the dwindling battery reserve, then looked up at the gloomy sky, silently praying for a little more charge. Lu Ran was suffering from stomach pain and curled up in the seat after sitting for a while, looking uncomfortable. Ranran increased the speed to the maximum, rushing and hurrying, and finally drove to the First People's Hospital after 40 minutes. There were many people at the hospital at all times, and although everyone had made appointments in advance, there were always some who wanted to sneak in or cut in line, making the hospital crowded. Ranran's appointment time was still a little while away, so she let Lu Ran sit for a moment while she went to the vending machine nearby to buy her a cup of hot milk. But when she came back holding it, Lu Ran was nowhere to be seen. After looking around, Ranran walked several laps and finally saw her at the end of the corridor, holding her stomach and staring blankly out the window. Ranran followed her gaze and noticed a protective tent set up in the yard behind the hospital, where countless patients were lined up, and doctors in protective suits were conducting tests. "What's going on?" Ranran frowned. "Is the infectious disease back again?" Ran looked a bit confused. "I just heard a patient say that the entire second inpatient department has been sealed off, so I came to take a look." "Forget it. Let's leave quickly. It's only the second inpatient department for now. If they start a full investigation, we might all get quarantined." Ranran pulled her toward the traditional Chinese medicine department upstairs. They were lucky, 2 hours after they finished their checkup and returned home. News broke from the First People's Hospital that the entire hospital would undergo large-scale quarantine and disinfection, halting all external operations immediately. As for the reason, it was initially suspected that the clot virus had returned. Ranran shook her head and sighed after reading this. The clot virus is truly an insurmountable tumor. Over the past century, it has appeared rampantly several times, each time coming fiercely and without warning. The most terrifying part is that after every time a new vaccine is developed to make it disappear, it lies dormant for a while, then reappears in a different form, mutated and more aggressive, making it hard to guard against. So everyone has become accustomed to such situations. Early warnings, mass testing, quarantines, and protections have all become second nature. Therefore, after the news was released, everyone immediately began ordering essential supplies and medications, fearing they wouldn't be able to buy them later. Chapter 68. Strange illness. Ranran still had some masks and preventive herbal medicine from her workplace in her dormitory, and she usually ate in the cafeteria, so she didn't prepare to buy anything. However, her parents called one after another, insisting that she come home for a while. After Ranran refused, they said they would come over to bring her some things. Ranran quickly said, "Don't come. We must follow the directives. Staying in our own places during an infectious disease outbreak can reduce the transmission rate. Please don't come. I just went to the First People's Hospital today." After hearing this, her parents became even more worried, repeatedly reminding her until they hung up the phone. After a while, sure enough, a delivery robot brought a large pile of food and protective supplies. Ranran now truly understood the saying about a parent's heart. Even though she wasn't their biological child, the love her parents poured into her was no less than that for others. While she was organizing the items, she self-deprecatingly thought that learning to let go was probably a form of growth. By evening, the news began to broadcast the first batch of test results from the First People's Hospital. The second inpatient department had completed all tests, and there were 12 individuals with suspected viruses in their bodies. There had not yet been any reports of external infections, and the public was urged to remain vigilant. The symptoms of these patients were similar to the last outbreak, initially resembling a cold with persistent fever, chest tightness, cough, nausea, and fatigue, followed by the gradual appearance of respiratory failure symptoms. Once it turned into an emergency, the condition deteriorated rapidly, and if they could not be admitted to the intensive care unit in time, it could easily lead to life-threatening situations. The first 2 patients who fell ill had already been admitted to the intensive care unit of the First People's Hospital. The National Center for Disease Control also arrived, and the Biological Research Institute sent people over to participate in the medication formulation plans. It was said that well-known experts from the Research Institute were there, led by Professor Chung, but it was unclear whether Mu Qingshan was involved. Thinking of this elusive man who always wanted to get to the bottom of things made Ranran inexplicably irritated. That night, Ranran kept refreshing the news, afraid that new explosive information would come out. She only fell asleep around 1 in the morning. When she woke up in the morning, the weather was gloomy. The thick clouds pressing down on the horizon and the low air pressure made it hard to breathe. Ranran pulled back the curtains and unexpectedly saw several disease control center vehicles downstairs. More than a dozen doctors in protective suits got out and walked towards the building. While Ranran was watching, she heard a knock on the door, and Ran's voice came through. "Ranran, it's not good. We're going to be quarantined." Ranran opened the door. Didn't they say only the second inpatient department would be sealed off? It said that after the closure yesterday, a patient sneaked out. So everyone who visited the First People's Hospital yesterday must be quarantined, Ran said anxiously. Fortunately, We didn't go anywhere after we returned yesterday. Before the two could say much, the doctors came upstairs and instructed them to strictly implement a 15-day home quarantine with designated personnel guarding downstairs, very strictly. Besides the two of them, there were also the dormitory manager and a cleaning aunt they had come into contact with when they returned yesterday, as well as two colleagues from the same floor. These people were also included in the quarantine. They had to undergo virus screening twice a day, and their meals were delivered by robots. Other than the lack of freedom, they could manage. The two had experienced similar situations many times before, so although a bit nervous, they quickly calmed down. Ranran decided to take the time to read a couple of professional books at home, while Lu Ran pulled out some crafts she had hidden under her bed, saying she had bought them a long time ago and finally had time to make them now. That night of quarantine, there were also more than 10 new patients, which was quite rapid. Xiaoyu called, sharing her own experience. Ranran, I'm really scared. My uncle was hospitalized in the second inpatient department a few days ago, and today the Disease Control Center sent someone to notify me that he has turned critical. I only found out today. What should I do? No one is taking care of him. Since Xiaoyu's father fell into debt, he had become almost a recluse, with relatives and friends unwilling to associate with him. Only this single uncle, who remained single to this day, often helped them out. The uncle himself was also struggling, living on a meager income due to health issues. Yet he always squeezed out some money from his limited earnings to help Xiaoyu with her school fees. He was the one who brought Xiaoyu the most warmth. Ranran tried to comfort her. Don't worry. There are doctors and nurses in the intensive care unit 24/7, and since it was discovered in time, he will definitely turn the crisis into safety. This time, several well-known professors from the country have gone there. I hope Xiaoyu's voice trembled. I can't accept even a little accident, Ranran. I want to go to the hospital. Don't be impulsive. Ranran advised. You can't get in, and you would only create chaos if you did. All we can do is follow the arrangements and wait patiently. The usually cheerful Xiaoyu began to cry softly, and Ranran felt a pang in her heart, only able to comfort her in a soft voice. After chatting for a while, the staff delivering testing supplies came to the door again, passing items through the door gap. Ranran skillfully put on gloves and a mask before receiving them, then tore open the packaging, pricked her fingertip with the small tool to obtain blood, repackaged it, and passed it back through the door gap. Tomorrow morning at 7, they would have to fast for testing. The staff spoke with a buzzing voice through their masks. Ranran replied, Thank you for your hard work. The staff waved their hand and turned to leave. The door opposite Ranran opened a crack, and a colleague peeked out, then quickly shut the door tight, afraid of getting infected by the elusive virus. It's not surprising they were being overly cautious. The clote virus, having evolved for many years, had become quite insidious. Although vaccines could be rapidly developed each time, there were often patient deaths in the early stages. Moreover, the pathogen itself had never been found, from flying squirrels to black-headed flies, and then to minks whenever humans thought they had identified a source. Something even more similar would emerge elsewhere. This highly contagious virus had also sparked significant changes in international relations. Several developed countries had seen a drastic decline due to their lack of attention to the virus, leading to a spike in population mortality rates. In contrast, their own country had managed to weather each wave due to effective preventive measures, a united populace, and a large number of heroes such as scientists, doctors, and police willing to sacrifice everything for the nation. Ranran believed this time would be no different. But when would this virus, which had persisted for over 100 years, truly come to an end? She sighed and prayed for this turmoil to pass quickly. That evening, Ranran checked the news and saw that all hospitals in the city had intensified their screening of fever patients. And the checkpoints for exiting the city had also increased their scrutiny. Anyone leaving the city would have to undergo strict measures of isolation for half a month. In the following half month, whether due to effective preventive measures or the virus being less severe this time, the daily increase in patients was only in single digits. Strangely enough, even before the vaccine was developed, all those patients had miraculously turned from critical to stable. Chapter 69. Emptying the ward. This included several patients who had been in critical condition in the ICU. They had appeared very serious at the time, but inexplicably, their breathing became smooth, their heart rates stabilized, and they quickly regained consciousness. Experts gathered at that location conducted specialized consultations to confirm this phenomenon. They believed it was a case of a weakened viral event. However, out of caution, they decided that it was better to mistakenly eliminate 1,000 than to let one slip by. In the future, they would still handle such situations with urgency. This crisis had come swiftly and terrifyingly, yet it ended in a bewildering manner. After being cooped up in a room for half a month, Ranran finally stepped outside the dormitory and saw the outside world. She squinted at the sun behind the clouds and then called Xiaoyu. Xiaoyu was on the road driving, her face beaming with joy. "My uncle is better. I'm on my way to pick him up." Ranran asked, "How is his recovery?" Xiaoyu happily replied, "No problem at all. The doctor said he won't have any after effects. I'm so happy. Once I pick up my uncle, I must go buy some good food to celebrate." Being a biology student made Ranran sensitive, so she told her, "Make sure to ask your uncle in detail about his illness. I have a feeling this virus is a bit strange." Xiaoyu nodded. "Okay, I'll hang up now." Ranran looked at the time. It was just a few minutes to 7. She sent a message to Xishuangbanna, explaining her situation and saying she would look for an opportunity to visit in a couple of days. A few minutes later, Xishuangbanna replied, "You should come here less to avoid being discovered by Director Mu. The supply of materials is sufficient. You don't have to worry." Along with this message, she sent a picture showcasing her recent achievements, a diary filled with densely packed writing across several pages. She sent a smiling face. "I should be able to remember everything soon." Ranran's first reaction after reading this was to wonder why Xishuangbanna was in such a hurry. That star was indeed mysterious. But what did it have to do with Earth? Those ethereal wormholes only existed in past legends. She had reviewed many records from these years and had not found any mention of wormholes. Could it be that the star had grown indifferent to sending signals to Earth and thus would not open such channels? Ranran speculated. Alternatively, there could be another possibility. These wormholes still existed, just more concealed, much like when Xishuangbanna returned. She only remembered a flash of white light before appearing on the street. It sounded bizarre, but even more eerie. After taking a shower, Ranran prepared to go to work. Upon arriving, she immediately noticed a tense atmosphere. After inquiring, she learned that Professor Chung and another associate professor had been busy with the virus issue for the past few days, while Director Mu had been away on a business trip for many days. Upon hearing that he was away, Ranran felt a weight lift from her heart. It was best that he didn't come back. After a while, Director Luo suddenly called out to Lu Ran in the office. "Quick, you need to head to the Pathology Institute to help right away. They need to clear out some wards, and time is tight. Go to the storeroom and get some supplies to take to the 4th floor." Lu Ran, who had just tidied up her desk and sat down, jumped up reflexively. "Okay, Director Luo, I'm on it." Once Director Luo left, Lu Ran revealed a wry smile. "I have to go do manual labor again." But it was strange. What were they clearing wards for at the Pathology Institute? I don't know. Ranran felt uneasy about this place. After all, 2 people had died there recently. Just thinking about the grim state of those 2 bodies sent chills down her spine. When Lu Ran was about to leave, Ranran stood up. "I'll go with you. I'm familiar with that place." Lu Ran looked relieved, happily linking her arm with Ranran, chattering all the way to shake off her earlier gloom. "Ranran, I'm glad you're with me. You have no idea. If I had to go to the storeroom and then to the ward by myself, I'd really be scared to death." Lu Ran was a general staff member in the office and usually had no right to enter the Pathology Institute, so she was naturally reluctant to go. Now, she cautiously followed Ranran to swipe her card at the entrance, explained the situation to the security guard on duty inside, and finally entered the pathology room. Dressed lightly, she was cold and her teeth chattered. Ranran went to the changing room to find a piece of clothing for her to wear. "When I first came here, Dr. Gu also took care of me like this." "Ranran, can we not talk about that?" Lu Ran looked around. "You're making me shiver. Dr. Gu is already dead." Ranran smiled and led the way out of the changing room towards the storeroom. At the door, she took a look at Director Luo's list. Are they clearing out the upper floors to add more wards? These are all supporting monitoring equipment. That can't be. Director Luo told me to take it to the 4th floor. That's where the operating rooms and isolation wards are. Dr. Gu also died up there. Are they turning that into wards? Lu Ran was confused. But there aren't that many patients. The two collected their items, each carrying a box into the elevator. After arriving on the fourth floor, they saw many people bustling about in the corridor. Some were using remote arms to direct small robots, transporting beds. Some were equipped for disinfection work, and others were preparing to check the lighting in the wards. At that moment, the fourth floor was no longer tinged with the previous eerie atmosphere due to the crowd, and Lu Rand breathed a sigh of relief as she delivered her items to the wards. These few wards had previously been vacant, filled only with some discarded trash. Now, they had been cleared out, and after a thorough cleaning, they looked quite presentable. The staff chatted casually while working, and their topic was simple. The fourth floor had seen incidents, so patients probably wouldn't want to stay there. Everyone worked efficiently, and in just half a day, several rooms on the fourth floor had been cleared out. When Ranran went out to wash her hands, her gaze once again flicked towards the isolation ward. She had been up there once when delivering medicine and had seen Sha Rulin's companion with her own eyes. The image of that pitiful, haggard figure overlapping with the subsequent bloody corpse lingered in her mind, leaving Ranran in a daze for a long time. Meanwhile, Sherilyn, sitting cross-legged in the cave, suddenly opened her eyes. Just moments ago, her mind had been blank, but suddenly a woman's voice flashed through her mind. "Go in. That is the man assigned to you." The voice felt incredibly real, as if the person were whispering right next to her, which was quite unsettling. Sherilyn scanned the dark cave. Although there were two small hidden holes at the top through which light could occasionally enter, it was still impossible to see anything clearly. Chapter 70. Deteriorating condition, she felt a surge of anxiety and reached for the energy lamp beside her, turning it on. As the light illuminated the space, she quickly looked around but saw no woman. It seemed to be just her hallucination. After so many days, she knew that there were no random illusions. For instance, the spherical vehicle she had dreamt about countless times. She later learned in her hallucination that it was called a lunar rover. So that voice must have been a hallucination. But it also had to be based on something that had truly happened. The mention of the assigned man made her stomach churn, and she felt nauseous. What had really happened on the star? She got up and rushed her makeshift desk, opened her notebook, and wrote everything down. Although Ranran had given her a voice recorder and a computer, she still preferred using pen and paper as it brought her closer to her past life. After recording, she flipped through her previous notes and then closed the notebook with a heavy thud. Noticing that it was nearly noon, it was time to eat again. She felt numb about eating. There were plenty of supplies in the box, and she didn't even want to choose, always just grabbing something randomly, heating it up, and swallowing it down. As long as she could stay alive and maintain her body's basic functions, did the desire for food really matter that much? While eating, the sharp edge of the food container suddenly scraped her hand, causing blood to gush out. Sherilyn quickly wrapped it with a paper towel, and at that moment, a memory flashed in her mind of being choked by a fishbone and the urgency of 009 at that time. Her gaze unconsciously drifted to the bottom of the table, where the wooden box was sitting. She hadn't opened it in all these days. Sherilyn quickly walked over and picked it up, feeling an impulse to open it immediately. But as her hand pressed down on the lid, she suddenly calmed down. No, she couldn't let this thing interfere with her in any way. The so-called softness of heart and pity was a double-edged sword that could harm both herself and others. They were merely castaways in this world. Sherilyn carefully placed the wooden box back and returned to the table, shoveling rice in her mouth, swallowing it whole without even chewing, as she couldn't taste anything at all. Ranran had already learned from Chiyoyu the specifics of her uncle's illness. He had been in poor health and generally disliked going out. Before falling ill, he had gone out to collect welfare supplies and happened to see a shop offering free samples of some kind of milkshake, which he tried. After returning home, he developed a fever and cough, initially thinking it was just a common cold. He took some medicine, but instead of getting better, his condition worsened. Unable to endure any longer, he went to the hospital, where basic treatments were covered by his welfare. Upon his visit, he was directly admitted to the second inpatient department, and then into the intensive care unit. He was in a daze for several days before waking up, which felt like a dream to him. Chiyoyu also mentioned, "By the way, my uncle said that 2 patients in the same ward as him also drank that kind of milkshake, but he is not sure if it's a coincidence. This would seem a bit far-fetched." Ranran asked, How did he specifically improve? Was there a particular trigger? Chiyoyu shook her head. My uncle just said that one day he suddenly heard the birds chirping outside the window, and he found it easy to open his eyelids and saw the nurse in front of him clearly. It seemed to be an inexplicable recovery. Ranran flipped through past medical records of the cloth virus, which clearly indicated that patients did not recover suddenly. It was a very slow process, with gradual improvement of bodily functions. She propped her chin on her hand, staring at the screen, and suddenly had a bold guess. Do you think it might not be the cloth virus at all? Not an infectious disease, but something else? What else could it be? Chiyoyu was puzzled. I still leaned towards the expert's explanation. This virus is very mild. The two argued briefly, but reached no conclusion. It was just a gossip discussion that wouldn't impact public opinion in any way. A few days later, Chiyoyu's uncle had a bit of a situation. A neighbor called to inform her that he had collapsed on the stone steps outside, injuring his head and bleeding. An ambulance had already been called. Chiyoyu was taken aback and took leave to rush to the hospital. When she arrived, her uncle's head was already bandaged. He waved his hands repeatedly, saying, "Go back to work. I'm fine. I might just be a bit anemic. Uncle, I asked the doctor, and he said your unexplained fainting has happened more than once." Chiyoyu said angrily, "You can't keep hiding this. What if something happens?" Her uncle fell silent. He had indeed fainted several times recently, but had been afraid to trouble his niece. "It's nothing. The doctor just checked me, and he didn't say anything." Just as Chiyoyu was about to refute him, a young nurse poked her head in and said, "Is the family member of Bedford here? Doctor, he needs you to come over." When she went in, the doctor delivered a chilling message. Her uncle's test results showed that his organs were failing at a rapid pace. There was currently no better way to stop this phenomenon. If it continued to develop, her uncle's life would come to an end within 3 months at most. Why is this happening? My uncle was just hospitalized for the epidemic, and he was discharged after being told he was fine. Chiyoyu's voice trembled. The doctor shook his head. It could be a complication from the epidemic or possibly other reasons. How can there be no way to treat it? Chiyoyu was anxious. You're one of the best hospitals around. I'm sorry. I understand your feelings, the doctor said, looking at her with pity. Chiyoyu felt like she was about to shatter. Her uncle was the person she cared about most after her parents. The doctor's words plunged her into despair. She shook her head and turned away. If you can't help, I'll find another hospital until I find one that can treat him. The doctor watched her leave and gently reminded her, but I must warn you that transferring patients also carries risks. When Chiyoyu returned to the ward, her uncle was looking at her with hopeful eyes. Xiaoyu, did the doctor say when I could be discharged? Uncle, why are you in such a hurry? Chiyoyu didn't dare to reveal the truth. Her uncle weakly said, I'm not used to being here, and it costs a lot of money to stay in the hospital. Even though most of the hospital expenses for welfare recipients could be reimbursed, some out-of-pocket expenses were unavoidable, and her uncle couldn't bear the burden. Chiyoyu whispered, Don't worry, I'm here for you. I know what your dad is like. You're also in a tough spot. Chapter 71. The new project team, the old man, and the young woman were talking, and the atmosphere became heavy, causing Chiyoyu's tears to almost spill. At that moment, she hated her poverty more than ever. She comforted her uncle, Don't be afraid. I just asked the doctor, and he said everything can be reimbursed. Her uncle was half convinced, and Chiyoyu found an excuse to step out. I'm going to the office. I'll be back tonight. She wasn't going to the office at all. She was retrieving her uncle's examination report from the hospital, preparing to try different places. At the same time, she was busy on the road, calling colleagues and friends to borrow money to cover her uncle's transfer costs. The first call was to Ranran. After listening, Ranran responded with an O, looked at the medical records Chiyoyu had sent, and then hung up the phone. Chiyoyu felt a chill in her heart. Ranran was her best friend, yet when she asked to borrow money, she didn't say a word. She found it hard to believe. However, half an hour later, Ranran got back to her. Chiyoyu, don't go looking for the hospital. What? I've already sent the medical records to a few of my alumni and mentors at the medical school, and they've helped me inquire about it domestically. You don't have to worry about the costs. I'll take care of it. Ranran said gently. Chiyoyu became excited and inexplicably felt like crying. Ranran, I thought you wouldn't care about me. I've asked several classmates just now, and none of them were willing to lend me money. Chiyoyu had suffered a lot in recent years. Her father, who was in debt, was like a tumor, forcing the family to hide everywhere, so naturally. Not many people wanted to associate with her. Those classmates immediately made excuses when they heard the words borrow money. Ranran didn't have time for her emotional outpouring. All right, you just wait at the hospital for news. Chiyoyu nodded vigorously and immediately got off the bus. That day, the two waited and waited, but in the end, what they received was not good news. Ranran's voice was heavy. They inquired thoroughly. There's no precedent for this inexplicable organ failure. A few hospitals with slightly better capabilities than the First People's Hospital said they could admit him first and see what happens. There's not much guarantee. Moreover, as the doctor said, there will be significant risks during the transfer process because your uncle's condition now relies on medication and equipment to be maintained. What to do? Chiyoyu was anxious, stamping her feet. Am I supposed to watch my uncle wait to die? Ranran, how about I transfer to a better hospital and have the emergency vehicle take him, and let the doctors try treating him? Ranran was also anxious, but she knew that Chiyoyu's approach might lead to a loss of both money and resources. She thought for a moment and said, don't rush. I'll inquire further. That night, Ranran began searching through relevant cases abroad, but didn't find many similar ones. However, around 11 o'clock, she suddenly learned of some information. Recently, there were several cases in the city similar to Chiyoyu's uncle's situation, and they all had one common point. They had all been hospitalized previously due to the clot virus. This was a significant discovery. The Research Institute and the CDC should have known about it, right? Just as Ranran was about to ask her senior brother Xishuangbanna, Chiyoyu called. Ranran, there's hope for my uncle's situation. What? People from your Research Institute came last night, saying they included my uncle as a subject for their research project. And from today on, he can receive free treatment until he recovers. Chiyoyu's voice was incredibly cheerful. After hearing this, Ranran felt an inexplicable pang in her heart. Did they mention which research team it is? It seems to be your mentor, Professor Chung, who is in charge. Professor Chung? Ranran found it a bit strange. Although Professor Chung had always focused on researching bone diseases, he actually had an in-depth understanding of human genetics. Now that he was venturing into this strange illness, could there be some connection? Chiyoyu was overjoyed. Ranran, I've already agreed with them. Their vehicle will come tomorrow morning to take my uncle to the pathology hospital. I won't talk to you anymore. I need to take care of some procedures. After hanging up the phone, Ranran breathed a sigh of relief. She remembered that a few days ago, the Research Institute had specifically cleared out a ward on the 4th floor. She hoped this was merely a coincidence. If it was intentional, then this world would be too evil. The next day at work, she asked Xishuangbanna, is Professor Chung starting a new project? No. Xishuangbanna glanced at her. We can't even keep up with our original projects. The patients at the pathology hospital have had some recent deterioration. Before he could finish, Director Luo walked over. Xiaogo, Professor Chung has notified you to go to a meeting now. Ranran frowned and looked at Xishuangbanna. Let us go listen. We'll find out. At this moment, Xishuangbanna still didn't believe it, but 10 minutes later, Professor Cheng's words indeed confirmed this. Due to the sudden deterioration of a patient who had previously contracted the clot virus, it was decided, after consultation with the National CDC and the Ministry of Health, to establish a special research group at the Research Institute to study these patients with sequelae. This research group will be led by Professor Chung, with 2 associate professors assisting. Naturally, their disciples would also be included as research personnel. This matter was very tricky, but it also represented the trust of the state and the organization in them. Fortunately, the pathology hospital was already prepared, and patients would arrive one after another soon. So everyone should go and get ready, Professor Chung said. Xishuangbanna and Ranran walked side by side towards the pathology hospital, preparing to welcome the new patients. On the way, Xishuangbanna glanced at her. Ranran, how have you been feeling lately? I'm fine. Ranran didn't understand his meaning. Xishuangbanna sighed slightly. I've been worried about what happened last time. Ranran smiled and decided to break the ice. I know. The Research Institute has done so many blood tests afterward. They must be afraid of me infecting everyone. Ranran, it's okay. This is for your good and for everyone's good. Ranran didn't mind. I've always been clear about it. I just didn't want to say it out loud. Xishuangbanna said solemnly. Professor Chung is the most outstanding biologist of our time. Ranran. Whatever decision he makes is for the good of the research institute and the country. You must believe this. Ranran looked into his eyes and nodded after a long while. I know. Qin Yuan's words made Ranran feel as if her thoughts had been seen through. Was she really doubting Professor Chung just now? She shook her head. She had always respected Professor Chung and viewed him as an academic idol. How could she doubt him? This must all be a coincidence. When she entered the pathology hospital, she saw a nurse pushing a cart waiting at the elevator door. So she decided to take the stairs with her senior brother. Just as they reached the second floor, a middle-aged woman with a cane moved over with difficulty. Excuse me. When will the new patients arrive? Chapter 72, Targeted Medication. Ranran recognized her. You are Li Hui from Bed 9, right? The new patients are on the 4th floor. It won't affect you. You should go back and rest well. No, that's not it, sister. My son is there. My son is also on the patient list. She looked anxious. Can I go downstairs to meet him? Ranran glanced at her. No, you're a patient yourself and have difficulty moving, and the medication you are taking has temperature requirements. Do you want all your efforts to go to waste? Li Hui's eyes were red. I haven't seen my son in years. Please let me see him just once. Ranran felt a pang of sympathy and turned to her senior brother. Qin Yuan remained silent for a moment and said, Let me ask our professor. If he allows it, then you can meet. That's wonderful. That's wonderful. Li Hui was so excited that tears filled her eyes. Repeatedly bowing to them. You are such good people. After leaving, Qin Yuan whispered, It's not that easy to meet. Patients entering the pathology hospital must sign an experimental agreement, and Director Mu may not allow them to meet. Ranran glanced back. It's indeed quite cruel. But when it comes to illness, how many aren't cruel? Fate is so capricious. It doesn't allow for personal choice, Qin Yuan thought indifferently. The two discussed in low voices, but their footsteps didn't stop. On the 4th floor, besides them, there were a few doctors all on high alert, checking various equipment, afraid that something might go wrong. Since these patients were all suffering from organ failure, the equipment was the most comprehensive. About half an hour later, a line of ambulances began to deliver patients one after another, and doctors and nurses brought them up one by one on stretchers. Ranran and her senior brother helped with the registration, and in the crowd, she saw Chiu Yu's uncle, Gao Chengkai. Ranran had seen him before. He was in his 50s, short in stature, and spoke little, not fond of chatting with others. However, seeing his niece and her friend, he would quietly go buy snacks for them. However, this time when she saw him, he appeared sickly, with pale skin and dull eyes. When he saw them approaching, he struggled to get up and asked, Doctor, is treatment here really free? He didn't recognize Ranran at all, which was understandable. The girl in front of him was wearing a full set of protective gear and a mask. Only her eyes were visible. Ranran gently comforted him. Uncle Gao, don't worry, it's free. We have research funding. Gao Chengkai looked at her in surprise, recognizing her voice. You're Xiaoyu's classmate? Yes. Just call me Xiaoga. Just as Ranran was about to say something more, a woman's voice suddenly came from outside the room. Xiaoga, please come out for a moment. She hurriedly walked out and saw a woman dressed as a nurse at the door. She looked to be in her 30s, with a badge on her chest indicating her profession and name. Head nurse Fong Qi. Fong Qi was also wearing a mask, revealing only a pair of somewhat tired eyes. Xiaoga, I came to inform you about patient Li Hui in Bed 9. Professor Chung just instructed me that to prevent cross-infection, patient visits are currently prohibited. Since she is looking for you, you can explain it to her yourself. Got it. Ranran nodded, feeling that this matter was a bit tricky. She understood a mother's worries and longing for her son. Having not seen him for years, she was bound to be very distressed. Sister Fong, may I ask what her son's name is and which bed he is in on this floor? Ranran inquired. In fact, she had already paid attention earlier. But unfortunately, among the patients who arrived this time, there were several of appropriate age, and 2 were unconscious, making it impossible to confirm. Fong Qi peeked at the notebook in her hand and pointed to bed 22. His condition is quite serious. We'll have to wait for the consultation to see. Ranran looked at the name. His name was Li Zifeng, a 16-year-old high school student. From a photo, he appeared to be a delicate and fair-skinned boy. Ranran seemed to have some impression of him, as he was still running a high fever when he was brought in. Gu Ranran accidentally touched his arm, and even through the protective gloves, she could feel the heat of his skin. She quickly flipped through the medical records in her hand. Li Zifeng's condition was similar to Uncle Qiuyu's, but his reactions were more severe, having had a high fever for 2 days and nights. He was admitted to the emergency ward, and Gu Ranran looked at him through the glass. He was lying with his head tilted, eyes tightly closed, and she couldn't tell if he was in a coma or just asleep. He looked weak and pitiful. Just as she was about to leave, Li Zifeng turned over in bed, and his arms stretched out from under the blanket. Gu Ranran stared at it for a long time before turning away sadly. It turned out that Li Zifeng's hands were different from those of normal people. Normal people have 5 fingers, but his left hand was just a bare lump of flesh. As for his right hand, it only had 4 fingers. A child like this must have caused his parents a lot of worry throughout his life. Coupled with Li Hui, who already had a bone disease, this family was truly unfortunate. She also noticed that the contact information for relatives at the bottom was blank. Was Li Zifeng's father not present? After lunch, Gu Ranran still went to Li Hui's ward. She seemed to have been waiting for a long time. As soon as she saw the door open, she sat up in bed and asked, "Sister, have you seen my son? Can I go see him?" Gu Ranran tried to keep her tone gentle to avoid upsetting her. "I'm sorry, you still can't meet him now." "Why?" Li Hui's expression turned painful. "He's my only son. His father has long since abandoned him. I need to take care of him. Don't worry, Annie, we have doctors and nurses here. The reason you can't see him now is to prevent the occurrence of cross-infection. You should know that in his condition, it can easily worsen." Gu Ranran spoke soothingly. Li Hui wiped her eyes, and after a moment, she seemed to accept this reality. Forget it, as long as he can recover. "Sister, can he really recover?" Gu Ranran hesitated for a moment and nodded. "We will do our best." Coming out of the ward, her mood was very heavy. Based on the results from previous experiments, this virus was indeed strange and had caused such severe organ failure. Even if they recovered, those damages were irreversible. On the day the patients arrived, several professors from the working group immediately discussed treatment plans overnight. They decided to first use the new drug number 12, which targets the lesions directly through targeted technology. Drug number 12 is a medication that promotes cell regeneration. It had previously been used in bone diseases and for patients with organ failure. It was also a targeted treatment. After the plan was approved, the number 12 drug was quickly delivered and began to be administered to the patients. When a medication was infused, the patients had some reactions. Vomiting and drowsiness were normal. Once everyone stabilized a bit, they finally had the chance to rest. Everyone was hopeful that the medication would work. But things did not go as planned. That night, suddenly news came that bed 11, the patient in the most critical condition, had a seizure, with convulsions and rapidly rising heart rate and blood pressure, and the monitor was continuously alarming. Each sound was like a death knell. Professors and doctors rushed over as quickly as possible, but by the time they arrived, the patient was already beyond saving. After vomiting blood twice, he stopped breathing. Even though he was immediately put on a ventilator and devices were used to restore his heartbeat, it was all in vain. After half an hour of emergency treatment, the sweating doctor put down the equipment and shook his head at Professor Chung. "There's nothing we can do. The condition progressed too quickly. Could it be an allergic reaction to the medication?" Another doctor asked weakly. An associate professor shook his head. "We first used a small dose of the medication for a local test. It should still be due to the condition itself." Professor Chung, who had been silent in the crowd, had his lips pressed into a hard line. His eyes were fixed on the dead patient in the bed, and after a while, he said, "Take him away." Patients like this, who were critically ill before admission, had agreements signed with their families. Any accidents during treatment must be borne by them. The families had no objections. Therefore, a nurse immediately stepped forward to dismantle the equipment in order, covering the patient with a white cloth and pushing him out. Throughout this process, everyone remained silent, and the mood inevitably fell. "Everyone go back and rest. I will personally stay here tonight." Professor Chung habitually reached for a cigarette in his pocket only to find it empty after searching for a while. "Professor, let me take over. You stayed up all night. Go rest for a while." Qin Yuan advised. Professor Chung shook his head. "Tonight is crucial. If we get through it, there will be improvement. I'm not at ease." The rest of the night passed without incident. After the cell regeneration medication was dripped into the patients, They fell into a deep sleep, and all monitoring appeared to be relatively normal. After dawn, Professor Chung dragged his exhausted body back to rest. Qin Yuan whispered to Gu Ranran, "We should have passed the dangerous period. Senior brother, can the number 12 drug really cure their illness?" Gu Ranran asked. Qin Yuan lowered his voice. "To be precise, it can only halt the progression of the disease, but as long as the pathogen is not found, it can change into other forms to attack us. This is a protracted battle." After 9 a.m., the research group began their first round of ward rounds. And the results this time were quite good. The patient's conditions were relatively stable, and the blood test from the fluid collected at 7 a.m. had also come out. Various indicators showed significant improvement. Everyone cheered. A successful initial battle was a good start. Gu Ranran paid more attention to Gao Chengkai and Li Zifeng. Their conditions were currently okay. Gao Chengkai had vomited twice during the night and was now in a deep sleep. However, Li Zifeng had quietly woken up, his gaze fixed on the white wall above, unwilling to turn his head even when he heard the voices nearby. Gu Ranran approached him to greet him. "Zifeng, how are you feeling?" Li Zifeng did not turn his head, maintaining his previous posture. Gu Ranran was unsure if he heard her, so she stepped closer and asked again. This time he reacted, his eyelashes slightly trembled. Gu Ranran secretly smiled, guessing that he was just a moody teenager, around his rebellious age, always sentimental and sensitive. It was a stage she had gone through herself. So she got straight to the point. "Your mother really wants to see you, but it's not possible right now. You need to cooperate with us to get better quickly." Li Zifeng turned his head away and replied in a buzzing voice, "I don't want to see her. I'd rather never get better." Gu Ranran frowned. "Why?" "It's none of your business." Li Zifeng shot her a quick glance, his eyes full of disdain. "You all just meddle too much." Gu Ranran replied expressionlessly, "Even if I'm meddling, you won't learn to be sensible until you grow up." After saying that, she was about to leave when Li Zifeng said fiercely from behind, "What is there to save about people like us? If we die, we die. Don't be so dark at your young age, okay?" Gu Ranran turned back. "In this day and age, how many people aren't suffering? You have your pain, and others have theirs. Is it worth dying over this little pain? Do you think you deserve the people who have cared for you?" While she spoke, she thought of herself, the smooth sailing before the age of 20 and the ups and downs after, wondering what she would experience in the future. Really, who isn't suffering? After Gu Ranran finished speaking, she quickly walked out of the ward and reminded the nurse outside, "Keep an eye on Li Zifeng. I'm afraid he has suicidal tendencies." In the afternoon, Gu Ranran finally found a chance to call Qiuyu. On the other end of the line, Qiuyu was so anxious she was incoherent, struggling to speak. "How's my uncle? Do you have a plan in place? How long will it take for my uncle to recover?" Gu Ranran quickly recounted what happened last night. "Don't worry, uncle is doing okay now. Our professor said as long as he gets through the first day, the medication will take effect quickly and the damaged areas will get repaired. We are already working on the second step of the treatment plan." Qiuyu rubbed her hands excitedly. "Really? I'll tell my mom right away." She was so worried last night that she couldn't sleep. While they were chatting, a sudden sound of hurried footsteps echoed down the corridor. Gu Ranran turned back to the corridor and saw a nurse rushing out of Qiu's uncle's ward in a panic. Her heart tightened, and she quickly made an excuse to hang up the call. "Something's come up. I'll talk to you later." Her heart raced as she questioned the nurse. "What happened? What's going on?" The nurse's voice trembled. The uncle inside suddenly became cold. It seems he stopped breathing. Gu Ranran's heart raced. Just a moment ago, her uncle was fine. How could he suddenly stop breathing? She rushed into the ward as fast as she could and saw the doctor using equipment to perform CPR. Thank goodness. It was the bed on the inside, not her uncle's. Gu Ranran's tense heart relaxed a bit. The patient was also a middle-aged man, around 50, looking tall and strong, with a healthy complexion. When he was admitted yesterday, he had been the one in the best condition, joking with everyone and insisting that it must be a misdiagnosis and asking for another test. Just one day had passed. How could it suddenly be like this? Gu Ranran stared at the increasingly urgent beeping of the monitor and then looked at the doctors sweating profusely, trying to save the unresponsive man on the bed. Her mind went blank. Moments later, the doctor helplessly lowered his arm and called the nurse behind him. "It's no use. Turn off the equipment and notify Professor Chung and his family." The uncle had died. the cause being a sudden deterioration of his condition. Furthermore, examinations confirmed it was not an allergic reaction caused by the medication number 12. Chapter 74. Mixed into the V. Everyone had been at the Research Institute for many years and was used to it. Every patient sent here was one who had nowhere else to turn and treated this place as a last hope. Naturally, there were great risks during the experimental process. Although the new medication had undergone multiple tests and had been tried on animals several times, its application to humans was limited. Moreover, individual differences in the adaptability of bodily cells would produce various reactions. A deterioration of conditions was naturally one of them. Another possibility was like the two cases just now. The patients were already critically ill, and even without any medication injected, they could deteriorate and die suddenly. Everyone's expression was heavy as they covered the deceased uncle with a white cloth and wheeled him out. This did not disturb the other patients, including Gao Changkai, who was still in a deep sleep. One patient had quietly disappeared like that. Ranran's head buzzed. Before coming to the Research Institute, she had only seen corpses in anatomy classes at the hospital, but here, it had happened repeatedly. She walked to the end of the corridor, stood on the balcony, and looked at the gray sky overhead, feeling increasingly small as a human being, truly just a tiny speck of dust in the universe, coming and going at will. At this moment, in the medication room, a tall, fair-skinned nurse was also staring blankly at the medicine cabinet, gazing at the bottles and jars inside, then glancing back at the large freezer behind her. Her hands, busy preparing medications, paused until someone passed by the door, snapping her back to reality, and she resumed her work. In the following days, the patients did not show significant reactions. Some minor symptoms like drowsiness, vomiting, and dizziness were considered normal. Their bodily cells were making new progress every day, and everyone's tense hearts gradually relaxed. The research team discussed whether, since the patient's conditions had stabilized, they should proceed to the second step, conducting a detailed examination of the viral factors in their bodies, targeting the medication, and striving to overcome this medical challenge as soon as possible. However, this proposal was immediately vetoed by Professor Chung. He took a deep breath. Let's wait another week. Some indicators have not met expectations. Starting rashly might be risky. Professor Chung was a leader and authority in the field of biology internationally, so when he spoke, everyone naturally agreed. Thus, they continued with the treatment using medication number 12 without launching into in-depth research. Sitting at the back of the conference room, Ranran occasionally took notes and occasionally glanced at Professor Chung, noticing that his fingers kept tapping on the table, a habitual action of his. Whenever he was thinking or pondering, he would do this. After the meeting, Ranran chatted with another intern beside her about the paper, staying a bit longer, and when she went out, the corridor was already empty. On a whim, she decided to check on Chiu Yu's uncle again. So she turned around halfway and headed straight to the pathology department. It was already afternoon, and the pathology department was very quiet. Ascending from the first floor, it was silent without a sound. Ranran directly swiped her wristband to the fourth floor. Upon entering the ward, she found Gao Changkai half leaning, half sitting on the bed, staring out the window. "Uncle, how are you feeling?" Ranran asked. "You were asleep the last few times I came to see you." "Yeah, my head feels heavy." Gao Changkai pressed his temples. "I don't know why. I've been foggy all day, hardly awake." Ranran explained. "That's a side effect of the new medication. Drowsiness is normal. If you feel uncomfortable, just tell the doctor." Gao Changkai looked puzzled. "Xiao Gu, I have a question I want to ask, but they won't tell me. What about the patient next to me? Why did he disappear as soon as I woke up?" Ranran fell silent, deciding to temporarily conceal the truth to avoid affecting his emotions, just like the other doctors had. He has been moved to a different floor. "Oh, I see." Gao Changkai nodded. After leaving the ward, Ranran let out a small sigh. It felt so much better to be a child, living authentically and openly, always fearless. However, adults always lie for various reasons. Each time it feels helpless, even requiring more lies to cover up the previous ones. But this is something no one can avoid. She hurried toward the elevator at the end of the corridor, planning to call Chiu Yu after she got outside. Just a few meters away, a nurse carrying a tray suddenly rushed out from the medication room. The two of them could not avoid each other and collided, causing the tray in the nurse's hand to crash to the ground. pills scattered everywhere, mixing with the several documents in Gu Ranran's hands. The nurse immediately apologized, and when Gu Ranran looked closely, she realized it was Fong Qi. She quickly comforted her, saying, "It's okay, it's okay. I'll help you pick it up." Fong Qi immediately refused, saying, No, these are medications specifically for the 4th floor, just taken out from the freezer, and they have a time limit. I need to deliver them right away." Gu Ranran had no choice but to pick up her own documents and stand by to watch. Fong Qi quickly collected the fallen medication boxes, placed them back on the tray, nodded at her, and hurried away. As Gu Ranran was about to stuff her documents into her bag after exiting the pathology building, a white pill suddenly fell out. Gu Ranran thought to herself that it must have accidentally slipped in earlier. Just as she was about to return it, she suddenly paused. She held the pill up and looked closely. There was a clear marking on it. This was clearly an ordinary vitamin. Why would it be in the medication for the patients on the 4th floor? Gu Ranran distinctly remembered that among the auxiliary medications for the 12th medication, there were only 2 types of enhancers, and no vitamins were mixed in. Fearing she might be mistaken, she called her senior brother, Qin Yuan, to inquire. He shook his head, saying the 12th medication was all prepared by Professor Chung. He never leaves such matters to others. The nurse's job is just to take the prepared medication out of the freezer and deliver it to the pharmacy at the scheduled time. Ranran, why are you asking this? Gu Ranran tightened her grip on the pill, speculating whether it was a personal mistake on Fong Qi's part. If such an error occurred, she would undoubtedly be fired. So she decided to keep it to herself for now. It's nothing, I was just asking casually. Gu Ranran decided to go back and ask Fong Qi for clarification. If she really had made a mistake, it needed to be corrected immediately. She turned around and quickly headed back to the pathology building. However, upon returning, she could not find Fong Qi. When she inquired, she was told that Fong Qi had just left after finishing her shift. Gu Ranran ran back to the ward and found that the patients had already taken their medication and they did not seem to have any significant reactions. She hesitated, wondering if this pill had indeed fallen in by mistake. Perhaps it was a misunderstanding? She felt a bit dazed, stayed in the pathology building for a while, and then left. Chapter 75. Stealing medication in secret. The next morning, Gu Ranran contacted Xishuangbanna at the usual time, and her voice on the phone was noticeably excited. Ranran, I dreamt about some terrifying things last night. It's just a dream. They aren't real. No, Ranran. Those must be things I've experienced. They felt very familiar. After waking up, I felt even more familiar with them. I wrote them down and will show you later. Xishuangbanna said anxiously. Gu Ranran nodded. Okay, I'll come to see you in a few days. Recently, Director Mu has been keeping an eye on me, so we should be careful. Okay, Xishuangbanna replied obediently. As time went on, the rapport between the two grew stronger. Their way of thinking and personalities destined this connection. They could always guess each other's thoughts and understand each other's feelings. Gu Ranran often had the illusion that perhaps she could become a lifelong good sister with Xishuangbanna. This feeling was wonderful and seemed to alleviate her long-standing sense of loneliness. She even thought that having someone with a similar gene might not be a bad thing after all. That night, just as Gu Ranran was about to put Fong Qi's matter behind her, she noticed a clue. Gu Ranran was working late and planned to stay overnight in the dormitory at the Research Institute. Before going to sleep, she wanted to take a look at Xiao Yu's uncle and that rebellious boy, Li Zifeng. Just as she reached the door, she saw Fong Qi darting past in the corridor, moving quickly and sneakily. Curious, Gu Ranran followed her and found that she had already closed the door to the medication room. She frowned at the door, wondering if it was just a coincidence this time. Was Fong Qi really hiding something, or was she overthinking? That afternoon, the research group held another meeting, this time focusing on the second phase of the project. Professor Chung was silent for a moment, and then said softly, although the patient's repair functions seemed to have improved, the medication's effectiveness is poor. Gu Ranran recalled Fong Qi's situation and asked, Professor, would the effect be better if these medications were combined with vitamins? Professor Chung was surprised. Of course not. Vitamins would greatly reduce the effectiveness of the medication. They cannot be mixed together. I remember discussing this with you before. Gu Ranran's heart sank, as if she had confirmed something. She replied softly, I understand. The poor effectiveness seemed indeed related to the vitamins Fong Qi had swapped. Gu Ranran thought for a moment and decided to quietly inform her senior brother, Qin Yuan. Qin Yuan listened and looked somewhat incredulous. Ranran, could it be that you saw it wrong? Fang Qi has worked in our pathology department for over 10 years, and everyone has always spoken highly of her. It's unlikely she would be promoted to head nurse otherwise. Brother, I can't be completely sure, but won't we find out if we investigate? Gu Ranran said softly. Qin Yuan frowned. Are you suggesting a covert investigation? Exactly. I've inquired, and there are 3 time slots for picking up medication from the 4th floor's pharmacy each day, with the evening being around 9:50. If we go during that time and check, it will be clear. After considering for a while, Qin Yuan nodded. All right, let's take a look. It will help dispel our doubts. The two quickly made plans. That night at 9 o'clock, Gu Ranran quietly entered the pathology building, hiding in a small storage room on the 4th floor, the very room where Dr. Gu had died. Although she still found it eerie, this position faced the corridor and had a window, making it the most convenient place for observation. Gu Ranran pressed herself against the wall, keeping a distance from where Dr. Gu had died. However, her eyes uncontrollably kept glancing at that spot. She even thought, could Dr. Gu's body suddenly appear there with a blink of an eye? This thought sent chills down her spine. She clenched her fist to stay calm while peeking through the window. After an unknown amount of time, she finally saw Fang Qi enter the medication room. She checked her wristband. It was 9:35, and she estimated Fang Qi would come out in about 10 minutes. She immediately sent a message to Qin Yuan through her wristband. Most areas on the 4th floor had poor signal reception, likely due to the numerous instruments that had been shielded to eliminate unnecessary interference. After waiting patiently for a while, sure enough, at 9:45, Fang Qi came out carrying a tray. Just as she did, a young nurse suddenly popped out from the corridor and said something to Fang Qi. Upon hearing it, Fang Qi panicked, quickly handed the tray to her, and rushed towards the elevator. This was a plan the two had discussed. Since Fang Qi had a daughter in middle school, they had the intern nurse find her, saying her daughter's school needed her to come quickly because the child had broken her foot. Although this approach was somewhat underhanded for Fang Qi, her daughter was her top priority, and this tactic would make her lower her guard and leave quickly. After she left, Qin Yuan emerged from the stairwell, calmly taking the tray from the young nurse and sending her away. Gu Ranran ran out of the small storage room, exchanged a glance with him, and then they both entered the medication room, quickly locking the door behind them. They began inspecting the medication boxes. Upon checking, Qin Yuan was left speechless. Ranran, you were right. All the medications in these boxes are indeed vitamins. Fang Qi swapped the drugs. Gu Ranran thought for a moment, opened all the cabinets in the medication room, rummaged around, and then headed straight for the nurse's changing room on the 4th floor. Sure enough, she found a large amount of number 12 medication packed in plastic bags in Fang Qi's locker. Seeing this, she felt heartbroken because this medication is rare and expensive, and it must be kept at low temperatures to maintain its efficacy. Now, it had been carelessly thrown here and had lost its effectiveness. Gu Ranran took the bags out, and as she walked out, Qin Yuan, waiting at the door, quickly glanced at her. Is it really her? Yes. Gu Ranran weakly nodded. I really regret it. I should have caught her earlier to ask for details. This way, some losses could still be recovered. Qin Yuan reached out to take the bag. It's not too late now. I mean, the reason why the medication's efficacy never meets expectations. It turns out I don't understand why Fang Qi did this. If it was to steal the medication, it's already ineffective. Gu Ranran was also puzzled by this. Perhaps only she knows. Why don't we before she could finish her sentence? Footsteps echoed from the other end of the corridor, moving quickly, so the two had no time to retreat and ran into the hurriedly returning Fang Qi. Chapter 76. Analyzing the reasons, Fang Qi immediately spotted the bags in their hands. Her face changed drastically, and without saying a word, she turned and ran. Gu Ranran shouted, "Stop, you stop!" The more she shouted, the faster Fang Qi ran, her panicked demeanor confirming that she had something to hide. Qin Yuan and Gu Ranran chased after her. If she ran downstairs, the security on the 1st floor would definitely stop her, and Qin Yuan was worried about that. But they didn't expect that Fang Qi would run up the stairs all the way to the rooftop. The building of the Pathology Institute has 4 floors. and the rooftop platform had been abandoned for a long time. Usually no one went up there. Fang Qi ran wildly, and after reaching the rooftop, she realized she had no way to retreat. Facing the approaching Qin Yuan and Ranran, she stammered, "Don't come over. Don't come over. Fang Qi, are you crazy? Why did you switch the medication? Do you want to sell it for money? Or do you want to harm these patients?" Qin Yuan's voice was agitated, pressing closer. Fang Qi, frightened, kept retreating, and in a panic, backed up to the railing at the back, which was old and rusty, with several damaged spots. She unfortunately stepped back onto a cracked section. Just as it seemed she was about to fall, Ranran reached out to pull her. But Fang Qi couldn't stop herself, and with a tumble, she fell off the building. A scream and a violent crash echoed in the air. And Qin Yuan and Ranran exchanged terrified glances before rushing to the railing. Looking down at Fang Qi lying on the ground on the first floor, both of them horrified. Neither of them could say a word, and they ran downstairs. Once they calmed down, Ranran began a call for an ambulance. By the time they reached the bottom, security had already arrived, and several patients on the upper floors poked their heads out, staring at Fang Qi on the ground. Qin Yuan quickly ran over to check, and Ranran was sweating in her palms, her voice trembling. "How is she?" Her breathing and pulse were relatively stable, but she was unconscious, and her legs were severely injured, requiring immediate surgery. She needed to be rushed to a major hospital in the city. Qin Yuan quickly directed the security, "Hurry and call a surgeon for emergency treatment." The Pathology Institute has both internal and external doctors, but they usually only provide auxiliary treatments for research purposes. For a fall patient like this, they lacked the equipment and could only perform some emergency measures. After the surgeon provided basic treatment, the ambulance arrived, and they lifted Fang Qi onto a stretcher and took her to the hospital. Just as Ranran was preparing to follow, Professor Chung came over and stopped them, sending another colleague to accompany them. "Xiao Qin, Xiao Gu, come here for a moment." After the ambulance left, Professor Chung called them. What was bound to come eventually did, and under everyone's gaze, the two followed Professor Chung into his office. The curtains in his office were drawn all year round, making it extremely dim even during the day. He turned on the desk lamp, and the room finally had a warm, yellow light. Under the lamp, Professor Chung's wrinkles were particularly deep as he looked at them. What is going on with Fang Qi? Was such a big issue. The two dared not hide anything and immediately recounted the whole story in detail, including the previous suspicions and the subsequent discovery process. After listening, Professor Chung sighed. "So that's where the problem lies. Fang Qi has such audacity. I thought she was an honest child. Fortunately, it was discovered early. The medication has only been switched for a few days, and there is still time to correct it. Yes, I was even thinking, could the sudden deterioration of those two patients be related to the medication switch?" Ranran suddenly said. Professor Chung was silent for a moment. That is not necessarily the case. Individual differences lead to different results. Ranran looked at him. "Once she wakes up, everything will be clear." Just then, the phone in Professor Chung's office rang. He answered it, listened for a while, then hung up. "Fang Qi is not in life-threatening danger. She just needs immediate surgery on her leg, scheduled for tomorrow morning, so you can rest assured." "That's good." Qin Yuan patted his chest. "As long as she is okay." Ranran also breathed a sigh of relief, although that was an accident. Fang Qi going to the rooftop had to do with them. A living life cannot be taken away just because she made a mistake. That night, after returning to the dormitory from the Research Institute, Ranran carefully recalled everything that had happened during the day and found it even more puzzling. She called Lu Ran to ask, "Are you familiar with Fang Qi?" "Not really. Why? Is she okay?" Lu Ran asked. Ranran whispered, "She's not in life-threatening danger. I just want to know what her family situation is like. She doesn't have any debts or anything outside, right?" The first possibility that came to Ranran's mind was that she might have damaged the Research Institute's project for money or tried to steal the number 12 medication. Lu Ran thought for a moment and said, "I'm not sure about debts, but I've heard colleagues mention that she got divorced last month. She's living with her daughter. Was she like usually?" Well, Lu Ran shook his head. "I've had very little contact with her, but she has worked at the Research Institute for over a decade, and I haven't heard of any conflicts, She should be quite easygoing. The two chatted for a while, but there were no useful clues. Feng Qi was very ordinary, so ordinary that there was no breakthrough point. She decided to find an opportunity to go to the hospital tomorrow, as long as she was awake. She would definitely be able to ask clearly about the reason for the medication switch. The next day, before she could take action, Professor Chung called for her and Qin Yuan. Let us go. Feng Qi's leg surgery is today. We'll go see how it goes. The three got in a Qin Yuan's business car and headed to the city hospital. Inside the car, the atmosphere was particularly silent, especially with the esteemed Professor Chung present. Qin Yuan and Gu Ranran didn't dare to speak up. Professor Chung occasionally looked at his watch, then leaned back in his seat, closing his eyes to rest. Looking extremely fatigued, Gu Ranran stole a glance at him, thinking that most elderly people his age would be nearing retirement. Yet Professor Chung was still working late like a young person. It really wasn't easy. The car sped to the city hospital's entrance, and the three got out and headed towards the operating room. Just as they exited the elevator, they saw two doctors in white coats hurriedly rushing to the operating room, followed by two nurses. Their urgent demeanor made Gu Ranran very curious. What happened to them? They probably had an emergency patient. Qin Yuan glanced at the operating room. Gu Ranran ran to the front desk to inquire and learned that Feng Qi was still in the operating room. The three of them sat in the waiting area for a while. After a while, a doctor hurriedly walked out, scanning the room. Who is Feng Qi's family? Chapter 77. Feng Qi's death in the crowd. A tall teenage girl stood up, nervously looking at the doctor. I'm her daughter. Doctor, how is my mom? The doctor hesitated. Where is your father? Or other relatives? It's just me. The girl pressed her lips tightly and straightened her back. Just tell me whatever you need to. Professor Chung stepped forward. Doctor, I am the head of Feng Qi's unit. Please let me know what the matter is. The doctor looked at them, his expression somewhat regretful. Feng Qi fainted during the surgery and then had severe convulsions. We did our best, but what happened to my mom? You have to tell me. The girl screamed, rushing forward to grab the doctor's arm. The doctor sighed. I'm very sorry. I don't believe it. You're lying. It was just a minor leg surgery. Your hospital is deceiving people. The girl howled, turning to charge into the operating room, but Gu Ranran held her tightly. The doctor's face was a bit pale. All surgical procedures were followed according to protocol, and we are still investigating the specifics. Professor Chung remained silent for a long time, and after a minute, he turned back. Qin Yuan, take Xiao, go back first. I will stay at the hospital to handle this. He turned to the girl and said, Little girl, I am your mother's supervisor. Trust me. I will get to the bottom of this and give you mother an explanation. The distraught girl was pulled down by two nurses who had rushed over, one on each side holding her arms, and she began to cry loudly, shouting to go into the operating room to see her mother. Gu Ranran felt her eyes go dry at this scene. She reached out to comfort the girl, but when the words reached her lips, she didn't know what to say. Qin Yuan patted her shoulder. Let us go listen to the professor. We should go back first. There are too many people here, and it won't help. Let us go. Gu Ranran weakly nodded, and after walking a few steps towards the door, she turned back to look at the tightly closed operating room doors. Senior brother, I don't understand. How could a perfectly healthy person die just from a leg surgery? Qin Yuan shook his head. I was thinking she was very lucky that when she fell from the fourth floor, the branches cushioned her a bit. So she didn't get seriously hurt. But who knew, senior brother? Is it really all right for the professor to be there alone? If it's a medical dispute, it could be very troublesome. Gu Ranran continued. Qin Yuan wrapped his arm around her shoulder. Don't worry. Professor Chung is familiar with all aspects of the hospital and has collaborated many times. Having familiar faces there will only make it better. The two slowly walked out of the hospital. At that moment, there were still many patients coming and going in the hospital lobby. Gu Ranran felt a bit dazed. She glanced at the crowd and lowered her voice. Why does it feel like more than half of them are elderly? Qin Yuan smiled helplessly. I assent that, right? Our aging population is already very serious, and this year's statistics have risen again, reaching a historic high. But the birth rate and marriage rate have been declining year after year. Let us go. I'll take you back to the dormitory, so you can have a good rest. Gu Ranran thought, perhaps Professor Chung was right. If we don't intervene, the population might eventually become extinct. She drooped her head. Senior brother, Take me back to the research institute. I'm not in the mood. Working might calm me down a bit. Sure, I just need to confirm a few data points again. Let us finish them together today. Qin Yuan opened the car door. Sitting in the car, Ranran still couldn't calm down. It was surprising that her thoughts were sensitive. She kept thinking about that girl from earlier. She was only about 12 or 13, just a middle school child. With no close relatives at home, her only companion, her mother, had now passed away. For her, it would be a devastating blow. She even thought, if she hadn't discovered her or chased after her, would she have died? But as soon as this thought arose, her heart quickly dismissed it, because in that situation, not stopping her would have harmed more patients. By then, there could have been more than just those two dying. That day, after returning to the research institute, Ranran and Qin Yuan dove into the laboratory, starting a new round of experiments, battling it out with those data. Meanwhile, in the office, news of Fang Qi's death had already spread like wildfire, and everyone was discussing it. In the afternoon, when Ranran and Qin Yuan came out of the laboratory, Professor Chung had also returned. He held up several pages of paper. This is the surgical accident report for Fang Qi. The hospital found a large amount of sleeping pills in her system, which he had secretly brought and taken before the surgery. This was the cause of her fainting and death during the semi-anesthesia procedure. Qin Yuan murmured, "It seems she committed suicide out of guilt." Yes, to clarify the reason, I also contacted her neighbors. They said her husband cheated on her and left her a few months ago. Since then, she often complained and her temper became very strange. Professor Chung's brows furrowed. I also reported this to the police. Everyone analyzed her behavior as a social revenge act after emotional distress. Sigh. This Fang Qi is really disappointing. Ranran felt a mix of emotions, anger and injustice. Just for a scumbag, she harmed so many people. What was she thinking? Did she want everyone to die with her? Qin Yuan sighed. Professor, what about her daughter? Isn't that child now an orphan? That won't be the case. Fang Qi's mother is still alive, just quite old, in her 70s or 80s. Her daughter Duo is currently very emotional and will be taken to the countryside to live with her grandmother after her mother's affairs are settled. That will at least give her some support, Professor Chung said slowly. With Professor Chung's South arrangements in place, Ranran felt a bit of relief in her heart. She quickly said, "That's good. Professor, I'll go check on the wards now." The psychologist intervened this morning, and they provided comfort and guidance to the patients. "I'll go see the situation." All right, Professor Chung said with appreciation. Xiao Ge works very diligently. Young people should be like this to cultivate more in their careers. This will be beneficial for your future. Ranran nodded and quickly left. For some reason, she still felt very oppressed. Discussing Fang Qi's topic still made her heart feel heavy. When she returned to the ward, she saw two patients in wheelchairs moving down the corridor. Ranran immediately spotted Gao Chunkai and quickly walked over to support his wheelchair. "Uncle, why are you out here alone?" "Fi na, si ya yi." Gao Chunkai smiled. "Look at how advanced this wheelchair is. You can control it with your fingers. I've never seen anything like this before." Chapter 78. Fang Qi's funeral. Ranran said softly, "You need to see it again. When you recover and are discharged, you won't need to sit in this anymore. I'm looking forward to that day." Gao Chunkai sighed. "I'm here, and my sister and niece are so worried. I hope to go out as soon as possible." "You will." Ranran smiled to comfort him. She chatted with him for a while before going to the pharmacy to check the situation. After checking today's medication, everything had returned to normal. The number 12 medications were neatly lined up and just waiting to be sent to the wards. A little nurse in the pharmacy was recording something while occasionally smiling at her. The name tag on the nurse's uniform read Intern Nurse Zhou Tong. Ranran remembered clearly. She was the little nurse Qin Yuan had called for help that day. She said gently, "Thank you for helping out that day." Zhou Tong shook her head. "Although I'm just an intern, the Research Institute's matters are also my matters. What Fang Qi did would harm the patients." "This girl has a very correct perspective." Ranran praised her. "How old are you this year? You don't look like you're even 20 yet." "Sister Ge, I'm 17 this year. I'm currently in my 4th year studying special nursing in medical school," Zhou Tong explained. After hesitating for a moment, she suddenly asked, "Is Fang Qi okay?" This question was truly heart-wrenching. Ranran remained silent for a moment and shook her head. There was an accident during the surgery. She is already Zhou Tong was startled, and the pen in her hand fell to the ground. How could this be? When Brother Qin looked for me, he said she will be fine. Fang Qi has had a hard time. She got divorced and raised Duo alone, but she never complained. She was always very serious at work. I believe there must have been some reason for her changing the medication. Never complained? Ranran frowned, clearly remembering Professor Chung saying that since Fang Qi's divorce, she had often complained and her temper had become very strange. Who exactly is right? Zhou Tong nodded seriously. Really? Sometimes she even chats with us, saying that it might not be a bad thing for such a man to leave. She just worries about Duo, saying she doesn't want to influence her views on marriage. Sister Fang is really a good woman. I understand. Ranran patted her shoulder. Just focus on your work. Don't take this to heart. Zhou Tong responded with a hum, bent down to pick up her pen, and continued taking notes. Ranran also walked slowly out of the pharmacy. Her mind was in disarray, thinking about Zhou Tong's words. She wondered if there was some misunderstanding in this. Just as she was thinking, a male voice sounded. Are you picking up money? Ranran looked up and saw Li Zifeng leaning against the wall in front of the ward diagonally across from her, looking at her with a sarcastic expression. His clothing was very thin. Although it was summer, the temperature in the Pathology Institute was set very low. Ranran walked over to support him. Let's go back to the ward and get dressed. Li Zifeng disdainfully said, I have a hand disability, not a foot disability. I don't need your help. Besides, am I running around naked just because I'm not wearing clothes? How can you be so rebellious at such a young age? Ranran retorted. Being rebellious won't make your illness get better faster. Li Zifeng coldly smiled and snorted through his nose. How much older are you? Don't be so old-fashioned. It's ridiculous. No matter how much older, I'm still your senior in life. Ranran said firmly, grabbing his arm and pulling him forcefully into the ward. With a rebellious teenager like Li Zifeng, reasoning was less effective than being assertive, because in his life, there were always people trying to reason with him. After hearing it too many times, he became tired of it, feeling like only a fool would listen to nonsense. Li Zifeng might not have much strength due to his long illness, as he was easily dragged into the ward by Ranran and forcibly sat on the hospital bed. He glared at her in dissatisfaction and glanced out the window. What about that woman the other day? She asked fine. Ranran knew he was referring to Fang Qi. Professor Chung had instructed all staff not to mention Fang Qi's death in front of patients to avoid causing panic. The unanimous statement was that she had fallen and was no longer in danger. From the looks of it, it doesn't seem like anything happened. Li Zifeng glanced out the window again. I saw her fall. She was first blocked by the eaves, then by a branch, and when she hit the ground, there wasn't much noise. Ranran asked, How did you see that? I was just looking out the window and happened to see it. Li Zifeng seemed unwilling to discuss the matter further. He lay back down on the bed, curling up. Enough. I want to sleep now. You can go. His figure was very thin, and wearing the thin hospital gown, his shoulder bones were protruding. Ranran stood for a while, walked over, quickly pulled up the blanket, and draped it over him, then turned to leave. If you need anything, you can come find me. I come to the Pathology Institute every day. Li Zifeng didn't reply. His gaze was still looking out the window, but he was paying attention to Ranran until her footsteps gradually faded away. Only then did he turn his head, staring blankly at the now empty doorway for a long time. He vaguely remembered that his frail mother also liked to cover him with a quilt. But as she covered him, she disappeared, and he never saw her again. It's better that she disappeared. With her frail body, living in this world must have been quite painful. A few days later, the news about Fang Qi changing her medication and committing suicide spread quickly throughout the research institute. However, Professor Chung said that since the person was dead, there was no need to pursue the matter further. The institute was very considerate about her funeral arrangements, sending someone to handle it and providing a sum of compensation that would be sent regularly each year for Duo's education and living expenses. Ranran thought to herself, this could be considered the best outcome. Not letting those mistakes be widely exposed to the outside world was, for Fang Qi, a form of protection. That day, she came out of the conference room and saw Professor Chung on the balcony of the corridor. He was staring blankly at the woods, holding a cigarette that he hadn't smoked. the burning and almost reaching his fingers. After Ranran reminded him a couple of times, he finally threw the cigarette butt away and stamped on it hard. Little Go, I was just thinking about the drug ratio and completely forgot about the cigarette in my hand, Professor Chung laughed. Although he was smiling, Ranran noticed that he looked much more haggard, seeming to be more stooped, and there seemed to be more wrinkles. After all, Professor Chung was not even 70 yet. Should he look like this? Ranran speculated that it must be due to the series of incidents at the Pathology Institute that weighed heavily on his mind. After thinking for a moment, she asked, Professor, has everything regarding Fangchi been taken care of? Do you need me to help? Professor Chung hesitated for a moment. The funeral is tomorrow, but there won't be many people there. If you want to go, then go. After all, they're all colleagues from the Institute. Just comfort that child, Sai. Chapter 79. Funeral scene. Ranran nodded. I'll call my senior brother to go with me. I'll go work now. That night, Ranran set her alarm clock for 5 in the morning because she needed to arrive at the funeral home before 7. And it was over an hour-ish drive from here. She worried that if she overslept, she would be late. She wanted to fall asleep quickly, but the more she thought about it, the more she couldn't sleep. After tossing and turning a few times, she simply sat up. She opened her wristband and called Xiaoyu. What are you doing? I'm feeling quite upset right now. Can we chat? Xiaoyu, who was reading at home, responded, Sure, I'm studying a book on organ failure. Although it's too late for me to study medicine now, it's still beneficial to read more. Do you have something on your mind? Ranran thought for a moment and told Xiaoyu about Fang Chi's situation. Can you help me analyze why she would change her medication? As the saying goes, a bystander sees clearly. After listening, Xiaoyu raised 2 questions. First, if she was changing medication, why didn't she switch to poison, but instead chose a vitamin that is so non-threatening? Second, since she had a broken leg and was hospitalized, how did she manage to sneak out a large dose of sleeping pills? Isn't that a bit suspicious? Don't you trust your Professor Chung too much? This statement awakened Ranran. She indeed hadn't doubted Professor Chung, but those doubts were undeniably present. She had read the accident report, but it didn't mention at all how Fang Chi obtained the sleeping pills. Moreover, she immediately thought of a third point, which was that the medication Fang Chi had changed, the so-called number 12 medication, really didn't have any other ingredients. After all, these medications were all compounded by Professor Chung himself without anyone else's intervention. Ranran thought for a moment and called Qin Yuan, senior brother. Is the medication that Fang Chi changed last time still there? Qin Yuan thought for a moment. Yes, I casually put it in the miscellaneous cabinet of the pharmacy. Why do you want that? It's nothing, I just asked casually. I'm worried they might mix it with the drugs in the freezer. Ranran was silent for a moment, making up a reason. It's not that she didn't trust her senior brother, but it was better to be cautious regarding matters related to Professor Chung. Qin Yuan yawned. Don't worry, Ranran. There won't be such a thing. Go to sleep early. It's already very late. Ranran hung up the phone and tossed and turned in bed several times. Finally, she fell asleep. But this sleep was not peaceful. She dreamt of many unpleasant things. In her dream, she kept running, with a sound of footsteps behind her, sometimes near and sometimes far, mixed with eerie howls. She was clearly so frightened that her heart felt like it was about to explode, but her legs could only subconsciously move forward, because if she slowed down even a step or two, she would be torn apart and devoured by whatever was behind her. In the dream, she didn't know how long she had been running, until the alarm clock rang, and she suddenly woke up, the back of her pajamas almost soaked with sweat. Hastily getting up to wash up in the bathroom, she looked at her haggard self in the mirror. Both her pale skin and bloodshot eyes proved that today was not a good day. Ranran sighed, pulled open the wardrobe, found a set of all black clothes, and quickly changed before heading out. It was only 5:30 in the morning, and the night sky was still pitch black. As she went downstairs, she heard a few barks from somewhere, but it quickly fell silent again. She drove to the funeral home, and the streets in the early morning were nearly deserted, except for the diligent road-cleaning robots that had already started their work. Ranran suddenly remembered that her grandfather had once said in his books that these robots had taken too many people's jobs. Humans created them, only to end up destroying themselves. She actually thought her grandfather's views were too extreme. The existence of robots was meant to liberate humanity, allowing everyone to free themselves from heavy physical labor and thus have the energy to do more important things. The so-called job loss only applied to those with poor learning abilities who could only scrape by at the bottom. Nowadays, there are numerous universities, all free, and as long as one put in a little more time and effort, they could learn skills. For example, jobs like cleaning are still partially done by humans, especially in large office spaces. However, they're not just mechanically sweeping and mopping. They operate robots to do the work and handle some detailed organizing and garbage classification and purification. What we should really fear are robots like 009, by a twist of fate, possess exceptionally high intelligence and learning capabilities. In a sense, they are superior to humans. And to make matters worse, they develop self-awareness. Once they have awareness, they will experience emotions such as jealousy, desire, and a sense of conquest. So, 009 would fall in love with Xishuangbanna, use his intelligence to find financial loopholes for profit, and even infiltrate the public security system Skynet, quietly erasing his traces. Fortunately, his strengths also became his weaknesses. His feelings for Xishuangbanna made him willing to disregard his own life for her. To be honest, when Ranran learned about this, she was somewhat shocked, which was also why she repeatedly advised Xishuangbanna. Although he was just a robot, his love was no less than that of a human, and even more pure, so pure that he was willing to let her go, even at the cost of his life. Ranran could never understand why Xishuangbanna was so heartless. Clearly, 009 still had a chance to appeal, but she was unwilling to comfort him, even refusing to see him one last time. After the news of 009's destruction came, she didn't even shed a tear. How heartless could this woman be? Ranran was secretly astonished. Afterward, she thought about it repeatedly. She realized that Xishuangbanna and she actually shared the same mindset. So what would she do in such a situation? The conclusion was that Xishuangbanna might do something big. What exactly it was remained a mystery. Ranran was lost in thought, yet her driving speed did not decrease at all. The empty morning road allowed her to reach the funeral home in less time than usual. The farewell ceremony for Feng Qi was held in the late chrysanthemum hall of the funeral home. When Ranran arrived, the staff were already inside preparing, stating that it would start promptly at 7:30. So everyone waited outside, but there weren't many people. Feng Qi's elderly mother and daughter Duo, along with a young woman who seemed to be Duo's teacher, were supporting them. Apart from that, there were only a few colleagues from the research institute. It was cold and lonely, with the air feeling desolate. Duo and her grandmother were both crying silently, tears streaming down their faces. And the sight of the grandmother and granddaughter was heart-wrenching. Everyone was silent, their eyes fixed on the door of the late chrysanthemum hall, until at 7:30. The door quietly opened. Ranran walked in slowly with the crowd, until she saw Feng Qi's face on the farewell bed. After the restoration, she looked as if she were just sleeping, with a slight blush on her cheeks. Ranran stared at Feng Qi's face, her thoughts a bit hazy, always feeling that in the next moment, she would open her eyes and bounce up from the bed. Just then, a shrill cry erupted from the side. "Mom? Mom! Wake up! It's me, Duo!" Feng Qi's daughter had somehow thrown herself onto the body, holding her tightly and refusing to let go. The grandmother kept tugging at her hand, her hoarse voice unable to utter a word, and the two of them cried together. Everyone tried to comfort them, and Duo's teacher kept patting her shoulder, saying one word at a time. "Let your mom go in peace. Don't smudge her makeup. Let her leave beautifully." Under her soothing words, Duo finally quieted down, supported by her teacher to stand upright. She was still sobbing uncontrollably, shaking constantly, even forgetting to bow. Ranran also felt a blockage in her heart. She gazed at Feng Qi and silently thought, "If you have grievances, please tell me in some way. I will find the truth and clear your name, of course, if you are innocent." She bowed to the body 3 times, then turned to leave. Just as she reached the door, Duo ran over crying and shouted at her, "Stop." Ranran turned back, looking at her sympathetically. "Please accept my condolences." Why are you chasing my mom? If you didn't chase her, she wouldn't have fallen." Duo exploded like an angry little lion. Ranran looked into her eyes and replied calmly, Even if we didn't chase her, countless others would have. Because your mother did something wrong. You're talking nonsense. My mom is a good person. She wouldn't do anything bad. Duo cried. The teacher came over, pulling Duo into her embrace, and said apologetically to Ranran, I'm sorry. It's not your fault. She's still young and doesn't understand. Ranran shook her head. It's not her fault. No one can accept this. Is there still no final result regarding her mother? Teacher Sun said urgently. Actually, I can't believe it either. Ms. Fong is kind and gentle. She wouldn't steal medicine. She wouldn't take revenge on society. She has a daughter. A mother cares most about her child. She wouldn't risk going to jail for this. As a fellow mother, I understand. Ranran's heart jolted. This reminded her that could Fong Chi really go that crazy for revenge? She took a deep breath and looked at the teacher. I understand. Don't worry, Teacher Sun. Even if the institute doesn't investigate, I will look into it thoroughly. This is something I would do regardless of whether you said this or not. Teacher Sun nodded vigorously, also bowing to her, then turned and ran back. Ranran watched her back, remaining silent for a long time before getting into her car. She drove straight to the research institute, planning to take out that bag of pills for thorough testing. She sped all the way and arrived at the research institute just after 8 o'clock. But the result left her speechless. All the medications that Qin Yuan had prepared in the pharmacy on the 4th floor of the pathology department had vanished without a trace, not even leaving behind that plastic bag. Just then, a cleaning lady passed by the entrance, and Ranran called out to her, Excuse me, what happened to the things in this cabinet? The older sister replied, The office arranged for me to clean this cabinet this morning, and the things inside have already been thrown away. Ranran immediately turned to run towards the trash can downstairs, but the older sister said from behind, Don't look for it anymore. It's just some discarded pills, classified as medical waste and already decomposed. Ranran was instantly petrified. Could it be so coincidental? It hadn't been cleaned for several days, and suddenly it was today? With the items gone, how could she continue her investigation? Suddenly, Ranran thought of something. She decided to open the freezer and check the medication number 12. But when she reached the freezer, she found it was actually locked with a fingerprint lock. She ran to the nurse's station to inquire, Is the medicine cabinet locked now? Yes, Zhou Tong replied. This is a rule set by Professor Chung, meant to prevent human damage, so it can only be opened at fixed times by designated personnel. As Ranran felt despair, she became even more suspicious. One thing after another, could it really be so coincidental? Feeling dejected, she walked into the corridor, pondering what other methods she could use when a voice called out to her, Are you picking up money again? Ranran looked up and was surprised to see Li Zifeng, still in his thin plaid hospital gown, with his hair disheveled like straw, standing at the hospital door, looking at her with contempt. Ranran was irritated and had no mood to talk to him, so she turned to leave. But Li Zifeng quickly approached and blocked her way. As Ranran sized him up, he sensitively retracted his disabled hand back in his pocket, saying, Can you come in with me? I have something to show you. This was the first time he had been so proactive, usually so strange and gloomy. It was quite unexpected. Ranran didn't want to discourage him, so she followed him into the ward. Once inside, Li Zifeng didn't make any move at first. But after she got closer, he pulled something from his pocket, clenched it in his fist, and then slowly unfolded it. Are you looking for this? Ranran's pupils contracted when she saw what was in his palm. How do you have this? Li Zifeng shrugged. I saw that Qin was called to clean up, and out of curiosity, I took a few pills. What is this, anyway? Master brother? Ranran was very surprised, quickly taking a few pills from him. These are some experimental drugs. Thank you for this matter. Please don't tell anyone else. After saying this, Ranran nodded gratefully and turned to leave the ward. The pills in her palm felt like a hot iron, making her whole body flush from the palm to the veins to the heart. Chapter 81. Suspicious formula. Ranran no longer believed this was a coincidence. Just yesterday, she had inquired with her senior brother, and today he had used Professor Cheng's name to clean up the drugs. What was he trying to cover up? She decided that she could no longer trust anyone, because everyone in this research institute was highly suspicious. She wanted to conduct a test right away, but this was very difficult. Whether it was the outside laboratory or the core laboratory of the Pathology Institute, there were always people around during the day, making it easy for her to be discovered if she tested the pill. So she had to find a good opportunity. Ranran pretended to be casual and went to the office to ask Director Luo about her colleague's schedule for the day. After some coaxing, Director Luo said, "Director Mu has been abroad for several days, and Professor Chung has a speech today. As for the others, nothing has been decided yet. Why are you asking this?" "Oh, I have a schedule and wanted to ask them to take a look." Ranran casually fabricated a reason. Director Luo didn't suspect her and continued to fiddle with the documents on the desk. However, Ranran at the distant desk gave her several subtle signals. After Ranran approached her, she mysteriously said, "Ranran, your senior brother could be the model worker of our research institute. When I swiped my card this morning, I found he arrived at 5 in the morning. Can't he sleep?" Ranran was speechless, thinking he wasn't unable to sleep, just had important things to do. And this matter was precisely the truth she wanted to investigate. In the following days, Ranran continued to work as usual, but kept an eye on the laboratory and her colleagues' movements in the shadows. She wanted to find a suitable opportunity. However, this idea proved to be quite difficult. After waiting and waiting, finally on the third night, she found an opportunity. That night in the core laboratory, only 2 researchers were working. These 2 had a habit of having late-night snacks. So Ranran thought for a moment and gave them the high-value voucher Xiao you had given her last time. This was for a newly opened barbecue restaurant in the city, which was very popular. Using this voucher meant they could enjoy a 30% discount, a great deal. The 2 invited Ranran to join them, but she declined, saying, "I've gained several pounds recently. I'll just stay at work. I'll help you finish processing the data that hasn't been tested yet." The 2 were very happy to hear this and immediately drove to the city, completely unaware of Ranran's ambiguous expression. Taking advantage of the absence of others, she rushed to the core laboratory as fast as she could and locked the door. Although the formula for medication number 12 was classified, Ranran knew most of its components. So she just needed to test this pill and roughly compare it to know the differences. As Ranran swiftly operated, she kept an eye on the time on the wall, determined to finish before the 2 returned. She first crushed the pill into powder, then used tweezers to place some into a glass container, finally using several methods to determine the components: decomposition method, dissolution method, and particle isolation method. For ordinary drugs, one method might suffice to identify the components, but the production process of medication number 12 was complex and the component ratios were intricate. So even with multiple methods, it might not accurately identify. What Ranran knew was that one of the most important components of medication number 12 was Shili-mating-1, which was crucial for promoting cell repair and restoration and was the core content of this drug. As for the others, she knew very little. She repeatedly performed comparisons, and in the gaps of waiting, did not forget to help those 2 colleagues organize data, working busily like a top, hardly having time to drink water. The hour hand pointed to 1 o'clock in the morning, and it had been 3 hours since those 2 left. Ranran knew it was urgent now, as they could return at any moment. But looking at her progress, she had just passed 80%. She was extremely anxious, constantly urging herself to hurry, faster. This feeling reminded her of her time at the capital's gene bank. The anticipation of waiting for data was exactly the same as now. Her speed increased significantly, and finally, one by one, the experiments were nearing completion. Just as she was finishing the last touches, she heard footsteps outside the laboratory door. Ranran was so anxious that sweat beaded on her forehead, and in a flurry, she managed to finish everything just as they opened the door. The 2 seemed to have had a bit to drink, their cheeks flushed, and when they pushed the door open, their eyes appeared a bit dazed. One of them shook the takeout box in his hand. "Xiao, we brought you some crayfish." Ranran suddenly stood up. "You're back? How was it over there?" "Yeah, not bad." The person placed the takeout box on the table by the door, then walked over to check the computer. "Oh, you finished organizing the data. Xiao, you're really impressive." Ranran quietly wiped the sweat from her forehead. "Not at all. You guys had already set up the program. I just filled in the records a bit. Thanks for the crayfish. I'll take it outside to eat." After saying this, Ranran quickly stuffed her things into her pocket, grabbed the box of crayfish, and fled the laboratory. 2 minutes later, she was back in her temporary dormitory. The box of crayfish was thrown aside, and she hadn't even opened the packaging. Ranran had already taken the data strip, and started comparing it with the records in her notebook. She calculated the proportions of each chemical component, filled in a table to organize her findings, and finally reached a conclusion. The moment she saw the results, her expression was complex, both expected and greatly disappointed. This tablet composition was indeed that of the 12th drug, yet it was not just the 12th drug. Besides the common excipients, its main component was indeed the Xishuangbanna pill, but the proportion was astonishingly high. It exceeded the prescribed amount by 3 times, far surpassing the safety standards. Ranran clearly knew that the Xishuangbanna pill was a new type of drug with both benefits and drawbacks. It was like poison. Too little might save someone, but too much could be lethal. What did 3 times the amount mean? It was purely a dosage that was countless times larger, either healing or killing. The previous research direction was correct, and the ratio was determined through countless experiments by scientists. Why would the drug react this way? Could it be that Professor Chung made a mistake in the formulation? No, that was unlikely. Professor Chung was rigorous and strict in his work. Even if everyone made a small mistake, he could spot it immediately with his keen eye. It was absolutely impossible for him to make such a big mistake. Ranran paced back and forth in her room, her mind a tangled mess, both anxious and tense. She felt trapped in a maze, searching for an exit. But the fog was thick, and she kept going in circles. Chapter 82. Continue the investigation. After pondering for a while, she decided to call Qiu. Although Qiu was not familiar with the industry, she was quick-witted and full of ideas, so perhaps she could come up with a new perspective. On the other end of the line, Qiu was still half asleep, sounding dazed. Ranran quickly explained the situation, glossing over the technical details and mainly discussing the results. Qiu rubbed her eyes and became more awake. Yawning, she asked, Ranran, my first reaction is, could this be your professor's reverse experiment? Just a bit too bold. That was not impossible. But what did this have to do with Feng Qi? Why did she want to change these drugs? Qiu nodded. Yes. It's still unclear whether the deaths of those 2 patients were caused by Feng Qi or your professor. Let us boldly speculate. Ranran said softly. Could it be that Professor Chung used this high dosage of the drug, leading to adverse reactions and fatalities? Knowing the truth, Feng Qi was scared and wanted to change the medication to save people. Unfortunately, we misunderstood later. Qiu's voice rose slightly. Could it be that Feng Qi's death was also an accident? What if it was done by Professor Chung? Ranran took a deep breath. The former is possible, but what you said, I don't believe. You don't know Professor Chung. Although he is serious and strict, he is a genuinely good person. He wouldn't commit murder. Ranran, it seems to me that you trust your professor, but are also confused by reality, which makes you very conflicted. How about this? Let us continue investigating, such as the 12th drug in the freezer or some of Professor Cheng's documents, Qiu suggested. These words resonated with Ranran, and she softly said, actually, I was thinking the same thing. I just need a mental companion, or rather, a reason to convince myself. Qiu, I'm wondering, if I really do this, will it be a path of no return? Qiu was silent for a moment. Ranran, actually, each of us is on a path of no return. I only know that living in the present, making sure we have no regrets, and doing what we believe is right is the most important. You're right, Ranran affirmed. Doing what I believe is right. After hanging up the phone, Ranran felt much lighter. Qiu's words were like a ray of sunshine, illuminating the dark corners of her heart. Thinking of the tragic deaths of Feng Qi and those 2 patients, and then of Feng Qi's family and the more patients on the 4th floor ward, Ranran vowed to get to the bottom of the matter. That night, Ranran rested in her dorm for a few hours. The dorm had a temperature control system and soft bedding, but for some reason, every time she stayed there, it felt like being a little white mouse in a cage. Occasionally, she even had the illusion of being in outer space. Perhaps it was the all-in-one furniture that was causing this. At just past 7 in the morning, Ranran went to the cafeteria at the Research Institute for breakfast. She usually kept her diet simple, but she was particularly hungry in the morning and always needed a big bowl of noodles, plus 2 servings of beef to feel satisfied. When she arrived, the cafeteria was empty. Ranran manipulated the panel in front of the serving station and ordered herself a luxurious beef noodle soup and a glass of orange juice. After waiting for a while, the breakfast was delivered to her table. She began to eat heartily, burying her head in the bowl. Just as she was enjoying her meal, She suddenly felt a shadow appear in front of her. Looking up, she was surprised to see Mu Qingshan, who was said to have gone abroad, sitting across from her. He was adjusting his watch, dressed in a black suit, with his shirt buttons tightly fastened, highlighting the outline of his solid chest muscles. Ranran felt guilty. So after a quick glance, she lowered her head again, pretending not to see him, and continued to focus on her noodles. "Good morning," Mu Qingshan said leisurely, sounding unusually in a good mood. With her mouth full, Ranran mumbled a vague response. "You too." Mu Qingshan's lips twitched slightly, almost imperceptibly. Soon, his breakfast arrived, a glass of milk, a slice of bread, and a fried egg. In contrast, the two of them were mismatched. One was formal and tidy, while the other was casual and messy, creating a stark contrast as they sat together for breakfast. At this moment, more colleagues entered the cafeteria. Seeing this scene, they were somewhat surprised and quietly sat further away. Ranran was too hungry and also felt annoyed and fearful of the director, so she didn't lift her head, mechanically finishing her bowl of noodles. Finally, she stood up abruptly, putting her bowl and chopsticks on the conveyor belt, and quickly threw out, "I'm full, director, enjoy your meal." She left the cafeteria as if escaping, her mind filled with speculation about why Director Mu had suddenly returned. With his return, how would she complete her next steps? Ranran had to admit that she was afraid of him, because Mu Qingshan was elusive and a cunning big shot. He had previously intercepted Shaolin and then found out about the 009 incident. It seemed there were no secrets that could remain hidden from him. Back in her dorm, Ranran took out the remaining tablet samples and data again. After thinking for a long time, she decided to hide them behind the toilet in the bathroom. That spot was unlikely to be discovered by a normal person. After doing this, Ranran felt a little more at ease. She truly hoped that Mu Qingshan would quickly uncover the truth, as that would not only leave Feng Qi with unresolved suspicions, but would also endanger herself. The consequences would be even worse. So many patients, including Qiu Yu's uncle and Li Zifeng who had helped her, would be doomed. Ranran did not want such a thing to happen. She would do everything in her power to stop it. What needed to be done now was to verify the drugs in the freezer or steal Professor Cheng's documents. Both tasks were quite challenging and required careful planning. The Research Institute had several senior members, but the most dedicated was Professor Cheng, who probably spent over 300 days a year in the lab, solving even his meals and sleep there. The remaining 65 days were likely spent on lectures and meetings. It was said that he hadn't been home for a long time. For such a workaholic, what opportunity would there be to sneak into his office? The more Ranran thought about it, the more difficult it seemed, so she decided to focus on the freezer first. Throughout the morning, Ranran spent some time figuring out the situation regarding the freezer. It turned out that the so-called person in charge was actually her senior brother, Qin Yuan. Every day, at a fixed time, he would take out the medicine number 12, hand it to the duty nurse, and then stand guard in the ward, only leaving after watching them finish administering the medication. In other words, the entire process from opening to dispensing was conducted under his watchful eyes, making it nearly impossible for him to pull a switcheroo. But is there a second possibility? Could he sneak into the ward after he leaves, extract the liquid from the infusion bottle, and take it for testing? Chapter 83, Li Zifeng's home. This could be easily done, but the results might vary. The difference between pills and diluted liquid is significant. However, it's worth a try. Who knows, there might be new discoveries. Moreover, it has to be quick. If the problematic medication is administered multiple times to the patient, it could lead to serious issues. Ranran spent the entire afternoon on the 4th floor of the Pathology Institute. Of course, Qin Yuan was there too, and nurses occasionally came in and out. She tried several times, but was unsuccessful. Either someone suddenly walked in, or the patient raised questions. In the end, it was still Li Zifeng who solved the problem for her. He saw her wandering back and forth and proactively asked, "What do you want to do? I can help you. Let us make a deal." "What deal?" Ranran raised an eyebrow at him. Li Zifeng coughed. "You go to my house and bring me my drawing board and paints, as well as my hand-drawing tablet. I want to paint. As for what you want to do, I'll help you with that." Upon hearing the suggestion, Ranran thought it was a good idea. She quickly took the suction vessel in her hand and handed it to him, teaching him how to extract the liquid from the infusion bottle. Li Zifeng understood and made a gesture of acknowledgement to her. So, Gu Ranran stopped Qin Yuan in the hallway, showed him her paper, and used the opportunity to hold him up. She entangled him for about 10 minutes before finally letting him go. Gu Ranran felt anxious, unsure if Li Zifeng had succeeded. Later, she found an opportunity to go over, and Li Zifeng indeed handed her a vessel filled with liquid. He worriedly reminded her, "Remember what I told you. I'll write down the address for you. By the way, if you dare not come, I will expose your matter." His fierce threat had no deterrent effect, and Gu Ranran wanted to laugh upon hearing it. But she still nodded seriously. "Don't worry, I'll go this afternoon and make sure to bring everything to you." After getting the items, Gu Ranran froze them in the fridge in her dormitory. It was quite risky, but there was no better way at that moment. In the afternoon, when things were relatively relaxed, Gu Ranran took leave to go to Li Zifeng's house. Before leaving, she ran into Mu Qingshan at the entrance of the research institute. He drove off in his black SUV, heading towards the city center. Gu Ranran stood at the entrance for a while to avoid direct contact with him. It was only after his car had driven far away that she came out and got into her own small car. The address Li Zifeng wrote was crooked, and the handwriting was very abstract. After looking at it for a while, she figured out it was in the old city area. Gu Ranran followed the address and occasionally glanced at the rearview mirror out of habit. This was a habit she had developed after being followed by Mu Qingshan for some time. It had become a conditioned reflex. After checking several times and finding the road behind her empty, she gradually relaxed and even picked an English song to play. Halfway through, she checked her information box and found a message from Sha Ruolin that she had sent in the morning. Her tone seemed quite cheerful as she described her daily meditation process. Gu Ranran felt that she was enjoying her solitary life away from the world. As long as she liked it, that was good. Who knows what the future holds? With the music playing, Gu Ranran accelerated, feeling like an eel swimming through the water, weaving through the aquatic plants in search of her next habitat. Finally, she arrived at Li Zifeng's house, which was an old residential building about 10 stories high. The balconies were all enclosed with anti-theft bars, layered like a prison. Gu Ranran looked up, compared it with a note, and went to the second unit from the right. Li Zifeng had given her the password for the house, so after going up to the 7th floor, she directly walked to the door of room 75 and entered the password. The door opened with a click, but what surprised her was that inside sat an elderly couple having dinner face to face. Gu Ranran exclaimed in surprise, doubting if she had entered the wrong place. But the building number and password were correct. At that moment, the old man at the dining table stood up and asked unhappily, "Who are you? How do you know my family's password? Who gave you the password?" They looked somewhat like Li Hui. Perhaps they were parents. Gu Ranran asked, "Is this Li Zifeng's home? He asked me to come back for something." The old man snorted and disdainfully pointed to the room on the left. "Over there. Go get it. Looks like I need to change the password. That kid must have a problem." Gu Ranran felt uncomfortable, guessing that Li Zifeng might be living under someone else's roof. His mother had been ill for many years and had been in the Pathology Institute for several years. His father seemed to have left after his mother fell ill, and now no one knew if he was dead or alive. So she kept a low profile and quickly entered Li Zifeng's room, wanting to grab the items and leave. Li Zifeng's room was small, probably about 8 or 9 square meters, with just a desk and a bed. The small bed looked quite tiny, seemingly only suitable for curling up to sleep. Gu Ranran glanced at it with sympathy and began rummaging through the shelves and paint. The room was bare, with many books piled on the desk. After taking a quick look, she started digging under the bed, and finally found what she was looking for. There was also a wooden box on the side, which should be where he kept his clothes. Gu Ranran packed up the items and left his house. The elderly couple stood at the door, glaring at her. After they had looked at the things in her hands several times, they finally let her go, muttering, "Looks like I need to find someone to change the password. Anyone can come in like this, what a hassle." Gu Ranran ignored them and turned to leave. She found it strange, from the time she entered to when she left. The two elderly people didn't mention Li Zifeng or Li Hui at all, completely unconcerned. Moreover, the layout of the house was not small, but Li Zifeng's room was pitifully small, making her feel that he was living a rather miserable life at home. After returning to the research institute, Gu Ranran didn't bother to rest and went straight to the pathology ward to give the items to Li Zifeng. He had just finished his infusion and was overjoyed to receive them, eagerly flipping open his sketchbook. Ranran leaned over to take a look and was greatly amazed. His artworks were rich in content, featuring both anime characters and realistic sketches, as well as some watercolor oil paintings, each looking quite decent. Have you studied for many years? Ranran admired the sketchbook. When I was a child, my dad also sent me to learn, but I just didn't have the talent. It was purely a waste of tuition. The teacher said that drawing is all about technique at first glance, but to develop, it still depends on talent and feel. You must have a particularly strong talent. Her praise made Li Zifeng uncomfortable, and he snapped the sketchbook shut. Baseless flattery must have ulterior motives. What else do you want from me? Ranran immediately waved her hands. No, I have no more requests. Just rest well and take care of your health. Li Zifeng huffed and fiddled with his easel. Just as Ranran reached the door, she suddenly remembered something and turned back to ask, "It seems that your grandparents don't have a good relationship with you?" Chapter 84, The Cuckoo Occupies the Magpies. Nestle Zifeng didn't turn around. They're not my grandparents. They're just distant relatives from the countryside, completely unrelated. Distant relatives? Ranran asked, confused. Then why do they live in your house? Li Zifeng looked out the window, his eyes filled with dissatisfaction. Isn't it because of her? She got sick and insisted on finding two strangers to take care of me. So-called care. Ranran picked up on this and realized that the two distant relatives Li Hui found were unreliable. She asked, then why don't you tell your mom? If they are unreliable, just kick them out. She doesn't believe me. Li Zifeng turned his head away, seemingly not wanting to discuss the topic further. If there's nothing else, you can go. I want to paint. It seems that the parent-child relationship between Li Zifeng and Li Hui is not very good. One desperately wants the best for the other, while the other only feels pain and distress. This is probably due to a long-term lack of communication. Now, although they live in the same building, they have no opportunity to connect, making it increasingly difficult to repair their relationship. Sometimes people are strange like that. When you think of someone, they just happen to appear. Ranran had just come down from the 4th floor when she saw Li Hui sitting in a wheelchair at the door of the ward, peering out. As soon as she saw Ranran, her eyes lit up and she pushed the chair over. Sister, how is my son doing now? Can I go see him? His condition has stabilized and his organs are slowly recovering. Ranran hesitated. How could she dare to tell the truth? The enhanced medication, no. 12 injected into his body could easily lead to accidents. So her task was urgent. She had to find concrete evidence. Li Hui patted her chest. That's good. As long as my son gets better, I will do anything. Sister, can you talk to your neighbor and see if I can go visit him? Ranran thought for a moment. I'll try again. After leaving the ward, a voice came from behind. What do you want to talk to me about? Ranran was startled and turned around, frowning. Director Mu? Is that you? Yes, I just happened to pass by for inspection. Mu Qingshan explained. Rare for him to offer an explanation. I happened to overhear your conversation. Since the topic had come up, Ranran decided to plead for Li Hui, patient number 9. She is the mother of the patient on the 4th floor. Can you see if there is any way? No, let's not bring this up, Mu Qingshan said decisively. If there's a cross-infection, the situation will become uncontrollable. Ranran was somewhat speechless. She had known the outcome would be like this. She nodded, understood. Then I'll go back to work. As she turned to leave, Mu Qingshan suddenly said, find a time to let them video chat for a few minutes. After he finished speaking, he left so quickly that Ranran almost thought she was hallucinating. Did Director Mu just show mercy? She felt as if she had been pardoned and immediately ran over to tell Li Hui this good news. Then greeted the front desk nurse to arrange for them to video chat in the evening. 2 hours later, after years of separation, the mother and son finally met in a video call. But Li Zifeng, who was engrossed in drawing, appeared indifferent, unwilling to look at the camera even once. Li Hui became anxious. Zifeng, are you doing well? Can you tell me? Li Zifeng glanced at her and quickly shifted his gaze away. Did you not see? I'm still alive. What's so bad about that? Zifeng, are you still blaming Mom? I had no choice. Your relatives will take good care of you. Care? What care? Li Zifeng retorted bitterly. Not only is your judgment of men poor, but your judgment of relatives is also terrible. They have taken over our house, and I've wasted all my tuition and living expenses. Why don't you believe me? Li Hui shook her head. That's impossible. They promised me. Ranran, watching from the side, could no longer hold back. Sister Li, your son is right. I went to your house, and those two elderly people do not seem trustworthy. Worried she wouldn't believe her, Ranran took out the video she shot after going to his house. After Li Hui watched it, she became furious. That room is a storage room. How can they let Zifeng live there? How could they do this? I gave them all my savings. Anyway, you won't believe anything I say, Li Zifeng coldly replied. You always say I don't understand, but I think you are the real fool. His words made Li Hui's face turn pale, her eyes reddening with sadness. Seeing this, Ranran was afraid that Li Hui might be angered to the point of illness, so she quickly found an excuse. All right, the video time is up. We can talk next time. After hanging up the phone, Li Hui sighed. Sister, do you think I'm really too foolish? This can't be entirely blamed on you. Ranran comforted her. You've been ill for too long, and it's normal not to know some things outside. It's okay. Once you both recover, you can get the house back. Okay, Li Hui repeatedly agreed, but immediately asked, the medicine I've been taking hasn't worked at all. When will I get better? Ranran had answered this question countless times, and she didn't know how to respond. Illness can have many causes and sometimes is beyond control. Whether one gets better or not, aside from medical efforts, there's also a part that is metaphysical. Moreover, considering their condition, you'll get better, she said, trying to sound confident. This time, Li Hui seemed to believe her. She nodded vigorously, managing to squeeze out a smile on her haggard face, which made her look somewhat better than her usual anxious self. After leaving the ward, Ranran felt even more anxious. She sensed that this matter could not be delayed any longer. Even if it meant taking some risks, she had to uncover the truth quickly. That night, it was her turn to be on duty, and there happened to be only one colleague working in the lab. Ranran couldn't worry about much anymore. While he was dozing off, she quietly took out the bottle of extract for testing. Since she had done it once yesterday, she was much quicker today, but the results were not optimistic. The components of the potent drug were indeed detected, but the proportions were extremely unstable. After testing 3 times, the data was different each time. Ranran suspected that it had been transported too many times without being properly refrigerated, causing some degradation. Disappointed, she put the items back in her pocket. She knew very well that the only step left was to go to Professor Cheng's office. The next day, as if heaven had eyes, Ranran indeed found an opportunity. In the morning, both Professor Cheng and Mu Qingshan went to the city for a meeting, saying they wouldn't return until the afternoon. Meanwhile, Qin Yuan was still at the Pathology Institute. The offices of other professors were far apart, so this was a good chance. Professor Cheng's office had a fingerprint lock, but she still had a way to get in. Professor Cheng had a habit of chain smoking and didn't allow cleaning staff to enter while he was working, so they would always take advantage of his absence to clean. Ranran had slightly warmed up to the cleaning lady during breakfast, so when she entered the office, she made a request. I submitted a proposal to Professor Cheng yesterday, but there was a mistake, and he will definitely scold me. I want to go in and take it out. The cleaning lady, responding to her previous kindness, naturally agreed and let her follow her into the office. Ranran boldly began rummaging through the documents on his desk. However, to her disappointment, there was no information regarding the reformulation of the number 12 drug in any of them. Taking the opportunity, she opened the drawer when the cleaning lady coughed. Shoutga? Ranran was startled and quickly pushed it back. In that brief moment, she saw that it contained only some office supplies and cigarettes. She explained in a low voice, I thought it might be in there. I can't find it anywhere. Take a look if you really can't find it. Then forget it. If someone finds out, I will definitely have my salary deducted. The cleaning lady seemed a bit scared. Ranran nodded. I will be quick. I'll check the cabinet. This time, her search finally yielded results. Seeing a row of folders at the top, her eyes lit up. The first one on the left was labeled, on the development and application of drug number 12. Ranran quickly pulled it out and tucked it behind her. This is it. Sister, I'm leaving now. Thank you. She was overjoyed, grabbed the item, and ran out the door, but just as she stepped outside, she collided with someone. Ranran was about to step aside when her heart began to race. It was Director Mu again. The persistent presence had appeared once more. Ranran forced herself to appear calm. Hello, Director Mu. Why isn't Professor Cheng in the office? I saw the door open and thought he was here. Mu Qingshan looked at her and then at the door behind her. You seem very anxious. What happened? Ranran quickly shook her head. Nothing. I suddenly thought of a problem and rushed over from the Pathology Institute. I'm just exhausted from running. Mu Qingshan appeared skeptical. Is that so? Of course. Ranran met his gaze without flinching at all. She knew that if she revealed even the slightest flaw, the man in front of her would seize upon it. So she had to stay calm. Just then, a few colleagues walked over. Upon seeing the scene at the door, they naturally slowed their pace and greeted her. Hello, Director Mu. Mu Qingshan glanced over as if to acknowledge them, then coughed and said, Ranran, come to my office. Under the gaze of everyone, Ranran felt a sense of unease, as if she were being watched closely. If it were any other time, it wouldn't matter. But right now she was hiding stolen documents, which made her even more anxious. However, she had no way to avoid it and could only follow Mu Qingshan into his office under the eyes of her colleagues. The tall figure in front of her seemed as terrifying as the king of hell bearing a death warrant. She had been to Mu Qingshan's office once or twice before, and compared to Professor Cheng's messy and simple space, this place was so orderly it was almost shocking. Everything was neatly organized, with no signs of clutter. Ranran obediently followed and sat in the chair opposite the desk, feeling like the only out-of-place thing in the room. What do you think about drug number 12? Mu Qingshan suddenly spoke. Ranran was startled. He opened with such a sensitive topic. Did he sense something? She pretended to be calm. This is Professor Cheng's hard work and is also the core drug of our research institute. It has been used in clinical treatment for bone diseases before. What's wrong? That's right, the key point is, what do you think? Mu Qingshan slowed his words, each syllable deliberate. His gaze was peculiar, staring at her with an ambiguous meaning. Ranran locked eyes with him, and she could even see her own reflection in his pupils. After a moment, she strangely blurted out, that drug is not good. Mu Qingshan's voice was low, almost like a murmur. What's wrong with it? Because Ranran felt as if she were being bewitched, speaking each word deliberately. It contains many high-tech components, is expensive, and cannot be mass-produced. Patients find it very hard to afford. Haha. Mu Qingshan took 2 steps back, about to say something, when suddenly the phone on the desk rang. He picked it up, listened for a few moments, then grabbed his coat and headed for the door. I have something to attend to. You can leave first. Ranran walked out of the office in a daze, watching Mu Qingshan walk away, her heart pounding. That was really close. In that moment, it felt like Mu Qingshan had hypnotized her, and she almost revealed her secret. Luckily, the appearance of that bird snapped her back to reality. The document bag hidden in her clothes made her even more anxious, constantly worrying that it would be exposed. She quickly walked outside, wanted to find a safe place to check its contents. She hurried to the parking lot, opened the car door, sat down, checked her surroundings, and pulled down the privacy curtain. After doing all this, she took out the document bag and slowly opened it. Throughout this process, her fingers trembled uncontrollably, as she couldn't foresee its contents. She had imagined the outcome countless times, and the most terrifying thought was that the most respected Professor Cheng had actually made a colossal mistake. She gradually opened the document bag and reached inside, only to find something she couldn't believe by touch. Her heart tightened. It was empty. Professor Cheng must have sensed something early on and had already taken the documents. How could he have left them easily in the file cabinet? Ranran quickly destroyed the document bag and tossed it into the garbage disposal outside, then calmly walked back inside, pretending nothing had happened. Just as she reached the office, Ranran ran over. Where have you been? There's been an issue at the pathology department. Several professors have gone over. What happened? Ranran felt tense. Ranran shook her head. It's not very clear, but it seems that one of the new patients on the 4th floor, a teenage boy, suddenly fainted. I just heard someone say they might need to operate. Teenage? Ranran panicked. There was only one teenager among the patients on the 4th floor, Li Zifeng, and he and Gao Cheng were the 2 patients she was most concerned about. He had been fine when she left earlier. How could he suddenly faint? Ranran took off running, so fast that Ran's calls behind her went unheard. Her only thought was that she absolutely could not enter the operating room. If she did, she might be injected with drug number 12 again. If the dosage exceeded a certain point, even a god couldn't save him. Ranran ran quickly, seemingly faster than during any sports event in school. She felt like a shadow, like a ghost darting through the trees, rushing into the pathology department. Chapter 86. Successful rescue. Upon entering, the elevator was still upstairs, so she started running to the stairwell. Just as she reached the second floor, she heard Li Hui's voice. She seemed to be crying and saying something. Ranran's heart sank. It was over, wasn't it? Li Zifeng wouldn't be gone, would he? She slowly walked up and saw Li Hui kneeling in front of Professor Chung, holding on his feet and crying, "Please, please, save my son. I've lost everything. He's all I have left. For him, I'm willing to give everything, even my life. Please." Professor Chung tried to break free, but Li Hui was incredibly strong, and he could only lower his head to comfort her. "I understand how you feel right now, but the patient is only fainting. We doctors are still in the process of rescuing him. But they just said they were going to operate," Li Hui said anxiously. Professor Chung frowned. "Whatever we do, it's to save a life. Moreover, we haven't even gone in yet. Why are you crying and shouting?" At that moment, two nurses hurried down the hallway, each grabbing one of Li Hui's arms and dragging her away. Li Hui continued to struggle and cry, her limbs dragging on the ground, creating a horrifying scene. As Professor Chung adjusted his clothes, he saw Ranran and had no suspicion, greeting her as usual. "Xiaoge, you're here?" "Professor Chung, weren't you and Director Mu going to a meeting in the city? Why are you back all of a sudden?" Ranran was puzzled. Professor Chung sighed. "We were halfway there when the Research Institute called, saying there was an issue with the patient." "What about Xishuangbanna? Is he back too?" He appeared completely unaware, and Ranran couldn't tell if he was acting well or truly clueless. However, her biggest concern was still Li Zifeng's situation. So she quickly asked, "Professor Chung, how is the patient?" "Let's go upstairs and take a look. The doctors are in the middle of the rescue," Professor Chung said gently. Ranran probed. Why did he suddenly faint? Wasn't drug number 12 said to be within a safe and controllable range? The patient's body functions were already quite poor. Professor Chung seemed to find her words nonsensical. Even with drug intervention, it might not be a miracle drug. "Xiaoge, that sounds like something an outsider would say." Ranran lowered her head and fell silent, trying her best to control herself. She knew that without concrete evidence, anything she said would just alert the snake in the grass. When they reached the fourth floor, the doctors were in the emergency room performing rescue efforts. And Director Mu was also present. The various monitors connected to him were beeping alarms, indicating he was in a critical state, whether it was the heart or brain waves. Prolonged abnormalities could lead to serious consequences. Ranran stood at the door, looking at Li Zifeng's pale profile. Her emotions were incredibly complex. For some reason, upon seeing Li Zifeng, she felt a deep sense of heartache. This rebellious, sharp-tongued boy was only using that to cover up his loneliness and vulnerability. Otherwise, he wouldn't have repeatedly helped her with kindness. Ranran clenched her fists, praying in her heart. He must be okay. He must survive. She didn't know if her prayers had worked or not, but about 10 minutes later, the machine suddenly beeped, and the straight line on the monitor began to fluctuate again. The emergency rescue doctor became excited. "The heartbeat has recovered, and the blood pressure is normal. Doctor, the brain waves have also returned to normal. The patient's temperature is gradually rising. He is responding to light." Ranran's back was pressed against the wall, and the fist she had been holding tightly relaxed quietly. She closed her eyes and let out a long breath. When she opened her eyes again, Mu Qingshan happened to walk past her. She couldn't tell if it was her illusion, but she always felt that Mu Qingshan's peripheral vision was watching her, a gaze that sent shivers down her spine. Did he and Professor Chung discover something? When she was going downstairs, Qin Yuan approached. "Ranran, why are you here at the Pathology Institute again? Didn't I say before that you should focus on revising your thesis?" "I was worried, so I came to take a look." After the incident at the pharmacy, Ranran was fully on guard against him. So unconsciously, the hairs on the back of her neck stood up, feeling that Qin Yuan was full of cunning. "Let's go. I'll take you back." Qin Yuan habitually reached out to pat her shoulder. The touch felt like being burned by a soldering iron, and she suppressed the impulse to dodge. Walking out of the Pathology Institute with him, Qin Yuan asked about her thesis with concern and added, "Don't work so hard. After all, it's just an internship. Getting into the core studio is already something to brag about. Focus on completing your thesis. That's what truly matters to stay." "I understand." Gu Ranran heard the implication in his words. It was quite obvious, but such hints were extremely distasteful to her. She really couldn't understand how Qin Yuan, as a senior brother who had always been an idealistic, ambitious, and kind-hearted scholar, could have come to this point. For the entire afternoon afterward, Gu Ranran sat in front of her desk, staring at the computer in deep thought. Although her hands were on the keyboard, the document hadn't gained a single word. She was pondering what to do next. She couldn't just sit and wait, but she also felt directionless. Should she watch them conduct crazy experiments helplessly? Near the end of work, Director Luo suddenly received a phone call and quickly stood up. "I understand, Director Mu. I'll go pick someone up right away." After hanging up, she directed Lu Ran, "Hurry and clean up the spare office and get another set of office supplies. A leader is coming soon." "Who is it?" Lu Ran asked in confusion. Director Luo impatiently replied, "Professor Qin, who was urgently sent from the province." "Hurry up. The plane has already landed. I need to go wait at the door to pick him up. There's no time, and you're still dawdling." Gu Ranran, who had been in a daze, suddenly thought of something and asked, "Is it Professor Qin Jimu? The one who is on par with Professor Cheng internationally?" Director Luo coughed. "Exactly. Our research institute is impressive. Now we have two big shots. Stop chatting and get to work. Xiaoga, you help out too." In fact, as an intern like Gu Ranran, she had little status in the research institute. Although patients and nurses would respectfully call her Miss Researcher, experienced seniors did not share the same sentiment. For example, Director Luo often assigned her tasks, just like today. Lu Ran shrugged. "Ranran, let us go. You've worked hard today too. It's fine. It's good to do some work." Gu Ranran stood up, thinking about Qin Jimu. She was familiar with the trends in the biological field and naturally knew about Qin Jimu's background. He and Professor Cheng were college classmates, pursued their PhDs together, went abroad for further studies together, and returned to start research projects together. Their ways of thinking were very compatible, and during that time, they developed many new drugs that won several international awards. Unfortunately, later due to ideological differences, they had a dispute, and Qin Jimu left the project team 10 years ago to go to the Northwest. There, he re-established a studio to work on new research topics. And some of the drugs he developed are well known both domestically and internationally. Although he didn't enjoy state funding like Professor Cheng, he still received considerable corporate funding every year. He frequently traveled abroad for lectures and academic discussions, and as a Chinese scientist, he was quite successful. He and Professor Cheng could be considered leaders in the biological field, just standing on different sides. But why would such an academic giant come here? Not only Gu Ranran found it hard to understand, but also other colleagues at the Biological Research Institute were puzzled. Soon, Gu Ranran saw Professor Qin in person. He was of medium height, slim, and exuded an air of elegance. He was an older gentleman with a distinct, scholarly demeanor, more so than the disheveled Professor Cheng. He warmly chatted with the people at the Research Institute, seeming to recognize several, including Director Luo, as old friends. Gu Ranran, who had long admired his reputation, approached to greet him. Gu Ranran wasn't sure if it was her illusion, but she felt his gaze linger on her for a long time. He explained that he was invited by provincial leaders to conduct an academic discussion and would leave in about half a month. Everyone was delighted by his arrival. Who would want to see sparks flying from an academic giant? Of course, there was some gossip in everyone's minds. When Professor Cheng learned of this, he didn't say anything, but his expression was gloomy, like a cloud had overshadowed him. Not long after, the two had a loud argument during a meeting. It was actually just a minor issue regarding the decomposition process. After a researcher raised a question, Professor Qin explained it based on his years of experience. This was nothing unusual, but Professor Cheng raised doubts, seeming to nitpick. Professor Qin was very angry and visibly lost his composure, finding an excuse to leave the meeting room in a hurry. Everyone exchanged glances, not daring to say a word. After the meeting, Gu Ranran accompanied Lu Ran to the storage room to get something. As they walked through the small garden, they happened to see the two professors standing ahead. They were talking about something, both looking quite grim. Their argument was loud, and Gu Ranran vaguely heard Professor Cheng say, "You have no right to mention her. If it weren't for you, she wouldn't have died." Lu Ran was startled and quickly pulled Gu Ranran onto another path. Did we just hear something we shouldn't have? Are they going to fight? Probably not. They're both so old. What more can they fight about? Ranran looked back. In fact, she was very curious to eavesdrop on what they were discussing, especially since Professor Chung seemed somewhat suspicious. But with Lu Ran there, she felt a bit embarrassed. The next day, Director Luo assigned Ranran a daunting task, to take the academic revision suggestions to Professor Chin for review. It was daunting because these suggestions had been completely altered by Professor Chung. The person who delivered them would inevitably be cannon fodder. Ranran took a glance, but said nothing, calmly accepting the suggestion form. When she arrived, Professor Chin was browsing something on his computer. After he took the suggestion form, he gently pointed to a chair. Xiaoga, please sit for a moment. I'll take a look at this. Ranran had mixed feelings. She could anticipate Professor Chin's explosive reaction upon seeing the suggestion form. However, after waiting a few minutes, she instead heard a sarcastic laugh from Professor Chin. This old rogue, to compete with me, actually speaks nonsense with his eyes wide open. Ranran felt it inappropriate to express her opinion and said softly, Professor Chin, if you have any comments, please annotate them. I will take them back. Her meaning was clear, indicating that she was merely a messenger and not taking sides. Professor Chin put down the suggestion form. Xiaoga, I remember you. Did you publish a discussion on anti-targeted therapy for bone diseases at the Blue Lake Symposium earlier this year? Ranran's eyes lit up. Yes. Very innovative idea. I had someone experiment with it twice and found it feasible. Would you be interested in forming a project team? Professor Chin smiled. Really? You're not joking, are you? Ranran's eyes widened. It's no wonder she was so excited. When she first proposed this plan, no one agreed. Everyone thought the counter-targeting approach was quite peculiar. However, having conducted a few experiments herself and found them feasible, she wrote a discussion paper and published it. Naturally, the result was like a stone sinking into the sea, with not even a bubble surfacing. Unexpectedly, this article caught the attention of Professor Chin. This naturally thrilled her. Professor Chin replied, Of course it's true. To be honest, this is one of the reasons I came to your research institute this time. Ranran's heart raced, but she soon hesitated, thinking about her identity. I'm sorry, but I'm currently an intern of Professor Chung. It wouldn't be appropriate for me to join your project team without permission. There's no need to refuse immediately, Professor Chin said gently, because there are more important matters to attend to. Is it about the academic discussion? Professor Chin shook his head. No, it's about drug number 12. Drug number 12? Ranran was shocked. What happened to it? The predecessor of this drug, the Shili mating pill, was developed by me and your professor together. But according to several recent reports, its clinical reactions have completely changed, Professor Chin said, shaking his head. I need to investigate this matter thoroughly. I'll ask your professor for samples tomorrow. Ranran became excited. Professor Chin was going to investigate this matter? Did it mean that the formula for drug no. 12 really had problems? Little Gu, you can also tell me if you have any news, Professor Chin added. Ranran nodded, but didn't say anything else until he handed her the opinion letter after reading it. Ranran stood up. If there's nothing else, I'll take my leave. Ranran felt conflicted. She wasn't sure what Professor Chin's stance was. Although he had a good reputation in the industry, it was their first meeting, so what could he prove? It might be better to observe a bit longer, especially since he was going to ask for samples tomorrow, right? But who would have thought that the next day, Professor Chin didn't manage to get the samples at all? Qin Yuan decisively refused, politely stating that it was a secret of the research institute. Although Professor Chin was a respected guest, such secrets were still not convenient to disclose. Professor Chin left with a look of disappointment. Ranran stood in the courtyard watching his back, feeling that the situation was very strange. The tighter the security, the more guilty one must feel, right? Chapter 88. Implication: she originally wanted to observe a bit longer, but at noon, the nurse station received a notification that drug no. 12 was to be used on the bone disease patients on the second and third floors. Ranran felt a chill run down her spine. Those bone disease patients were all very serious cases, with several already completely paralyzed. If a strong drug was administered, would they even survive? She knew this matter couldn't be delayed any longer. So during lunch, she quickly took 2 samples from the refrigerator and quietly brought them to Professor Chin's office. Then left hastily, pretending nothing had happened. In the afternoon, Professor Qin indeed entered the laboratory and didn't come out for several hours. Ranran was delighted and was about to quietly observe when suddenly she received a notification for a meeting with everyone. The meeting was hosted by Director Mu, who had a serious expression. After surveying the room, he began speaking. Yesterday, the hospital conducted a month-end inventory and discovered that 2 weeks ago, a narcotic went missing from the pharmacy. Does anyone here know any clues? The people present looked confused, but Ranran suddenly thought of something. She never believed that Feng Qi had committed suicide, so the narcotic that went missing half a month ago was likely taken by the murderer. Director Luo was the first to respond. How would we know, Director Mu? The pharmacy has always been managed by Xiao Zhang from the Pathology Institute. We can't get near it. Xiao Zhang from the Pathology Institute immediately stood up. There are many people who have keys to our storage. You can't wrongfully accuse me. Everyone fell silent. This was common knowledge in the Research Institute. Besides Xiao Zhang, only Director Mu, Professor Cheng, and 2 associate professors had keys. Who would dare to speculate or suspect these 4? Mu Qingshan frowned, seeming to feel that investigating this matter would be quite difficult. He asked the security department head, "What about the surveillance footage I asked you to check?" It has been retrieved. But there were several people who entered and exited the pharmacy that day besides Xiao Zhang, including Associate Professor Zhou and Qin Yuan, the security department head said quietly. Qin Yuan quickly stood up. "I need to explain this. That day, the head nurse asked me to help get some medicine, and she can vouch for me." The head nurse immediately nodded, affirming that she had a stomachache at the time and had given Qin Yuan a list to run an errand. As for Associate Professor Zhou, he had been on a business trip out of town for the past 2 days and couldn't explain himself. Thus, he became the most suspicious person in the eyes of those present. However, Ranran didn't think so. She glanced at Qin Yuan, feeling that her trust in him had already hit rock bottom. So her first reaction was that he must have done it. Framing Feng Qi must mean that Feng Qi knew something. The meeting ended hastily, with Mu Qingshan saying he would investigate thoroughly, as theft was a very serious matter and typically required a full unit notification and expulsion. Meanwhile, Professor Qin had been working diligently in the laboratory with his assistant, conducting multiple tests on the drugs and actually arriving at an astonishing conclusion. These pills contained several times more than the standard amount of Shili mating pill. Professor Qin was well aware of this. When it was first developed, he was anxious and reluctant to release it to the market because if the dosage was too low, it was ineffective, and if it was too high, it could easily lead to accidents. However, Professor Cheng insisted on using it, arguing that they had finally found an effective drug, and why should they give up? The two had already had friction before, and this matter became the last straw that broke the camel's back. They parted ways, each taking the formula. From then on, bridges were burned, and paths diverged. Professor Qin thought he had stopped, but who knew that he remained obsessed with researching the Shili mating pill and had used it as a primary ingredient to develop several drugs, with drug No. 12 being one of them. Drug number 12 had different clinical reactions. The side effects after patient use were significant, and there had been several unexpected deaths. Therefore, Professor Qin suspected that this was related to the dosage of the Shili mating pill. Moreover, the Shili mating pill had an even more terrifying side effect, which he had only recently discovered. Combined with Professor Cheng's strange behavior, Professor Qin suspected that he was about to take the most terrifying step. And once that step was taken, there would be no turning back. Therefore, he had to stop this already insane old man. Professor Qin was silent for a moment, then said to his assistant, "You go book a restaurant and invite little Go out for dinner tonight." When Ranran received the invitation, she wasn't surprised. Professor Qin had been hinting at something during their previous conversation. It was likely that the sample tests had yielded results. However, how did he know that she was also secretly investigating this matter? That was what frightened her. Before anything happened, Ranran decided to remain calm and observe the situation. She returned home after work, changed into something a bit more formal, and went out. After all, meeting someone as significant as Professor Qin deserved a bit of courtesy, right? The restaurant that Professor Qin booked was in the city center, a small but very atmospheric Chinese restaurant, and what was rare was that it offered personal service. In this age of widespread robots, personal service meant expensive prices. Ranran walked along the cobblestone path and finally met Professor Chin in a private room by the garden. He was sitting there alone, holding a teacup and staring blankly at the garden, not even noticing her arrival. "Professor Chin, you wanted to see me?" Ranran greeted softly. Professor Chin turned around, a warm smile on his face. "Little Gu, you're here. Please sit down. I've ordered a few signature dishes here. I don't know if you like them." "I'm not picky," Ranran replied, and then asked him, "You asked me to come. It must be for something important, right?" Professor Chin poured her a cup of tea and said, "You young people nowadays are very different from us. You are direct, unwilling to engage in any roundabout conversation. And you all have strong opinions," Professor Chin continued. Ranran did not agree. "In comparison, I can be quite indecisive at times. I consider a lot and only act when absolutely necessary." "Are you talking about the samples?" Professor Chin suddenly asked. Ranran took a sip of tea. "See, the most straightforward one is actually you, Professor Chin." "Huh." Professor Chin looked out the door. "The food is here. Let's eat and chat." The dishes Professor Chin ordered were all from the Jiangnan cuisine, including squirrel mandarin fish, chicken soup with dried tofu, longjing shrimp, and clear stewed crab meat. The presentation was exquisite, but the portions were small. Ranran, being a typical Sichuan girl, was not used to the sweet flavors of Jiangnan cuisine, having been accustomed to the strong tastes of the cafeteria. She picked up a piece with her chopsticks and slowly put it in her mouth, not really focused on eating. "I've been in the Northwest for so long, eating noodles every day, I can't help but miss the flavors of home," Professor Chin explained. "Your personality is a bit like hers, but your eating habits are not similar." "Who is she?" Ranran looked up, increasingly confused. Was Professor Chin reminiscing about an old friend through her? Chapter 89. The legendary junior sister Professor Chin was very straightforward this time. "She is my and Professor Chang's junior sister. The sharp medicine we developed together is a result of our collaboration." This was the first time Ranran had heard of it, and she was quite amazed. Then she must be very impressive. Yes, her talent and knowledge are on par with ours. However, a shadow crossed Professor Chin's eyes, but her fate is unfortunate. 10 years ago, there was a problem during an experiment, and she has not woken up since. Ranran suddenly recalled the conversation he had with Professor Chung in the garden, when Professor Chung had shouted, "You have no right to mention her. If it weren't for you, she wouldn't have died," presumably referring to this junior sister. She furrowed her brows. "I'm sorry. I shouldn't have brought up your sorrow. Don't blame yourself. I invited you here today to be honest and share this past with you. This is our basic trust, isn't it? After all, you trust me now." Ranran felt a bit guilty. At that time, her trust was more about desperation and placing hope in him. She put down her chopsticks. "Professor Chin, I will be a good listener. Moreover, if what you do is right, I will stand by your side." Indeed, although Ranran respected Professor Chung, she had her own principles. She would only do what she believed was right. If Professor Chung truly disregarded human life for research, she would definitely step in to stop it. After all scientific research should be grounded in ethics, without violating the bottom line of humanity or one's own conscience. Professor Chin was very excited to hear this. "I know, you are a principled child. Xiaoga, this story might be a bit long. It all started when we were in university. It turned out that Professor Chin and Professor Chung were classmates and roommates in college. One was calm and composed, while the other was free-spirited and unconventional, but their complementary natures and serious research attitudes made them good friends. They pushed each other academically and had already ranked among the top students in their university. They agreed to study abroad together after graduation and then returned to establish a top research institute, dedicating their lives to society. These two passionate young people made such a pact and acted on it. After completing their master's and doctorate, they went abroad together and returned to their home country 5 years later to establish this research institute. In fact, the founding was very difficult because despite their talents, they did not have any remarkable achievements to their names at that time. For a long period, they could not secure funding from society, let alone national research grants. They could only take part-time jobs on small research projects for companies to earn money to cover the rent, salaries, and equipment for the institute, which felt like a bottomless pit, leaving them unsure of where hope lay. At that time, Professor Chin was already married. and his wife was a girl he had met abroad. Out of love, she returned to the country with him, dreaming of the beautiful future he described. However, while hope was beautiful, reality was a mess. Seeing the financial struggles, that girl repeatedly urged them to give up, saying that with their expertise, they could easily find jobs at any research institute with decent salaries. So why push themselves so hard? At this point, Professor Chin smiled bitterly. Every time this topic came up, we would argue, and I would get red in the face, saying that this research institute was our blood, sweat, and tears, and it was our greatest wish. It would eventually develop. What happened later? Did she believe you? Ranran asked softly. Professor Chin shook his head. She grew tired of that life, went abroad alone after a year, and then I received her divorce application from overseas. Ranran sighed softly. That's really unfortunate. Yes, unfortunate. Professor Chin gazed out at the garden, lost in thought. Though, what's regrettable, it was also an inevitable path. How many people in our line of work have happy families? Everyone is pursuing their own ideals, but there are too many ideals and limited energy. How can one have it all? Ranran took a sip of tea, waiting for him to continue. Professor Chin remained silent for a while before continuing. After the divorce, I devoted more energy to work. Of course, Professor Chung did the same. He was already unkempt and lived simply. And now he even ate and slept in the research institute. They worked day and night on research, taking part-time jobs to make money when funds ran low, and occasionally borrowing money in emergencies. Life was extremely difficult, and at one point, they couldn't even pay the rent, and the employees who came to help left because they hadn't received their salaries for a long time. This was the most challenging time in their entrepreneurial journey, and their junior sister Lin Jinjin joined them during this period. She was an alumna of the same university, 10 years younger than them, just starting her first year of graduate school, still a lively young girl. She had heard about their endeavors from somewhere and resolutely came to the research institute, saying she was willing to help as a small intern. At that time, Professor Chin candidly told her, "We are still in the development phase, and there may not be much salary, or if there is, it will be quite low." Before he could finish, Lin Jinjin replied with a smile, "I don't want a salary. I admire you two seniors, and I want to achieve great things through my knowledge, just like you." Thus, Lin Jinjin joined them. She was exceptionally capable, not only taking on the miscellaneous tasks of the research institute, but also excelling at analyzing, organizing, and recording experiments. Her presence was like a warm light, instantly dispelling the gloom in the research institute. The three of them spent a long time, about 3 years, together in that small laboratory. They tackled challenges, worked late nights, and witnessed numerous miracles together. They researched a new drug to combat tumors, which underwent multiple tests and a long phase of live experiments, with subjects ranging from mice to larger mammals. These experimental animals were carefully selected from tens of thousands, with only a dozen that had tumors. They injected the drug little by little, adjusting the dosage slowly while testing their reactions, promptly correcting any adverse effects. Finally, after a long year, they found the most suitable formula, maximizing the drug's efficacy while minimizing side effects. After the completion of a treatment course, they were overjoyed to find that the tumors in the small animals had completely shrunk and disappeared. Moreover, after sample testing, the originally malignant tumors had also vanished without a trace. Chapter 90. Cancer cure. This was fantastic news for the medical community at that time. Although cancer was no longer regarded as an incurable disease, with a combination of targeted therapy and surgical treatment, the cure rate had reached 50%. However, these methods still required surgery and chemotherapy, which caused significant suffering for patients. The new drug they were researching only required 1 to 2 treatment courses, greatly reducing patients' pain and leaving their bodies intact. Hence, the three of them excitedly took the medication to promote it in various hospitals, seeking clinical trial subjects. They believed that once the reports were released, there would be countless patients willing to participate. However, reality was harsh, and the 3 unknown individuals faced a major setback. The questions posed by the hospitals were as follows. First, although the tumors in the animals' bodies had disappeared, there were still residual cancer cells. What if there was a recurrence? Second, ideally, these drugs should undergo a 3-year testing period. Wasn't your timeline a bit short? Third, your research institute is obscure, and you have no research achievements. How can you guarantee that these are safe for human use? They explain these 3 questions repeatedly. Regarding the first, cancer cells naturally exist in the human body and can coexist with it to some extent. Although these healed small animals had a slightly higher concentration, as long as post-treatment monitoring was in place, these cancer cells would not recur. For the second question, the drugs that required 3 years of testing had slow efficacy, while the one they developed had astounding results, achieving a remarkable cure rate within a year. As for the third question, the 3 were at a loss for words. Indeed, they had no reputation, no research achievements, and no funding to guarantee anything. They could only keep insisting on their credibility. However, none of this gained the hospital's approval. During this time, they visited hospital after hospital, always hopeful but returning disappointed, with no day passing without this cycle. By the 3rd month, there was a breakthrough. A very small private hospital was willing to give it a try. This hospital was a cancer specialty hospital, doing moderately well, treating many impoverished families unable to afford treatment. After some screening and mobilization, 3 eligible patients agreed to accept the new drug treatment. This result thrilled the 3 of them, and they immediately devoted all their energy to conducting the first clinical trial. They were more rigorous regarding the drug dosage and the human body's tolerance. Even minor issues were discussed and investigated repeatedly. During that time, they lived and ate in the hospital, and Lin Jinjin even missed her thesis defense, almost jeopardizing her graduation certificate. However, their hard work quickly paid off. After 1 phase of medication, the 3 patients with very severe tumors showed significant improvement, with the best case having the tumor shrink to a tiny shadow. They could also feel changes in their bodies. They had an appetite, their pain was greatly reduced, and they could sleep soundly through the night. As for side effects, there were indeed some, such as occasional vomiting and dizziness, but these were insignificant compared to the results. After another treatment course, when the 3 patients were retested, to everyone's surprise, the tumors in all 3 bodies had completely disappeared. They achieved what is known in medicine as a 100-tumor cure. At the moment they saw the test results, the 3 of them embraced and cried. Having endured so much hardship and suffering, they finally saw the light of hope. This result astonished the hospital staff. Initially, when they agreed to let them conduct clinical trials, it was with a "let's give it a try, it won't hurt anything" mentality. The chosen patients were either severely ill or so poor they were willing to give up treatment, essentially treating it as a last-ditch effort. They never expected that this little-known research institute would produce a truly effective drug, and such an astonishing one at that. Naturally, the 3 patients were overjoyed, with one even kneeling down to express gratitude. This news quickly spread throughout the industry, attracting a flood of patients. However, their research institute did not have the capacity to produce enough medication to meet the demand, leaving them feeling powerless. But this predicament was only temporary, as several pharmaceutical companies soon approached them, all eager to monopolize the production of this drug. After discussion, they chose a well-established state-owned enterprise to begin small-scale production. The reason for small-scale production was that the country had strict regulations regarding medications. After a drug is invented, it must undergo a certain number of animal tests and clinical trials, followed by a sufficient number of human trials to assess tolerance and side effects before it can be mass-produced. However, these were minor issues. The drug itself was excellent, and large-scale production was only a matter of time. Even before production began, countless pharmaceutical companies and hospitals were placing orders. With limited energy and experience, they hired an external team to handle this matter. They decided to focus their main efforts on drug research and development, as that was their specialty. In the following 6 months, the drug generated significant profits and won several prestigious awards, both domestically and internationally. With funding, the Research Institute also welcomed further expansion. However, at this time, I had a conflict with Professor Chang, Qin said slowly. Ranran listened intently. Was it about the distribution of money? No. Qin shook his head with a smile. Although he is stubborn and eccentric, he doesn't have much need for money. This is something we have in common. Ranran didn't understand. Then what was it about? Because, Qin said because of Xinjin. It turned out that through daily interactions, Both Professor Qin and Professor Chung had developed feelings for their junior sister, Lin Jinjin. Indeed, a talented, capable, and gentle girl is hard not to like. If Lin Jinjin had shown the same feelings towards both of them, it wouldn't have been an issue. However, she had a slight affection for Professor Qin. Thus, the situation became awkward among the three, and Professor Chung, noticing this, felt dejected and began isolating himself in the laboratory. He had worked his way up from a poor rural family to where he was today, making him a sensitive and somewhat insecure person, lacking competitive appeal. So when he sensed that someone had feelings for him, he quickly understood and shut himself off again, unwilling to mention it. Chapter 91. The invention of sharp Professor Qin and Lin Jinjin also had their concerns. One felt apprehensive about the future due to his divorce and the age difference, while the other worried that dating would cause invisible harm to Professor Chung. Thus, although both were interested, they did not break through that barrier. Later, Lin Jinjin graduated with her master's and doctorate and chose to work long-term at the Research Institute. In the following years, the three of them joined hands again and developed several new drugs. These drugs were also remarkable, including specialized ointments for eczema and micro-repair capsules for congenital heart disease, as well as a broadly effective hair growth remedy. The development of these new drugs brought the Research Institute significant fame. The three of them had modest material needs, with part of the profits used for public welfare, such as annually recruiting a number of patients to waive their medication fees and donating to several schools. On the other hand, they improved the conditions of the Research Institute, moving to a better location and hiring more personnel. Some universities have established internship recruitment points specifically for talented students in the biology department, gradually with corporate funding and later with regular government grants. These resources motivated them to strive for higher levels. Professor Qin paused after mentioning this and took a sip from his teacup. Later, we accidentally discovered a new component in our experiments, a variant substance produced by a combination of dozens of materials in a specific environment. Initially, we injected this substance into the bodies of some lab mice by mixing it with other materials. Surprisingly, a few days later, we found that the paralyzed mice could move again. We were very excited and spent 3 whole months conducting thousands of simulated experiments before we identified this substance. Is this the sharp Marting pill? Ranran inquired. Professor Qin nodded. Yes. When we discovered it, we were inexplicably excited, feeling it was another groundbreaking invention beyond tumor drugs. However, while discovery was easy, stabilizing it proved to be extremely difficult. The specific conditions required for its emergence relied entirely on luck. This process was very long. Their team worked tens of thousands of times to determine the specific values of temperature, humidity, and air oxygen content. Professors Chung and Qin also began experiments to assess the specific efficacy of this drug, ultimately finding it effective for a variety of systemic diseases, especially for bone diseases, where it showed remarkable effects. The sharp Marting pill is different from ordinary drugs, Professor Qin recalled. Although its effects are powerful, the side effects are significant. More than half of the lab mice died within 2 weeks after administration. So serious? Ranran frovnid. Yes, it was genuinely frightening at the time. We were told to stop. After all, these were just animals. What if patients reacted the same way during clinical trials? That would be terrifying. Professor Qin sighed as he reminisced. But at that time, we were so immersed in our research that no one paid attention to her warnings. We naively believed that as long as we worked hard enough, we could eliminate these adverse factors and create a perfect drug. Ranran whispered. So what happened later? Did you succeed? Professor Qin smiled bitterly and nodded, then shook his head. We optimized some aspects, but there wasn't much progress. However, the good news was that, aside from those that died, almost all the remaining lab mice were cured. This was also the reason we decided to persist. Their approach was very persistent and somewhat crazy. After all, there is a rule in international drug research. If the probability of unexpected events during early animal experiments exceeds 5%, subsequent steps need not continue. Their experiments had probabilities exceeding 50%. Following normal protocols would have been impossible. However, both of them unanimously decided to proceed secretly. We were quite reckless at the time. Professor Qin said softly, "We felt that such a thing was worth the risk. Moreover, We were full of confidence, believing we had the capability to optimize it to perfection, and perhaps we could win a bigger award later. However, their idea was somewhat naive. They devoted all their energy to it and endured another 2 to 3 years without major breakthroughs. Later, Professor Chung made a bold decision to directly seek patients for clinical trials, suggesting that if it didn't work in animals, it might work in humans. Professor Qin supported this, but Lin Jinjin strongly opposed, stating that it was not rigorous enough and that human lives shouldn't be taken lightly. Ranran frowned. I think she was right. All scientific research should be based on safety. I cannot joke with human lives. This was also where Ranran questioned Professors Chung and Mu Qingshan. She always felt their approach was too radical and unacceptable. Professor Qin drained his teacup. At that time, we didn't believe in this superstition. We produced a batch of the optimized sharp marting pill and began selecting patients. All of this was carried out in secrecy. He paused and continued. Because of the reputation of our research institute, many patients were willing to come anonymously. They were also willing to sign a death waiver. However, Jinjin had her doubts. She privately spoke with each of them and discovered that their willingness to sign the waivers stemmed from their belief that our institute had a very high success rate, and they thought it was merely a formality. So she stopped you? Ranran sighed. Professor Qi nodded. Yes, and she was very intense this time. She said if we insisted on going our own way, she would reveal the truth to the outside world. Moreover, she wasn't joking, as she had already prepared the materials for reporting. You didn't stop, did you? Ranran believed this story wouldn't and so quickly. Professor Qi nodded. We tried to persuade her, but later she made a harsh statement, saying that if we had to experiment on someone, it might as well be her. We strongly opposed, and the matter reached a stalemate. A few days later, Professor Chung went on a business trip. Jinjin suddenly found me. Lin Jinjin immediately said, I wasn't joking before. If you insist on conducting clinical trials, then use me as the subject. Professor Qin was stunned. Jinjin, don't be foolish. Didn't we say we would discuss this calmly? Lin Jinjin shook her head resolutely. Don't I know you? You are all stubborn mules. Once you decide on something, you go all in. You're just putting on a show for me. It's only a matter of time before you proceed without telling me. At that moment, Professor Qin felt a bit guilty, as he and Professor Chung had indeed discussed this. He quickly said, Jinjin, don't bring this up again. You don't meet the criteria. There are several requirements for being a clinical trial subject. First, one must have a serious illness. Second, one must be willing to sign a death waiver. Lin Jinjin was healthy and could not possibly be a trial subject. Lin Jinjin took a deep breath and pulled out a diagnosis document from her pocket. Handing it over, what if I say I meet the criteria? Do you believe me? Chapter 92. The death of the junior sister. Professor Qin was dumbfounded upon hearing this. He looked at the document and found it was indeed a breast cancer diagnosis. He stared at Lin Jinjin in disbelief. Junior sister, don't lie to me. Could this be self-inflicted? Senior brother, I wouldn't joke about this. Lin Jinjin's face was pale. It was discovered 2 weeks ago. I was surprised myself. But then I thought, if an experiment must be conducted, I would be the best candidate. Nothing fits better than me. No way. Professor Qin firmly opposed. Anyone can do it, but you absolutely cannot. Lin Jinjin shook her head. My illness was discovered too late. It's already late-stage breast cancer. The doctor said even if treated, there isn't much hope. It's already late stage. Our previous anti-cancer new drug won't work. Since we have a special drug, I'm willing to be the experimental subject. That day, the two argued extensively. In the end, Professor Qin's eyes were red, and Lin Jinjin was in tears. One desperately trying to persuade, the other stubbornly insisting. Finally, Lin Jinjin made a harsh statement. If you don't agree, I will conduct the experiment myself. Under her relentless pressure, Professor Qin finally agreed with tears in his eyes, repeatedly assuring her, I will work hard. I won't let you come to any harm. Lin Jinjin nodded, smiling. Don't tell Chung about this. He's a stubborn person. If he finds out, I'm afraid he'll cause some trouble. Just treat me as an ordinary patient, change the information, and then you can prepare the medication according to normal procedures. Thus, with her insistence, she took on the alias Lin Xiao, moved into an isolation ward, and avoided meeting with Professor Chung for various reasons. The team officially began the first clinical trial of the sharp Marting pill. Professor Qin was extremely nervous about this, while an oblivious Professor Chung was determined to make significant progress, initially deciding to use a sufficient quantity of the drug. Naturally, Professor Qin disagreed, and after a heated argument, Professor Chung secretly administered the drug. The next day, good news came from the ward. The patient's lesions had shown significant improvement, shrinking by 1/3. Professor Chung was quite pleased. See, with your slowpoke nature, we would have already been defeated by the disease. When facing illness, we must be quick, accurate, and ruthless. In life, Professor Chung was pedantic, but in medical research, he was bold and ruthless. Like a wolf, he was always able to sharply capture the core. It was thanks to his temperament that they carved a bloody path through the difficult process and achieved their current results. As for Professor Qin, he valued meticulousness and persistence, combined with a wealth of knowledge, making them close partners over the years. At this moment, seeing such good results, Professor Qin quietly retracted his earlier worries, but kept reminding, "Be very careful. Everything must prioritize safety." Professor Chung waved his hand dismissively and casually asked about Lin Jinjin. "I haven't seen my junior sister for several days. She hasn't replied to my messages. Do you know where she is?" Professor Qin frowned and could only come up with an excuse that she had returned to her hometown. Professor Chung paid no mind and continued to focus on researching the new drug. Seeing the good results encouraged him, and he planned to increase the dosage for another trial. However, this time, increasing the dosage led to a crisis. Lin Jinjin's condition showed a stark contrast, although the lesions had shrunk to almost nothing. Her blood began to flow rapidly, and her heart rate and blood pressure soared to a dangerously high level. Within just 10 minutes, Lin Jinjin fell into a deep coma. Professor Qin rushed frantically to the ward, and the slow-to-react Professor Chung sensed something was wrong and hurried after him. At that moment, Lin Jinjin was covered in tubes, connected to various machines, and was undergoing emergency treatment. In the crowd, Professor Chung saw Lin Jinjin's pale face and froze in place until the group of doctors finished their rescue efforts and shook their heads. Only then did he come to his senses and punch Professor Qin. How could it be Jinjin? How could it be Lin Jinjin? Professor Qin's eyes were already vacant. Unable to shed tears, he held Jinjin's hand and endured the punches and kicks from the man behind him until he lay on the ground, bloodied. Professor Qin sighed at this point. "I was extremely regretful at that time. I wish he would beat me to death so I could go underground to accompany Jinjin." Ranran felt a chill in her heart. Did Jinjin really die? Professor Qin looked at her, his hollow gaze seemingly looking through her to an unknown place. At that time, her organs had stopped functioning on their own. She could only rely on a ventilator to maintain her heartbeat. Her brain was also in a state of stagnation, what they call brain death. Ranran understood immediately. There was no hope left. Her expression turned heavy. What a pity. If the breast cancer treatment had been conducted normally, she would have had a chance, right? Professor Qin covered his head with both hands, seemingly in great pain. Through normal surgery, she could have lived at least another decade. It's all our fault. It was through this incident that Professor Qin and Chung completely tore apart their relationship. They were both in a phase of regret and resentment towards each other. One had secretly sent the junior sister to the isolation room, while the other recklessly administered potent drugs. Each felt that the other was the executioner responsible for Lin Jinjin's death. At that time, Professor Qin was disheartened, swearing never to touch the sharp Ma Ding pill again, and resolutely left the once thriving research institute to go to the remote northwest. Professor Qin also fell into a long period of depression, sitting blankly at Lin Jinjin's desk every day, as if he were a shell of a person. I thought at the time that he would stop and give up the dangerous and deadly sharp Ma Ding pill. However, a few years ago, I learned that he was still researching it and had treated many patients with bone diseases. Recently, I reviewed several clinical reports and felt that the drug's effects had changed significantly from before. Out of caution, I agreed to the provincial leader's request to visit your research institute for an academic exchange to get to the bottom of the sharp Ma Ding pill issue. Professor Qin said softly. Ranran felt very heavy-hearted. This tale from years ago was so convoluted. For a moment, She didn't know what to say to comfort the sorrowful old professor before her. Perhaps anything she said would feel weak and powerless. What he truly wanted was likely her acknowledgement and support. Sure enough, Professor Chin began to plead softly. Xiaoge, I know you're a good child. Otherwise, you wouldn't risk your own safety to investigate this matter. I want to ask for your help to prevent this from happening. Those patients have died. We can't watch more tragedies unfold. Chapter 93. Behind the portrait, Ranran nodded without hesitation. Of course, I've always thought that way. Even if you didn't tell me the truth, I would still do it. Professor Chin felt very gratified. I knew I didn't misjudge you. You're just like Xinjun. Not only are you exceptionally smart, but you also have a kind heart. Ranran lowered her head. I just want to do what I believe is right. Those who have died are innocent. All right. Next, I plan to find the original data for the number 12 drug, Professor Chin said. Ranran shook her head. I've looked. There's only an empty file bag. I have a rough idea of where this old fellow would keep the documents, Professor Chin said quietly. After all these years, his habits are still the same. Ranran didn't understand his meaning and said, Professor Chin, just tell me what you need me to do, and I'll comply. Professor Chin lowered his voice and whispered a few words, and Ranran was taken aback. That place is Professor Cheng's forbidden zone. He doesn't allow us to go in. The most dangerous place is the safest place. Those files must be hidden there. Ranran thought for a while before nodding. I'll try my best to give a shot. On the way back to the dormitory from the cafeteria, Ranran felt very complicated. The place Professor Chin just mentioned was Professor Cheng's dormitory, which was a 2-bedroom apartment allocated by the unit, located right behind the research institute. He rarely returned, but every time he did, he would turn off his wristband, not contact anyone, and would not allow anyone to find his dormitory. Everyone said that place was Professor Cheng's forbidden zone, and no one dared to go there. Would the documents really be there? Ranran was skeptical, but at this point, she could only take the risk. Moreover, she planned to seize the day. Time was urgent, so she decided to go tonight. Ranran frowned, driving forward, then stopped in a remote area behind the research institute, heading towards Professor Cheng's dormitory building along a secluded path. The building was quite old, originally built to provide convenience for married staff members at the institute, but very few lived there, as most had bought houses in the city for their children's schooling. Professor Chung lived on the left side of the 3rd floor. Ranran had heard director Luo mention it before. As she said, she helped pay the property fees and utilities every year. From a distance, she could already see it. Ranran squinted and stood for a while, then walked straight ahead, recalling Professor Chin's words. His habit is to leave a key with Grandma Zhu on the 1st floor. You can go as a student and say you're there to collect materials. Grandma Zhu won't suspect anything. Ranran didn't know whether Grandma Zhu would suspect her, but this method sounded quite risky. Whatever, at this point, with the knife to her throat, if she didn't act, the Pathology Institute might face a big problem. She couldn't care less about anything else. Just go for it. At that moment, Ranran felt like a fearless warrior, somewhat undaunted. She walked quickly to the building, observed for a while, and then knocked on the door on the right side of the 1st floor. Grandma Zhu, are you home? Uncertain of how long it had been, the door creaked open, revealing an elderly woman with deep wrinkles. She stared at Ranran with her murky eyes, sizing her up, and in the late night, it felt quite eerie. Ranran inexplicably felt nervous, but there was no turning back. She could only proceed as Professor Chin had instructed. Hello, I am Professor Cheng's student. He asked me to help him retrieve some materials from his home and said you have the key. A cold smile flickered across the old woman's face, and without a word, she slammed the door shut with a bang. Ranran was stunned. She hadn't expected Granny Zhu to be so indifferent. It seemed she wouldn't be able to get inside today, just as she was about to leave in disappointment. A metallic hotel card was tossed out from the door crack, followed by a frail, aged voice. Return it when you're done. Don't touch his things. Ranran felt as if she had found treasure and quickly bent down to pick it up. Got it, Granny Zhu, thank you. She clutched the card and headed towards the 3rd floor, then opened Professor Cheng's door without hesitation. With another creak, a dark void of a room appeared before her. Ranran felt a momentary daze. The darkness felt like an unfathomable abyss, akin to a wormhole, capable of pulling one in and trapping them forever. She even had the feeling that, up until now, she had been that obedient intern. But if she stepped through that door, she would probably enter some extreme situation. Standing at the threshold, she hesitated for a few seconds, then resolutely walked in and closed the door tightly behind her. The room was pitch black, and it seemed there was no source of light at all. Being in such darkness, she felt as if a pair of eyes was watching her, sending chills down her spine. Ranran bit her lip and fumbled along the wall for the light switch, but after a long search, she touched a cold frame that felt like a picture frame. Curious, she leaned in closer, and in the darkness, she suddenly saw a pair of eyes staring back at her. She was startled and quickly stepped back. In a flash, she remembered that her wristband had a light function, so she quickly activated it. Finally, she could see that there was a black and white portrait of a woman hanging on the wall. The woman appeared gentle, with large almond-shaped eyes gazing ahead, and her thin lips slightly curved as if filled with compassion. Ranran carefully examined the portrait for a moment and whispered, "You must be Lin Jinjin, right? I didn't expect Professor Chung to keep you hanging here." Below the portrait was a table adorned with fruits and offerings, along with a bouquet of white roses, which indicated that Professor Chung had been back not long ago. Ranran bowed 3 times to the portrait, her heart filled with emotion. Such a benevolent and righteous predecessor who dedicated herself to science deserved respect. After completing this, Ranran began her main task. She glanced around and pushed open the door to the inner room. This apartment had 2 bedrooms and a living room. The small living room was quite bare, with almost no furniture besides a table. The 2 rooms consisted of 1 bedroom and 1 study. The bedroom was also empty, while the study was filled with books. Ranran's main target was the study, and she began to search meticulously, going through the bookcase, the desk, and the drawers, but found nothing useful. Just as she was feeling disappointed, she received a call from Professor Chin, who asked, "Did you find it?" "No, there's nothing in the study." Professor Chin thought for a moment. "What about behind the portrait?" Ranran found it hard to believe. Would someone really place files behind a portrait? That seemed a bit chilling. With a half-convinced attitude, she went to check, and upon doing so, her expression changed because she indeed felt a few thin sheets of paper. Taking them out, she saw several clear words. Sharma Ding Pill Dosage Analysis Table. Her heart raced because this was the information she had been investigating for a long time. It was also the main component of the 12th drug. Her eyes scanned line by line through the tables, and her feeling of panic intensified. It listed various side effects that appeared when the dosage was increased, including fainting, rapid organ failure, and death due to madness. The most astonishing part was that when the dosage reached 5 times the standard, it had the ability to alter brain nerves. This change was not a benign improvement, but an irreversible destruction and reconstruction, effectively breaking and reshaping the brain's nerves. Of course, the prerequisite was that a person could survive those earlier side effects and remain healthy. The 12th drug contained the Sharma Ding pill component at the standard triple dosage. This meant it was very close to altering brain nerves. Ranran was terrified. She hurriedly used her wristband to take evidence, then replaced the papers as they were and hung the portrait back up before quickly leaving Professor Cheng's house. She ran quickly, and only after bursting out of the building did she remember she hadn't returned the hotel card. She hurriedly backtracked, pushed the card through the door crack, and then quickly left. Ranran rushed back to her car and sent the photos she had just taken to Professor Chin. Soon, she received a call from him. And on the other end, Professor Chin sounded distraught. "It's true. This old fool has some nerve." Ranran frowned and asked, "Did you already know about the brain nerve alteration?" Professor Chin quickly replied, "No, this is the first time I'm hearing about it. But I had noticed some signs before. It's a long story. We must stop him immediately. Otherwise, it will be too late." By the end of his statement, Professor Chin's voice had turned hoarse, and his urgency came through the phone. Ranran also felt a sense of impending confrontation. Should we call the police? Yes. I will send the information to the National Health Department immediately. Once they confirm, they can notify the police to issue an arrest warrant. Professor Chin said logically, "And you have something very important to do." Ranran understood. "I need to go to the Research Institute and rescue all the patients, right?" "Yes." "Are you scared?" Professor Chin asked. Ranran shook her head. I've never been so fearless in my life. Indeed, on this journey, she was no longer afraid. Lin Jinjin had risked herself to protect everyone. She, Ranran, could do the same. Taking a deep breath, she declared, I'm going to the Research Institute right away. No matter what method I use, I will protect those patients. After hanging up, Ranran quickly got out of the car and rushed towards the institute. Just as she was nearing the entrance, she suddenly remembered something and called Xiaoyu, briefly explaining what she was about to do, and told her, if something happens, please take care of my parents and Shaolin. She's all alone in this world. Please look after her. Before Xiaoyu could say anything, Ranran had already hung up and switched her phone to silent mode. Just as she was about to swipe her card to enter the research institute, her wristband vibrated. It was a call from Qin Yuan. Ranran stared at the name for several seconds. After turning off the video mode, she answered, Hello? Ranran, where are you? Qin Yuan's voice was urgent, and the background seemed to be in a laboratory. Ranran hesitated for a moment. Is there something wrong? Yes, a huge breakthrough. Qin Yuan's eyes sparkled. The research has made significant progress. You need to come over. Significant progress? Ranran felt a surge of anxiety. Does it have anything to do with the patients? Qin Yuan wore a mysterious expression. Of course. I'll explain everything when you get here. I guarantee you'll be shocked. He hung up the phone quickly, and Ranran felt increasingly uneasy. Could it be that Professor Chung had lost control and used an even more potent drug on the patients? The more she thought about it, the more scared she became. She quickly swiped her wristband and rushed into the research institute. It was late at night, and there weren't many people in the institute. She walked straight towards the pathology department, but unexpectedly, there wasn't even a security guard at the entrance. This was not scientific, because the pathology department and the core laboratory have always been important areas of the research institute. There are security guards on duty 24 hours a day. Ranran felt sensitive that something was different tonight. She walked slowly inside, from the first floor to the second, as if entering a deserted realm. Especially at the nurse's station, there was actually no duty nurse. The corridor was silent, creating an illusion that in just a few short hours, the people in the institute had quickly vanished. Her heart raced with increasing panic, and her footsteps quickened. She was eager to check the patient rooms. Soon, she pushed open the first patient room, expecting to find the patient still there, thinking it was all just her illusion. But the moment she opened it, she froze. There really was no one in the room. She speculated whether the patients here had been discharged, so she quickly checked the nearby rooms. Without exception, all the patients in these rooms had disappeared. Ranran couldn't believe her eyes. She quickly checked the entire second floor and indeed found no one. She then ran up to the third floor to continue checking, and it was the same. Even the previously most seriously ill patients had completely vanished. In her panic, she had a strange illusion that perhaps she had entered a parallel universe through some opportunity. If wormholes truly exist, then parallel universes must exist too. But she quickly dismissed this possibility because there were still some previous items left on the nurse station's desk, a few record sheets, and a half-eaten box meal. Ranran's heart raced, and a terrifying thought struck her. Those patients must have been taken to Professor Chang's operating room or isolation ward on the fourth floor. They must have been injected with a large dose of medication. She rushed upstairs as fast as she could, first heading to check on Gao Chengkai and Li Zifeng's patient rooms. No one was there either. The same was true for other patient rooms. Ranran searched room by room and finally found a clue in the isolation ward. In the room where Sha Rulin's companion had previously stayed, there was actually an extra woman lying there, her dry hair spread out on the pillow. From a distance, she couldn't tell who it was. Ranran slowly approached it. She pushed the door, which surprisingly opened easily, but the second door inside was tightly sealed, and no matter how hard she pushed or how she tried with the hand ring, it had no effect. However, at that moment, she clearly saw the woman's profile. It was Li Hui, Li Zifeng's mother, who was also a patient suffering from a bone disease that had been untreated for many years. At this moment, her hands and feet were restrained, and the foredrip at the head of the bed was still dripping liquid, completely motionless, leaving her unsure whether she was alive or dead. Chapter 95. The only living person, and she was the only living person in the entire building. The security guards, doctors, nurses, and all the patients had mysteriously disappeared in a short time. Had those people encountered some misfortune? Ranran knocked on the door with all her might, trying to get in to find out the truth, but no matter how hard she knocked, the door remained silent, and Li Hui on the isolation bed showed no response. Just then, in the most tense moment, Ranran's hand ring vibrated. The sound startled her, and when she looked down, 2 words stood out. Qin Yuan. Ranran quickly answered, "Hey, where are you?" Qin Yuan's voice sounded strange. "You saw it, right? They have all disappeared." This statement instantly made Ranran furious. "Speak properly. What do you want to do? Where did those patients go?" Qin Yuan's expression was very strange. "If you want to know the answer, come to Professor Cheng's office. He is waiting for us there." Ranran hung up the phone, glanced at Li Hui in the isolation room, then gritted her teeth and left the pathology department, heading straight for Professor Cheng's office. On the way, she didn't forget to send a message to Professor Qin and Xiao Yu just in case. She couldn't place all her bets on Professor Qin alone. Ranran thought there might be dangers on the way, but who knew that from here to Professor Cheng's office? It was all calm, and Qin Yuan was waiting outside the office. Seeing her coming from a distance, Qin Yuan walked over, smiling gently. "Junior sister, you're here?" Once upon a time, Qin Yuan was like the warm sun in spring to Ranran, a respected and warm elder brother. But now his smile only sent chills down her spine, making her feel frightened. The man in front of her had handled those drugs and, as Professor Cheng's lackey, had done those heinous things. Ranran stood 2 meters away from him, wary and unwilling to approach. Qin Yuan smiled and pushed open the door behind him. "Come in. The professor is inside." He blocked the doorway, but the light from inside was already shining through. Ranran saw Professor Cheng sitting at the desk, facing away from the door, seemingly looking out the window. Qin Yuan stepped back. "Junior sister, go in." Ranran shot him a glare and strode past him. She knew hesitation was useless. One must take risks to gain rewards. Since she was here, was there still a chance to choose? As she reached the door, Qin Yuan suddenly said softly, "You might be here for the last time." Ranran looked at him speechlessly, feeling that this was an outright threat. But she couldn't afford to care about that anymore. Even if it was a trap, she would go in without hesitation. She walked into the office and soon heard the sound of the door closing behind her. When she turned around, Qin Yuan had already shut the door tightly and was guarding it. Ranran turned to look at Professor Cheng, who was slowly walking back from the window. "Xiao Ge, you're here?" Ranran's emotions were complicated. "Professor Cheng, where exactly have all the people in the institute gone? The staff have all been sent back." Professor Cheng said after a moment of silence. "As for those patients, gone." Ranran collapsed instantly, realizing the implications of Professor Cheng and Qin Yuan's words. The patients were likely in grave danger, and she probably wouldn't escape either. She silently prayed that Xiao Yu and Professor Qin would quickly call the police. Professor Cheng pointed to a chair. "Xiao Ge, sit down. Qin Yuan, you come sit too." With a mindset of accepting what comes, Ranran sat down, wanting to hear what Professor Cheng had to say. Professor Cheng stared at them, a fatherly look appearing in his eyes. "You two are the most special students I've ever taught. Do you know why?" Qin Yuan shook his head, and Ranran remained silent, thinking that what was the point of saying this? At this moment, hearing such sentimental words felt ridiculous. Professor Cheng smiled slightly. "Xiao Qin, I don't need to say much. He's obsessed with scientific research, just like I was back in the day. And Xiao Ge, you are kind and brave, just like a certain old friend of mine from many years ago." "Xiao Ge, you must have met her, right?" Ranran suddenly understood something. "You already know?" "Yes. Granny Zhu told me that a female student went to find her for the key. I was unclear about that, right? The mention of a key in such an old way. I can also guess it was old Qin's suggestion." Professor Cheng's fingers tapped rhythmically on the table. This was a habitual action of his, just like his fondness for smoking. He would do it during every meeting or while working. Ranran wearily closed her eyes. "So you went to great lengths to create all of this, and then brought me here. What do you want to say?" "I just have a lesson to teach you," Professor Cheng said with a smile. Ranran felt the need to remind him. "What you've done will soon be known to everyone. I advise you to stop, otherwise the consequences will be serious. As a former student, I hope you can maintain some dignity." Professor Cheng stood up, looking at her with a gentle yet pleading expression. "Can you listen to me finish this lesson?" Qin Yuan stepped forward. "Professor." "You." Professor Chung raised his hand to stop him. "Xiao Qin, this is also the last class." He took a deep breath, lit a cigarette, and amidst the swirling smoke, slowly said, "Do you know the original intention of my research in biomedicine? I was born into a remote and impoverished rural family, where both of my parents were farmers working tirelessly in the fields. In order to support my education, my family spent all their savings. My father contracted hepatitis when I was in my teens, but he refused to seek treatment to save on medical costs, ultimately suffering from liver cancer. My mother, due to years of hard labor, suffered severe joint deformities and developed a bone disease, eventually becoming bedridden. Professor Chung mentioned that when he left home to attend high school and later university, his family hid the harsh realities of their situation from him, only saying that everything was fine. To save on travel expenses, he rarely returned home. It wasn't until he received the call about his father's death that he realized how much they had sacrificed over the years. It was also then that he learned about the severity of his mother's condition. He borrowed money from everywhere to take his mother to the best hospital for treatment. But the doctors shook their heads, saying it was too late. Her bone disease was beyond the help of medicine. Indeed, she did not survive for more than 6 months and followed his father in death. The newly graduated Professor Chung lost both of his parents in a very short time. Consequently, he shifted his focus from genetics to medicine, studying microorganisms, viruses, and bacteria. At this point, Professor Cheng's eyes reddened as he said, "Compared to poverty, I can understand even more the horror of disease. How many people in our country suffer from incurable diseases, leading many families to be burdened with debt? In the end, they are left with the tragic outcome of broken families. Ultimately, it comes down to a lack of effective and affordable special medications. Many patients are forced to buy expensive imported drugs just to survive. Countless patients are misled, believing in certain fraudulent private hospitals or bizarre remedies, exhausting their savings only to end up with nothing." Chapter 96. The last lesson. Gu Ranran silently stared at him, suddenly lost in thought. Speaking of which, this was also her original intention to pursue medicine. Although health insurance had been implemented across various social strata since she was a child, those terminal illnesses remained insurmountable challenges. Some special imported medications do exist, but they are often ineffective and prohibitively expensive, and these medications are generally not covered by health insurance. Therefore, upon hearing Professor Cheng's words, she felt deeply moved and agreed with him, albeit temporarily overlooking the troubling matters he had been involved in. Professor Chung continued, "After I got into this field, I realized only a fraction of the challenges involved. They all think that developing such medications is time-consuming and labor-intensive, yielding little result. So they invest their money in projects with quicker returns. Some talented researchers can't even secure funding and can only endure hardship. The predecessor of this research institute was a small laboratory. You probably have no idea how he managed to survive." Gu Ranran wanted to say that she was aware because Professor Qin had already recounted their extremely difficult past. But she couldn't mention this and could only hold back. Continuing to listen to him, Professor Chung took a deep drag from a cigarette. Because of these reasons, many people couldn't hold on and directly switch careers. "You must understand this, right?" Qin Yuan spoke up. "That's right. Nowadays, the most popular medications in our country are not due to good research and high efficacy, but rather because of good sales. Some of my college classmates, who were top students, switched careers to pharmaceutical sales because they could no longer continue in medical research." What does this indicate? Professor Chung became excited. It indicates that there are not many people willing to engage in research anymore. It shows that if we don't change, we will be defeated by the survival of the fittest in nature, and there will be no chance for resurgence. We would only be puppets for the rest of our lives. Gu Ranran slowly spoke. "I admit what you said is true, not just for you, but also for people like me. It's not that researchers don't want to research, but there are countless difficulties. Although our country is developing rapidly, the funding for developing special medications is insufficient, which is why future generations are reluctant to pursue this field. But don't you think we should have our bottom line? Shouldn't experiments be conducted under safe conditions? Bottom line?" Professor Chung laughed. "The so-called bottom line is an obstacle to human progress, and it is the source of human stubbornness. Whereas absolute safety. If everyone only thinks about safety, it will only lead to more deaths. The public holds prejudices against body donation and experiments on special patients, resulting in many special cases in hospitals being left unused and wasted, unable to fulfill their purpose. So you disregard everything, first deceiving them into signing a death agreement under the guise of treating bone diseases and organ failure. And then, without the patients and their families knowing, you distribute the mysterious and untested Xishuangbanna mating pills to them. Don't you know this could cost them their lives? Those patients died because of this. Ranran became increasingly angry. Patients also have a right to know. They have the right to choose their own fate. Little Gu is right. Suddenly, the door swung open, and Professor Qin slowly emerged from the shadows. Old Chung. Everyone understands these grand principles. But no matter how profound the reasoning, it cannot justify immoral actions. The side effects of Xishuangbanna mating pills are severe, and excessive doses can be fatal. You know this very well. No matter how much we want to advance in research, we cannot put patients in jeopardy. You know nothing. Upon seeing him, Professor Chung abruptly stood up from the table. If it weren't for you, Xinjin wouldn't have died. Why do you have to speak here? Professor Qin forced a bitter smile. Do you really think I alone caused her harm? If it weren't for your aggressive medication, she could have recovered. Professor Cheng's expression darkened, as if shrouded in a heavy gloom. He glared at Professor Qin fiercely. You're talking nonsense. You're the one who caused her death. You are the one who killed her. Stop pretending to be the good guy. Since you have withdrawn from the research institute, what right do you have to meddle in my affairs? Get back to your northwest. Why should I care? Professor Qin smiled instead of getting angry. Guess why I care. A month ago, while giving an academic lecture in the country, I met a pharmaceutical businessman named Wells. After chatting with him, I learned some things from his words. It turns out you started collaborating a year ago. Upon hearing this, Professor Chung froze, staring at Professor Qin as if he had seen a ghost, unable to speak a word. Professor Qin took a couple of steps closer. You know very well that apart from repairing damaged cells in the human body, Xishuangbanna mating pills have a very special effect. Under certain dosages, they can alter brain neurons, breaking them down and reorganizing them, turning individuals into emotionless beings that only carry out commands. So when Wells extended the olive branch to you, you immediately succumbed to the temptation of money and began large-scale experiments. Professor Chung angrily retorted, You're talking nonsense. Talking nonsense? Professor Qin pulled out several documents and waved them in front of him. I have all the files you've hidden, and I also have records of your multiple communications with Wells, including the number 12 drug that I found even while you were hiding it. I've already analyzed its components. Do you want to check them one by one? And all of this has been reported to the National Health Department. You will soon receive an arrest warrant from the police. Professor Chung collapsed, realizing it was too late. All his excuses were meaningless. He propped himself up on the table. Took a long time to lift his head, sweat covering his forehead, disbelief written all over his face. You vile old man. How could you do this? How did you manage it? Just with Little Gu? Professor Qin shook his head. Little Gu helped me a lot, but there was also someone you didn't expect. At this point, he turned to look at the door, and everyone followed his gaze. From the dark doorway, a tall and stern man in a black suit slowly walked out. Qin Shan, Professor Chung exclaimed in shock. How could it be you? Didn't you say you would fully support my research project and eliminate all obstacles for the new drug? Mu Qingshan frowned. That's right. I once thought we all had the same goal, to contribute our strength to the country's scientific research projects, but you have violated the promise we made at the beginning. Mu Qingshan took a couple of steps forward, looking down at him. Do you really think that no one knows what you have done? If it weren't for Feng Qi's death, I might not have suspected you. Later, I gradually investigated the hospital and contacted Professor Qin, and only then did I learn about your actions. Professor Chung, your mistakes can no longer be salvaged. Chapter 97. Mistakes upon mistakes. Mu Qingshan continued. At the beginning, you exploited patients with bone diseases for research, but the efficacy was inconsistent, so you suspected that these patients, after long-term medication, had developed drug resistance. Therefore, you turned your attention to healthy individuals. You secretly introduced a virus suspected to be clot virus into the municipal people's hospital, which could be used to screen adaptable bodies. By doing this, you selected these patients and then utilized the subsequent side effects of this virus to absorb them into the pathological institute and began bold experiments. Professor Cheng's face turned pale as he stood there in a daze. The cigarette in his hand had not been smoked for a long time. It had already burned down to the end, and the dim red flame had scorched his fingers, yet he didn't move at all. After you recklessly administer the drug, you caused the deaths of 2 patients. Fang Qi sensed something was amiss because she noticed your peculiar actions while preparing the medication. Therefore, out of caution, she replaced those drugs with vitamins. Later, by coincidence, she was discovered by Gu Ranran and Qin Yuan, and in her panic, she broke her leg. She could have survived, but you chased her to the hospital and injected a large amount of sleeping pills into her body, creating the illusion that she committed suicide out of guilt. Mu Qingshan's cold gaze swept over him. Did you ever consider that she had a young daughter? Can your conscience bear this? Professor Cheng shook his head. Fang Qi was a kind person, but unfortunately, she appeared kind, only to be foolish. It's like the farmer and the snake, seemingly saving a life, but in reality, becoming an accomplice to countless difficult ailments. If I could do it all over again, I would hope she could live well. You don't even realize where you're wrong. Mu Qingshan looked at him. You are willful, and you've already walked down a dark path. Gu Ranran, watching Mu Qingshan, suddenly realized that she had misunderstood him in the past. During those days of doubt, this man secretly did so much. His decisiveness in investigating the truth and seeking out Professor Qin was frighteningly strong. Mu Qingshan took 2 more steps forward. Approaching the flustered Professor Cheng, you must be aware of what happened later. Everyone is clear about it. You saw that the situation was getting more complicated, and the Research Institute was investigating the theft of anesthetics. So you, in desperation, crazily tried to increase the dosage. Even today, you captured a patient and forcibly injected her with a high dose of the sharp. If it weren't for your neighbor's call alerting you, you would probably have done something even more terrible. Shut up, shut up. Professor Cheng shook his head madly. Qin Yuan, who had been silent for a long time, hoarsely spoke. No, Professor, I don't believe this is true. You can't be that kind of person. Gu Ranran glanced at him and softly said, Senior brother, I have always respected you, and I hope you can have self-awareness. Don't just follow the crowd. Professor Cheng was indeed strong in his profession, but morally, he was wrong. Wrong can be corrected. Qin Professor exclaimed. How to correct it? What do you want us to do? Should we all work together to destroy all the data to exonerate Professor Cheng? If that's the case, who will clear the grievances of those who have died? Qin Yuan lowered his head and remained silent, still immersed in what Mu Qingshan had said. He couldn't believe those things were true. How could it be? How could Professor Cheng do such things? This far exceeded his understanding. From the time he started studying, Professor Cheng had been his idol. During university, he worked extremely hard to be accepted into his graduate program. After interning at the Research Institute, he spent several years in a laboratory to gain Professor Cheng's favor and slowly gain his attention. When Professor Cheng asked him to pay attention to Gu Ranran, Qin Yuan had defended her several times, but in the end, he also believed Professor Cheng's words, thinking that Gu Ranran had ulterior motives and wanted to steal the Institute's secrets. For this, he openly and secretly spoke to Gu Ranran a few times, but she remained unaffected each time. It was only today that he realized he had been slapped in the face, and the most foolish one was himself. He had naively become the weapon used by Professor Cheng to commit murder and helped in doing something morally reprehensible. After a while, Qin Yuan raised his head and pleaded, Professor, he may have been confused for a moment. Director Mu, can we make some concessions? If there is punishment, let it be on me. He is older and can't handle the turmoil. I'm sorry. This matter is not for you or me to decide. Mu Qingshan glanced at him. Also, Qin Yuan, being a do-gooder is meaningless. Everyone must bear the consequences of their actions. Professor Cheng is so, and so are you. His implication was clear. Qin Yuan couldn't wash his hands of this matter. So what was he begging for? At that moment, the sound of police sirens echoed from outside, drawing closer to the entrance of the Research Institute. Everyone knew clearly that this matter had reached a conclusion. The police soon rushed in, handcuffing Professor Cheng and Qin Yuan and taking them away. The two hung their heads in despair, not saying another word. Professor Qin also went to explain the situation. Gu Ranran followed behind, watching them being taken away in the police car, urgently asking Mu Qingshan, "Are the patients in the institute already?" When you arrived, I had already contacted the patients' families. Aside from Li Hui and Li Zifeng, the others have been sent home. Mu Qingshan said softly, whether it was too late or a matter of conscience. Only the police can know. Speaking of Li Hui, Gu Ranran became anxious. I saw her. She was locked in the isolation room and must have been injected with some liquid. The door was locked, and I couldn't get in. But I'm not sure about Li Zifeng. Not good, we need to hurry. After hearing this, Mu Qingshan immediately headed outside, with Gu Ranran running ahead. The two hurried, but when they reached the isolation room, it was still too late. Upon examination, Li Hui had been injected with a high dose of drug No. 12 and had now fallen into a deep coma, unaware of her surroundings. Mu Qingshan immediately called, instructing the institute staff to come over right away, stating that her condition required isolation for close observation. Meanwhile, he arranged for Gu Ranran to contact the other patients to ask if they were willing to return for treatment. While the two were busy, Professor Qin was also at the police station taking notes. After finishing, he inquired, "Can I see old Qing again? There are a few questions I want to ask him in person." The police replied, "No, they're still in the interrogation process. If it's possible later, we will notify you." Professor Qin nodded, and after leaving the police station, he dialed a number through his wristband. "The matter here is almost handled. Is she all right?" After receiving a response, Professor Qin sighed deeply, continued to maintain the current situation according to the original procedure. Chapter 98. Lin Jinjin's secret. The following days were the most chaotic and turbulent for the Research Institute, as no one could imagine that Professor Cheng, the technical core of the institute, had been arrested. The crimes committed by Professor Cheng left them dumbfounded, and rumors spread rapidly. Some said that although Professor Cheng appeared to have no wife or children, he had several luxurious houses and mistresses abroad, just waiting to make a fortune and enjoy life. Others speculated that aside from him and Qin Yuan, several other associate professors at the institute were also implicated, fearing that greater turmoil was yet to come. Some of these rumors reached Mu Qingshan's ears. He scoffed at them, but he knew that although Professor Cheng had done bad things, it was far from the point where everyone would call for his execution. All decisions still had to be left to the police. What needed to be done now was to clear out the bad rumors and those with ulterior motives from the Research Institute. Then, he would put the institute back on the right track. After all, he had promised his superiors that he would promote the institute and safeguard the medical field. The former required waiting for the results of the police interrogation, while the latter was challenging due to the current weak research strength of the institute. Although the other associate professors were quite talented, they all had their own project teams to continue, and a heavyweight professor was needed to join. The first person he thought of was Professor Qin. He had met Professor Qin a few months ago at an academic exchange meeting, and they had a pleasant conversation, maintaining contact ever since. They had also experienced the incident with Professor Cheng together, which could be considered a successful collaboration. There was no one better than him available now. However, after he extended the invitation, Professor Qin hesitated. "I have projects in the Northwest. Besides, I am naturally laid back and do not want to confine myself here. Moreover, this incident has caused quite a stir, making it very difficult to conduct research." Mu Qingshan was silent for a moment. Professor Cheng's methods were problematic, but the fault lies only with the person. The Shili mating pill itself is excellent. Can you really bear to let it go? Professor Qin sighed softly and spoke the truth. The Shili mating pill is a shadow in my heart. I do not wish to touch it again. Don't you want to save Ms. Lin Jinjin? Mu Qingshan slowly spoke. There must be a way to address its side effects, right? Professor Qin was taken aback. How do you know? Mu Qingshan smiled slightly. This may be difficult for others, but for me, finding out is not hard at all. Professor Qin looked at him for a long time. Let me think about it. I still have unfinished business. I want to see old Cheng once more. I'll arrange this matter. Mu Qingshan agreed. I will make sure he meets you before the trial. Mu Qingshan was known for his reliability and incredible action. And 2 days later, he communicated with all parties and secured an opportunity for Qin and Cheng to meet. Before going, Professor Qin felt very complicated. He locked himself in his office for half a day, and then, as if he had made a significant decision, he said to Gu Ranran, "I thought it over carefully." He has made many mistakes, but haven't I? Are you referring to the matter concerning Lin Jinjin? Gu Ranran whispered. Professor Qin nodded. This trip can also be considered a closure to the past. Xiao Gu, would you like to accompany me? Gu Ranran thought for a moment and agreed. Okay, ever since you told me that past story, I have been a half-witness. So Gu Ranran got in his car and accompanied him. Along the way, Professor Qin remained silent, and Gu Ranran also kept quiet. Occasionally, she turned her head to look at the cultured and refined Professor Qin, feeling he resembled an elderly gentleman in a painting. Gu Ranran couldn't help but sigh. She thought, if Professor Chung hadn't gone down the wrong path, and if Lin Jinjin were still alive, the three of them would surely achieve even greater things now. Half an hour later, the car stopped at the city's first detention center where Professor Chung was being held. They had to wait for the interrogation to finish and for charges to be determined before he would be transferred. Someone was already waiting at the entrance. That person led them inside and said that Professor Chung was waiting in the fourth reception room. Gu Ranran felt very complicated. She slowly followed Professor Qin there and, half a minute later, saw Professor Chung dressed in gray-blue clothing, his hair disheveled and face haggard. Professor Chung had always been unkempt, but even in his simple attire, there used to be a light in his eyes. However, he now looked dim, as if he had aged 10 years overnight. Upon seeing them, he showed no surprise. Just sit down. His tone was reminiscent of that night. Only the backdrop had changed to the detention center. Gu Ranran silently sat down in the chair opposite him, while Professor Qin quietly spoke a few words to the guard, who nodded and left, closing the door behind him. Once seated, Professor Qin said softly, I have a few words I want to say to you. Professor Chung sneered twice. Just right. I also have a few words I want to say to you. Go ahead. Professor Qin said. Gu Ranran hesitated for a moment. Should I step out? Professor Chung shook his head. Things have come to this point. There is nothing to hide. As my former student, you could be a witness between us. I'll go first. The reason I went crazy studying the Shili mating pill is because of you, old Qin. Professor Qin was taken aback. What does that have to do with me? I gave up this research many years ago. We haven't even interacted for years. Professor Chung shook his head angrily. But you took Jinjin away. Lowering his head, Professor Chung continued after a long while, his voice sounding very low. Back then, you told me that you took Jinjin's ashes back to her hometown to be buried with her parents. But 5 years later, when I went to her hometown to pay my respects, I learned from the villagers that it was all a lie. You never brought back her ashes, nor did you even go back. Professor Qin sighed. I'm sorry, I have my reasons. What reasons? You just wanted to use her. Professor Chung exploded. No matter how much you pretended to care, it was all empty talk. Later, I investigated and found out that you secretly transported her body abroad after her death. And then there was no trace of it. You just wanted to use her body for research. Professor Qin's expression was strange, a mix of shock, speechlessness, and more helplessness. He explained, You misunderstood. How could I do such a thing? Professor Chung did not want to hear his explanation. Don't argue. I found the invoice for the air transport of the body from the airline and heard them confirm the identity of the body in the coffin. How could there be a mistake? Chapter 99. The final experiment. Gu Ranran was shocked by this dialogue, looking at Professor Qin in disbelief. Could these things really be true? Professor Qin shook his head. Old Chung, you have truly misunderstood this matter. I admit I did send Jinjin's body abroad, but I... Professor Chung slammed the table. His face flushed with excitement. It's too late for whatever you say. I have never regretted this matter. You exploited Jinjin, and I won't let you off easily. We might as well perish together. Although I have failed this time, your outcome won't be any better. Professor Qin sighed. Old Chung, I thought you were after money. I didn't expect you to do such things for an illusion. You're so foolish. You have no right to talk to me. I came today to tell you all the truth. Professor Qin stepped closer. Do you remember the German man named John we met while studying abroad? Professor Chung frowned, seemingly unable to recall who this John was. Professor Qin looked at him and continued. Jinjin was indeed sent abroad by me, but I was not using her body for research. John is a businessman who specializes in body freezing. He has a private factory in Germany, so I sent Jinjin there. Body freezing? Professor Chung and Gu Ranran's voices echoed simultaneously. Professor Qin nodded. That's right. Although Jinjin's brain and heart had already stopped functioning, We maintained them with equipment. Later, I found John and transported her body to the freezing factory. I thought that perhaps one day, when our medical technology advances to a certain level, we could reawaken her and cure her. No, impossible. You must be lying to me. Professor Chung shook his head frantically. Professor Chin frowned and pressed a button on his wristband, causing a photo to appear before them. The photo showed a transparent square container with a lot of mist floating above it, and inside the mist lay a young woman, Lin Jinjin, sleeping with her eyes tightly closed. Ranran recognized her. She was the woman in the memorial photo. On the other hand, Professor Chung was excessively excited, reaching out repeatedly to touch the photo, but his hand quickly passed through the void. The scene looked very strange, as both Professors Chung and Qin were elderly, while the frozen Lin Jinjin still retained her appearance from before her death, appearing as a young woman, like 2 generations apart. Professor Qin sighed and asked, "Are you feeling reassured now? The reason I didn't tell you before was partly due to the resentment I felt at the time, hating you and also hating myself for later practical considerations. I was afraid that if you learned this news, you might act impulsively. Now, under these circumstances, I have no choice but to tell you." Professor Cheng's expression was peculiar, hard to tell if he was crying or smiling. He hunched over, looking particularly worn. After Professor Qin approached him, he asked, "Don't you have something to tell me?" Professor Chung snapped back to reality, straightened up, and trembled as he said, "I owe Jinjin an apology. I owe more than just Jinjin." His hands fumbled for a long time on his body before finally pulling out a small transparent pill from a pocket, tightly clenching in his hand. Ranran hadn't seen clearly what it was when Professor Qin quickly rushed forward. "What do you want to do?" Professor Chung forced a bitter smile and quickly stuffed the object into his mouth. "This was originally meant to take revenge on you. But now, it seems like you all will accompany me for my last experiment." Ranran exclaimed, "Professor Chung, is that the sharp ma ding pill?" Professor Qin rushed over and grabbed his shoulder. "Quick, spit it out. Hurry up." Professor Chung shook his head and broke free, stumbling back a few steps. "That's right. This was something I had hidden away to deal with old Qin. I thought since I was leaving, we might as well perish together. But now it's unnecessary. Little Gu, come here. I have a couple of things to tell you about Li Hui." Ranran stood up and slowly walked towards him. "Professor Chung, you know where Li Zifeng is, don't you? He ran away." Professor Chung leaned on the table, weakly saying, "I let everyone go, except for Li Hui. She said she would do anything for her son, so I decided to use her for the final experiment." As the situation became increasingly complicated, he was desperate and suddenly ran into Li Hui on the 2nd floor. Li Hui once again asked about her son's condition, pleading with Professor Chung to save him. So he took her to the 4th floor isolation room, and when she clearly expressed her willingness to give everything, he injected her with 6 times the dosage of the drug. After that, Li Hui fell into a coma, and this process was inadvertently witnessed by Li Zifeng, who tried to break down the isolation room door. But it was not something a frail person could open. Later, the doctor downstairs came up, and he fled as if escaping, disappearing without a trace afterward. I don't know where he went, nor do I know how Li Hui is doing. Ranran shook her head. The doctor said Li Hui might not last a few more days. You have the face to ask this now. I'll call the doctor to make you vomit. Professor Qin said, already heading out. Seeing this, Professor Chung grabbed him. "Old Qin, don't go, it's useless. You know what this medicine is like. It's just like paraquat. Once a drop goes in, it's fatal. Moreover, I use the highest purity raw drug. It works faster than paraquat, at most half an hour." Professor Qin certainly knew this. After taking a high concentration of the sharp ma ding pill, the body would have a huge rejection response. It had been used on animals before, and almost none could last 10 minutes. Only Li Hui was left in the research institute, and her condition was like this. So now, the only subject left for the experiment was myself. After all, I'm just a worthless life. Ranran felt increasingly bitter in her heart. Once upon a time, Professor Chung was like a myth in her mind. Who could have predicted this step? Professor Chung continued, "Bone diseases are considered a modern civilization disease. Nowadays, in the medical field, the sharp ma ding pill is the only medication for it. We never knew before where the critical point of this drug was, at what dosage it could take effect, or even how much the human body could withstand of the normal dosage of drug number 12. which is effective for certain diseases without harm. You can use it with peace of mind. And today, I'm taking a dosage that no one has ever experimented with, 10 times the raw drug. Please record the data according to my symptoms. Chapter 100. The laboratory is a battlefield. Tears streamed down Ranran's face. If she had previously held much resentment towards Professor Chung, now that resentment had turned into regret. She bit her lower lip and remained silent. Professor Chin sighed deeply. Old Chung, have you really thought this through? Yes. This is my battlefield. Dying while developing drugs is also a worthy death. Professor Chung's breathing became more rapid. I don't feel quite right now. You all should start. Professor Chin's eyes were red, silently handing a notebook to Ranran. Let it be as he wishes. Let us begin. You go take his temperature and blood pressure. With tears in her eyes, Ranran silently took the notebook and did as instructed. She quickly borrowed the instruments from the detention center and discovered that Professor Cheng's blood pressure and temperature had already risen significantly. His heartbeat was much faster than usual, and his body was twitching from time to time. He himself felt nothing, but said he was particularly cold and anxious. After a while, his eyes were filled with red, bloodshot veins, gasping for breath, and he could hardly speak, struggling to say, "Quick, bring me a rope, tie me up, quick, ye Ranran." With tears in her eyes, complied, but by the end, she had lost strength. Professor Chin stepped forward to help. His eyes were also very red, and his hands trembled continuously. 5 minutes later, Professor Ching's forehead swelled with veins, bulging like earthworms, and beads of sweat the size of soybeans rolled down, soaking his hair and sticking it to his scalp. Ranran quickly brought a cup of water to his mouth, but he couldn't even touch the cup's edge because he was shaking all over, his upper and lower teeth clattering together. She tried to feed him, but he seemed to have lost the ability to swallow, and the water flowed down his mouth. "Professor, how do you feel?" When Ranran spoke, tears blurred her vision. She couldn't see Professor Cheng's face or the data on the instruments clearly. Professor Cheng's voice trembled. "Little Gu, you and Qin Yuan, don't be like me. Help him. Old Qin, save him. He knows nothing." Professor Qin came over, squatting down to pat Professor Cheng's shoulder. "Don't worry regarding Qin Yuan. Qin Shan has gone to handle it. He doesn't have much fault and should be released soon." Professor Cheng's lips trembled, seemingly wanting to say thank you, but he couldn't get the words out. Professor Chin looked at the instruments, his voice heavy. "Blood pressure has risen to 160/100, heart rate 109 per minute. The body's nerve cells are reacting abnormally." Ranran wiped her tears and buried her head to record the data. Her hands were trembling. She had never experienced such a painful thing in her life. The boundary between good and evil isn't so clear-cut. Professor Chung, who had done wrong, ultimately sacrificed his life for the cause of science. The blood pressure showed a continuous upward trend, the heartbeat slightly slowed, and there was a phenomenon of pupil dilation. At this time, Professor Chung's consciousness was somewhat blurred. His mouth opened and closed, but he couldn't say a word. He reached out, wanting to grab something, but his hand was also in a limp, powerless state. Professor Chin walked over and grabbed his hand tightly. "What else do you want to say?" Li Hui's condition deteriorated after the research, and he intermittently uttered a few words before forcefully pointing to himself. "Body donation research." Professor Chin and Ranran looked at him with sorrow, while Professor Cheng's eyes were fixed on them, seemingly waiting for some response. Finally, with tears in his eyes, Professor Chin nodded. "I promise you, I will take good care of Xinjin. I will also ensure you leave with dignity. Those things will pass." After hearing this, Professor Chung tried to force a smile, but after a long struggle, he still couldn't succeed. His hand gradually loosened, and a minute later, blood began to flow from his 7 orifices as his eyes stared blankly at the door. Go home." Before he could finish his words, his head tilted and fell, his arm heavily swaying down, hitting the chair with a loud bang. He had already passed away. Ranran knelt on the ground, crying as she looked at him, tears streaming down her face, obscuring his features. Yet she could sense that despite his painful death, there was a hint of relief and a smile at the corner of his mouth. Ranran cried uncontrollably, and Professor Chin stepped forward to gently close his eyes. "Old Chung, have a good journey. Everything in the past is over. The two of them stood by the body for a while, and then the door opened, and personnel from the detention center entered, surprised by the scene. Professor Chin stood up. Professor Chung has sacrificed his life for medical research. I have recorded the entire process. I will go meet your director now to explain this matter. Soon, several doctors in white coats entered, placing Professor Cheng's body into a body bag and loading it onto a vehicle, reportedly to be sent to the Research Institute for dissection immediately. Before leaving, everyone bowed 3 times to the body as a farewell. 2 days later, the autopsy results came out. Although the 10-fold dose of Shili mating pill had brought Professor Chung to the brink of extreme pain, it also caused significant changes in his body. Several tumors miraculously disappeared, and some intestinal diseases were repaired. Moreover, the neural structure in his body showed benign changes. At that moment, his physical state seemed to have reverted to what it was 20 years ago, but the medication was too strong for his body to handle. Seeing this result, Professor Chin felt a mix of joy and sorrow, wondering if the drug could succeed if the dosage could be precisely controlled and side effects reduced. As for subsequent matters, it was said that Mu Qingshan and Professor Chin had resolved the issue with Qin Yuan as a minor accomplice who was somewhat in the dark. He only received criticism and education from the police, along with a year of follow-up, without bearing legal responsibility. They also negotiated with multiple departments regarding Professor Cheng's case. Although he made a grave mistake, he had dedicated many years to scientific research and made numerous contributions, even sacrificing his entire life in the end. Therefore, the higher-ups did not escalate the matter, only conducting an internal review and strictly regulating experimental processes and restrictions. This also provided Professor Chung with a final sense of dignity. At least the unit offered some compensation to the patients who died unjustly. It was better than nothing at this point. Moreover, a strict order was issued regarding the Shili mating pill, prohibiting further in-depth research on it until a better method was found. As for several drugs containing its components, like the regular version of drug number 12, they could still be used to treat certain diseases. Regarding the patients from the Pathology Institute, since they had been administered drug number 12 to some extent, their conditions had slightly improved. Xiaoyu's uncle had returned to his previous physical condition, and his failing organs had improved significantly. Those patients with severe skeletal issues would continue to receive treatment with the regular drug number 12 if they wished. Chapter 101. Lu Ran's complaints. Mu Qingshan addressed these matters at the Institute's regular meeting, concluding, although Professor Chung made mistakes, we should not tarnish his achievements. His original intention was for the cause of scientific research. Let's not bring up the past anymore. Everyone nodded in silence. Over the past 6 months, too much had happened at the Institute, and everyone felt anxious and uneasy. The Institute was now leaderless. After discussions with higher-ups, it was decided to invite Professor Chin back to take over Professor Cheng's work. Mu Qingshan looked around. He was the founder here, so it's fitting. After the meeting, Ranran caught up with him, asking, Director Mu, have you found Li Zifeng? Can we bring him back to see his mother one last time? Li Hui's condition had worsened. She had been in a deep coma for several days. Like Professor Chung, her body was recovering, but her nerves had suffered severe damage, and she could not awaken. Ranran visited her every day, feeling as if her life hung by a thread, ready to slip away at any moment. Yet, it seemed she had a strong will to survive, holding on without giving in. So she wondered if, deep down, Li Hui still wished to see Li Zifeng. Mu Qingshan shook his head. I sent someone to his old school, to his classmates' homes, and to places he used to frequent, but we couldn't find anyone. I have reported this. As soon as his chip is recognized, we will locate him. Ranran pondered, racking her brains for where Li Zifeng might go, recalling their many interactions, but she couldn't think of anything at the moment. Just as she was deep in thought, Mu Qingshan suddenly asked her, Where is Sha Ruolin now? I don't know, Ranran reflexively replied. I have other matters to attend to. I'll head back to the Pathology Institute first. Goodbye, Director Mu. Mu Qingshan watched her retreating figure, knowing that the girl was pretending to be clueless, but he didn't stop her and silently watched her leave. During this time, he had also found many useful clues. According to the materials left by Professor Chung, the research on the Shili mating pill indeed had its merits. The direction Professor Chung wanted to pursue was to use brain-nerve control to develop pathways that could enhance human brain response speed and learning ability, even turning experimental subjects into terrifying machines of revenge. In short, it was about transforming humanity into so-called superhumans, more terrifying than robots. This direction had been explicitly prohibited by the higher-ups. However, another direction could be pursued, using brain nerves to address Alzheimer's disease and several neurological disorders. The initial effects of the Shili mating pill in repairing bodily functions were relatively stable. If the issue of neurological disorders could be resolved, it would be a significant bonus. The higher-ups had issued strict orders prohibiting further in-depth research on the Shili mating pill until a better method was found. But surely we can find safe and reliable solutions. Can't we? Mu Qingshan discussed this idea with Professor Qin, who was skeptical and, due to past psychological trauma, did not want to touch the drug again. I am tired and weary. I don't want anyone else to get hurt. With no other option, Mu Qingshan had to set the matter aside. However, he kept a good hold on Professor Cheng's core materials, securely placing them in a safe. On his way back to the office, Lu Ran approached him, cheerfully asking, "Director Mu, do you still want me to keep an eye on her?" As usual, Mu Qingshan paused for a moment. She used to have a good relationship with Li Zifeng, right? Lu Ran nodded. Yes, Li Zifeng even painted 2 pictures for her. Got it, Mu Qingshan said expressionlessly. You could go back to work now. Also, let's communicate through messages from now on. After he finished speaking, he walked away, leaving Lu Ran with a resentful expression as she watched his figure. She felt quite aggrieved, thinking to herself that she was also a colleague at the institute. So why couldn't they have a normal conversation? Director Mu treated Ranran and her with completely different attitudes. Thinking of this, she felt a bit displeased. When she returned to the office and saw Ranran, she didn't want to engage and simply lowered her head to organize the office supplies on her desk. Unexpectedly, Ranran walked over with a smile and said, "How about we go have the fatty intestine noodles at the entrance of the unit for lunch? I just heard Director Luo say it's quite good." "I don't want to go. I have no appetite," Lu Ran replied without lifting her head. Ranran reached out to touch her forehead. "Are you coming down with a cold? You look a bit unwell." Lu Ran dodged back, letting her hand hover in the air. For a moment, both of them felt awkward. Finally, Lu Ran lowered her head and quickly said, "I'm fine. Just a bit busy with work, don't mind me." Ranran sensed something was off with her and asked, "Lu Ran, is something wrong?" Lu Ran suddenly felt unable to hold back her emotions. "Ranran, can you stop pretending to care? Do you feel sorry for me or pity me?" Ranran. Lu Ran suddenly realized she was losing control of her emotions. She quickly grabbed the documents on her desk and rushed out of the office. Director Luo, who had been watching coldly from the side, remarked, "I guess even a rabbit will bite when it's anxious. And it bites its own kind. Maybe everyone has their moments of feeling down." Ranran didn't take it to heart. "I can be like that sometimes." At noon, Ranran went out alone for lunch, sitting in the noodle shop feeling extremely lonely as she picked at her bowl of noodles. Suddenly, she remembered something. She hadn't heard from Sha Ruolin in many days. Should she take a leave to see her? But the research institute was in chaos recently, and she wasn't sure if she could get the leave. With a heavy heart, she ate a few more bites and habitually sent a message to Sha Ruolin before packing up her things to head back to the institute. Little did she know, all of this was being watched by someone hidden in the back kitchen, who had been observing Ranran since she arrived at the noodle shop until she left, their gaze never wavering. When Ranran stood up to leave, he quietly followed her, maintaining a distance that was neither too far nor too close. Ranran had a habit of walking around the research institute for a couple of laps after finishing her meal to digest. She loved the quiet, desolate environment here. Whether it was the barren grass or the sprawling old trees, they helped her release pressure and clear away negative energy. But today, she felt something was off. Perhaps it was the sudden creaking sound behind her, or maybe it was that feeling of being watched. Ranran sensitively sensed that someone was following her. Chapter 102. Li Hui Goes Wild. Her first reaction was Mu Qingshan, but then she thought that he was probably too busy to immediately investigate Sha Ruolin's situation. Who else could it be? Ranran tried to maintain her normal pace and walked to an old tree, discreetly reaching into her pants pocket where she kept a pen. If she remembered correctly, The top of the pen was metallic and could reflect the figure of the follower behind her, if there was one. She quietly took out the pen and discreetly pointed it behind her, and was momentarily stunned. There indeed was a person not far behind her, dressed entirely in black, with a hat pulled low over half of their face, making it impossible to tell who they were. Ranran suddenly turned around, and the person froze. Habitually wanting to escape, Ranran called out to them, "Xishuangbanna?" The person paused, their voice hoarse. "How did you know it was me?" "Your build." Ranran replied with a glance at him. "And you always habitually clench your fists. That action gave you away." Xishuangbanna stood there in despair, feeling that after hiding for so many days, it was ultimately a joke. He weakly asked, "Where's that woman? Aren't you supposed to call her mom?" Ranran looked at him. "You're quite rebellious for a little boy." Xishuangbanna impatiently said, "What is the use of saying that? Where is she? What have you done to her?" Ranran took 2 steps closer and extended a hand. "Come with me to see her. I suspect she's been waiting for you." "What do you mean?" Xishuangbanna asked warily. Ranran looked at him with sympathy. "Her condition is not good. She's been in deep coma for many days now. The doctor said the chances of waking up are slim." Xishuangbanna was stunned upon hearing this, forgetting to react as Ranran pulled him along for a few steps before he suddenly realized something and cried out in despair. "What have you done to her? What have you done? I saw that old expert injecting her." "I'm sorry, Professor Chung is no longer here," Ranran said softly. "Don't worry, you're safe now. I just want to take you back to see your mother." After hearing this, Xishuangbanna forcefully broke free from her grasp and ran away. After witnessing that scene, he couldn't believe their words. If he returned, he might end up like that woman, being treated as an experimental subject. He ran very fast, almost with all his might. Ranran chased for a long time, but couldn't catch up. The figure ahead had already turned into a small black dot. Ranran stood there panting and thought, "He will come back, right?" But time was tight. She wondered if she would still be able to see Li Hui one last time. When she returned to the research institute, she saw Director Luo rushing in a hurry. And then Lu Ran, sweating profusely, was on the phone, seemingly calling the security outside for backup. What happened? Ranran felt anxious. The research institute had just gone through a crisis and could not withstand more turmoil. Lu Ran said urgently, "There was an incident at the pathology department. That woman has woken up." Li Hui? Ranran frowned, thinking that waking up should be a good thing. She wanted to ask Lu Ran more, but she had already run out to find someone. Ranran felt something was off and quickly ran towards the pathology department. When she arrived, she found that the security at the entrance was fully armed, holding laser guns. Seeing her arrive, they cautioned, "You can't go in. The patient has gone wild." Li Hui had been in a coma for so long, and it seemed she was on the verge of death. How could she go wild? Ranran took a couple of steps inside. "No, I need to see." When Ranran reached the 4th floor, she found many security personnel there as well. In the crowd, she saw Director Luo, who was pacing back and forth, her forehead dripping with sweat. Upon seeing Ranran, she looked as if she had found a savior. "Have you seen Director Mu? Did he say how to handle this?" "No, what happened inside?" "Ranran frovnid." Director Luo pointed at the isolation room. The patient suddenly woke up, screaming and struggling out of her restraints. The security just injected her with a sedative, and now she is unconscious again. Ranran found it hard to believe. She quickly walked to the door of the isolation room to take a look and indeed saw Li Hui in a patient gown lying on the ground. What was puzzling was that her pant legs looked completely normal. Li Hui had suffered from a skeletal disease for many years. Her lower limbs had long been swollen and deformed. When she was in good condition, she could take a few steps with a walker. When not, she could only lie in bed. The hospital had specially customized pants with wide legs for her. But now, those pants looked like a skirt on her, completely empty inside. Ranran looked at the nearby security guard. "Please open the door. I need to go in and take a look." "Miss Gu, she is very dangerous now. Although she was given a sedative, it might not be effective. It's fine. I need to go in and check." Ranran was very determined. Thus, under the watchful eyes of everyone, she walked into the isolation room. Ranran squatted down to check on Li Hui's condition, surprisingly finding her temperature and pulse to be normal. She lifted Li Hui's pant leg to take a look, and sure enough, her legs had returned to looking like a normal person's. The The high concentration of the special drug had taken effect. Ranran quickly ran out of the isolation room and picked up her wristband to call Professor Qin. Professor Cheng's medication has taken effect on her. Should we test her nerve cells immediately? Professor Qin's voice was urgent. Xiaoge, Qin Shan and I are rushing over. Don't panic. Just as he was speaking, there was a sudden outcry from beside him, and the glass isolation door behind them began to rattle violently. Ranran turned around and was startled. Li, who had just collapsed on the ground, was now clawing at the glass door like a gorilla, shouting and roaring with her mouth wide open. Security rushed over, desperately holding the door shut, and a few shouted, "Hurry, continue to inject the sedative. Call for help." Li Hui was still frantically banging on the glass door, leaving no doubt that with her strength, the door would be shaken off in just a few minutes. Ranran stood outside, looking at her now eerily unfamiliar face. Growing more frightened the more she looked. The phrase Shili mating Wan can destroy and reorganize the human nervous system had only been heard from Professor Qin. But seeing the scene with her own eyes was still shocking. The Li Hui before her had completely transformed into a strange, terrifying person with aggressive instincts. Ranran turned to find help, but after just 2 steps, she saw Mu Qingshan rushing over, holding a syringe, without any assistance by his side. He stood alone at the door, commanding those around him to open the isolation door. Chapter 103. Leaving this world, everyone was scared, but they had to obey the director's orders. A security guard quickly used a wristband to unlock the isolation door, and the moment it opened, Li Hui lunged at them like a mother lion, her mouth wide open. In the blink of an eye, the syringe in Mu Qingshan's hand plunged into her arm, and in less than a second, the medication was completely injected. The moment Li Hui lunged out, before she could reach anything, the medication took effect. She suddenly closed her eyes and fell to the ground with a thud. "Quick, bind her up with level 1 protection." Mu Qingshan stepped back 2 paces, directing the nearby security. "Also, quickly notify the city's emergency response organization. Just say there has been a type of emergency at the research institute." Major incidents are generally classified into 3 categories. The third category is emergencies that are controllable, such as infectious diseases. The second category is uncontrollable emergencies, like the previous case of consecutive patient deaths. The first category involves extremely high-risk events that threaten the public. Ranran watched the now bound Li Hui warily